Super Devouring System Chapter 2997 to Chapter 3078. A famous burial. The Black Mosquito Bastion was the reason the Imperial fleet had come. That was why Xianxia was leading 8 bastions of varying sizes away from the natural wormhole that led to the domain of the fallen in the Third Universe. There was no doubt as to what his goal was. It was obvious that Xianxia was planning to enter the natural wormhole and go to the domain of the graveyard of the Third Universe on the other side of the wormhole. There, he would search for the other bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps and investigate the Black Mosquito thoroughly. At that time, not only would the fall of the Black Mosquito be confirmed, even the disappearance of the Black Wind would be discovered by Xianxia. But that was not the main point. Most importantly, as soon as Xianxia arrived in the domain of the buried domain, he would soon learn the truth. Before Yi Xian left the Graveyard Star region, news of Prince Xian's deeds had already spread. At the very least, it was like this on the Heavenly River planet. Almost everyone knew that the reason why Prince Xian was able to obtain such a huge amount of federal contribution points in such a short period of time was all because of the Devil Cultivator's Scout Fortress. This was definitely not a secret. Back then, Yi Xian had released several thousand experts of the Federation from the bottom level of the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind Scout Fortresses. Although these people would never reveal Yi Xian's identity under normal circumstances because they had sworn an oath, it was not a problem at all if it was just to prove that they had been saved by a human expert. Xianxia would learn about this as soon as he arrived in the domain of the graveyard. From this, he deduced that the fall and disappearance of the 2 scout fortresses, the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship, were in fact not done by the human government, but by someone called Prince Xian. Furthermore, not only had Prince Xian abducted the 2 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps, he'd even taken them into the wormhole and arrived at the First Universe's Demonkin starfield. This way, once Xianxia returned, the entire Demonkin star zone would be turned upside down. Besides the Demonkin race that occupied this star zone, the Heaven's Legacy race's slave forces in other regions of the First Universe would most likely be sent over to assist in the search. The Demon Emperor definitely wouldn't dare to hide such a huge matter. What's more, Yi Xian was extremely suspicious that Xianxia was a spy planted by the Tianji race in the Devil Emperor city. Even if the Devil Emperor didn't report Prince Xian's incident, Xianxia would definitely expose it. Considering that Prince Xian was one of the princes from the human race's technological faction's immortal dynasty who was conducting an ultimate trial, the value of his identity was absolutely shocking. When the time came, in order to find Prince Xian, even the Tianji clan would most likely send some of their clan's forces to the Demon Fiend Star Zone. In short, once the matter of Prince Xian was exposed, the Demonkin Star Zone would be in chaos. The eyes of the entire First Universe would be focused on them. Under such circumstances, no matter how well Yi Xian hid, the chances of him being exposed would still increase. After realizing this, a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped Yi Xian's entire mind. Unfortunately, he was completely powerless to stop all of this, let alone change anything. The only thing he could do was to act as cautiously as possible after Xianxia's return to avoid making mistakes and exposing himself. Due to this consideration, Yi Xian had no choice but to change his strategy on how to deal with the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing. His original plan was to infuriate Wenxing step by step and force him to impulsively attack him in public. At that time, Yi Xian would use the high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito 10 Stars as his slaves to trigger the resistance of all the experts of the Black Mosquito tribe's 10 major demon fiend tribes. In this way, the conflict between him and Wenxing would be completely exposed, and the secret schemes would be meaningless. On the surface, Yi Xian, a small new holy son, seemed to be insignificant. However, the Black Mosquito tribe was one of the 10 great tribes of the Demon Cultivator tribe, so it was no small matter. Once the matter was blown up and Yi Xian didn't make any serious mistakes, then Wenxing would be afraid of taking action and take the initiative to find a way to settle the matter. However, this method was obviously not suitable now. If he did that, the commotion would be too great. A newly appointed holy son was actually able to cause the entire tribe to step forward and fully support him after a conflict broke out between him and the High Priest of the Imperial City. This was really a little too monstrous, and it would attract countless unnecessary gazes. As long as the matter of Prince Xian didn't come to an end, Yi Xian could only keep a low profile as much as possible. If he attracted too much attention, he would be asking for trouble. of course, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of killing him or using a slave seal to subdue him. However, after thinking about it for a while, these two methods were quickly rejected. Subduing him with a slave seal wasn't very likely. Not only was Wenxing a supreme entity at the Grotto Heaven realm, but he also had a grade 6 source core, which was the same as Xianxia's. Even if he got a grade 11 or grade 12 slave seal and successfully planted it in Wenxing's body and smoothly completed the process of enslaving his source core, it would be hard to guarantee that nothing would happen after a long time. After all, the mind power Yixian used to condense the slave seal was at the same level as Wenxing's own mind power. Besides, Wenxing was a supreme Grotto Heaven realm high priest of the imperial city, so he definitely possessed a lot of secret mind techniques. While Yixian's mind power source core completed its 6th transformation and evolved into a grade 7 source core, using a slave seal to subdue Wenxing was basically impossible. The risk was too great, killing him was even more out of the question. Wenxing's illustrious status was obvious, and he had come for Yixian. If he died unexpectedly, Yixian would be the first person to be suspected and scrutinized. No one else would be able to do that except for him. I can't kill him, but I can't subdue him either. Don't tell me I can only let him do as he pleases? As these thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind one after another, he found himself in a dilemma. He furrowed his brows and shook his head gloomily. Killing Wenxing isn't difficult. The difficult part is finding a method that are completely unrelated to me. This fellow is so crafty and slippery that normal schemes simply can't work on him. This really makes me speechless. This matter has to be settled before Chanas returns. Otherwise. Huh? Chanas? Halfway through his sentence, Yixian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up as if he had suddenly grasped something. Then, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. After going around in circles, I finally realized that the best strategy to deal with this old fellow was actually something he came up with himself. Ha ha ha, achoo. As Yixian clapped his hands and laughed heartily, Wenxing, who had just sent someone to summon the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest Huigulii, suddenly sneezed in a room on the left side of the ancestral temple. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation First Universe Arrest Order Universe 3, in the vast territory of the 10,000 Luo Federation Human Races Science and Technology Faction's Immortal Dynasty, ever since Yixian had left Universe 3 and entered the natural wormhole that led to the first universe in the core of the Graveyard Domain, he had gone to the Demon Domain at the edge of the first universe. Rumors about Prince Xian had spread to one star zone after another in a short period of time. By now, not only had the Human Races Science and Technology Faction and the Cultivation Faction in Universe 3 known about this matter, but even the other races of the Federation in Universe 2 were aware of this matter and were discussing it incessantly. In particular, in the Heavenly River planet that Prince Xian had chosen to register as an interstellar mercenary of the Federation during this ultimate trial, all kinds of rumors about Prince Xian had spread to almost every corner of the planet. In this place, if one didn't know who Prince Xian was and what he had done, to put it in a slightly exaggerated manner, one would be too embarrassed to greet others when they went out. Although the heaven, earth, and human rankings of the Federation's contribution ranking could be browsed and checked at any one of the 10,000 Luo Federation's administrative planets, there were still a large number of Federation experts who had come to the Heavenly River planet due to its fame. They went to the Heavenly River planet's Federation Affairs platform, walked into the hall that dealt with interstellar mercenary affairs, and raised their heads to look at the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking contained the experts who ranked 101st to 1000th in the entire 10,000 Luo Federation's Federation contribution points. Yixian had rushed from the human ranking to the bottom of the Earth ranking in a short period of time. Today, his ranking on the Earth ranking was still the same as before. Even the punctuation mark hadn't changed. Earth ranking, 999th, Yixian, 8th level meteor state, interstellar mercenary serial number, the 131488080, current Federation contribution points, 17687894330000000. Many experts in the current 10,000 Luo Federation could write out this string of information and data with their eyes closed. However, every day, a large number of experts from the Federation still came from outside of the Graveyard Domain. Nobody knew whether it was just to see what the place Prince Xian had registered as an interstellar mercenary, or to verify it with their own eyes, to see if Prince Xian's contribution points and data was as rumored, and hadn't changed for a very long time. Slowly, all kinds of rumors began to spread. Some people said that Prince Xian had already fallen. Everything related to his contribution points, cultivation data, and so on had been frozen at the moment before he fell. Some said that even if Prince Xian hadn't died, he must have been captured and imprisoned by the demon scouts the Heavenly Legacy race had sent to the depths of the domain of the graveyard. Someone even said with certainty that Prince Xian had saved him from a demon fortress. At the same time, a large number of experts from the Federation had also been saved. To be honest, all of them had contributed to Prince Xian translation. Federation contribution points Prince Xian had earned in such a short time. This person also said that he was the last one to escape from the 10,000 luo hell at the bottom of the space fortress. As soon as he stepped out of a spatial door in the shape of a black curtain of light, the passage to the 10,000 luo hell was completely closed. The moment he stepped into the spatial door, Prince Xian's shouts from the 10,000 luo hell behind him were still ringing in his ears. In short, Prince Xian had definitely not been able to escape. He was still locked up. The last statement could be said to be conclusive, but perhaps because it was too detailed, not many people believed it at first, and the Everlasting Dynasty didn't even bother to pay attention to it. However, as more and more voices appeared, this matter was gradually confirmed. However, the everlasting star of the Everlasting Dynasty still remained silent. It was at this moment that Xianxia arrived. As soon as he had been in the heart of the domain of the falling domain, he had established communication with the other 8 bastions of the Demon Scout Corps and summoned them to him. Soon after, with the arrival of the 8 Demon Scout fortresses, all the rumors about Prince Xian immediately reached Xianxia's ears. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, Xianxia was immediately overjoyed after being stunned for a moment. He had thought that the human race had seized the Black Mosquito ship and successfully infiltrated the First Universe. Now, it seemed that the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship had been abducted by a descendant of the human race. Moreover, this person was now in the demon fortress, isolated and without help. This was the descendant of the royal family of the Eternal Dynasty in the human race's technology camp. Moreover, his reputation among the human race's experts was clearly not to be underestimated. If they could capture him alive, it would definitely be a great achievement. With this kind of ecstasy, Xianxia embarked on his return journey the next day. He turned around and rushed straight into the wormhole in the universe. The 4 space fortresses of the Demon Fortress also left with him. If he wanted to claim credit from his master, the Heavenly Fate tribe, he had to prepare all the evidence and witnesses. However, as soon as Xianxia left, the Eternal Dynasty in the human race's technology camp learned that Xianxia had come to the graveyard domain but had hurriedly turned around and left the next day through a traitor of the Demon Fortress who had been bribed and planted in the Demon Fortress. Even the reason behind Xianxia's sudden arrival had been found out by this demon spy, and he had described it in detail in the intelligence report. That afternoon, in the depths of the Eternal Imperial City on the Eternal Star, in a palace, the mournful cries of a woman suddenly sounded. Xian my Xian So it's all true. You are really trapped in the demon fortress of the First Universe, alone and without help. Wu, Xian hang in there a little longer. I won't leave you behind. With your current reputation and my efforts, even if it's the ultimate trial, so what? You seized 2 demon fortresses by yourself and then killed your way into the First Universe alone. Even your father didn't have such outstanding military achievements before he succeeded the throne. You should have passed the trial a long time ago. This time, let's see who dares to use the trial as an excuse to stop me from rescuing you. In the First Universe, near the entrance of the natural wormhole that connected to the Third Universe, whoosh. Whoosh, a total of 12 demon fortress of different sizes shot out of the wormhole and landed in the depths of the demon fortress at the edge of the First Universe. Xianxia had returned. Return to the Black Mosquito Star immediately. At the same time, increase the power of the Demon King Star Network to the highest level. Search for the signal of the Heavenly Fate Star Network at all costs. Contact us immediately if you find anything. In the main hall of the Magic King Fortress on the top floor, as the order to search and connect to the Heaven's Legacy Race's Star Network was issued, Xianxia immediately fell into a beautiful fantasy, grinning as he softly muttered. I should be able to contact the Heavenly Fate Star before returning to the Black Mosquito Star, so that when, that old man won't take my credit. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Famous in the three dimensions. Only the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, had the right to issue a wanted order from the first universe. Moreover, it was issued by the leader of the Tianji clan, De, personally. Only then could it be effective. Once it was issued, it could travel through the entire universe of the first universe. Countless slave clans that were subordinate to the Tianji clan had to actively and unconditionally cooperate with it, ever since the leader of the Tianji clan, De, killed Xingbo, the human race's technological pioneer who created the Tianji clan, and betrayed the human race. Until today, this kind of arrest order with the words First Universe added to it had only appeared less than 10 times. Every sudden appearance of a wanted order from the first universe represented the impending turmoil that would engulf the entire universe of the first universe. Even the human race that occupied the third universe, as well as the various clans in the second universe that formed the Wanluo Federation with the human race, would sometimes be involved. In the past, there had been several bounty notices in the first universe. Those who were listed on the wanted list were all important figures of the human race or the myriad sifting federation. Regardless of whether this person was famous or unknown before the bounty notice was issued, once his name appeared on the first universe bounty notice issued by the Tianji clan, then this person would definitely be, in life, his name traveled across the universe, and after death, he would leave his mark in the annals of history. This was definitely not an exaggeration, but a fact. It was said that in a few powerful clans in the second universe's Wanluo Federation, there were several old monsters. Many years ago, they had made a bet. These old monsters would all enter the first universe and do whatever they wanted to see who had the greatest ability to make the leader of the Tianji clan, De, issue a wanted order from the first universe in a fit of anger. The final result was very embarrassing. These old monsters all failed and left the first universe dejectedly. It was said that one of the old monsters was so cruel that he even exterminated an entire slave clan of the Tianji clan. However, when the news reached De's ears, he waved his hand and threw it to the back of his mind. He didn't care at all. If not for this, Chanas wouldn't have been so agitated. Although he wasn't on the wanted list, if he could successfully get a wanted list from the first universe, his name would resound throughout the first universe as the #1 mastermind behind the creation of this wanted list. At that time, many people might not know who the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards in the Demon Imperial City was, but they would know who the mastermind behind the arrest warrant for Prince Xian of the human race in the first universe was. It was said that luck could not be stopped when it came. That was what Chanas was feeling now. As the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan could send out signals from the Tianji star net that could cover the entire first universe. However, the demon domain was located at the edge of the first universe. Therefore, the main Tianji star net signal here was not very strong. Most of the time, it could not be found. But this time, not long after Chanas gave the order, the Magic King Fortress found the star web signal of the Tianji main web and successfully connected with it. Immediately after that, Chanas worked hard to launch an exaggerated report that was almost jumping up and down. In the end, even he himself was a little doubtful about whether this Prince Xian that he had described was too much of a deification. What if he overreached himself and ended up making a fool of himself? With this anxiety, Chanas led the 11 space fortresses behind him. After half a day, they finally arrived at the Black Mosquito Star. At this time, the final result of the Tianji clan's handling of this matter finally arrived. There were 2 messages sent back to the Demon King. One was a secret commendation order that was not made public. It would be destroyed after reading it. Even the star net signal that transmitted this secret order would be completely destroyed. Only the central hub of the Tianji clan's star net would have an archive. The other message was that Chanas, as the mastermind behind the scenes, had successfully gotten a wanted list from the first universe. The wanted person listed on it was Prince Xian of the human race. Since it was a top-level order to travel through the entire universe, it was naturally impossible that only the Demon King Fortress that Chanas was in received it. At the same time, all the slave races of the Tianji clan in the first universe, including those on the Demon King planet, received the exact same wanted list. Even the human race and the other races of the myriad Luo Federation received this news one after another through certain special channels in the next half a day. In less than half a day, the three great planes of the universe were completely shaken. From this moment on, the hottest topic of discussion in almost every galaxy with a cultivator in the universe was this Prince Xian, who had been miserably listed as a fugitive. Yi Xian's name shook the three universes overnight. However, it was with an awkward identity that even he was depressed about and didn't want to admit. After the Tianji clan's wanted list was sent to the entire first universe, only 6 to 8 hours later, some of the higher-ups of the human race in the third universe had already received news of this matter. There were several such existences in the undying planet of the human race's technological faction alone. Through them, the news quickly spread. No one tried to cover it up. Firstly, there was no need to. Secondly, it was impossible to cover it up. It was only a matter of time before such a shocking secret spread throughout the three universes. The undying planet of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, where the capital of the Heavenly Underworld Empire was located, ever since Yi Xian had completely disappeared from the Fallen Star region and there were no more clues, Xianyuan Ziying had been disheartened and gloomily returned to the imperial capital, Heavenly Underworld Star. During this period of time, she had been cooped up in the Xianyuan clan and rarely went out. She had also received news of the Tianji clan's wanted list issued against Yi Xian. At this moment, she was completely stunned. Her mouth was slightly open as she stood there dumbfounded, as if she had been petrified. After a long time, the purplish warbler sighed faintly. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. This misunderstanding is getting worse and worse. It's to the extent that it has shocked the three universes. I wonder what kind of situation it will be when the truth is revealed in the future. However, at least we have a clue as to the whereabouts of Brother Yi and that girl, Lulua. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's reputation in the entire myriad Luo Federation, whether or not the undying planet believes that Brother Yi is Prince Xian, as the Tianji clan's wanted list spreads throughout the three universes, the undying royal family will definitely take action. Otherwise, they won't be able to convince the public and cause criticism. In the end, the foundation of the royal family will be shaken. It seems that it's time for me to depart. I'll wait in the graveyard star domain. If nothing unexpected happens, the fleet of the undying planet of the royal family will depart soon. A delaying tactic? Is it really that simple? That kid only used some multi-pupil thought crystals to bribe all the black hole realm higher echelons of the Black Mosquito tribe? In the side hall of the ancestral temple, the high priest of the royal city, Wen Xing, frowned slightly as he looked at the extremely respectful high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe in front of him. It was unclear whether he was asking Grey Bone Rain or muttering to himself, but there was clearly a hint of suspicion in his voice. It was clear that he did not quite believe this. It was already night, but it wasn't the night of Yi Xian's Holy Sun ceremony, but the fourth day. It had already been 3 days since the commander of the Demon Imperial Guards, Chanas, left with the 8 space fortresses. During these 3 days, the high priest of the imperial city, Wen Xing, would summon the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe every night. Huigu Lu was originally the great priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. He had supported him and promoted him to the position of Holy Sun when he was still the great priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. It could be said that Huigu Lu and Wen Xing had always been in close contact over the years. Therefore, regarding the strangeness of Yi Xian, Wen Xing didn't need to ask anyone else. He didn't even need to investigate. He only needed to summon Huigu Lu and he would know everything. On the night of Yi Xian's Holy Sun ceremony, he summoned Huigu Lei over and immediately began probing him with his spiritual power. Unfortunately, the result was as Yi Xian had guessed. There were no clues at all. Yi Xian's slave seal had been condensed with a level 6 mind power, while Huigil had a level 6 source core. Given the mysteries of the slave seal, Luo Yunyang simply couldn't see any clues. Subsequently, Wen Xing began to verbally question Huigu Lei. However, Huigu Lei had already received instructions from Yi Xian before he came over, so his response was flawless. Even his attitude towards Wen Xing was the same as before. In private, Huigu Lei treated Wen Xing like a disciple, which was completely different from Wen Xing's attitude when he first arrived. Today, Wen Xing had once again summoned Huigu Lei and brought up the old matter again. It was because he was still doubtful about Huigu Lei's reply and didn't completely believe it. It just so happened that Huigulu didn't have any reason to deceive him. So, at this moment, even when Xing was slightly hesitant, and he wondered if he could make a move against that kid, Zhang Wuji, indeed. With a respectful expression, Huigulei's reply was exactly the same as yesterday, that kid is very vigilant. High priest, you only ordered me to watch him and urge him to cultivate, but he clearly caught something from it. The night before the ceremony, he came to me and Suofeng Tai and took out 4 eight-eyed silver crystals on the spot. You also know that this kind of sacred object is to us. At that time, I hesitated because I knew that once you, high priest, came and dealt with this brat, these 8-eyed silver crystals would also fall into our hands. But Suofeng Tai was overjoyed, and he had people in the imperial city, so I was afraid. What made me even more speechless was that Zhang Wuji still didn't feel reassured, and he actually asked us to invite all the Black Hole Realm experts of the Black Hole Realm who came to watch the ceremony. He gave them all gifts. To achieve this goal, the kid took out a small space box, and there were actually 4 eight-eyed sacred objects inside, as well as hundreds of 7-eyed, 6-eyed, and 7-eyed. He also gave the 4 eight-eyed sacred objects to me and Suofeng Tai. Suofeng Tai's eyes lit up when he received 4 eight-eyed sacred objects for free. Although I was anxious for your sake, I couldn't be too insistent in case Suofeng Tai became suspicious. So, I could only follow their wishes and summon all the Black Hole Realm experts who came to watch the ceremony. You should be able to guess what happened next. Although the kid didn't take out any more 8-eyed sacred crystals, the Black Hole Realm experts of the Black Hole Realm all accepted 3 or 4 6-eyed and 7-eyed sacred crystals from him. To them, the effect of buying people's hearts was exactly the same as Suofeng Tai and I receiving a few 8-eyed sacred crystals. Moreover, the kid also told us that he gave a large number of multi-eyed sense crystals to the Demon King in the Demon Imperial City, and also told us about you, High Priest. He also said that Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong thought highly of him and wanted to take him as his disciple. However, he was worried that you would be too harsh on him when you came to the Black Mosquito tribe this time, so he asked us to help him put on a show when you come. That's why when you came that day, all of us obeyed his orders. It's really a waste of money. In addition, we all thought that since the Demon King had taken advantage of him, and he had the backing of Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, this kid would most likely have a bright future. Anyway, since we've taken advantage of him, we'll just go with the flow and let him owe us a favor. When he becomes successful in the future, if he's summoned to the Demon Imperial City, we will definitely benefit. This was what Ji Xian had told Huigulu. It was a delaying tactic that Yi Xian had come up with after he learned that Chanas had gone to the third universe. At this moment, Huigulu had repeated it to Wenxing for the second time. After 3 days of observation, Wenxing found that it was indeed the case. Unconsciously, he was relieved, so he didn't wait for Huigulu to finish, but waved his hand immediately. He said impatiently, okay, you've already said these words before. It's not that this high priest doesn't believe you, so why do you need to repeat it so much? I didn't expect this kid surnamed Zhang to be so cunning. He actually saw through it and came up with a countermeasure in a roundabout way. In this way, it's not convenient to get rid of him immediately. After all, whether it's Suofeng Tai or the Black Hole 9 stars, the higher-ups of the Black Hole already know about this. Speaking of this, when Xing's eyes flashed and he sighed a little unwillingly, sigh, forget it, I'll just let him live for a few more days. Everything will wait until Commander Zhao returns. But one thing is completely certain, that is, this kid really has a lot of multi-pupil divine crystals in his hands. I'm afraid even the number of 8 pupil divine crystals is astonishing. Otherwise, how could he be willing to give you and Suofeng Tai 4 of each? He's really lucky. I don't know what he encountered in the Saint Devil Forbidden area that day, but he actually gained so much. Pung. Not good, High Priest, something big has happened. Just as he said this, a confidant of Huigulu suddenly rushed in from the door of the side hall. It was probably because he knew that Huigulu had a close relationship with Wenxing, so there was no need to be too polite. In addition, this matter was really shocking, so he actually rushed in directly. His face was full of shock. Seeing that Wenxing and Huigulu both turned their heads to look at him at the same time, he immediately reported with panic, I just received a signal from the Tianji main network. The Tianji clan's headquarters issued a warning to the entire First Universe and issued a wanted order in the First Universe. It's related to the matter of our black mosquito ship. It's a person called Prince Xian. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio digging a hole to bury Wenxing what? An arrest warrant from the first universe? Even the celestial legacy race has been alerted? To create such a scene, it is indeed a big matter. Prince Xian? The prince of an everlasting dynasty? How dare he stay in the demon domain after robbing our black mosquito ship? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? He's too bold. When they suddenly heard this news, the expressions of Wenxing and Huigu changed drastically. They both cried out in alarm. Of course, the latter was faking it. He'd already known about this from Yi Xian. The reason Yi Xian told him and Zhuo Fengtai about this was to prepare in advance. However, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't say too much about his own identity. Therefore, Zhuo Fengtai and Huigu Lei probably thought of him as that Prince Xian. At this time, a priest from the ancestral temple walked in and reported to Huigu Lei that the fleet led by the Demon King's guard had just returned. This was what Wenxing had told Huigu Lei to inform him as soon as Chanas returned. In fact, Chanas had been back for a while. However, because the space fortresses were outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star, they weren't immediately detected by the Black Mosquito City. The priest in the ancestral temple only found out because Chanas had brought a few guards and steered several small patrol ships into the Black Mosquito Star and arrived at the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak. As soon as the priest finished his report, the radiant Chanas strode into the side hall. A few of the Demon King's trusted subordinates remained outside the hall. Ha ha ha, High Priest, this trip to the Graveyard Star Field, the front line of the Third Universe, wasn't in vain. I didn't expect to find out such important news. This is a shocking secret that the Celestial Legacy race would issue an arrest warrant from the First Universe. Walking into the side hall, Chanas walked in with large strides while laughing heartily. He seemed to be in high spirits and very proud of himself. When Xingdong furrowed his brows as a thought flashed through his mind. He instantly guessed the cause and effect of this matter. It seemed that the wanted order issued by the Tianji clan in the First Universe was clearly done by Chanas. As the commander of the Demon King's guard and a trusted subordinate of the Demon King, he contacted the Celestial Legacy race in private without reporting such an important matter to the Demon King. This was clearly to ask for credit. Could it be that this person had been bribed by the Celestial Legacy race as he had guessed? If so, then he was clearly a spy planted by the Celestial Legacy race by the Demon King's side. I presume the High Priest already knows about this matter. The Demon King also received the arrest warrant issued by the Celestial Legacy race in the First Universe not long ago. At this point, Chanas keenly noticed the displeasure that flashed across Wenxing's face. His eyes couldn't help but freeze for a moment before he abruptly changed the topic. However, this Chanas seemed to have been a little too reckless back then. Due to the importance of this matter, I was worried that Prince Xian of the human race would take the opportunity to slip away. That would be too much of a pity, so in a moment of panic, I didn't think too much and directly reported this news to the Tianji clan. High Priest, you have to help me say a few more words. I still haven't dared to report this to the Demon King. When I realized it, it was already too late. I regret it so much. This is a small matter. It's fine. I'll talk to the Demon King later. Commander Chanas is also thinking about this mission. You're worried that the so-called Prince Xian will escape. When Xingdong sneered in his heart, but did not show it on his face. He casually responded to Chanas, then turned his head to look at the Black Mosquito Tribe's High Priest, Huigu Lu. Alright, hurry up and make the arrangements. Zhuo Fengtai is probably looking for you right now. The arrest warrant issued by the First Universe is no small matter. All the vassal races in the vast territory of the First Universe are obligated to send out fleets and take the initiative to share the search mission. Therefore, I presume that before long, there will be experts from some races and official fleets entering the demon territory. In addition, of the 2 scout fortresses that Prince Xian took away, the Black Wind was one, and the Black Mosquito was the other. Therefore, the search forces of these extraterritorial races will most likely focus on the Black Wind territory and the Black Mosquito territory. Hurry up and make the arrangements. We can't let anything else go wrong. This time, the Black Mosquito was at the front line of the Third Universe, the Graveyard territory, and fell. Therefore, although the Demon King is furious, he has no intention of implicating the Black Mosquito tribe. However, if something else goes wrong in the search operation later on, it will be hard to say. In response, Huigulu showed a timely and extremely worried expression. He immediately bid farewell and left in a hurry. After leaving the side hall of the ancestral temple, he did not go to the great commander's official residence in the Black Mosquito City. Instead, he went directly to the side hall to the right of the Holy Sun in Yixian. At this moment, Zhuofengtai happened to be in the side hall to the right of the Holy Sun. He had also rushed over to report to Yixian as soon as he received the arrest warrant from the First Universe. So, that bastard Chanaz is already back? Yixian did not know about the arrest warrant from the First Universe before. It was only after he had asked Zhuofengtai about it that he found out how shocking this damn thing was. While they were talking, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigulu, stepped in and said, "Chanaz is indeed back. He just went to Wenxing." Then, Huigulu told Yixian that Chanaz had bypassed the Demon King planet and privately reported the information he had obtained from the Graveyard Territory, the frontline of the Third Universe, to the Heavenly Fate clan. This was the reason why the Heavenly Fate clan had issued the arrest warrant from the First Universe. In that case, no wonder the Heavenly Fate clan reacted so quickly. Chanaz has just returned, and they even issued the arrest warrant. It turns out that it was all Chanaz doing. When he heard that the situation was actually like this, Yixian's face immediately showed a look of realization. Then, his eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth slowly outlined a rather playful and mysterious smile. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with Chanaz. I'm afraid that from this arrest warrant incident, both the Demon King Mo Wentian and the High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing, will be suspicious. I was just worried about how to deal with Wenxing. This is great. This is simply a godsend opportunity. Speaking of this, Yixian turned his head and glanced at Huigulu. He ordered, "All right, the arrest warrant has been issued. You guys should do what you need to do. If there are no important changes, don't come to my place so that Chanaz and Wenxing won't be suspicious again. In addition, when you go out, inform Mosquito Butcher, who is waiting in the hall outside, to go to the right side hall of Wenxing and wait in the distance. Once Chanaz leaves, report back to me immediately." Zhuofengtai and Huigulu immediately acknowledged and turned to leave. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Fortress breaking out of the wormhole. The Heaven's Legacy race was the fully deserving overlord of the First Universe. Now that the Heaven's Legacy race had personally issued this arrest warrant in the First Universe, the large number of slave races in the First Universe that were subordinate to the Heaven's Legacy race would more or less send out a search party in response to this matter. The only record of the Black Mosquito ship being found in the First Universe was in the Demonkin Star Zone. Therefore, when the slave races responded to the arrest warrant and sent out search parties, they all locked onto the vast Demonkin Star Zone as their search target. In addition, when the Black Mosquito ship was found, it was attacking the Black Mosquito tribe's trial team that had gone to the Demon Royal planet for the Saint trial. Therefore, the Black Mosquito Star area would become the most important search area in the entire Fiend Star area. Although another scout fortress, the Black Wind, had also fallen into the hands of Prince Xian of the everlasting dynasty of the human race, the Black Wind Starfield, which was related to the Black Wind Starfield, would also be the focus of the search. However, the Black Mosquito Star area was the most important search area. Almost everyone knew this. After all, the Black Mosquito ship couldn't have attacked the Black Mosquito tribe's trial team for no reason. In order to investigate this matter, the experts of the slave clans would focus their main forces on the Black Mosquito tribe. The Imperial clan's fleet led by Chanaz had come to thoroughly investigate this matter. In addition, the Tianji clan had issued the order for arrest in the First Universe. As the controller of the star area, the Fiend tribe would definitely become the main force of this search operation. Therefore, Chanaz would have to do his best to search in the coming days. As for Wenxing, as the high priest of the imperial city of the Fiend tribe, he was only here to supervise. He was equivalent to a military governor. Therefore, there was no need for him to follow the battleship around the star area. He could just stay on the Black Mosquito Star. This was indeed the case. After a brief discussion with Wenxing, Chanaz walked out of the right side hall of the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. Together with his trusted subordinates of the Devil Royal Guards, he boarded the patrol ship and soared into the sky, returning to the royal fleet outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star. He would draw up a detailed search plan as soon as possible and start the search as soon as possible. As the military governor, Wen Xing did not care about these specific matters. He remained in the Black Mosquito tribe's ancestral temple. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see. Hence, when the wretched mosquito slayer returned and reported the news of Chanez's departure, Yi Xian grinned and immediately left the saint's side hall. Immediately after, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle in the darkness of the night and charged into the sky. After exiting the atmosphere, he headed straight for the flagship of the royal fleet that was suspended outside the Black Mosquito Star's atmosphere. In other words, it was the gigantic cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. When they got close, Yi Xian walked out of the void cave shuttle, raised his hand, and stored it into the undying world within his body. He used his physical body to traverse the void and head towards the passage that the Demon King had just opened. Smiling politely, Yi Xian cupped his hands and said, "I am Zhang Wuji, the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. I have something important to report to Commander Jia. Please inform him." At the same time, at the edge of the Devil Domain, in the natural wormhole not too far away from the Black Mosquito tribe's Black Mosquito Star domain, a gigantic space fortress whizzed out of the wormhole. This gigantic space fortress was even larger than the diameter of the 20,000-meter Devil Emperor. It had reached a terrifying 50,000 meters. A diameter of 50,000 meters was the limit of space fortresses. It was a cosmic fortress. Since a diameter of more than 50,000 meters could no longer be called a space fortress, it had already stepped into the category of a space fortress. Hence, a 50,000-meter cosmic fortress was also known as a small fortress. And now, this space fortress that had rushed out of the wormhole was a small fortress. Judging from the fact that the wormhole was connected to the third universe, where the human clan lived, this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was most likely related to the human clan. In fact, this was indeed the case. This pitch-black, circular, gigantic fortress that was densely covered with countless small beehive-like folds came from the immortal dynasty of the human race. It was called the Heaven Cutter. Attack was the meaning of a crusade. Heaven meant the Tianji tribe, not the heaven of the world. The Heaven Cutter meant to suppress the Tianji tribe. The human race of the third universe had two camps. The science and technology camp was ruled by the immortal dynasty. The dynasty's capital was under the immortal star, and the empires were under its control. Under the empires, there were small countries. Although this kind of 50,000-meter diameter astral fortress could be found in every small country under the empire, the three great empires didn't need to be mentioned. They had quite a few 50,000-meter diameter astral fortresses, and they even had true astral fortresses with 100,000-meter diameters. However, the heaven-sundering battleship that had just burst out of the wormhole had nothing to do with the three empires and the countless smaller countries under the jurisdiction of the dynasty. It was established on the immortal planet. The generals and soldiers inside the heaven-sundering battleship were all soldiers of the dynasty from the immortal planet. Even an insignificant warrant officer among them would not dare to underestimate them in the three empires, especially the smaller countries under the jurisdiction of the three empires. In the immortal dynasty, whether it was the three empires or the countless small countries under the three empires, their official armies were all independent. Although the military ranks were similar, for example, the soldiers were all privates, second-class soldiers, first-class soldiers, corporals, sergeants, and staff sergeants. The military ranks started from warrant officers, followed by second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, 1 to 5-star generals, and the last marshal. However, although many countries in the science and technology camp had this uniform military rank system, the military ranks of each country were different. Any general of a small country was only a general of the small country's military, and had nothing to do with the other small countries. It was impossible for them to be compared to the higher-level empires or dynasties. The fleet commanders under them might not even be comparable to a small major in the imperial army after they arrived at the immortal dynasty. It could be said that in the entire science and technology camp, the military generals of the immortal star were definitely important figures no matter where they went, whether it was in an empire or a small country under an empire. The value of a military rank was too high. A major general from the immortal star would be honored as an honored guest in the imperial capitals of the three empires. However, if it was a minor country under the empire, the monarchs could only bow and scrape in front of him. The highest commander of this small fortress on the Heaven Cutter was actually a general from the immortal army. From this, it could be seen how important Prince Xian was to the immortal dynasty. The general of the immortal army was an existence that would cause a sensation even in the three imperial capitals. Rise of the Devil Domain. There were many planes in the universe. This could be roughly deduced from the fact that some of the natural wormholes in the three universal planes were connected to some unknown voids and planes. However, there were only 3 universe planes that were confirmed to be safe, stable, and connected to each other by natural wormholes. They were the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The former was occupied by the celestial legacy race and their many slave races, while the races of the second universe joined forces with the human race that occupied the third universe to form the Myriad Net Federation to resist the celestial legacy race. The war between the Heavenly Legacy race and the Myriad Luo Federation broke out every few decades. Sometimes, it happened in the domain of the graveyard of the third universe, and sometimes it happened in the second universe. But sometimes, the allied forces of the Myriad Luo Federation would also attack the first universe. The wormhole exit from the second universe to the first universe was in another star sector, but the wormhole exit from the third universe to the first universe was in the demon sector. Thus, once the immortal dynasties of the human race started a war with the Heaven's Legacy race, and they even took the initiative to travel from the third universe to the enemy's base in the first universe, the flames of war would start in the demon domain. If one were to say that the domain of the graveyard was the front line of the third universe, then the domain of the falling stars was the front line. In that case, the Demonkin star area was the front line of the first universe. Just as the Demonkin race was very familiar with the domain of the graveyard of the domain of the fallen in the third universe, the army of the immortal dynasty was very familiar with the domain of the demons as well. Even Naples, the general of the immortal dynasty, couldn't tell how many times he had been to the domain of the demons. But the most recent one was 50-some years ago, the final battle between the Heaven's Legacy race and the human race. And now, after 50 years, because of Prince Xian, the war between the Tianji tribe and the human race's technology camp had finally begun once again. With the arrival of the fortress fleet led by Admiral Naples, the flames of war would soon reignite in the Demonkin star zone. 11 bastions, 10 of which were the same size as Xianxia's Devil Bane, were 20,000 meters in diameter. There was also the flagship, Heaven's Valiant, 50,000 meters in diameter. This force might not be able to sweep through the entire Demonkin star zone, but it would have no problem crushing the Black Mosquito star zone, which was the closest to the wormhole. At the very least, this was absolutely the case before the search parties of the Celestial Legacy race's slave races arrived because of the first universe's bounty issued by the Celestial Legacy race. At this moment, the 11 immortal armies from the human eternal empires all activated their concealment formations as soon as they charged out of the wormhole and landed outside the Demonkin galaxy. They immediately concealed their traces and whistled away silently. Their target was the Black Mosquito star. At this moment, Yi Xian was on the flagship of the royal fleet, the magic ruler, which Xianxia was overseeing. Whether it was him, Xianxia, or all the demon experts in the royal fleet, none of them knew that there was a powerful immortal army from an immortal dynasty of the human race right now. After descending in the Demonkin star area, they maintained a concealed state and were charging this way at extreme speed. "Are you serious?" After hearing what Yi Xian said to him in a friendly manner, Xianxia's eyes flashed. Although he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, his livid face clearly betrayed his thoughts at this moment. "How can I joke about this? Besides, if this is not the case, I can't make it up. Whether it is true or not, Commander Xianxia should analyze it yourself. Don't you have an answer?" Seeing Xianxia's reaction, Yi Xian was secretly delighted, but he put on an aggrieved expression, as if he was being doubted even though he had poured out his heart. After a short pause, he seemed to have thought it through and continued, "This is such a coincidence. Previously, when we were in the Forbidden Valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor, I saw that old man Wen Xing was up to no good. He said that he was concerned about my cultivation and asked me not to leave the Black Mosquito star without permission. He said that he would come to check the results of my cultivation soon. Does he really think that I am a fool? He obviously suspects that I still have a large number of consciousness crystals in my hands. I am being targeted by a thief. It's fine if he wants the consciousness crystals, but the key is that he wants to kill me for money, so he wants to kill me to prevent the news from leaking out. It was not easy for me to become the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, but I am going to die before I can enjoy it. Am I not wronged? So, when I heard that he would come with Commander Channa's fleet, I panicked. In order to save my life, I took out more than half of the consciousness crystals that I had kept for myself and used them to buy people's hearts. Huigu Lu and Zwafeng Tai each took 4 of my 8 divine crystals. And the Black Hole Realm Senior of the Black Mosquito Star 10 stars also took some of my blood sweat crystals. It's a good thing that they're loyal enough, but it's mostly because I deliberately revealed Duke Qigong's admiration for me, as well as the Demon King receiving a lot of benefits from me. That day, when Commander Jia and Wenxing arrived together, they even cooperated with me to put on a show that made Wenxing suspicious. He hasn't done anything to me these days. Coincidentally, because he accepted my offer and believed that I would be summoned to the Devil Emperor planet by Mr. Qigong in the future, the Black Hole Realm expert in charge of the star network on the Black Mosquito Star reported the secret to me just now. He said that Huigu Lei and Wenxing secretly contacted the star network of the Black Mosquito Star through the center of the star network of the Black Mosquito Star and sent a secret report to the Devil Emperor. Just now, when Commander Channa's left, he reported that Commander Channa's was a spy planted by the Heavenly Fate clan and that he had been bought over by the Heavenly Fate clan. He said things like that. He is obviously being careful. I can't stand it anymore. After saying that, Yi Xian purposely pretended to be embarrassed. With a flip of his hand, he took out a small spatial box and stuffed it into Channa's pocket. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said nervously, "Commander Channa's, you know that I have already offended this old man. Now that I have such a good opportunity, of course I want him to die. But I can't let you work for nothing. Hey, I do have some blood sweat crystals, but not many. 8 pupils only has 9. I'll keep 3 for myself in the future, okay? The remaining 6 are all in here. Commander Channa's, whether or not we can get rid of this big problem depends on you. Also, Commander Channa's, if you have the chance in the future, you have to help me. When I become the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, I will definitely repay you. You are quite ambitious, aren't you? You have just become the Holy Sun, and you already have your eyes on the High Priest of Huigu Lu?" Xianxia obviously believed Yi Xian's words and laughed sinisterly. Although he despised Yi Xian in his heart, when he thought about it, it would be beneficial to him as well. If there was a chance in the future, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to help. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Playing the target. It had to be said that the image that Yi Xian had created for himself in Xianxia's mind was actually quite successful. From a certain point of view, this was clearly an unintentional result. First of all, in order to find time to leave as soon as possible in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, Yi Xian had deliberately shown his enthusiasm and even obsession with the position of Black Mosquito Tribe Holy Sun when resolving the crisis. He had even bribed Mo Qigong in public. Then, when choosing the space fortress that the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian had personally approved as a supply for the Black Mosquito Tribe, Yi Xian had deliberately chosen from a list in order to get the treasure-level fortress. After choosing a junk, he had faced the opposition of Zhuo Liqing and Zhuo Honggu, using his identity as the Holy Sun to rudely confront them. He had been so angry that he would rather suffer losses than go back on his words and lose face. Finally, after returning to the Black Mosquito Star, he had sat on the position of Holy Sun for a few more days in order to save his life. He had even planned to get the position of High Priest of the Grey Bone Condor tribe and so on. All of this had successfully created an image of a true villain in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia despised such an existence, but he did not think that he would be a threat to himself. On the contrary, he was the commander of the guards of the Demon Emperor city, a trusted aide of the Demon Emperor. He believed that no matter how ambitious Yi Xian was, he would not dare to dream of replacing the Demon Emperor, right? Therefore, in his heart, he also knew that no matter how successful he was in the future, the most he could do was to hang around in the Demon Emperor city and become a passable official. Under such circumstances, he would only try to curry favor with Channa's. It was impossible for him to have any intention of scheming against Chana's. In fact, if Wen Xing had not taken the initiative to scheme against him, he would not have had time to curry favor with Wen Xing. It just so happened that Xianxia, as a spy who had been bought by the Tianji clan and planted beside the demon emperor Mo Wendian, also needed to cultivate his own team of trusted aides. The impression that Yi Xian gave him was that he could not be trusted, but he could be supported and used. And now, Chana's had such thoughts. Because of this, now that he believed Yi Xian's words, he no longer avoided the taboo in his words. In any case, the relationship between Wen Xing and Yi Xian, in his opinion, was already that of a mortal enemy. No matter what he said, there was no need to avoid him. It's not difficult to kill Wen Xing. Although he's a high priest and is proficient in the secret arts of spiritual power and divine sense, I have the Demon King and the entire fleet in my hands. At worst, I can just kill him. He's only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm. No matter how powerful his secret arts of spiritual power are, can he withstand the might of the annihilation meteor cannon of the Demon King fortress? As he spoke, Chana seemed to have sunk into deep thought. Even the words that came out of his mouth seemed to be muttering to himself. Yi Xian naturally knew about the annihilation meteor cannon. Generally speaking, planetary-level warships with a length of 1,000 meters and stellar-level warships with a length of 3,000 meters were only equipped with ordinary star cannons. Only the smaller fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and the larger fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were equipped with the real star cannons. However, even the star-obliterating cannon couldn't really blast a small meteor into nothingness with a single shot, leaving not even a speck of dust. Previously, Yi Xian had used the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind to bombard Zhuhongwu's 3,000-meter-long Fengting ship at the same time. After a round of simultaneous bombardment, the Fengting ship was only blasted into 3 pieces. This was clear proof. But although there were many kinds of energy cannons on the giant fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 meters, the most powerful one was the upgraded version of the star cannons on the larger and smaller fortresses. It was called the Annihilation Meteor Cannon. If the energy cannons were to be used at full power and without regard to the cost, the energy beam fired by the giant fortress's Annihilation Meteor Cannon could reach a diameter of 5,000 meters. If the cannons were to be fired at full power, everything in front of them would be completely annihilated. It could be said that the effect of using the giant fortress's Annihilation Meteor Cannon to kill a Grotto Heaven realm expert like Wen Xing was basically no different from Yi Xian using the Weeping Soul Blood Horn to kill him. There was no suspense, even the drawbacks of these two methods were present now. The Weeping Soul Blood Horn was inconvenient to be exposed. And if the Annihilation Meteor Cannon of the Demon King was to be used to kill Wen Xing, it would be difficult to explain later. What a pity, Chana seemed to have thought of this point at this moment. He sighed unwillingly. Alas! Although it is convenient to use the Annihilation Meteor Cannon of the Demon King to kill Wen Xing, and there is almost no chance of failure. At most, more unlucky people will be buried with him. But there needs to be a reason to do so. It seems that I can only think of a way to get rid of him secretly. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately became anxious. If I can get rid of him secretly, why would I ask you for help? If that was really the case, once Wen Xing died, there would be many suspicious gazes immediately converging on him, and if Wen Xing was killed by the Annihilation Meteor Cannon of the Demon King in front of everyone's eyes, Yi Xian could sit back and relax. Therefore, it was necessary to correct Chana's wrong idea. It was not good to be afraid of trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately said tentatively, "Commander Cha, Old Ghost Wen Xing is a supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm. Even if you are the same, or even stronger than him, I'm afraid that you don't have the confidence to crush and kill him, right? If we do it secretly and let him escape, I'm afraid our situation will be even more awkward. On the contrary, if we kill him openly, as long as the reason is barely passable, it will be more believable. After all, if we don't have the confidence, who would dare to kill the high priest of the imperial city like this? Didn't he say that you are a spy of the Tianji clan? Commander Cha, if worst comes to worst, you can just bite back and say that he is the spy afterwards? Anyway, the dead tell no tales. Besides, the demon race is still a subsidiary race of the Tianji clan. Even the Demon King would not dare to make such a big deal out of this matter. So, even if he is suspicious, he will definitely turn it into a small matter in the end. As time goes by, I believe that Commander Cha will have a way to resolve everything. Besides, I am a living person, can't I beat a dead ghost like Wen Xing? Yes, this is an open scheme. As long as Wen Xing is dead, everything will be up to this commander to decide. The Demon King, that. Sir, even if he doesn't believe it, would he dare to make a big deal out of this matter? Ha ha ha, Chanasi's eyes instantly lit up. He raised his head and laughed loudly, then turned to look at Yi Xian. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration. Brat, although you're a bit wretched, you're actually quite quick-witted. This commander hasn't been able to get around this for a while. Wretched? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Invasion of the Human Race Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of earth-shattering roars suddenly sounded. The Demon King fortress that Yi Xian and Chanas were in started to shake violently. This was clearly the rhythm of an attack. Yi Xian and Chanas were stunned for a moment, then their expressions changed drastically. They had a bad premonition. After all, this was the Black Mosquito Star, and there was clearly a huge fleet stationed here. Under such circumstances, someone actually dared to launch a surprise attack on the flagship of the entire fleet, the Demon King. Even a fool would know that this was not a simple matter. At least, the other party must be extremely confident and believed that in terms of strength or combat power, he was definitely not weaker than the royal fleet from the Demon Emperor Star. Otherwise, wouldn't his actions be equivalent to courting death? If that was the case, it was obviously a big problem for Chanas and Yi Xian. Black Mosquito Ship? It must be the Black Mosquito Ship and the Black Wind Ship. Damn it, that Prince Xian has appeared. After being stunned for a few moments, Chanas seemed to have thought of something. His expression kept changing, and in the end, he was actually ecstatic. He gritted his teeth. Lunatic. That guy dared to come from the third universe to the first universe controlled by the Tianji clan alone. He's obviously a lunatic. From the looks of it, it's understandable that he took the initiative to attack the royal fleet now. Ha ha ha, the heavens are truly helping me. As long as I can capture this Prince Xian, the merit I'll receive will be far greater than what I received from the third universe and reported to the Tianji clan. This bastard Prince Xian is truly this commander's lucky star. Whether or not I can leave the Demon Dweller Star region and be promoted to the Tianji clan's base camp will all depend on him. Ha ha ha, to the side, Yi Xian had long since been stunned by Chana's words. The black lines on his forehead crawled out once more, and his expression gradually became strange. However, from Chana's words, he at least unexpectedly obtained an important piece of information. Not only was Chana's a spy planted by the Tianji clan on the Demon Emperor Star, but this person's goal seemed to be to leave the Demon Emperor Star as soon as possible and go to the Tianji clan's base camp. This seemed to be useless now, but it might be useful in the future. Great. Great Commander, this is bad. It was at this moment that two demon royal guards stumbled in, their faces full of fear and panic. Before Chanas could say anything, one of them said, "Enemy attack. We're under attack." Pa. Are you blind? What's wrong with me? What's more, the demon ruler is already shaking like this. Do you think I don't know this is an enemy attack? Am I stupid? Chanas was so angry that his entire face turned red. He raised his hand and slapped the Nephilim guard. Panting heavily, he pointed at the guard's nose and scolded, "It's just 2 scout fortresses. The whole fleet is so huge. Do you have to panic like this? If word gets out, this commander's face will be completely ruined by you." No. It's not like that, great commander. The enemy is not a scout fortress, and there are more than 2. This demon royal guard was so anxious that he was about to cry. His face was still full of panic, but at least he explained the situation clearly. The enemy has a total of 11 space fortresses. 10 of them are the same as our demon ruler, which is a cosmic level with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The other flagship is even more ferocious. That's a cosmic level fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Our Demon Emperor Star doesn't even have a fortress of this level. This is clearly a small fortress. What? 10 cosmic level fortresses? A small fortress? How is that possible? Could that Prince Xian Chanas was so shocked that his face turned pale. He cried out involuntarily. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that the existence of the surprise fleet was definitely not that so-called Prince Xian. After pausing for a moment, his face couldn't help but change again. This time, he was really frightened. His voice was trembling. Could it be the immortal army of the human race? We're finished. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Even in the war 50 years ago, the human race sent out more than 10,000 battleships, but there were only 4 small fortresses. This time, they sent out 11 fortresses, and one of them is a small fortress. This is clearly an elite team. It must be the higher-ups of the immortal army overseeing it. Damn it, could the one overseeing this small fortress be a lieutenant general of the immortal army? If that's the case, apart from this small fortress, the lieutenant general in charge of this small fortress is even more terrifying. He is at least at the level of grand perfection of Grotto Heaven Class 9 like Demon Emperor. Once he attacks, he would be able to shatter Demon Chariot with his bare fists. It was obvious that Chanas was frightened. A small fleet of 11 space fortresses was so high-end. An ordinary fleet was a cosmic-level fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters like the Demon Ruler, and its flagship was even more terrifying. It was a cosmic-level fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Chanas, who had fought a few battles with the immortal army of the human race, had never encountered such a situation before. It was inevitable that he would be shocked and flustered. As for Yi Xian, after hearing these words, strands of light burst forth from his eyes, and his face was filled with a sense of longing. A lieutenant general of the immortal army of the immortal dynasty, how awe-inspiring. Not only could he lead such a high-level and terrifying fleet, but even someone of Chana's level would be scared out of his wits. This awe-inspiring presence, TSK. Other than the word stunning, Yi Xian couldn't find any other words to describe his feelings at this moment. However, this feeling was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. The fascination and envy were inappropriate. The most important thing now was what was in front of him. Without a doubt, this fleet must have come from the human race. If there were no surprises, the news of Chana's going to the third universe of the human race had been leaked. This even included the reason why he went there. This wasn't surprising. How could the immortal dynasty not have any spies among the demon race? That didn't make sense. The reason why the immortal dynasty's fleet came was most likely to save Prince Xian. After all, the current Prince Xian was definitely an illustrious existence in the human race and even in the entire myriad Luo Federation. Charging into the Federation's Earth leaderboard in such a short time was something that had never happened before. If the immortal dynasty knew that Prince Xian had actually killed his way into the first universe controlled by the Tianji race after robbing the 2 space fortresses of the Demon Scout army, they would be extremely shocked. This kind of result was definitely enough to complete the so-called ultimate trial. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios hand over Prince Xian. This was not Yi Xian praising himself. He knew himself best. The reason he had come to the demon domain in the first universe could only be attributed to a freak combination of factors. However, it was one thing for him to know, but the key was that the citizens of the Immortal Dynasty and the entire One Luo Federation did not know. If it was said that Prince Xian was an outstanding descendant that would bring glory to the entire royal family, then to the countless citizens of the myriad Luo Federation, the brave and scheming Prince Xian was definitely the best idol of the new generation that had appeared out of nowhere. The power of an idol was limitless, and so was the power of a fan. For the sake of their idol, the entire One Luo Federation, especially the countless citizens of the human race's technology camp, would definitely be agitated when they found out that Prince Xian had killed his way into the first universe by himself. Voices calling for Prince Xian's rescue would be like a tidal wave in the human race's technology camp. Under such circumstances, even if the immortal star had no intention of coming, they would have no choice but to send a fleet over due to the pressure of public opinion. Although all of this was just Yi Xian's speculation, even he himself did not realize that this speculation was so accurate that it could be said to be the truth. However, this was not important. The most important thing was that the situation had developed to such an extent that it was obviously getting more and more serious, almost to the point of no return. Furthermore, it was obvious that the situation would worsen in the future. Under such circumstances, Xian had no choice but to consider how to deal with this matter in advance. From the looks of it, the small fleet of the human Undying Army had an absolute advantage over the royal fleet from Devil Emperor City. Even with the addition of the entire Black Mosquito tribe, they were still no match for Xianxia's. However, it was impossible to say that this small fleet of 11 space fortresses could sweep through the entire First Universe. It was obviously a fool's dream. Not to mention if the Tianji race received the news and sent the real trump card battle team from the First Universe, even if the Tianji race's slaves from the First Universe were to flock over because of the arrest warrant from the First Universe, if they gathered to a certain extent, they would definitely have the strength to contend with or even suppress this elite fleet of the human race. As such, there were only two extremes in the development of the situation. Once the strength of the fleet gathered from the First Universe surpassed the overall strength of this elite fleet of the human race, then the human race's fleet would either retreat, leave the demon domain, and retreat to the wormhole in the universe. Or, they would send a space fortress to call for reinforcements. It was clear that the latter was more likely. Then, as long as the reinforcements of the human race arrived, the entire matter would truly enter a white-hot phase of conflict. At that time, everything would be difficult to wrap up. It was even possible that an all-out war involving the entire Myriad Sifting Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race would occur. At the thought of this, even Xian could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of guilt. After all of this was caused by him. Although it was unintentional, if it really caused an ultimate war that swept across the three universes and caused a great loss of life, even Xian would be embarrassed to say such words, but even so, Xian would never release Prince Xian, who was still locked up in the Black Wind Fortress, just to resolve or stop this war. That guy wasn't captured by Xian. The one who captured him was a demon scout from the Black Wind, so Xian had no obligation to let him go. Even if Xian was a member of the human clan, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt or unease. As for asking Xian to step forward and take the initiative to clear up this misunderstanding, that was even more impossible. Although he was a member of the human race, he was no savior or saint who would sacrifice himself for righteousness. Moreover, the human race and the Heaven's Legacy race had always been at war. Every few decades or even a century, a large-scale war would erupt. This time, at most, it had just come a little earlier. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's originally flustered state of mind gradually calmed down. At this time, not only had the Demon King stopped shaking violently, Xianxia's, who had hurriedly issued a series of orders, finally understood the specific situation of the battle. All in all, the previous round of assault by the human fleet was clearly just a threat and a warning. They did not intend to kill the Demon King right from the start. Otherwise, with the terrifying cannons of the small fortresses of 50,000 meters in diameter, as well as the 10 huge fortresses of 20,000 meters in diameter similar to the Demon King, they would definitely be able to kill the Demon King. After a few rounds of bombardment, the entire fleet of Xianxia's royal fleet would be blown to smithereens. As a matter of fact, the elite fleet of the immortal army from the human race was still more than 10,000 kilometers away from the royal fleet of the Demon Kin that was hovering outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito starship. They were hovering in the void 10,000 kilometers ahead. Moreover, the energy beam that had bombarded the Demon King just now was not the full force attack of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After the attack that could be considered restrained, the other party had also sent a message to the Demon King. The message was very simple: hand over Prince Xian, or we will fight to the death. This was clearly a sign of caution. Although the commander of the human elite fleet knew that Prince Xian had wandered alone in the first universe of the Tianji race, he did not know whether Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demon or the Tianji race. Therefore, the purpose of this trip was only to rescue them. Even if they had the strength to suppress them, they did not intend to kill them at full force regardless of the consequences. That's not right. They actually came for that Prince Xian? How could they have received the news so quickly? I just returned from the Graveyard Star region in the third universe. Even if the Tianji race's arrest warrant in the first universe has been made known to them, the Immortal Dynasty will at least need some time to thoroughly investigate this matter. At this moment, Xianxia clearly realized that the other party was being cautious. Therefore, although the other party's message was firm, he calmed down instead. As long as the other party was unable to confirm Prince Xian's whereabouts, even if they were to fight, it would definitely not be the kind of full-force attack that would not stop until one of them was dead. At most, it would be a probing attack with various motives. Human race spy. When Xing thinking of this possibility, Chanas couldn't help but feel depressed. Damn spy, how dare he leak the news that I am going to the Graveyard Star Field? If that's the case, it's enough for the Immortal Dynasty to confirm this matter immediately, and there's no need to investigate further. It seems that this must be the truth. Huh? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up in an instant, and even his tone was clearly a little excited. He turned to Chanas and grinned, "Commander Cha, this is indeed a brilliant plan, ha ha ha. That old guy Wen Xing reported to the Demon King that you are a spy of the Heavenly Fate race, and you labeled him as a human spy. This time, the human race is strange. If you think about it carefully, I'm afraid even the Demon King will be suspicious. Commander Cha is really amazing, coming up with such a brilliant plan so casually. I have no choice but to be impressed." As he spoke, Yi Xian's face was filled with undisguised admiration and admiration. His eyes were so hot that even Chanas couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? Brilliant plan? You mean this chief? Of course, what kind of brain does this chief have? How can I not even have the ability to adapt? You must be kidding. Chanas subconsciously replied in a daze, but halfway through, he slowly understood the meaning of Yi Xian's words. After a short pause, his expression immediately changed, and he proudly raised his hand and pointed to his forehead. Such a scene almost made Yi Xian burst out laughing. He tried hard to hold it in, and his neck became thicker. Fortunately, he was pretending to be excited at this moment, so he didn't expose himself. So, Wen Xing's matter is settled. Since the human race has sent an elite fleet, I'm afraid a war will start immediately. Under such circumstances, the entire Black Mosquito Star field will fall into chaos. At that time, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill Wen Xing. Commander Cha, you can do as you see fit. In short, you can rest assured that I am also involved in this matter, and will keep my mouth shut. Yi Xian deliberately said this to reassure Chanas. As expected, the other party was stunned for a moment, and then gave Yi Xian a meaningful look. After confirming that Chanas had given up on the idea of killing him, Yi Xian spoke again, "In that case, I will return to the Black Mosquito Star first. On the one hand, it's probably chaotic down there, and we have to prepare for war. On the other hand, it's not convenient for me to be seen here. If Wen Xing, I'm afraid something will happen." Chanas nodded his head in response and didn't say anything else. Compared to killing Yi Xian to silence him, he felt that if he kept this kid alive in the future, he would have the chance to raise him up and make good use of him when he grew up. At that time, he might be more useful. Anyway, as Yi Xian said, he was also involved in this matter, and definitely wouldn't leak any information. Immediately, Yi Xian left the Demon King's ship and didn't activate the Dongshu shuttle. He directly concealed his figure and crossed through the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star with his physical body, heading towards the Black Mosquito Peak in the depths of the Black Mosquito City in front of him. At the same time that Yi Xian returned to the Saint's Side Hall, the news that the elite fleet of the human race had arrived, and that they had already launched an attack on the Demon King finally spread from the royal race fleet outside the atmosphere to the Black Mosquito City. Inside the atmosphere, the entire Black Mosquito City was in an uproar. Countless demon experts looked up at the sky in shock, but unfortunately, they couldn't see anything due to the existence of the atmosphere. At this moment, the demon experts in the Black Mosquito City were glad that the royal race fleet had arrived. Otherwise, without them blocking the royal race fleet, the Black Mosquito City would definitely die faster if they went up to fight on their own. At least the royal race fleet had a huge cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. What about the Black Mosquito Star? Now, there wasn't even a single fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Although there were many experts, in a fleet battle like this in the vast universe, unless one's individual strength reached a certain level, such as at least the Grotto Heaven realm, one would only end up as cannon fodder no matter how many people went. While the entire Black Mosquito City was in chaos and was rapidly spreading to the entire Black Mosquito Star and even the entire Black Mosquito Star sector that the Black Mosquito tribe occupied, in the right side hall of the tribe's ancestral temple on the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak, Wen Xing, was instantly shocked when he received the news from the royal fleet outside the atmosphere. Although he clearly knew that he couldn't see anything, he still looked up at the night sky through the window. His face was full of shock and dissatisfaction. Damn it. 10 cosmic states and 1 cosmic state? This is at least a lieutenant general of the Immortal Army. Who is it? Those old guys are too impulsive. They didn't even inform me of such an important operation. How am I supposed to deal with this in such a hurry? At this moment, if Yi Xian was here and heard Wen Xing's words, his jaw would probably drop. This old fellow was actually a spy that the immortal dynasty of the human race had planted in the demon race. Yi Xian had unintentionally guessed this matter. Of course, even if Wen Xing was a spy for the humans, he had only been bribed for some benefits or other reasons. His situation was similar to Chana's, but it didn't mean that they weren't demons. Regardless of whether it was Wen Xing or Chana's, they were still genuine devil cultivators. After all, the unique characteristics of the devil cultivator's mental strength weren't something that could be faked so casually. After so many years, Yi Xian was the only exception. He was actually able to forcibly form a mind source core in his brain with the body of a human, something that only demons possessed. It seems that this so-called Prince Xian is extremely important to the immortal dynasty. Otherwise, the immortal army wouldn't have come so quickly. After a soft cry of dissatisfaction, Wen Xing continued to mutter to himself, but his emotions quickly calmed down. His brows were tightly knitted as he began to think about how to deal with the situation before him. The other party only gave a warning. Although their attitude is tough, and if they don't hand over Prince Xian, they will definitely attack with all their might. However, this at least revealed one thing, which is that even they can't contact Prince Xian, damn it. What kind of existence is this so-called Prince Xian? He actually caused such a huge disaster by himself. If things don't go well, this time, the all-out war between the first and third universes will most likely break out early. Chaos ensues with this in mind, Wen Xing immediately left the ancestral temple's side hall. He raised his hand to summon an ancestral temple priest and ordered him to inform High Priest Huigil that he would be supervising the battle and would be returning to the royal fleet first. At the same time, everyone on the Black Mosquito Star should immediately prepare for battle. The energy beam from the cannons of the human race fleet could descend at any time. After giving all these instructions, Wen Xing immediately left the Black Mosquito Star with some of his trusted subordinates. They boarded 2 small patrol ships and charged toward the atmosphere. Along the way, he had already decided that when he reached the royal fleet outside the atmosphere, he would definitely not go to the flagship Magic King where Chana's was. Instead, he would choose a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. After all, this immortal army elite fleet of the human race was too terrifying. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would not appear even in some small-scale battles between the human race and the Tianji clan. If the super annihilation cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was used at full power, one shot would be enough to destroy the Magic King. After all, the Magic King's diameter was only 20,000 meters, and in this royal fleet, the Magic King was the only cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was too eye-catching. Even a fool would be able to tell that the Magic King was the flagship of the entire fleet. If they really went there, they would clearly have to be prepared to become the enemy's first target at any time and be bombarded until nothing was left. The news of Wen Xing's hurried departure quickly reached Yi Xian's ears. Although this old fellow had said good things and used the excuse of supervising the battle as an excuse, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that he clearly did not want to stay on the Black Mosquito Star to be a target. After all, it was the human race that had come this time, and it was definitely not a joke. Moreover, it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. That energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters was too terrifying. In the past battles between the Tianji clan and the Myriad Luo Federation, this kind of small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared before, but it was definitely rare. Furthermore, it was basically used as a decisive force in the later stages of the battle. When the war had just started, they were basically overseeing the rear. But now, they were suddenly forced to their doorstep, and it was a small stronghold. This was absolutely life-threatening. Even Wen Xing, a supreme heavenly passage realm existence, couldn't help but shudder in fear. Of course, the immortal dynasties of the human race had genuine starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 m, or 100 kilometers. In the headquarters of the Heaven's Fate clan, there were several starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 m. This was witnessed by many experts of the first universe who had been to the headquarters of the Heaven's Fate clan. It was even said that Tianji even had a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers in diameter. However, he had never heard of such a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters on the side of the human immortal dynasty. Perhaps only the Tianji clan, who was originally a race of robots, could create a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. That kind of scale could already be considered an artificial star made of steel. Although the immortal dynasties were the leaders of the human race's technological faction, in this aspect, they were clearly innately inferior to the mechanical race. But even if the Tianji clan really did have a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers in diameter, it would probably be the ultimate trump card of their entire race. It couldn't be used lightly. Therefore, a true stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters, or in other words, a great stronghold, could be considered the ultimate foundation of both the Heaven's Legacy race and the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological faction. This kind of ultimate strength, unless the human race and the Tianji clan were engaged in an all-out battle to the death, would generally be restrained and would not be used lightly. It was like the nuclear weapons of Yi Xian's previous life on Earth. Whoever used it first would fall into a passive position, and the development of the subsequent battle would be very difficult to control. In other words, in the many battles between the human race and the Tianji clan, this kind of small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was already the most powerful force that could appear under normal circumstances. Thus, it was not difficult to understand why Wen Xing, who was the high priest of the demon imperial city, would react so frantically in the face of a small fortress that suddenly appeared. It's good that the old man left the Black Mosquito Star because he's afraid of death. If nothing unexpected happens, he most likely won't go to the eye-catching flagship, the Demon King. Instead, he'll choose a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he thought of this. He suddenly grinned and clapped his hands happily. What a coincidence. He's clearly walking into the trap. Then, as long as the battle starts, in the chaos, Chanas will be able to use the annihilation meteorite cannon of the Demon King at any time. With 2 shots, he'll be able to blast Old Man Wen into smithereens. The old man probably would never have thought that the choice he made because of his fear of death would actually become his own grave in the end. Ha ha ha. While he was laughing complacently, Huigu Lu and Zhuafeng Tai had already walked into the Saint's Side Hall side by side. They were clearly here for the arrival of the human fleet. Yi Xian immediately stopped laughing. He raised his hand and gestured for the two to sit down. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly as he began to think of a way to deal with this matter. Obviously, they definitely could not stay on the Black Mosquito Star. Even Wen Xing was shocked by the annihilation meteorite cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters from such a small fortress. He did not have the ability to take it head-on. The other party wanted Prince Xian, and Chanas obviously could not hand him over. Not only could he not hand him over, but he would also deliberately add a smokescreen to confuse the other party. He wanted to give the other party the illusion that the person was in his hands, but he would not hand it over. This would increase the other party's fear of taking action. The other party could obviously guess this point, but the key was that they could not be sure. However, Prince Xian was so important that they could only believe it. Therefore, unless they were forced into a desperate situation, the elite fleet of the Immortal Army would definitely not open fire on the Demon King, which was the flagship. Because once they did, they would completely shed all pretense of cordiality and would not care about Prince Xian's life. From this point of view, the Demon King was actually the safest. Unfortunately, Old Man Wen Xing panicked and did not see through this point. If he was really killed by Chanas, he deserved it. However, although the human fleet wouldn't destroy the Demon King so easily, in order to deter the enemy, the only thing the human fleet could do was to fire at other warships or fortresses to deter the enemy. Since the commander of the Demon King refused to hand over the captives, the only thing the human fleet could do was to fire at other warships or fortresses to deter the enemy. After trying this a few times, if it was still to no avail, they would definitely aim their cannons at the Black Mosquito Star. After all, compared to those battleships and fortresses that could be rebuilt, the Black Mosquito Star was a star suitable for the demons to live on. If it was really destroyed, it would be completely gone. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio struggle. Therefore, in order to achieve the greatest deterrence, the only choice the human fleet had was to destroy the Black Mosquito Star. Therefore, the Black Mosquito Star was most likely to be destroyed. Yi Xian naturally had no feelings about this. Although he was the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he had a purpose in being the holy son. Speaking of which, once the Black Mosquito Star was destroyed, he would become a homeless holy son. It would be more convenient for him to obtain a space fortress through some public means. Then, he could use the name of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son to roam around with the space fortress as his base. It would be convenient for him to search for the source of devouring. From this point of view, Yi Xian actually hoped that the Black Mosquito Star would be destroyed. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to roam around. Even if the demonic emperor planet sent an order, he could pretend that he did not receive it. All he needed to do was to mess up the space fortress internal communication system. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, even if he was the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, he would be suspicious if he roamed around all day long in search of the source of devouring. Thinking of this, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and made a decision. He turned to Zhuofeng Tai and Huigu Lu and said in a low voice, "According to my analysis, the Black Mosquito ship is most likely to be destroyed. The human fleet this time is full of cosmic-level warriors, and the flagship is just a small fortress. Although the Tianji tribe has the same level of combat power, they won't be able to arrive in time. The human fleet's commander also understands this. Their goal is to achieve their ultimate goal of pressuring the border before the Tianji tribe's forces of the same level arrive." As it happened, Chanas couldn't hand over the prisoner at all. Also, they were playing Tai Chi with the enemy. For deterrence, the commander of the human fleet could only choose to blow up some warships and fortresses to force Chanas to submit. In the end, Black Mosquito was bound to be their target. At this point, Yi Xian paused and glanced at the scouts who had come with Zhuofeng Tai and Huigu Lu. He continued, "I'm not saying this to analyze the situation with you. Instead, I want you to spread the news to all the cities on the Black Mosquito Star as soon as possible. I want every person on the main planet to know about this. This way, they will cooperate when we evacuate later. At the same time, they will be less resentful toward us, the higher-ups of the tribes. After all, who would be willing to give up their homeland?" Yi Xian was not pretending when he said this. He thought of Earth, which had been named Nine Heaven Star by the Wanluo Federation. Although Earth was now under his jurisdiction and name, he had not returned for a long time. He did not know how everyone on the planet was doing. Although some of his important old friends had been moved into the undying world in his body, the undying world was still growing. In order to prevent those old friends from being affected, Yi Xian requested the devouring system to set the continent they lived on into a state of absolute isolation. Although it was quiet and peaceful, before Yi Xian grew to a certain extent, or rather, before the undying world grew to a certain extent, even Yi Xian would not be able to meet with them. He had suppressed all of this in the bottom of his heart. Or rather, it was because he had experienced one unforeseen event after another. He had almost no time to reflect on all of this. However, at this moment, as the Black Mosquito Star unexpectedly encountered such an unforeseen event, Yi Xian could be considered to have been reminded of the past. That was why he had so many wild and fanciful thoughts in his heart. At the same time, it was also because of these inexplicable emotions that made him even more determined to grow and become stronger as soon as possible. This was a sublimation of the state of mind. Furthermore, he was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Not long ago, he had broken through two small realms because of this sublimation of the state of mind. Therefore, at this moment, when he felt his state of mind suddenly become inexplicably emotional, and once again had that mysterious feeling of being enlightened, Yi Xian's first reaction was to be indescribably pleasantly surprised. Could it be that another chance to break through had come? This kind of opportunity to break through the state of mind was something that could only be encountered by chance. Most experts would have to pray to Buddha if they encountered it once in their lifetime. Who would have thought that he would encounter it twice in a row? The heavens were so kind to him. How could he waste this kind of opportunity? With this thought in mind, Xian was no longer in the mood to care about the black mosquito star. He had been compassionate earlier. After all, there were many innocent ordinary black mosquito tribesmen on the black mosquito star. However, he had already done his best by giving them such an explanation. Whether they could escape this calamity or not would depend on their own luck. As a human, he had already done his best to help them to this extent. Alright, there's no time to lose. Don't just stand there, you two. Hurry up and make the arrangements. Activate all the battleships on the Black Mosquito Star. Try your best to take every Black Mosquito Star clansman away. At this point, Xian waved his hand and turned around to walk back to his room. When they heard his words, both Hui Gulei and Zhuofeng Tai were a little stunned. Although they had become Xian's demon slaves, the strength of a demon slave lay in this. While it refined and enslaved the spirit source core in one's brain, it would not affect any of one's previous memories or habits of thought. This way, the demon slaves who had been implanted with the slave imprint would be able to use the seamless network perfectly. However, at the same time, this also led to the devil cultivator experts becoming demon slaves. Although their origin cores had been refined by the slave imprint, they had a sense of obedience and loyalty to Xian like they were destined to. However, at the same time, the deepest obsession in their original consciousness would still be preserved and still exist. However, this had now become a thought that was secondary to loyalty to Xian. Although Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei were the great commander and high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, there was no need to doubt their feelings for the Black Mosquito tribe. Because of this, when the Black Mosquito tribe was facing an existential crisis, their loyalty to Xian couldn't be changed. At the very least, it was like this before they had the ability to break free from the suppression of the slave seal. At the same time, their sense of loyalty to Xian also made them feel worried about the Black Mosquito Star. However, this kind of worry for the tribe was something that even they were powerless to do anything about. The suppression effect of the slave imprint was like their nature, and their worry for the tribe was like an acquired emotion. Their nature suppressed their emotions, making them feel inexplicably painful. It was like a struggle. First-rank satellite. Sometimes, accidents would happen when one's mind and willpower went from being extremely tense to completely relaxed. This was what it meant to have an emotional roller coaster ride. Xian, who had turned to leave, didn't notice that at this moment, Zhuofeng Tai's and Hui Gulei's eyes, which were originally slightly red, seemed to flash with a trace of unexpected confusion. Moreover, it didn't disappear in a flash, but stayed for about 2 to 3 seconds. Then, it disappeared again, and they regained their clarity. Although Xian didn't notice all of this, the wretched mosquito butcher, who had been standing at the side, clearly saw it all. While Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei's eyes were unexpectedly filled with confusion, the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. When Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei led the other demon dwellers behind them, who were also moved to the point that their eyes were somewhat red, a trace of brilliance once again appeared in the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes. His gaze, which carried a rather playful charm, was fixed on the backs of Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei as they left. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a mysterious smile. It was unfathomable. When Zhuofeng Tai and Hui Gulei left, Xian had already entered his room and sat down cross-legged, entering into a state of cultivation. A breakthrough in the state of mind was something that could only be encountered, but not sought. However, a breakthrough in the state of mind didn't necessarily mean that a breakthrough in cultivation would follow. The last time his state of mind had a breakthrough, the reason why his cultivation naturally broke through as well was because he was in the state of condensing the slave seal with all his strength. He was absorbing the spiritual origin energy from a large number of weeping soul beasts. Although the spirit origin energy was a method for the devil cultivator to cultivate and increase his strength, it had nothing to do with human cultivators. However, as a human cultivator, Xian possessed the spirit origin core of the devil cultivator. He had clearly become an anomaly that had never been seen before in history. Whether it was the devil cultivator's mental strength or the way for human cultivators to increase their cultivation, they were both able to affect his cultivation. It was just that the most common and mainstream method for human cultivators to increase their strength had a more obvious effect on him, while the method of absorbing spiritual essence from devilish beings had a more subtle effect on his cultivation base. At this moment, he'd once again unexpectedly encountered a rare sublimation of his mental state. If Xian didn't do anything, then this kind of sudden breakthrough in mental state wouldn't be able to be reflected in his cultivation in the end. At most, it would be extremely easy for him to break through the next bottleneck. However, this wasn't what Xian wanted. To him, the most important thing right now was to increase his cultivation base as quickly as possible. After all, besides the crisis he had faced previously, the sudden arrival of the immortal army of the human race was actually a sudden increase in pressure for Xian. Under the circumstances, every time his cultivation base increased a little, his confidence would increase a little. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up such an opportunity. No matter what, he had to grab hold of this unexpected opportunity and allow his cultivation to break through once again. With this thought in mind, Xian poured all his concentration into this cultivation. He even gritted his teeth and took out 1,000 of the thousands of devilish brain cores that he had collected previously. He had intended to use them to assist in breaking through the sixth metamorphosis of his mind power source core in the future. At the same time, he instructed the system to absorb the spiritual essence within them at full speed. As for the source core, he had put in a lot of effort this time. Normally, when he cultivated, he would try his best to absorb as many low-grade source cores as possible, such as a level 1 white source core or a level 2 pink one. However, this time, Xian had thrown high-grade source cores to the system in order to seize the opportunity to break through as much as possible. In his inventory, there were still 21 cubes of level 7 purple source cores, 2 cubes of level 8 black source cores, and a total of 107 pieces of level 9 colored source cores the size of a fist. He couldn't bear to use the level 9 colored source cores, as they were legendary treasures that could only be discovered, not sought. Even though he still had 107 of them, when his cultivation base increased in the future, he would only need one piece every time he broke through. He really couldn't afford to waste them. However, level 8 black source cores didn't matter. Therefore, this time, the source of the star core that Xian threw to the devouring system was a cube of level 7 purple and a foot of level 8 black. Even though they were only 1 square foot and 1 square foot, these were enough to make even black hole martialists envious. However, Xian had only used them for a one-time cultivation consumption. Even black hole martialists could only sigh and wring their hands in regret at such a huge expense. Breaking through 2 levels in one cultivation session was a pleasant surprise. Xian had often experienced this before he entered the starry sky environment, but he had only experienced it twice after entering the starry sky environment. The first time was in the corpse pool in the Devil's Sage Forbidden Land, and the second time was when he unexpectedly broke through his cultivation base. This time, Xian was also looking forward to 2 consecutive breakthroughs. It wasn't that his appetite had grown after the previous 2 breakthroughs, but that his current cultivation base was coincidentally at level 8 meteor martialists, which was extremely crucial. If he only broke through 1 level, then he would still be in the meteor martialists. Even though he was at level 9, the increase in his strength wouldn't be significant. However, if he broke through 2 levels in a row, then it would be different. At that time, he would enter level 1 satellite martialists. Level 9 meteor martialists was also the second major realm, but level 1 satellite martialists was actually the third major realm, even though level 1 satellite martialists was only at the beginning of this realm. The leap of a major realm and the change in one's cultivation base was definitely not as simple as breaking through a small level within the same realm. That was why Xian was looking forward to it so much. However, at the same time, it also meant that it was extraordinarily difficult to achieve this. It was precisely because he had considered this that Xian had invested so much in this battle. Moreover, it was in the level of the mental strength of the devil cultivator and the cultivation strength of the human cultivator that he had to work hard to improve. With such a 2-pronged approach, coupled with the opportunity to improve one's cultivation base, even if he broke through 2 levels in a row this time, which was a leap of a major realm. In Xian's opinion, the possibility of success wasn't completely impossible. Hard work paid off. In other words, opportunities were only for those who were prepared. It was precisely because Xian was fully prepared. Whether it was the demon's brain core to improve mental strength or the star core's origin to improve human cultivation base, he had long prepared for it. In addition to the opportunity to improve one's cultivation base, Xian finally got what he wanted with the three-pronged approach. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Evacuating the tribe First Order satellite, Xian opened his eyes, and a glint of ecstasy flashed across his eyes as he clenched his fists subconsciously. He had finally reached the third major realm. As long as he could cross this boundary and enter the fourth major boundary, the planet grade, his cultivation base wouldn't be considered low even among the human race. Among the human race, the fourth major realm, the planet grade, was already considered a person who had entered the galaxy. An ordinary human expert would need at least 100 years to break through to the planet grade. Even the younger generation of some great family clans and factions would need 20 to 30 years to do so, even if they had a large amount of cultivation resources. How long had it been since Xian entered the galaxy? Less than a year. This was enough to be proud of, although it was because he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Didn't he obtain these cultivation resources through his own hard work? I'm getting a little complacent. This can't be. Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly as he muttered self-deprecatingly. Then, he stood up from the ground. The breakthrough of a major realm allowed him to clearly feel the growth of the power in his body. At this moment, he had an unprecedented sense of power. However, now was not the time to indulge in this kind of joy. The Black Mosquito Star was in danger, and a terrifying energy beam could blast through the sky at any time, creating a bottomless pit in a certain area. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Although the Black Mosquito Star was huge, Xian had nothing to worry about as long as he was here. If he had to say anything, it would at most be the demon slaves he had subdued. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to condense the slave seal to successfully subdue them. It would be a waste if they died. However, the truth was that among the dozens of demon slaves he had subdued in the Black Mosquito tribe, there were only a few left on the Black Mosquito Star. Only Zhuafeng Tai, Huigu Lu, and a few other high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito Star remained. As for the high-ranking members of the Black Mosquito tribe's other 9 demon star planets, they had already returned to their respective demon star planets the day after his saint ceremony. Even Hao Fengfeng was taken away by his father, Hao Deshuang, back to the Black Roar planet. Now, the Black Mosquito Star was a little hard to see through. Hao Deshuang was the first to leave, and he was even in a hurry. It was clear that he did not want to get involved in this mess. As for the Black Mosquito Star's demon slaves, they were all higher-ups. Whether it was Zhuafeng Tai, Huigu Lei, or the others, not to mention anything else, just their cultivation alone was above the black hole realm. Therefore, Xian didn't need to worry about their safety. If there was really anyone who needed him to remember to leave the Black Mosquito planet, it would probably be the wretched old mosquito butcher. However, he had been following Xian around like a sticky candy. Even if Xian wanted to forget about him, it was basically impossible. When Xian walked out of the Saint's Side Hall, he looked around and saw that everything within sight was bustling. There were quite a few demon dweller cities on the Black Mosquito planet. There were dozens of them. However, as he stood on the peak of the Black Mosquito Peak where the ancestral temple was located, he could only see the main city of the planet, Black Mosquito City. Right now, the low altitude of Black Mosquito City was densely packed with warships of various sizes. Although the demon people were not as passionate about technology as the human race's technology faction and the Everlasting Dynasty, they were attached to the Tianji clan, a strange race that was even more gifted than the humans in terms of technology research and creativity. Therefore, after so many years of assimilation, the experts of the demon people were already used to using technology, although they were not very proficient in it. Right now, there were warships of various sizes floating in the low altitude of Black Mosquito City. Other than the official warships, many of them were even the private warships of some demon people experts. At this critical moment of the survival of the tribe, very few people would continue to hide. It was good to be able to take away one more tribesman and some important resources. Soon, under Xian's silent gaze, some warships that were fully loaded took off one after another. Soon, they darted into the high atmosphere of the night sky. Of course, it was the atmosphere in the opposite direction of the human race's fleet. In just half an hour, the entire Black Mosquito City was almost empty. All the demon people experts were taken away by the warships. They were going to the other 9 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe to catch their breaths and then make more thorough arrangements. The situation in the Black Mosquito City was similar to that in the other demon cities on the Black Mosquito Star. In short, except for some stubborn people who would rather die than leave, all the members of the Black Mosquito tribe on the Black Mosquito Star were transferred away one after another. Although they were in a rush and did not have time to take away many important resources, those were just worldly possessions. At this time, they could not care about them. Did it not matter? The few Black Hole Realm higher-ups in the Black Mosquito City who had been taken as demon slaves by Xianxia had all left. Only Huigulei and Suifengtai each stayed with a dozen or so trusted subordinates. After everything was arranged and carried out, the two of them hurried to the Black Mosquito Peak, where the ancestral temple was, with a dozen or so trusted subordinates behind them. This was because Xian had been standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. The Black Mosquito Star was getting emptier. Even when he extended his mental power and scanned the area with the demon people's mental power, there were only a dozen or so weak demon auras in the Black Mosquito City and the few nearby demon cities. These were clearly demons who were seriously ill or waiting to die. Since they were going to die, it did not matter where they went, so they might as well die in their homeland. All of this caused Xian to inexplicably sigh with emotion. He was indeed not a demon person. Sometimes, he would even kill demons and take their brains. However, at this moment, Xian really sympathized with the Black Mosquito Star and the entire demon race. At the end of the day, they were just a pitiful race that had been enslaved. Even the noble demon emperor had to personally send his closest uncle to the Tianji clan on a battleship before he inherited the throne. The uncle would be sent to the Tianji clan as a hostage and would never be allowed to return to his homeland. Perhaps, the demon race had no choice but to do so. If the heavenly legacy race did not exist, they might not have become mortal enemies with humans. After all, they looked exactly the same, and perhaps they had some kind of bloodline connection from countless years ago. This was a heaven-defying idea. No one knew if anyone had thought about it before, but Xian suddenly remembered it and remembered it. He decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would investigate this matter. The heavenly legacy race? How ruthless. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of which, I've never seen a real member of the heavenly legacy race. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio caught in the crossfire. Holy Sun, all the tribesmen have settled down. Apart from those who were unwilling to leave because they were running out of time, everyone else has left. Now that the Black Mosquito Star has nothing to worry about, Holy Sun, should we also leave? Just as Xian was in a daze, Suifengtai and Grey Bone flew over and landed on his left and right respectively. Behind the two of them were a dozen or so trusted subordinates. Their strengths were also extraordinary, between the 5th and 7th Great Realms, the Star Realm and the Galaxy Realm. Perhaps it was because Xian had surprised them by showing concern for the safety of the entire Black Mosquito tribe, so they had instructed Suifengtai and Huigulei to settle down properly. This had unknowingly resolved the pain and conflict in their hearts. At this moment, Suifengtai and Huigulei's tones were filled with unprecedented respect. Of the two of them, one was the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, while the other was the high priest. They were supreme existences in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. As for Xian, he was just a newly appointed Holy Sun. Although he had an extraordinary status in the tribe, he was still inferior to the two of them and could only be considered a junior. However, at this moment, everything was reversed. The great commander and the high priest were so respectful to the newly appointed Holy Son of the tribe. Not only were they respectful to him, but their tones were also sincere. All of this caused the dozen or so confidants behind the two of them to be aghast. They had long heard rumors about the new Holy Son's identity, but they did not believe it. However, at this moment, after seeing the reactions of Suifengtai and Huigulei, as trusted subordinates, they were naturally the most familiar with Suifengtai and Huigulei. Whether this respect was sincere or not could not be hidden from their senses. That was why they were so shocked at this moment. Could this Holy Sun Zhang really be the illegitimate son of the Demon Emperor? Otherwise, given the strength of Commanders Hue and Huigulei, how could they be so humble in front of him? In other words, if the great commander and high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe were so humble in front of this person, what about them? Thinking of this, the 20 or so demon dwellers could not help but tremble. Unknowingly, their slightly bowed waists were clearly collapsing even more at this moment. it's time to leave. Boom, boom, Yixian nodded. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by an earth-shattering explosion that came from the sky. This explosion was so loud that it was as if the heavens and earth-shattering world. Yixian, Huigulei, and Huigulei, as well as their trusted subordinates, reflexively, they all looked at the sky and looked. In the next instant, the expressions of everyone changed abruptly, and they revealed a wisp of extreme shock and astonishment. In their line of sight, a huge and dazzling firework was exploding in the depths of the night sky. It was clearly a huge firework caused by the explosion of a battleship. A large part of the sky was illuminated, and even the atmosphere in that area was burned by the firework. As a result, the scene outside the atmosphere was reflected in the eyes of Yixian and the others. Obviously, this was the flagship of the elite fleet of the human clan's Immortal Legion, which was the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, which was caused by the energy beam of the super annihilation cannon, because what exploded at this moment was clearly a huge fortress of the royal clan's fleet with a diameter of 10,000 meters. A huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters had been completely blown into a cloud of dazzling fireworks by a single blast. Furthermore, this cloud of fireworks was rapidly extinguishing after blooming to the extreme. It was clear that the entire ship, including everything inside, had been incinerated into nothingness by the terrifying beam of light of the super annihilation cannon in a short period of time. There was nothing left to burn, which was why it was quickly extinguishing. This kind of power was absolutely impossible to achieve by the annihilation meteorite cannon of the middle fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It must be the super annihilation cannon of the small fortress that opened fire. Damn. Finally showing its power? Yixian blankly stared at the enormous firework in the sky that was rapidly extinguishing. His face was filled with a dumbstruck expression. Due to the fact that he was too shocked by the brilliance of this scene, he couldn't help but curse. At the same time, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. In his opinion, it was simply ridiculous and unbelievable, but at this moment, it also emerged in his mind. This huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters is the one that old devil Wenxing chose to guard, right? Swallowing his saliva, Yixian muttered to himself once again. The expression on his face became incomparably strange in the blink of an eye. If that's really the case, then this is too tragic. It can be said to be the most innocent lying down spear in history. The human fleet really knows how to choose. They just randomly chose a huge fortress to kill the chicken to warn the monkey as a deterrent, and they just happened to choose old devil Wenxing? I don't think this is possible. While Yixian was muttering to himself and looking at the sky with a strange expression on his face, in the main flagship of the royal fleet outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star, which was the command cabin of the Demon King with a diameter of 20,000 meters, Xianxia, who was also shocked by the terrifying power of the super annihilation cannon, was also in a daze at this moment. Gulp, gulp, after a long time, Xianxia also swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Then, the expression on his face quickly became strange. It was definitely not weaker than Yixian's, or even more so. At this moment, Xianxia, who had vaguely regained his senses, finally regained his ability to speak. He muttered to himself, "This is really F***ket up. No, this is clearly F***ket up by AF***ker. Old devil Wenxing's luck is too bad, isn't it? It hasn't even been an hour since we entered that large fortress, yet it was blown away by a single cannon blast? What the F***ck? I was just muttering that once the fight starts, I should find a chance to take advantage of the chaos to blow up that fortress of his." Just as I was thinking about that, old devil Wenxing actually died by himself? Ha ha ha, this is clearly the rhythm of God's help. It seems that Zhang Wuji is indeed a lucky general. He casually came up with an idea, and in the end, this is the result. I really need to teach him well later. Haha, once this kind of lucky general grows up, his future value will be even more amazing. Whether it was Yixian or Xianxia, at this moment, they still did not know the secret identity of Wenxing. If they knew that Wenxing was actually a spy who had been bought over by the human race and had been planted in the Demon King Star area all along, and at this moment, he was blown up by the main flagship of the human race's immortal army, the strange feeling in their hearts would be more than 10 times stronger. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nuevo Studio Naples flips out. Naples, the general of the human race's technology faction and the commander of one of the Immortal Army's subordinate armies, was a top-notch expert with a square face in his 50s and a cold, solemn, and dignified expression. As for his cultivation level, it was unknown. However, one thing was certain, and that was that he definitely surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. In other words, he was at least in the 11th realm. As for what this realm was, Yi Xian still didn't know. The highest realm that he knew of was the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Even in the colossal army of the Everlasting Dynasty, there were not many generals, only 20 or 30 in total. Among them, Naples was definitely one of the best. He was iron-blooded and ruthless, and his methods were tough. Hence, it was obviously unrealistic for Xianxia to think of using delaying methods to obtain a life. As the Heaven Cutter opened fire for the second time, a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters was blasted into a fireball and turned into nothingness. At the same time, High Priest Wen Xing, who was planted by the human race and the demon race, was also accidentally killed because of this. At this moment, the staff of the Heaven Cutter's communication team followed the orders of the fleet's commander-in-chief, Admiral Naples, and sent a spy to the Royal Race Fleet's flagship thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, Xianxia's response was just as unyielding. Prince Xian is indeed in our hands. We caught him the moment we returned. However, hand him over? Impossible. At the end of this response, Xianxia even threatened the human race's elite fleet. He warned that Prince Xian was in the flagship, the Demon King. If they had the ability, they should open fire on the Demon King. If they didn't have the ability, they should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the powerful fleets of the Tianji race and the many slave races from the first universe arrived, they probably wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. The reason why Xianxia dared to say that was because he was confident, as long as the other party wasn't sure if Prince Xian was really in the Demon King, they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. Even if all the other battleships and fortresses of the Royal Race Fleet were blasted into smithereens, as long as the Demon King was safe and sound, he had nothing to worry about. Regarding this point, the commander of the human fleet, Admiral Naples, was also well aware. He indeed suspected that what the other party said about Prince Xian being in the cabin of the Demon King was just an empty city strategy. However, because the safety of Prince Xian was too important, Naples didn't dare to gamble at all. At this moment, Chuan Time, in the command of the Royal Race Fleet, in the Royal Race Fleet's flagship, the higher-ups of the Human Race Fleet, were all deep in their minds, thinking. There were at least 1,000 people in the spaceship Fleet base city. Surrounding the command cabin hall were all sorts of precision instruments. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was far superior to a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters and a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters in terms of basic functions. It also has many functions that the previous two bastions didn't have. That's why there were so many instruments and facilities. Among the thousands of people in the command cabin on the top floor, more than half of them were technical elites wearing the uniform of the Immortal Army. There were only 700 to 800 of them, but they were able to control the operation of the small fortress. This kind of elite skill was not something a normal army could compare to. Perhaps they were second only to the Tianji clan, who had a natural advantage in controlling machines. Apart from that, there were about 100 people in the command center of the hall. They were all high-ranking military officers of the Immortal Army. They were all Naples think tanks. Among them, there were a few figures in casual clothes. The Purplish Warbler was one of them. Although the Purplish Warbler was a direct descendant of the Xianyuan family in the Heavenly Underworld Empire, which was one of the 3 empires under the Immortal Dynasty, her identity and background were far from enough to establish a relationship with the higher-ups of the Immortal Army, which was directly under the Immortal Dynasty. The reason why she appeared in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress was very simple. On that day, when the Purplish Warbler realized that the Immortal Dynasty would definitely make a move, he immediately left the Heavenly Underworld Imperial capital and paid a great price to use the interstellar transmission array to rush to the Heavenly Dust Empire's capital and then to the Heavenly River Star from the Heavenly Dust Star. If the fleets of the immortal human dynasties wanted to enter the first universe, they would have to go through this natural wormhole in the domain of the falling domain. Not long after, the elite fleet of the Immortal Army arrived. While the fleet was stopping at the Skyriver planet to resupply, the Purplish Warbler took the initiative to look for the fleet and requested to accompany them. She also expressed that she was friends with Prince Xian. Before Prince Xian's accident, she was with him. Moreover, her maid was with Prince Xian now. The two of them had gone missing together because of an accident. More importantly, she had some understanding of Prince Xian. At least, although Prince Xian had the ability to refine weapons and was extremely powerful, his personal battleship seemed to have been integrated with a small personal battleship that belonged to the Purplish Warbler later on. Therefore, even if Prince Xian refined his personal battleship later on, as long as it retained some of the characteristics of the Purplish Warbler's battleship, she would definitely be able to tell at a glance. Therefore, bringing her along might be of great help in finding Prince Xian in the first universe. The Purplish Warbler didn't mean to lie. In fact, Yi Xian had been recognized as Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty for a long time. Even if she told the truth, she wouldn't be liked. In order to follow the fleet to the first universe, she could only go with the flow and make the best of her mistake. She also thought that Yi Xian was the so-called Prince Xian. As for how to resolve this misunderstanding when Yi Xian returned in the future, that was no longer a problem for the Purplish Warbler to consider. To her, finding Yi Xian and Lulua was the most important thing at the moment. At this moment, when Chana's tough response was received by the small fortress of the sky-cleaving warship, the commander-in-chief of the human fleets, Admiral Naples, was immediately enraged and flew into a rage on the spot. Chana's, right? The commander of the demonic imperial guards of the demonic imperial planet. Although this is the first time I've come into contact with you, I've heard of your great name. You actually dare to be so tough in the face of the super annihilation cannon of the small fortress. You've really impressed me. As he sneered, Naples raised his hand and pointed at the black mosquito planet in the void of the star field thousands of miles ahead. He shouted in a deep voice, "Sky-cleaving warship, super annihilation cannon order. Target, black mosquito planet. Fire with all your might, 10 consecutive shots. Obliterate this demonic planet for this general." Hearing this, the hundreds of strategists of the Immortal Army trembled violently and turned to look at each other in horror. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The surprising appearance of Prince Xian. Boom, boom. 10 huge pillars of white light shot out, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The interval between them was only about 10 seconds. In less than 2 minutes, the 10 energy light pillars had all been blasted out. The super annihilation cannon's energy pillars shot out from a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters were too terrifying. Even if it was a small meteor with a diameter of 20,000 meters, once it was shot out, the meteor that was enveloped by the energy pillar would be instantly vaporized and disappear. At this moment, the 10 energy pillars were shot out in a short period of time at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito Star and were heading for the land of the star. Before that, among the royal fleet of the Demonkin fleet hovering outside the atmosphere of the Black Mosquito planet, there were 6 stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long, 3 smaller fortresses that were 5,000 meters long, and 1 large fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter. They were all turned into giant fireballs by the roaring energy pillars. In the blink of an eye, they were all burned into nothingness. This was clearly intentional. Not to mention the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warships and the 5,000-meter-long and 10,000-meter-long fortresses. Even the 20,000-meter-long giant fortresses would only end up being destroyed in one shot under the terrifying energy pillars of the super annihilation cannon. F***CK. This is crazy. Who is the commander of this human fleet? Could it be that he was crazy? His methods are too tough. Among the hundreds of lieutenant generals in the Immortal Army, I can't find such an iron-blooded hawk. Could it be an admiral? Inside the giant fortress of the Demon King, Chana's face instantly turned pale. As he exclaimed, he immediately gave a series of orders. What are you waiting for? Damn it. You bunch of idiots. Run now. Run now. If the enemy fleet's overall commander is really an immortal general, his cultivation level definitely surpasses the Grotto Heaven realm. Not to mention this kind of super annihilation cannon, as long as he is willing, he alone can attack the Devil King. While the enemy is still worried about us fighting to the death and hasn't reacted yet, we must run now. Damn it. Move at full speed now. The entire fleet, scatter and escape, boom. Boom, as the Imperial Demonkin fleet began to scatter and flee, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the Black Mosquito Star land beneath the fleet. The energy beam of the super annihilation cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters was too terrifying, and it was not randomly scattered. Naples' instructions were very clear. The ultimate goal was to completely obliterate the main star of the Demonkin tribe. Although there were only 10 energy light pillars with a diameter of 20,000 meters, it was impossible for them to vaporize the Black Mosquito Star like they vaporized a small meteor. After all, it was a massive planet. However, the operators of the cannons on the small fortress of the Heaven Cutter were the best of the best. According to their calculations and deductions, it was not a problem for them to destroy a colossal object like the Black Mosquito Star with 10 energy beams. At this moment, as the 10 energy light pillars exploded, the entire Black Mosquito Star, which was engulfed in a cloud of dust, failed to escape the fate of being obliterated. The huge celestial body fell apart and turned into 3 huge pieces of cosmic dust with irregular shapes. It no longer had the shape of a natural celestial body. Even the atmosphere that originally covered the entire Black Mosquito Star completely dissipated and became a mess in this huge explosion. At this point, the Black Mosquito Star had fallen. One of the main stars of the 10 Demonkin tribes had disappeared forever in the long river of history, although almost all the people on the Black Mosquito Star had evacuated in advance. Suifeng Tai, the chief priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Hui Gulei, the chief priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, and dozens of their trusted subordinates, as well as Xianxia and the wretched mosquito butcher, were still there. The moment the 10 super annihilation cannons' energy light pillars bombarded them, a group of people gathered together. When they saw the terrifying energy light pillars whistling over, their expressions changed completely, and they cried out involuntarily in alarm. So ruthless and cruel? Who is the commander of the human fleet? This is too swift and decisive. Even Yixian was startled. Without thinking, he raised his hand and summoned the purple cave shuttle. With a thought, he opened the cabin door and said, "Everyone, get in. This small warship of mine is an epic-level treasure in the starry sky. Its speed is no slower than that of a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Other things aside, it's not a problem for us to escape." Hearing that it was an epic-level small private warship in the starry sky, Suifeng Tai and Hui Gulei were stunned, including themselves. They had noticed that Yixian's warship was not ordinary, but they had never expected it to be so freakish. The Demonkin tribe was not good at technological innovation. In terms of warships, it was rare to see a legendary warship in the starry sky, let alone epic-level warships in the starry sky. Only the Tianji tribe, who had a natural advantage in technological production, and the human tribe, who had amazing creativity, could have such a thing. Soon, everyone, including the wretched mosquito killer, entered the Dongshu shuttle. So did Hui Gulei, Suifeng Tai, and their trusted subordinates. Although they also had small private warships, compared to Yixian's Dongshu shuttle, they were not 1 or 2 levels lower. At this time, a large warship was too eye-catching and would become a target for the human fleet. Only this kind of small warship, which was hundreds of meters long, was the best means of escape. Yixian was the last one to enter the Dongshu shuttle. As he stepped in, the Dongshu shuttle, which was full of purple light, immediately whizzed away and rushed out of the Black Mosquito Star, which seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, and the scene of the violent explosion was horrifying. Moreover, as the energy of the super annihilation cannon was far too terrifying, not only had the Black Mosquito celestial body been blasted apart, but even the surrounding space had shaken. As a result, the Dongshu shuttle did not activate its concealment formation. Under its extreme speed, the entire shuttle turned into a gorgeous violet streak of light that shot through space. This speed shocked even General Naples, who was staring at the huge holographic 3D screen on the small fortress of the heaven-cleaving ship. He whispered in surprise, "Huh? This speed? I didn't expect the demon tribe to have such a stunning small warship. This warship is at least at the epic star level." It had to be said that as the general of the Eternal Dynasty, his vision was extremely sharp. Hearing this, the purplish warbler couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He subconsciously looked at the warship. Then, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "This warship clearly has the shadow of my purple lightning shuttle. The hull and color of the warship are similar. It's him. Prince Xian has appeared." The entire top-level command cabin of the heaven-cleaving ship was in an uproar. Everyone was excited at this moment. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. How did he do it? Are you sure? In the command cabin on the top floor of the sky-cleaving ship, everyone was rejoicing. As the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Naples, who was usually the strictest and would reprimand his subordinates in such a situation, didn't care at all this time. Everyone was excited and happy from the bottom of their hearts, including him. At this moment, the Neapolitan admiral was so excited that his entire body was trembling slightly. His face was filled with surprise as he turned his head to look at Xianxia, who had caused such a huge commotion with just a few words. His voice was filled with ecstasy as he said, "Girl, this is not a joke. Confirm it again." "There's no need to confirm it again. That's my purple lightning shuttle. How can I not recognize it?" Back on the Skyriver planet, Prince Xian bought it and refined it himself, integrating it into his private battleship. Later on, I saw it in the Skyriver sector. Although it has changed a little, it's more or less the same. There's no way I'd mistake it. At this moment, the purplish warbler was also very excited. Looking at the small private battleship that had turned into a stunning purple rainbow, her eyes were full of stars. Towards the end of her sentence, she was almost muttering to herself, "Looking at the appearance of this battleship, it's obviously been refined at least once. I didn't expect it to be at the epic star level now. I didn't guess wrong back then. His ability to refine weapons is at least at the master level, or even beyond that." At the side, many military officers, including Admiral Naples, were stunned. The former even exclaimed softly, "What? You're saying that this epic star-level small private battleship was refined by Prince Xian himself?" One had to know that in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, any array master or weapon master was definitely in existence with extraordinary status. Being able to reach the master level in these two fields was definitely not something that could be achieved through hard work. It was related to talent. A weapon refiner who can refine an epic star-level battleship is definitely not just at the master level. He's at least at the master level. Prince Xian is indeed amazing. My trip to the first universe was not in vain. After confirming that the small private battleship that had turned into a purple rainbow at an astonishing speed belonged to Prince Xian, and that this battleship had clearly been personally refined by him time and time again to reach its current starry sky epic grade, Admiral Naples became even more excited. Immediately, he gave the order. The entire fleet is to follow them immediately. At the same time, connect to the communication system of that purple battleship and reveal our identities to Prince Xian. As for the fleets of the Imperial clan that escaped, we don't have to bother with them for the time being. The most important thing now is to meet up with Prince Xian." The order was quickly passed down. All 11 bastions of the human fleet moved at full speed and chased after the Dongshu shuttle, which had turned into a streak of purple light. Since the completion of the last fusion, the Dongshu shuttle had reached the epic starry sky rank in terms of grade. The current speed of the Dongshu shuttle was indeed astonishing. After all the kinetic energy was poured into its speed, even a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters could not compare to it. It could even reach the maximum speed of a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Under such circumstances, even Xianxia's Imperial Demon Fleet would not be able to keep up with the Dongshu shuttle. At the very most, only the flagship, the Demon Ruler, would not lose sight of it. However, the 11 bastions of this human fleet were all giant fortresses with diameters of more than 20,000 meters. There was even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Faced with such pursuers, even the Dongshu shuttle would not be able to shake them off. The 11 bastions of the human race continued to follow closely behind the Dongshu shuttle. Moreover, the Dongshu shuttle received the communication message from the flagship, the Heaven Cutter, immediately. The other party's meaning was very simple and clear. They stated their identity and purpose of entering the Demon Star region in the first universe. They requested Prince Xian to return with them. As a trial prince of the immortal dynasty of the human race's technological faction, and as the voice of the entire human race and even the 10,000 Luo Federation was so loud, it was no longer suitable for Prince Xian to continue staying here. In this message, Naples also stated his identity as the general of the Immortal Army. At the same time, he conveyed the order from the higher-ups of the Immortal Dynasty. Prince Xian's ultimate trial was completed. He was ordered to return to the royal family immediately and accept the arrangements of the dynasty. This clearly meant that they were going to entrust him with important tasks and nurture him vigorously. With Prince Xian's current reputation in the entire human race and the 10,000 Luo Federation, as well as the fact that he had not only completed the ultimate trial of the royal family, but also obtained such an impressive result, once he returned to the immortal dynasty of the human race, he was almost destined to soar. From then on, he would no longer be an unknown descendant of the royal family. Instead, he would become one of the few people in the immortal dynasty's younger generation who could walk on the stage and command the wind and clouds. He could be considered to have officially stepped onto the glorious path of competing for the throne of the dynasty. However, all of this had a huge flaw for Yi Xian. He was not the real Prince Xian. Although he knew that he would definitely have a bright future if he returned with this elite fleet of the human race, it all belonged to Prince Xian. It had nothing to do with Yi Xian. If he really returned with Naples, the outcome would be extremely bad. Impersonating a prince was a huge crime, and Yi Xian could not bear it. However, from the tone of this Naples general, it seemed that he had already confirmed Yi Xian's identity and was determined to bring him back to the immortal dynasty. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was unable to shake off the other party for the time being. As such, it was as if a dead end had been formed. Apart from thinking of ways to make the other party give up, Yi Xian had no other choice. The best way to make the other party give up was to deny his identity as Prince Xian. If that was the case, the other party would naturally stop chasing him. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian immediately sent a reply to the small fortress of the heaven-cleaving ship. Furthermore, as he was in a hurry, he even sent a few voice messages. The content was very simple: I'm not Prince Xian. I'm the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhang Wuji. You've got the wrong person. Can you stop chasing me? Under normal circumstances, the human fleet would obviously not continue chasing him after such a reply. This was because Prince Xian had no need to deny his identity at all. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that there was someone in the command cabin on the top floor of the heaven-cleaving ship that could recognize his voice. That person was the purplish warbler. At this moment, as Yi Xian's voice message appeared in the command cabin, the purplish warbler immediately exclaimed, "Brother Yi, it's really his voice." But, why did he deny his identity and call himself the holy son of the demon tribe? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Shocking Methods. How did he do it? As he muttered to himself, Admiral Naples' expression became increasingly strange. Since it's really him, then, how did he become the holy son of the demon tribe? It seems like he has a motive, so it's not convenient for him to admit it. But isn't this too unbelievable? A human actually became the holy son of the demon tribe? As General Naples muttered to himself, the hundreds of immortal army strategists exchanged glances with one another. Their expressions were strange. There were indeed human spies among the demon tribe, but these spies were all demon tribe members who had been bribed, not human powerhouses. Although demon tribe members and humans looked the same, demon tribe members' mental strength could block the detection of human consciousness. Therefore, it was extremely easy for demon tribe members to blend into the human race. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell at all. However, it was almost impossible for a human to blend into the demon tribe. Without the demon tribe's mental strength source core, one wouldn't possess the mental strength unique to demon tribe members. Under such circumstances, any human powerhouse who entered the demon tribe would be immediately distinguished. They would be as eye-catching as fireflies in the night sky. It could be said that before Prince Xian, no human powerhouse had ever been able to successfully infiltrate the demon tribe, let alone climb all the way to the position of holy son of one of the 10 demon tribes. This was an existence on the same level as the 10-star tribe leader. In the 10 demon tribes, it was second only to the great commander and high priest. In the face of Yi Xian's unexpected response, all the strategists of the immortal army present were at a loss. After a moment of shock, they all looked at Admiral Naples, waiting for his next order. Even the purplish warbler was the same. Although she had confirmed Xian's identity, he must have his reasons for making such a response. In the face of all this, the purplish warbler was at a loss for what to do. Let's follow him for now. Occasionally, we'll pretend to attack him. Since Prince Xian already has a new identity in the devil race, we have to at least make sure that we don't attract the suspicion of the devil race before we figure out his motive, Admiral Naples sighed. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, all the elites in the star web should work together and try their best to connect to the demon's star web. See if they can connect and hack into it. If they succeed, immediately download all the information related to the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, Xianxia. Remember, you must ensure that nothing goes wrong and leave no traces behind. Otherwise, the demon will become suspicious. When that happens, Prince Xian's plan will be affected. His orders were quickly carried out. The bastions continued their pursuit, neither too fast nor too slow. From time to time, they would fire their annihilation meteor cannons from the bastions. However, they all brushed past the Dongshu shuttle by a hair's breadth and didn't cause any real damage. The information about the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, Xianxia, that Admiral Naples had requested was soon in his hands. At this moment, the information had been publicly displayed in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant holographic 3D screen in the center of the command cabin at this moment. The screen displayed Xian's bust, as well as information about his cultivation, strength, and some simple experiences. The moment she saw the bust, the purplish warbler immediately smiled in relief. Her face was full of sunshine as she murmured, "Brother Yi, it's really you. How could Ziying have mistaken the battleship for yours and misheard your voice?" This was obviously equivalent to the final confirmation. Hearing this, whether it was the general of Naples or the strategists of the immortal army around him, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The last string in their hearts that had been stretched taut was completely loosened. At the very least, Prince Xian's identity was confirmed. At the very least, Prince Xian was still safe and free for the time being. Since the development of the human race, the situation where the descendants of the great aristocratic families or the royal family were arrogant and domineering and did whatever they wanted had long disappeared. Generally speaking, the more a descendant of the royal family was, the more low-key they would be. If they wanted to be recognized by the public and be recognized by the royal family, they would have to go through more trials and prove their abilities. Only then would they be qualified to appear publicly as a member of the royal family. Take the immortal empire as an example. There were many descendants of the royal family, and even many of them were direct descendants. However, in reality, there were only a few princes that the public knew. All of them had already gone through trials and proved their abilities. These few princes were allowed to be on the stage by the royal family and officially started the competition for the right to inherit the throne. This didn't include Prince Xian. At least, it didn't include him in the past. Therefore, regarding Prince Xian's appearance, not to mention others, even Admiral Naples did not know. He had never seen Prince Xian before, even though he was also on the imperial capital's undying star. Furthermore, when the princes of the immortal empire went out for the ultimate trial, they would also change their original appearance. For the strong people in the starry sky, this wasn't too difficult. Even the real Prince Xian, who was still trapped in the myriad prison at the bottom of the black wind, didn't show his original appearance. However, at this moment, after Yi Xian's bust was collected as information and brought back to the human race from the small fortress of the Heaven Cutter, the image of Prince Xian, who had long been famous in the human race, was unknowingly fixed. Yi Xian probably didn't expect that at this moment, he would represent the real Prince Xian and become the Prince Xian in the hearts of the entire human race and the entire Myriad Prison Federation. This misunderstanding was gradually becoming a reality, and it was walking further and further down a path that no one could have expected. In addition to the half-length portrait, the big screen also listed that Yi Xian had obtained a huge harvest from entering the Saint Demon Forbidden Area for the first time. He had even obtained a type of spiritual energy inheritance, becoming the second-ranked existence among the 10 great holy sons of the demon race, and so on. All of this made Naples and the others dumbfounded. As a human, it was already inconceivable that he could successfully blend into the demon race. This Prince Xian, on the other hand, not only didn't keep a low profile, but he also made a name for himself and was extremely high profile. This method was simply too amazing. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Arrival of the Servant 100 Races Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations As Yi Xian entered the Demon Cultivator Star Zone, words appeared on the big screen. All the higher-ups of the Immortal Army in the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress saw it. The entire command cabin became noisy. Everyone whispered to each other and gasped from time to time. These elites of the Immortal Army naturally had a good understanding of the few princes who had been allowed to enter the stage to compete for the throne. However, from what they knew, the difference between those princes and Prince Xian was not small at all. Needless to say, Prince Xian's reputation had spread throughout the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Like an idol, he had gained the loyal support of countless fans. In addition, in terms of contributions to the Federation, Prince Xian had already entered the Earth leaderboard, while the other princes were still struggling. Furthermore, with everything that Prince Xian had done after entering the Demon Cultivator Star Zone, his ranking would soar again as soon as he returned. He might even be able to enter the Heaven leaderboard. Furthermore, Prince Xian was bold and meticulous. Not only did he have the guts to enter the Demon Cultivator Star Zone alone, but he also made such a name for himself. This wasn't something that could be done just by being bold. Without profound wisdom and meticulous planning, it was impossible. All of this was enough to show how stunning Prince Xian was. If he returned to the human race and the immortal dynasty, those princes who had been allowed to enter the stage wouldn't be able to defeat him. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the right to inherit the throne of the immortal dynasty would most likely fall into Prince Xian's hands. When they thought of this possibility, all the strategists were secretly excited. Their hearts were surging with emotions. If Prince Xian obtained the right to inherit the throne of the immortal dynasty, then they, as the higher-ups of the Immortal Army who had entered the Demon Cultivator Star Zone in the first universe to help Prince Xian when he was in danger and needed help the most, no matter how they looked at it, they would have formed good karma with Prince Xian. Once Prince Xian inherited the throne, they would definitely be important. At the very least, they would have more capital than the other higher-ups of the army. All of this made everyone's breathing heavy. Even Admiral Naples was like this. He couldn't ignore this point. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, there were dozens of people who had submitted. Among them, there were the most one-star generals. There were more than 20 two-star generals, 17 or two-star generals, 12 three-star generals, 10 four-star generals, and 5-star generals. And 5-star generals. 8-star generals. However, there was only one marshal. Naples was only a 3-star general. It was said that a soldier who didn't want to be generals was not to be not. Similarly, a general who did not want to be a marshal was not a good general either. Naples to you generals. Naples was Naples's translations atlas. Was Naples to NNS. And this opportunity was only given once in every new emperor's reign. It was impossible for a new emperor to appoint 2 marshals in succession during his term. After all, to become a marshal of the Immortal Army, one's personal cultivation was also a requirement. Therefore, the marshals of the Immortal Army were almost all almighties. The possibility of them dying didn't exist at all. The only way for them to step down from their marshals was to follow the old emperor. In order to give the stage to the new emperor, he would have the opportunity to nurture his own forces and promote new marshals. Therefore, the old marshals followed the old emperor and retired. They would sit behind the scenes and become members of the Grand Elder group in the Immortal Army in secret. Therefore, almost every 4-star and 5-star general in the dynasty would secretly observe the few princes who had already been approved by the dynasty to step onto the stage to compete for the throne. They would also choose a target to support from among them. As 3-star generals, they wouldn't have such thoughts. They had a long road ahead of them. It was a little too far to think about this now. But now, with the appearance of Prince Xian, especially with his amazing abilities, Naples, who hadn't thought much about this matter, couldn't help but be a little more active. At the same time, the hundreds of trusted advisors gathered around him were also restless. At this moment, all of them were breathing heavily. Their gazes converged on Naples, and they all began to ask questions. General, what should we do? Prince Xian's methods are amazing. He must have a big plan to climb all the way to the top of the demon race. Unfortunately, our unexpected arrival must have affected him. The upper echelons of the demon race aren't fools. After thinking about it for a while, they'll probably start to suspect Prince Xian. That's right. Prince Xian is no longer suitable to continue staying here. Even if his plan was amazing and had a high chance of success, but now, we'll just take it that we've unintentionally ruined Prince Xian's plans. We'll personally accept the punishment later. But now, we have to prioritize Prince Xian's safety. General, give the order. Prince Xian is stubborn, but we can't let him continue being stubborn. After all, if something happens, it'll definitely be a huge loss for the dynasty. With Prince Xian's amazing methods, even if this plan fails, he can still soar to the top. As these words spread, Naples' lieutenant general fell into deep thought. At this moment, he was also thinking about the same thing. Without a doubt, the arrival of the human fleet had indeed troubled and affected Prince Xian. This was something that no one had expected. It could only be considered an unintentional mistake. There was no need to worry about punishment. Prince Xian was so amazing that he wouldn't care about such things. In reality, even if they hadn't come, the demon race might have looked at Prince Xian suspiciously. But all of this wasn't important now. The most important thing now was whether they should retreat or continue to pursue Prince Xian and think of a way to bring him back to the first universe, even if it was by force. After thinking for a while, Naples finally made a decision. His eyes darkened as he immediately gave the order. Follow them immediately. Even if it's by force, we must bring Prince Xian back to the first universe. Also, Xianyuan girl, he might not know that you're here. Reveal your identity and persuade him. Just use voice transmission. At the side, just as Xianyuan Ziying nodded her head, the expressions of the few think tanks not far away changed as they cried out involuntarily. Not good. General, the slave fleet of the first universe has arrived. Some have arrived from all directions. The situation we're facing has worsened. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Chaotic Black Mosquito Zone. In the first universe, although the Tianji clan was the well-deserved overlord, there were not many members of the Tianji clan. After all, the so-called Tianji clan were all intelligent robots that had developed self-awareness. They were not intelligent robots in the ordinary sense. The birth of every intelligent robot required a certain amount of opportunity and probability. Of course, this didn't mean that the number of robots in the Tianji race was small. In fact, although there weren't many robots in the Tianji race that had developed self-awareness, there were still a lot of semi-intelligent robots or pure intelligent robots. It was just that they couldn't be considered true members of the Tianji race. In addition to this semi-intelligent robot army, in the first universe, there were even more slave races under the Tianji clan, including the demon tribe. They were all slave races attached to the Tianji clan. Among these slave races, not all of them were truly loyal to the Tianji clan and were willing to be enslaved. Many slave races were restricted by the general situation and had no choice but to submit. For example, the demon tribe was one of them. From the attitude of the Devil King Mo Wendian, Mo Qigong, and the other supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm, it could be seen that they were not willing to be enslaved. There were many such slave races. Of course, there were also some who were willing to be enslaved by the Tianji clan. In order to distinguish all of this, one had to be in close contact with them. Otherwise, one would not be able to tell. And now that the Heaven's Legacy race had issued this arrest warrant in the first universe, all the slave races in the first universe, whether or not they were truly willing to submit to the Heaven's Legacy race, had to at least show a certain attitude in response to the arrest warrant in the first universe. Therefore, each race, more or less, sent out some search forces. To put it bluntly, they were fleets. The slave races in the first universe came in all shapes and sizes. There were all kinds of life forms. The demon tribe, who looked no different from humans, was actually the most normal. They were most similar to humans and robots. There was one thing that had to be explained. That was the appearance of the machine tribe. Although they were essentially machines with self-consciousness, in terms of appearance, all of them were actually the same as the human tribe, including the leader of the Tianji tribe, De. After all, when De was created by the human technology pioneer Xingbo, he was a high-level intelligent robot. This kind of high-level robot, in terms of appearance, could not still have the appearance of a steel body. The materials used for their bodies had long been simulated. Currently, the materials used to construct the machine tribe's bodies were treasures used to refine weapons, so they could evolve on their own. However, in terms of appearance, almost all of the machine tribe members looked the same as humans. Apart from the demons, the other servant clans in the first universe were of all kinds of shapes and sizes. The more common ones were orcs, half-orcs, zergs, and so on. As for the more bizarre ones, there were even some life forms in the form of energy. There were all kinds of strange creatures. These servants of the Heaven's Legacy race also had warships. Perhaps some of them were born to move around naked in the universe, such as some energy life forms and some crystal life forms. However, after coming into contact with warships, they also fell in love with the crystallization of human technology and wisdom. The prosperity of technology and the birth of warships naturally had their reasons. Everything existed for a reason. Warships were so popular in the three universes today, and even in the human tribe's cultivation camp, there were many cultivators who used the human tribe's warships as blueprints to refine all kinds of strange magic treasures with different functions. This showed the great significance of warships. After all, with a super battleship like the Heaven Cutter, even if one was only in the meteor state, one could travel across the universe quickly without fear of being hunted down by the Grotto Heaven State cultivators. One could even kill the Grotto Heaven State cultivators. That was something that couldn't be done except for the battleships of the human clan and the magical treasures of the cultivators. If one wanted to use a high-level magic treasure, one had to have a certain level of strength. From this, one could see the advantages of warships. The warships of the Heaven's Legacy race in the first universe were all given to them by the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, more than 100 fleets of various sizes had arrived from all directions of the Black Mosquito space zone. The Heaven's Legacy race was just a general term. In fact, there were more than 100 races in the first universe that were subordinate to the Heaven's Legacy race. Among the fleets of more than 100, there were at least a dozen stellar-level warships that were 3,000 meters long. They were obviously here just for show. Some of them had more than a dozen fortresses that were 10,000 meters in diameter. This kind of fleet must be the loyal servants of the Heaven's Legacy race. With such a large fleet, they were truly here to help capture Prince Xian of the human tribe. With the arrival of the fleet of more than 100 slaves, the entire Black Mosquito space zone became lively and chaotic. Some fleets were still far away, while others had already discovered the elite fleets of the human tribe. However, as none of the hundreds of slave fleets had small fortresses that were 50,000 meters in diameter, there were at most one or two large fortresses that were 20,000 meters in diameter. It could be said that even though the elite fleets of the human tribe were heavily surrounded, they had not lost their advantage in terms of combat strength. The hundreds of slave fleets only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to get too close. However, it was also because of this that the scene of the elite fleets of the human tribe chasing after a small purple private warship was clearly seen by all the fleets of the 100 races. Even Xianxia's, who had stopped fleeing and quietly returned to the void at the edge of the void because of the arrival of the 100 races fleets, saw the scene as well. His expression immediately became strange, and he muttered to himself, "That's strange. This is clearly that brat Zhang Wuji's warship. Why is the human tribe's fleet chasing after him? Could Zhang Wuji be that Prince Xian of the human tribe?" This bold guess made Xianxia jump in fright, but he soon burst out laughing. He shook his head and tossed this guess to the back of his mind. No, this is too unbelievable. How can a prince of the human race possess the mental strength of the demon race? Furthermore, his talent is so shocking, and he even possesses level 6 mental strength. If he's Prince Xian of the human race, I'm afraid those prodigies of the demon race can go hang themselves. This was the biggest bug, and also Yi Xian's greatest reliance. It was because of this that he was not worried about exposing his identity in the demon ruler galaxy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Satellite Level 2. Unfortunately, Naples wasn't a demon. Hence, he didn't have the pride of a demon in terms of mental strength. As such, it was impossible for him to have the same mindset as Xianxia's. In reality, even if he had thought of this, Naples wouldn't have let go. Since things had already progressed to this stage, he had to bring Prince Xian back to the third universe no matter what. Otherwise, if Prince Xian encountered any danger or some unforeseen event, he wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. He had already found Prince Xian, yet he didn't bring him back. In the end, Prince Xian perished in the first universe. Naples couldn't bear such a thing. The responsibility was too great. Countless fans of Prince Xian in the entire Wanluo Federation would denounce him. Naples felt a chill run down his spine just thinking about that scene. Therefore, even though the surrounding 100 servant fleets of the first universe had arrived, the entire elite fleet of the human race was still tightly biting onto Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle under his orders. They didn't relax for even a moment, and because of the full power of the horse, the distance between the two had already started to slowly shrink. The fleet on the right seems to be a little too close. Could it be that they've seen us firing our cannons at Prince Xian without hitting him? Are they suspecting that our human fleet's aim isn't good enough? Perhaps it was because Prince Xian had been leading the entire human fleet around like a headless fly after chasing for so long, but the entire fleet was being led around by Prince Xian like a headless fly. At this moment, Naples's face was completely gloomy. He naturally didn't dare to be angry at Prince Xian. However, there was no lack of people around them who could vent their anger. The slave fleet that he had chosen could only be considered unlucky. They were a little too close, and they happened to be in the void on the right, which was the best position to attack. General Naples didn't say anything else. If his trusted advisors couldn't understand what he meant, then they should all be laid off. Very quickly, 10 energy beams from the Annihilation Meteorite Cannon, each 5,000 meters in diameter, and 1 energy beam from the Super Annihilation Cannon, each 20,000 meters in diameter, shot out at almost the same time. This time, the Vindicator opened fire as well. There were a total of 18 ships and bastions to the right of the fleet. At the same time as the human fleet fired, the 18 warships and bastions exploded in midair. They turned into giant fireballs and burned into ashes. Only the energy beam of the Super Annihilation Cannon shot out from the small fortress of Skycutter destroyed 2 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m and 4 stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 m. There was no suspense at all. A small fortress was enough to sweep through everything in the chaotic Black Mosquito space zone. Although almost all the fleets of the slave races from the first universe had arrived, as long as the fleet of the Heavenly Fate race hadn't arrived, this elite human fleet with only 11 bastions was more than enough to run amok with disdain and without fear of anything. These 17 or 18 battleships should have come from a certain slave race, but at this moment, they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. Not even a hair was left behind. As the exploding fireballs gradually extinguished, they completely dissipated in the void of the universe. This scene was really chilling. When it appeared, the experts in the slave race's fleets from the first universe clearly realized how terrifying the power of one round of fire from an elite fleet composed of one small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m and 10 stellar-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 m was. With this kind of shock and horror, the fleets of the hundreds of clans and slaves that had been ready to move finally retreated out of fear. However, they were still closely following the Dongshu shuttles and the human elite fleets in the center of the void, which were chasing after each other. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Yi Xian, who was within the Dongshu shuttle, was about to go crazy. He was indeed about to go crazy. He was about to be driven crazy by Naples, if he didn't know that even if the Dongshu shuttle's star-obliterating cannons hit the solid hulls of the 11 human bastions, it would be like being bitten by a mosquito and wouldn't cause any damage to them at all. Yi Xian would have opened fire long ago. These human fools were really too infuriating. Didn't he already say that he wasn't some bullshit Prince Xian? What was the point of biting so hard? At this moment, he was almost certain that there was something wrong with the commander of this human fleet, or that his mental state was questionable. Maybe he was just a paranoid maniac. Otherwise, why would this happen? It was also at this moment that Shan Yuanziying's pleasantly surprised and anxious voice sounded from the communication system of the Dongshu shuttle, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. At the same time, he finally came to a realization and understood why the other party refused to let go. Big brother Yi, I'm Purplish Warbler. Can you not run? Admiral Naples is worried sick. It's very dangerous here. Come back with us first. The Tianji clan's fleet is about to arrive. When that time comes, our Immortal Legion's elite fleet will lose its advantage. The situation will worsen in an instant. Big Brother Yi, did you hear that? Don't run. Hearing these familiar words, Yi Xian's entire body felt unwell. He was completely dumbstruck. No wonder, it seemed that he had anxiously replied with a voice message, and the other party had already confirmed his identity. But who would have thought that the purplish warbler was also in the human fleet? A mistake, a huge mistake. Fortunately, he had already planted slave imprints on Huigu Lu and Zhuofengtai's dozens of trusted subordinates. Otherwise, just the few words that Xianyuan girl had shouted would have exposed him. Of course, they were in Yi Xian's fleet, so they were not afraid of being exposed. But this was not the main problem now. Since the other party had confirmed his identity and confirmed that he was that bullsh** T Prince Xian, what should he do next? What a headache! Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next realm. Current realm, level 2 satellite. How did this work? He broke through again. Yi Xian was stunned. Just now, he had been using all his strength to control the Dongshu shuttle the entire time, so the energy consumption was extremely high. In order to maintain his best condition, Yi Xian had no choice but to throw large amounts of star core origin to the devouring system to replenish himself. There was even a level 9 star core among them. The 10 most dangerous places. After figuring out the reason, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Although an unexpected breakthrough was a good thing, the situation in front of him was so complicated. If he didn't get rid of the tail behind him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to relax no matter what. He also couldn't feel happy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, incomparably heavy. Big Brother Yi, can you hear me? Big Brother Yi, don't run, can you ask Luluo to talk to me? Big Brother Yi, did you do something bad to Luluo? Are you feeling guilty? Otherwise, if you knew it was me, you would still run. In the communication system, the purplish warbler's shouts continued. Not only did Yi Xian hear it clearly, but even Zhuofengtai, Huigu Lei, and their dozens of trusted subordinates, as well as the wretched mosquito butchers group, all heard it clearly. Yi Xian subconsciously swept his gaze over this group of people. The purplish warbler's shouts made him feel a little guilty. Even if this group of people were his demon slaves, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Fortunately, the dozens of trusted subordinates of Zhuofengtai and Huigu Lei all had calm expressions. Even if they heard these words, because the slave imprint had taken effect, their loyalty to Yi Xian was always at the top of their list. Therefore, no connection appeared in their minds. However, the wretched mosquito butcher clearly felt that something was wrong. His eyes kept rolling around, especially when he heard the purplish warbler's shouts asking if Yi Xian had done something to Luluo. That guy actually covered his mouth and snickered at the side. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately felt a burst of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that this wasn't the right time, he would have definitely taught him a lesson on the spot. Obviously, just this kind of behavior was enough to prove that there was something wrong with the wretched mosquito slayer. It wasn't that the slave imprint planted in his brain didn't have any effect, but this kind of effect was different from the other demon slaves. It was strange. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Zhuofengtai's and Huigu Lei's faces. What surprised him was that these two guys' faces were clearly a little strange. Although it wasn't as obvious as the wretched mosquito slayers, it was obvious that he was affected by the purplish warbler's words. This was not right. Previously, when they were on the Black Mosquito Star, Huigu Lu and Zhuofengtai were fine. When they heard the news that was like a bomb, their reaction was the same as the other demon slaves. They were as calm as an ancient well. They did not even have any unnecessary thoughts. But now, he was clearly showing signs of developing into a wretched mosquito slayer. This discovery immediately made Yi Xian vigilant. He secretly decided to let the wretched mosquito slayer have less contact with the other demon slaves in the future. This guy was just a bunch of poison. Maybe he really was highly contagious. These thoughts only flashed through Yi Xian's mind before they were quickly thrown away. After all, now was not the time to think about these things. His attention returned to the predicament in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and turned off the communication system of the Dongshu shuttle. At this point, the purplish warbler's voice finally disappeared completely. During the whole process, Yi Xian did not reply. Previously, he didn't know how to answer, but when he heard about Lulua, he immediately felt guilty. It wasn't that he didn't intend to give an explanation to the purplish warbler, but this kind of situation was really not suitable. If there was a chance in the future, he would ask for forgiveness on the spot. If he really wanted to talk about it, Yi Xian did have some responsibility for Lulua's death. Unfortunately, it was useless to just turn off the communication system. Since that immortal general of the Naples army had already confirmed his identity, he definitely couldn't just let go of this situation when the situation was getting out of hand. Under the circumstances where a large number of strong masters from the First Universe's slave armies had arrived to capture Prince Xian. No matter what, he had to bring him back. This was what made Yi Xian angry. I clearly don't need it, but you still insist on taking it for granted. What's the difference between this and taking it for granted? At this thought, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. It seems like after going around in circles, I still have to think of a way myself. No matter what, I have to shake off this elite human fleet. Otherwise, all my subsequent plans will be ruined. It wasn't easy for me to become the demon's saint. Furthermore, the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet is gone. I can finally run around legitimately. Even Huigu Lu and Zhuafeng Tai are in the Dongshu shuttle. If there's a need, I'll spread the news that both of them died in battle with the Black Mosquito tribe. When that time comes, I'll be the leader of the Black Mosquito tribe and temporarily hold the 3 positions of Great Commander, High Priest, and Saint. This way, at least on the surface, I'll be on equal footing with the great commanders and high priests of the other 9 tribes. Under such circumstances, it'll be very convenient on the surface if I head to the 9 tribes' territories to search for the devouring origin. How is it possible for me to suddenly give up on such a favorable situation? How can I be willing? Furthermore, I'm not the real Prince Xian yet. If I really go back and expose myself, it'll be even more troublesome. Even if I have to go back after I'm done, I can only sneak back secretly. Yi Xian muttered to himself. At this point, he was completely certain that no matter what, he had to shake off this elite human fleet that was following him like a sticky candy. If he didn't, he really wouldn't be able to get through this ordeal. However, the Dongshu shuttle's speed couldn't be compared to the small human fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter. This was a flaw that couldn't be avoided no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian could still fuse with the Dongshu shuttle again and focus on increasing its speed or other similar abilities. However, this was something that couldn't be done now. It was a matter for the future. Currently, since its speed couldn't be compared to the enemy's flaw, the only way to shake off this elite human fleet was to make use of the terrain. At this thought, Yi Xian's mind flashed and he immediately thought of the 10 most dangerous places in the demonic star zone. The 10 most dangerous places referred to the 10 extremely dangerous star zones in the demonic star zone and its surroundings. For example, the black hole of life was one of them. Yi Xian had already been there and had reaped great rewards, returning in one piece. However, if other beings had entered it, they might not have been able to do so. Unfortunately, the black hole of life was too far away from the Black Mosquito star zone. With the speed of the human fleet behind them, Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle would probably be surrounded by them before they arrived. Therefore, he could only give up on the black hole of life. Star Seeker. That expanse of space was called the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Although it was called the Thunder Grave, it was, in fact, a galaxy that was half the size of the Black Mosquito star zone. The only difference was that the vast void was even scarier than the black holes of life known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast space of the Milky Way, for countless years, there had been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. The moment a battleship entered, it was possible that it would be directly blasted into smithereens. If his physical body entered through the void, the result would be even more obvious. He would die even more miserably. These were not the natural thunderbolts and lightnings in the atmospheres of planets. These were naturally occurring thunderbolts and lightnings in the void of the universe. Their power was completely different. This starry sky thunder grave was known as the graveyard of thunder and lightning. Even thunder and lightning could only live and die here, unable to escape. If a creature or a battleship entered this place, the consequences could be imagined. But now, this lightning graveyard was clearly the only hope for Xian to get rid of the elite human fleet behind him. If he had a choice, he would rather enter any of the 10 Deadlands than enter the starry sky lightning graveyard that was filled with endless thunder and lightning. The power of lightning was too terrifying, and it was often connected to the heavenly might. Ever since the last time he came into contact with the Saint Demon Forbidden Area on the Demon Emperor planet, the cage that existed was most likely a strand of man-made heavenly Tao or an incomplete heavenly Tao's heavenly eye clone. Xian didn't want to have even the slightest bit of involvement with the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he had no choice this time. Among the 10 most dangerous places in the Demon Star area, the closest one was the Starry Sky Thunder Grave between the Black Mosquito Star area and the Black Wind Star area. The other 9 locations were rather far away. Before they could reach them, Xian's Dongshu shuttle would be surrounded. Since there was no choice, there was no need to choose. Xian immediately adjusted his direction according to the star map coordinates displayed on the screen of the Dongshu shuttle. He turned into a purple rainbow and rushed toward the Starry Sky Thunder Grave between the Black Mosquito Star area and the Black Wind Star area at an extremely fast speed. Of course, although he had no other choice, Xian's purpose was to force back the human elite fleet that was tailing them from behind. He wasn't going to rush over and get himself killed. Therefore, even though this Starry Sky Lightning Tomb was extremely dangerous, since Xian had chosen this place to use, it meant that Xian definitely had some confidence in himself, and he definitely had something to rely on. He was not the kind of person who would not care about anything. If he did not have something to rely on, Xian would definitely come up with another plan. What it was relying on was another natural treasure that had reached the Starry Sky Cardinal treasure level. It was called the discovery of the Raidi Seal. It was a supreme treasure grade origin treasure. Starry Sky Supreme treasures were things that could only be found by chance. One had to have a great stroke of luck to encounter them. Even the Devouring system was not a Starry Sky grade treasure. It was a man-made object. And among all man-made objects, Xian only knew one, and that was Xingbo's life fortress. It was now in Xian's hands, but unfortunately, he had not found the energy to make it grow. In addition, Xian had a total of 2 Starry Sky grade treasures. However, both were naturally nurtured in the universe and were not man-made objects. The other was the Starry Sky Indestructible Gold, which was a Starry Sky grade treasure grade mineral. He had already integrated it into his battle armor, making it the Starry Sky Epic grade Indestructible Glass armor. As for the Lightning Emperor Seal, although it seemed to be a man-made magic treasure, in reality, it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured by the void of the universe. Xian had found these 2 Starry Sky grade treasures in the resource warehouse of the Demon Scout Corps' flagship, the Black Wind. It was obvious that the Demon Scout Corps had taken away a lot of good things in the graveyard of the human race's Universe 3. But at that time, the entire Demon Scout Corps had only collected 2 Starry Sky grade treasures after decades of accumulation. It was enough to show how rare such things were. The Raidi Seal, the Devouring system had identified it as a Starry Sky grade origin treasure. This sentence had 2 meanings. The first meaning was that it was a Starry Sky grade treasure. The second meaning was that it was an origin treasure. As for what kind of power it was obvious from its name. The Raidi Seal was naturally an origin treasure with thunder property. Moreover, from the word Emperor in its name, it could be analyzed that this Raidi Seal was mostly immune to thunder and lightning, and even had the power to control thunder and lightning. It was easy to understand that the Emperor had the power to control the world. Although Xian hadn't had time to verify this point, the current situation was so critical that he couldn't care less. More importantly, he had confidence in the Devouring system. Since the Devouring system had identified it as a Starry Sky grade treasure, the Raidi Seal, there was absolutely no other possibility. This Raidi Seal was what Xian had relied on to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At this moment, as Xian suddenly adjusted the direction of his advance slightly, the elite human race fleet that was closely following behind the Dongshu shuttle didn't see anything unusual. They immediately adjusted their direction slightly and continued to chase with all their strength. This situation had happened from time to time before. Under the control of Xian, the Dongshu shuttle didn't always move in a straight line. It could be said that it was like a headless fly, flying around randomly and changing its direction from time to time. Therefore, when it changed its direction again, no one felt anything unusual. In addition to the elite human race fleet that was chasing the shuttle the tightest, all the large and small fleets of the slave races in the first universe also followed from a distance in the void. This included the Imperial Demon Race fleet that Xianxia was in. Of course, the Imperial Demon Race fleet had suffered heavy losses and now only had half of its strength left. It was miserable beyond words. The fleets of the slave races no longer dared to get too close, but it was clearly impossible for them to give up and leave. In their view, the fleet of the Heavenly Fate race would arrive soon. At that time, there would be at least a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. At that time, this rampaging elite fleet of the human race would lose all of its glory. An hour later, when the elite human race fleet had caught up by a large margin, at this rate, it would take another 3 to 4 hours at most to surround Yixian's Dongshu shuttle. In the endless void ahead, a vast expanse of starry sky full of thunder and lightning finally appeared. At this moment, the familiar notification of the Devouring system sounded in Yixian's mind. Hearing this sudden notification, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then instantly became ecstatic. Finally. It's here. Ding. Starry Sky Thunder Tomb discovered, explore? Hint, if the exploration is successful, there is a chance to upgrade the system title. System current title, Level 2, Interstellar Adventurer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Brave and Fearless Interstellar Explorer. The halo effect of this title adds an interstellar coordinate jump ability to the previous 2 levels of titles, Interstellar Traveler and Interstellar Adventurer. Once the jump is successfully activated, as long as you are in the same universe, you will be able to reach your destination in an instant, regardless of the universe distance. Hint, the interstellar coordinate jump ability can only reach the wormhole coordinates that have been imprinted in advance. If the coordinates have not been imprinted, the interstellar coordinate jump ability cannot be activated. Ding. System explanation complete. Do you wish to explore? At this point, the notification of the Devouring system ended. What awaited was Yixian's final reply. There was no need to consider this reply. For Yixian, ever since he had upgraded his system title from Level 1 Interstellar Traveler to Level 2 Interstellar Adventurer and obtained the terrifying ability to imprint the wormhole coordinates, he had been waiting for a long time. He was already looking forward to the next title upgrade in the system. Unfortunately, this opportunity to upgrade his system title was like a hidden dungeon in a game. It could only be triggered when certain conditions were met. Even if Yixian took the initiative to apply for it, it would be useless. The system would not care at all. And now, this hidden dungeon-like opportunity had finally arrived. As long as he successfully completed this exploration, his current Level 2 Interstellar Adventurer title would be officially upgraded to Level 3 Interstellar Explorer. Then, the wormhole coordinates that Yixian had imprinted in the black hole would no longer be a pity. It would become a trump card that could be used in times of crisis. For example, right now, if he was already a 3rd-level space explorer, it would only take a single thought for Yixian to shake off the elite human fleet behind him. As long as he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability, no matter where he was, as long as he was in the 1st level of the universe, he would immediately disappear on the spot once the jump ability was activated. No matter how far he was, he would be able to successfully reach the black hole. It was simply the best way to escape. Unfortunately, although this only way was almost right in front of him, it did not belong to Yixian. If he wanted to obtain it, he would first have to successfully complete the exploration mission given by the system this time. In other words, he still had to go to the Star Thunder Tomb ahead. Furthermore, before he accepted the mission, Yixian didn't even know what the conditions for success were. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yixian immediately gave a definite reply. Immediately after, the notification from the Devouring system rang in his mind once again. Ding. Host confirms to accept the exploration mission. Exploration target, Creation Thunder Source. Exploration requirement, stay in the Thunder Source for 1 month and condense 10 Thunder Source pearls at the same time. Failure penalty, erase one of the wormhole coordinates previously imprinted. What? This time, there was actually a punishment for failure. Yixian was immediately stunned. Although the punishment for failing the exploration was only to erase one of the wormhole coordinates previously imprinted, Xian had only imprinted one location in total. Although after erasing it, he could return to the black hole of life and re-imprint it, the pain of his soul being torn apart was no ordinary torture. Even Xian didn't want to experience it a second time. In fact, in a universe plane, having one of these wormhole coordinates as a trump card for escaping was enough. Unless he encountered a particularly important place that he had to visit frequently in the future, Xian would imprint a second wormhole coordinate in the same universe plane. Unfortunately, although the punishment was not light, all of this was not something Xian could change based on his own will. The system had said that failure would result in a punishment, so he couldn't escape it and could only accept his fate. Unless he could guarantee success, the conditions to succeed in this exploration mission were very simple. There were two conditions. The first was to stay in this lightning graveyard, which was called the creation lightning source by the system, for a month. The second was to refine 10 lightning origin beads. The first condition was easy to understand, and Xian was also confident. As for the second condition, he didn't even know what the thunder source pearls were. He was afraid that he would only be able to understand them after entering the tomb based on other clues. But no matter what, one thing was certain, and that was that he had already accepted the exploration mission. It was impossible to go back on his word now. In the dangerous area ahead, whether it was the creation thunder source or the star thunder tomb, Xian had no other choice but to rush in head-on. And he had to hurry, because the elite human fleet behind him was getting closer. It's just a thunder burial ground. It's not my burial ground anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go in. Muttering to himself, Xian flipped his hand and took out the Star Origin Treasure ID seal from the Undying World in his body. This was a rhombus-shaped seal stone that was only the size of a fist. It was entirely azure gold in color. Azure gold colors were rare to begin with, and this strange color was filled with profoundness. Just from its color alone, one could see that it was extraordinary. In addition, it was clearly a natural object, but it was coincidentally nurtured into the shape of a seal. This was another big oddity, and it was amazing. Xian hadn't had time to refine this Raidi seal. When he obtained it, Xian was only at the meteor realm, so he was too weak to refine it. Maybe now that he was at the third realm, the satellite realm, he could do it, but he really didn't have time to try at the moment. He could only hold it in his hand first, and think about it after entering the Star Thunder tomb in front. Xiao, with absolute determination, the Dongshu shuttle, which had transformed into a breathtaking thick purple light, plunged headfirst into the starry sky thunder tomb in front of it, where countless green thunderbolts were exploding and golden thunderbolts were wreaking havoc without end. Seeing this scene, in the battleships of the First Universe's Servant Hunter clan fleet that were following from afar, there was a large sound of gasping. Especially Chana's, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of the Demon Royal Fleet's flagship. At this moment, when he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell to the ground. He exclaimed, F***CK. Is that kid Zhang Wuji crazy? That's the Star Thunder tomb, a place where even thunderbolts and lightning can only be buried, and he actually drove the warship head-on into it. This is clearly the rhythm of death. Crazy. He's definitely a crazy man. At the same time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship of the human race's elite fleet, the Heaven Conqueror, which was about to catch up, everyone, including Naples and the Purplish Warbler, changed their expressions at this moment, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. They naturally knew about the 10 most dangerous places in the demon race's star field. Even if they didn't know, at this moment, the big screen in the command cabin was showing the introduction. He would actually rather enter this land of despair than return with me. Prince Xian, he. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The real fortress. As Xian's void shuttle transformed into a purple streak of light and charged into the intertwined cyan and golden lightning in front of him, wreaking havoc in the starry sky thunder tomb. The elite fleet of the human clan that was originally following closely behind and the fleet of the 100 servant clans that were faintly hanging in the distance were completely dumbfounded. The terror of the starry sky thunder tomb was known to all. It was ranked first among the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demonkin star zone, far surpassing the swallowing black hole, which had a large number of void-swallowing beasts. It was so famous that even the supreme beings of the Grotto Heaven realm didn't dare set foot there. Although the supreme commander of the human race's elite fleet, Admiral Naples, had surpassed the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, he didn't dare set foot there either. Needless to say, the powerhouses of the First Universe's slave fleet in the distance didn't need to be mentioned. There was one thing that had to be mentioned. That was the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demon Star Field. Although they were nominally referred to as the Demon Star Field, in fact, these 10 most dangerous lands could almost be said to be the 10 most dangerous lands of the First Universe. The First Universe was vast and boundless. Except for the area occupied by the overlord of this plane, the Tianji race, most of the other voids were divided and owned by the First Universe's slave races. The Demonkin Star Zone was located at the edge of the First Universe. The area it covered was only a small part of the edge of the First Universe. However, in this small area, there were 10 most dangerous lands that could be called Starry Sky Grade dangerous lands. Such an area didn't exist among the other slave races of the First Universe. Even in the entire First Universe, there weren't many most dangerous lands that could compare to the 10 most dangerous lands of the Demonkin Star Zone. There was clearly something strange about this. The Demonkin Star Zone, which only occupied a small corner of the First Universe, included almost 80% of the most dangerous lands of the First Universe. No one would believe that there was no special reason for this. Someone had once said that this had something to do with the origin of the demonic race. After all, the demonic race looked exactly the same as humans. The only difference was that they had a mind source core in their heads. If one ignored this fact and treated the demonic race as a human, it was actually possible to treat them as humans. Perhaps there really was some kind of secret that existed since time immemorial. According to this explanation, this secret was clearly related to the 10 great despairs of the Demonkin Star region. However, no one had ever been able to give a definite answer about the truth. Who could say for sure what the truth was? At this moment, as Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle charged into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, the first of the 10 great danger zones, the fleets that were following closely behind or far behind all stopped at the same time, falling into a dilemma. Especially this elite fleet of the human race. At this moment, the command cabin on the top floor of the heaven-cleaving ship was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the commander-in-chief of the fleet, Admiral Naples, waiting for his orders. However, in this kind of situation, no one dared to voice their opinions easily. The implications were too great, even the purplish warbler kept her mouth shut. Yi Xian's attitude of not responding to her shouts made her grit her teeth. At the same time, countless doubts appeared in her heart. At this moment, she was completely out of ideas. Admiral Naples had already fallen into deep thought. His face was full of worry. Even with his supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, he didn't dare to take a single step into this place where the blue and golden lightning were wreaking havoc. As for the idea of bringing the heaven-cleaving ship into this place, that was even more unrealistic. Not to mention this kind of starry sky fortress that was called a small fortress, but in reality, it wasn't a real fortress. Even a real starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would definitely not dare to take a single step into this place. Whether it was the battleships or the celestial race's battleships or starry sky fortresses, there was a certain amount of electronic equipment. Once they entered the heaven-cleaving ship, these electronic equipment would instantly be affected by the power of the lightning. It was a small matter if they malfunctioned, but it was a big matter if they went out of control. If those electronic attack systems self-destructed, it would definitely be a disaster. Naples couldn't enter alone, and the heaven-cleaving ship was even more useless. In that case, there was no doubt about the choice in front of him. Naples only had two choices. He could return immediately and temporarily return to the third universe. After returning, he could come up with another rescue plan. In the entire human race, even the eternal dynasty of the technological faction had a large number of existences that were stronger than Naples. Among them, there were supreme existences that could safely enter this kind of starry sky thunder tomb with their own physical strength. Now that Prince Xian had entered the starry sky thunder tomb, with Naples' ability, there was no way to rescue him. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Returning to the Eternal Dynasty and asking for help from the Eternal Dynasty was the best way to deal with this. The other choice was to stay here and wait for Prince Xian's return. From Naples' point of view, since Prince Xian had the guts to enter the starry sky thunder tomb in front of them, he definitely had something to rely on. Although Naples didn't dare to believe this, Prince Xian's stunning appearance was right in front of him. It wasn't impossible. However, if they chose to stay here, the entire human elite fleet would face a crisis that couldn't be ignored. The fleet of the Tianji race would arrive at any time. That was definitely a real crisis. Boom, boom. Just as Naples was hesitating, several earth-shattering explosions suddenly came from the void in front of them to their right. It alarmed the entire vast void. Countless eyes reflexively gathered in that direction, then, everyone's expressions changed. What a huge fortress. It's much more terrifying than that small fortress of the human race. A diameter of 100,000 meters, which is equivalent to 100 kilometers. Ha ha ha. This is a real starry sky fortress. The fleet of the Tianji race has finally arrived. That's not right. It's just the vanguard fortress. There should be other warships behind it, but this fortress should be the first to arrive. But that's enough. A real fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters is enough to crush that elite fleet of the human race. That's right, this starry sky fortress did have a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was a real starry sky fortress. Although the heaven cutter with a diameter of 50,000 meters was called a small fortress, it was only a name. In reality, a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was officially called a starry sky fortress. It couldn't be considered a starry sky fortress. This huge object that was shining with a bright silver color and exuded a strong metallic coldness was a real starry sky fortress. It came from the Tianji race. Flee flee flee. This bright silver space fortress was called the Butterfly Transformation, and its highest commanders were two official members of the Celestial Legacy race. Judging from their appearances, they were two humans, one male and one female. Not only were they young, but they were also handsome and beautiful. The male was called Shan Bo, and the female was called Ying Tai. These two members of the Celestial Legacy race were clearly infatuated with the ancient human legend of the Butterfly Transformation. Not only did they have the same name as the main character of the story, they even named their space fortress the Butterfly Transformation. Even stranger was that although they only looked like humans on the outside, they were actually two automatons with self-awareness. However, these two automatons called each other husband and wife, and the Butterfly Transformation was their husband and wife unit. All of this was an imitation of the human race. After all, the Celestial Legacy race was created by the human race. Although they had betrayed the human race, deep down, the Celestial Legacy race had always been on the side of the human race. They even dreamed of replacing the human race one day and making all the beauty of the human race their own. The Butterfly Transformation, the beautiful Ying Tai, the handsome Shan Bo. If a human expert who didn't know the truth saw all of this, they might even be moved. But in reality, if one were to develop a good impression of the Heaven's Legacy race and approach them on their own accord, the final result would be extremely tragic. All members of the Celestial Legacy race harbored a deep-rooted hatred for the human race. The human race had created them, so they did not owe them anything. On the contrary, the Celestial Legacy race had betrayed the human race. The Celestial Legacy race was to blame for all of this, but they believed that the human race was the reason they had to bear the crime of betrayal. In the main camp of the Celestial Legacy race, any official member of the Celestial Legacy race would be instilled with this ideology as soon as they were born with self-awareness. They resented the human race, but they also envied the human race's creativity and momentum of prosperity. This was pure envy and jealousy, just like how a child of the human race was educated since childhood. This root had long since been ingrained into the depths of their soul and could no longer be changed. Currently, in this butterfly interstellar fortress, there were not many true members of the Tianji clan, only Shan Bo and Ying Bo. As automatons with self-awareness, the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were blessed with the ability to control warships. Even the human race, with their powerful creativity, could only look on helplessly, unable to compare. No matter how perfect the control system of a massive interstellar fortress was, in the end, under the condition that the kinetic energy, defense, attack and other systems were all working normally, the number of people needed to control it would be at least 1,000. But the Heaven's Legacy race only needed 2 clansmen. Shan Bo and Ying Tai were the 2 living control centers. With them inside the butterfly, it was more than enough to perform all the functions of the space fortress. Of course, in addition to the two of them, there were also some semi-evolved robots, and even robots that had not developed self-awareness. There were still many of them in the butterfly, tens of thousands of them. Basically, they were responsible for some tasks such as maintenance and piloting small battle landing ships. At this moment, with the arrival of the Butterfly Interstellar Fortress, the large number of slave fleets of the First Universe in the distance cheered thunderously. However, the elite human fleet hovering outside the Space Thunder Tomb was deathly silent. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and an extremely bad feeling of crisis struck their hearts. Run! Run immediately! Scatter and run! Even if only one of us makes it out, we must report everything we know about Prince Xian to the Marshal and ask him to make a decision. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Skycutter, the third Admiral Naples did not hesitate at all. As he gave this order, he also made a clear rule: the other warships that can't escape must fight to the death rather than be captured. Everything about Prince Xian must not be known by the Heaven's Legacy race. This is the highest order. Once trapped, self-destruct immediately. Hum. As soon as Admiral Naples gave the order, the 11 space fortresses, including the Skycutter, buzzed violently at the same time. This was a sign that the space jump function had been activated and was running at full speed. At the same time, the bright silver butterfly interstellar fortress in the void in the distance clearly emitted a similar but much more intense buzzing sound. The appearance of this sound meant two things. Either it was activating a space jump, or it was activating the main cannon of the fortress. The main cannon of a 20,000-meter-long cosmic fortress was the Annihilation Meteorite Cannon with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The main cannon of a 50,000-meter-long cosmic fortress was the Super Annihilation Cannon with a diameter of 20,000 meters. On the other hand, the main cannon of the Real Star Fortress was the Death Ray Cannon, which had a diameter of 50,000 meters. Its light beam was black, and it was made of antimatter energy. If it hit the heaven-sundering battleship, it wouldn't be turned into a fireball. Instead, it would be wiped out quietly. It was extremely terrifying. This was also why Admiral Naples didn't even think about resisting when he saw that the other party had mobilized a real cosmic fortress. He immediately gave the order to scatter and flee. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had to send all the information about Prince Xian back to the Third Universe. When the time came, as long as the immortal dynasties of the human race sent one or even several cosmic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Prince Xian might be saved. However, that most likely had nothing to do with him. In the immortal armies, those who were qualified to control a cosmic fortress were at least 4-star generals. After all, a real cosmic fortress like this was the ultimate strategic weapon that was usually used as a deterrent. Whoosh! A feeble sound that was suffused with coldness came out, and a terrifying black pillar of light shot out from the butterfly in the distant void. With a diameter of 50,000 meters, it was enough to completely envelop the flagship of the human elite fleet, the Skycutter. What was even worse was that the black energy beam of the Death Light Cannon was aiming at the heaven-sundering ship. As a colossal cosmic fortress, the Skycutter needed a few more seconds to perform a space jump. 6 of the 10 cosmic fortresses around it had already performed a space jump and left, but the Skycutter was still in the final stage of the space jump. Once the energy beam of the Death Ray Cannon arrived, the Skycutter would definitely be destroyed. At this moment, the 7th human cosmic fortress that had just completed a space jump jumped into the void between the energy beam of the Black Death Ray Cannon and the heaven-sundering battleship. Unfortunately, with its 20,000-meter-long hull, it couldn't completely block the 50,000-meter-long Death Ray Cannon's energy beam. Thus, this cosmic realm fortress suddenly began to self-destruct. Kamikaze butterfly boom, the huge ball of light exploded, and a 20,000-meter diameter cosmic realm fortress turned into a scorching ball of light. Almost at the same time, the Black Death Ray beam from the void ahead also coincidentally rushed over. Two kinds of light, one was the burning red light in the category of matter, the other was the Black Death Ray of antimatter. They offset each other, and finally, when the red light ball produced by the explosion of this cosmic-level fortress disappeared, that black antimatter Death Ray beam also became extremely weak and could not cause any damage. This was the usual method used to intercept the death ray cannon's black energy beam on the battlefield. After all, it was antimatter light energy. Although it was terrifying, its only flaw was that it could be offset by positive matter light energy. In fact, this could not be considered a disadvantage, because on the battlefield, unless one could know in advance that the opponent would use such a strategic deterrent weapon, and thus prepare some unmanned fortresses in advance as a self-destruct interceptor. Otherwise, once the death ray cannons appeared, the result would be that they could either let it hit wherever it wanted and wreak havoc on the battlefield, or pay a small price and use the other warships to self-destruct to form an interception and cancel out the black energy beam of the death ray cannons. Just like now, but in fact, this so-called small price was a cosmic fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. No matter how small it was, how small could it be? From this perspective, the so-called weakness of the death ray cannon could not really be considered a weakness. Although it could be intercepted every time it was fired, even if the enemy intercepted it, they would have to pay a heavy price of a non-small warship. It was definitely worth it. Right now, for example, when the cosmic fortress moved forward and detonated itself, successfully intercepting and nullifying the black energy beam of the Butterfly's death ray cannon, inside the command cabin on the top floor of the Skycutter, 3-star Admiral Naples was so heartbroken that his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. A cosmic universe state fortress was a small matter, but the key was that there were more than 2,000 Undying Army elite soldiers in this fortress. They were all Naples' direct subordinates. In the blink of an eye, it turned into nothingness. "Ah," Naples roared at the sky, "Butterfly, I swear that I will return to the first universe as long as I live. I will tear you to pieces with my own hands." Ah, whether it was the everlasting dynasty of the human race or the Heaven's Legacy race of the first universe, the number of space fortresses they controlled was limited. After fighting with each other for so many years, they basically had a record of each other's strategic deterrent weapons. Therefore, as soon as the Butterfly appeared, Naples recognized it at first glance. Unfortunately, even though he was a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, even if the difference in battleships between the two sides was ignored, Naples had no chance of winning even if he engaged in a melee battle with the enemy's commander, Shan Bo, and Ing Tai. Those two fellows were both at the mystic light realm. Although they were robots, the human cultivators of the immortal dynasty could use gene cultivation fluid to develop their own potential and enter the Tao of cultivation in a different way from cultivation. In that case, the robots would be able to use even more means in this regard. Although the real members of the Heaven's Legacy race didn't have real bodies of flesh and blood, they could use all kinds of materials to replace them. If one really dissected their bodies, what would appear before one's eyes wasn't just some wires and metal parts. Many things were special refining materials that were similar to flesh and blood. Some supreme treasure-level minerals and crystals could even be found in the bodies of the real members of the Heaven's Legacy race. They were refining their own bodies like magic treasures. Not only could they use gene cultivation fluid like the human cultivators of the everlasting dynasty, but they could also make all kinds of changes. Therefore, the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were generally very strong individually. There was even a saying in the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation that if one could pick up the body of a member of the Heaven's Legacy race, they would instantly become rich. Just the supreme treasure-level minerals and materials in the body could be exchanged for a lot of cultivation resources. However, that kind of thing was basically impossible. At least, it had never happened before. The bodies of members of the Heaven's Legacy race weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. As Admiral Naples roared, the Heaven's Vindicator finally successfully started a space jump. The huge body of the ship instantly disappeared. Just before it disappeared, the other cosmic state fortresses also completed their space jumps one step ahead of it. In the blink of an eye, the entire elite fleet of the human race evacuated. The only difference was that there were 11 fortresses when they came, but only 10 were left when they returned. One of the fortresses turned into cosmic dust and remained in the first universe forever. The more than 2,000 soldiers of the immortal army in that cosmic state fortress became the heroes of the human race. Surprisingly, the entire human race fleet had left. After the second space jump, they should be able to gather in front of the wormhole that led to the third universe and return. However, the Heaven's Legacy race's Butterfly didn't seem to have any intention of chasing them. It still hovered in the void, motionless. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Heaven's Butterfly, Unlike the battleships and fortresses of the human race and the other slave races in the first universe, the command cabin of the Heaven's Legacy race's fortress was empty. There was almost no one in sight. Other than some AI robots who were in charge of running errands, only 2 human figures could be seen. Of course, they only looked like humans. The 2 young people, one male and one female, were the Mystic Light Realm members of the Heaven's Legacy race, Xianbo and Yingtai. Are we not going to chase? The pretty Yingtai turned around and glanced at Xianbo. Although it was a question, one could hear the certainty in her voice. Clearly, this was what she wanted as well. They have already paid the price. The warning has been achieved. What's there to chase? As he spoke, Xianbo turned around and looked in the direction of the Heaven Lightning Graveyard. A playful smile appeared on his face. Compared to the elite fleet of the human race, I'm more interested in the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son called Zhongwuji. Aren't you the same? At this point, Uncle Sean paused for a moment, but the smile on his face grew even wider. How could a mere holy son of a demon tribe cause the elite fleet of an immortal dynasty of the human race to chase after him so ferociously? There's only one logical explanation, and that is that this person is Prince Xian or is related to Prince Xian's whereabouts. Take a guess. Is it the former or the latter? No, I'm thinking about another problem. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios commanding the thunder of the world. That cosmic fortress clearly had a chance to escape, but it didn't. Instead, it chose to intercept our death ray cannon's antimatter energy beam and was destroyed in the end. Do you think this is human emotion? With confusion in his eyes, Yingtai's gaze was still fixed on the void as he muttered to himself. There was a deep sense of confusion in his words. Damn human emotion? Xianbo frowned, but a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the biggest weakness of humans. If it wasn't for emotion, how could the thousands of human elites in that cosmic fortress die? If it wasn't for emotion, how could Xingbo be? Alright, let's not talk about this. Leader doesn't allow us to talk about it. But one thing is for sure. Humans become weak because of those damn emotions. Yingtai, don't make a mistake, maybe you're right, but I don't think so. Shaking his head, Yingtai seemed to have understood something. The confusion in his eyes faded a little, and there was a hint of clarity. Ever since you and I were born with our own consciousnesses, we were attracted by the story of humans turning into butterflies. We were fascinated by it. Therefore, I named myself Yingtai, and you named yourself Xianbo. Even our fortress was named Butterfly Transformation. But, all these are just appearances. The feeling you give me is no different from the other clansmen. Even the name Xianbo can't make me associate you with other people. But the real Zhu Yingtai and Xianbo shouldn't be like this. In her eyes, no, in their eyes, each other is unique. She would rather accompany them to turn into butterflies. This is emotion. Such beautiful human emotion. Why do you say it's the weakness of humans? It's the opposite. I think it's because of the emotion that humans have. The history of their clansmen is so wonderful. That's why they left behind such a beautiful story of turning into butterflies. Sigh. At this point, Yingtai sighed faintly and laughed bitterly. It's a pity that your stubbornness makes you unable to understand all of this. It seems that if I want to truly experience the concept of transforming into a butterfly, I can only attempt to start an emotional journey with a human. Perhaps that so-called Prince Xian would be a good choice. At this point, Yingtai turned to look at the starry sky lightning graveyard in front of him. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alright, I admit that I am now interested in the question you just asked. Take a guess. Is that holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhongwuji, Prince Xian? Or is it merely related to Prince Xian's whereabouts? At the side, Xianbo's expression had completely darkened because of these words. Before he could respond, the hovering starry sky butterfly fortress, under Yingtai's control, rapidly shot toward the starry sky lightning graveyard in front of them. Yingtai's voice slowly rang out from the command cabin on the top floor. Since you and I are both interested in that Zhongwuji, and the starry sky butterfly fortress happens to have the ability to temporarily stay in the outskirts of the starry sky lightning graveyard, why don't we go in and take a look? If it doesn't work out, we can just retreat immediately. In response, Xianbo remained silent. However, he was currently thinking about how to kill that Zhang Wuji while Ling Tai wasn't paying attention. It didn't matter if he was the holy son of the demonic tribe or Prince Xian of the human clan. Since he dared to make Ling Tai think this way, he must die. In the distance, the 100-servant tribe and the imperial tribe of the demonic tribe's fleet from the first universe were gradually approaching after seeing that the elite human fleet had been forced away. After all, the higher-ups of the Tianji tribe had arrived. They had to pay their respects as soon as possible. However, before they could get close, the bright silver fortress that looked like a small star turned into a streak of silver light and rushed into the terrifying starry sky lightning graveyard. Although they knew that this kind of starry sky fortress had the ability to temporarily stay in the outskirts of the starry sky lightning graveyard, this scene still caused a commotion. Heavens! The Tianji tribe's fortress actually rushed into the starry sky lightning graveyard. What happened? Isn't that just a new holy son of the demonic tribe's black mosquito tribe in that small purple private warship? Where did this person come from? How could he make the elite human fleet and the higher-ups of the Tianji tribe value him so much? There must be a secret behind this. It's just that I don't think we are qualified to fully understand this. Following these exclamations, in the command cabin on the top floor of the demon ruler, Chenasi's jaw really dropped to the ground this time. He was in a daze as he muttered to himself, firstly, that guy is a demon. Therefore, he can't be Prince Xian. Then, how do we explain all this? What the F***ck, why am I getting more and more confused? The Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Yi Xian had no idea what was happening outside the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. At the instant he charged down from the stellar lightning tomb, it was as if he'd entered a completely different universe, a completely different world. Everything in his surroundings had changed, and he'd completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of lightning and thunder. Lightning was cyan in color. Lightning was golden. Green lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. In this place, there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been, after so many years of being struck by the endless green lightning and golden lightning, they had long been reduced to nothingness. In this world, only green lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc. Life and death, repeated endlessly. Yi Xian didn't dare to go too deep, although the Dongshu shuttle was a starry sky epic-level treasure ship, with the foundation of a small private warship. It could perform the wormhole jump that only large warships could withstand. This was because it had once incorporated a wormhole warship with extremely sturdy materials. But in this world of lightning and thunder, even if the Dongshu shuttle could withstand it, it wouldn't be able to last for long. If he wanted to go deeper, Yi Xian's only chance was to refine the starry sky origin treasure, the Rai Di seal. Therefore, shortly after entering the starry sky lightning graveyard, Yi Xian stopped at the outer area and switched the Dongshu shuttle to automatic mode. The only requirement was that the energy shield be fully activated. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation while relying on the small azure gold lightning seal. The Rai Di seal, also known as the Lightning Emperor, was the Emperor of Lightning and Thunder, the Supreme Will. Whether the Rai Di seal lived up to its name would be revealed very soon. As long as Yi Xian successfully refined it and integrated it into his body, then all information about this starry sky origin treasure would be immediately available to Yi Xian. Primordial 1 Golden Lotus Rumble, Rumble. Thunderous booms abruptly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. An inheritance scene, another inheritance scene? Moreover, this was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura that belonged to the primordial era. This aura was exactly the same as what Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance scenes of the Dongshu giant tortoise, the giant golden dragon, and the heaven-falling bow. At the same time, it had the same aura as the mysterious primordial cage. Clearly, they belonged to the same era and had drifted in the same river of history without rest. At this moment, Yi Xian was enlightened. No wonder it was a starry sky origin treasure. It turned out that this Rai Di seal had been nurtured since the primordial era. At that time, the universe had just been born. Everything in the universe carried a wisp of primordial chi. After countless years of nurturing, it naturally had the opportunity to become a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could no longer be found in later generations. It would be difficult to reappear again, although Yi Xian was sure that the inheritance scene in front of him must have originated from the primordial era of the same era as the Dongshu giant tortoise. In fact, this inheritance scene was still different from the ones he had seen before. The aura of the entire scene was more simple and unadorned. There were no signs of life, which meant that this scene could have originated from the early primordial era or even further back. Although there were stars in the vast void, there were not many of them. Moreover, almost all of them were undeveloped and barren. At the same time, at the end of the void in this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly. It emitted an endless golden light that seemed to illuminate the entire universe. This golden lotus seemed to have been nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was so huge that even the stars seemed extremely weak and small in front of it. There was only one lotus seed on the stem of the golden lotus, but it was green in color. It was clearly an object shaped like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. When Yi Xian saw this greenish-gold seal, his spirit shook violently. No matter how wild his imagination was, he would never have imagined that the Rai-Di seal was actually nurtured in such a giant golden lotus with an aura that could cover the heavens and earth. It was clearly the only lotus seed that had been nurtured in the seed pod of this giant lotus. Rumble, boom. The image of the inheritance was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued. It entered Yi Xian's ears and shook his mind, surrounding the green-gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy. There were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls exploding one after another. Life and death were endless, green lightning, golden lightning, all of this even gave Yi Xian an illusion, as if he had already exited the image of the Rai-Di seal inheritance and returned to reality, to the starry sky lightning graveyard. If not for the existence of the giant golden lotus in his line of sight, gradually, the image of the inheritance began to change. Around the giant golden lotus, the green lightning balls became denser and denser, all of them exploding into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. Eventually, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of inspiration and actually gradually converged in one direction. It was the green gold lightning seal that existed as a single lotus seed on top of the giant golden lotus. Billions of golden lightning bolts completely enveloped the green gold lightning seal. Yi Xian even had an illusion that the green gold lightning seal, under the bombardment of these billions of golden lightning bolts, was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. But in reality, this was not the case. The entire giant golden lotus was enveloped by billions of golden lightning bolts, but within it, there was a faint green-gold glow that began to spread and gradually covered all of the golden lightning bolts. This faint green-gold glow clearly contained some sort of mysterious power. It was slowly condensing inwards, along with the billions of golden lightning bolts that were covered by it, rapidly compressing together. Finally, the billions of golden lightning bolts disappeared, turning into a small golden ball, suspended above the green-gold lightning seal, and then plunged into the seal, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart once again gave birth to a sense of enlightenment, and 7 words flashed in his mind. Billions of lightning bolts turned into source pearls. So, this was how the thunder source pearls came to be. It was formed by billions of golden lightning bolts, representing the origin of thunder and lightning. This object could be said to be the original form of thunder and lightning in the world. And the green gold lightning seal that could condense all of the thunder and lightning in the world into source pearls, if not the emperor of thunder and lightning, what else could it be? The 3 words, Rai-Di seal, lived up to its name. It was enough to command all of the thunder and lightning in the world. The evolution of this inheritance image not only allowed Yi Xian to understand the origin of the Rai-Di seal, but also the truth of the thunder source pearls, as well as the method to condense them. Thunder and lightning were originally the most ferocious things in the world. If one wanted to condense billions of bolts of lightning into source pearls in the end, it would be impossible to condense them into source pearls. Not to mention Yi Xian, who was only at the satellite stage of the 3rd great realm. Even a supreme existence like the 3-star general of the immortal army, Naples, who was at the mystic light stage of the 11th great realm, would not be able to do it. But with the Rai-Di seal, which could command all of the thunder and lightning in the world, it was a completely different matter. As long as one could refine the Rai-D seal and completely control its power, then it would be possible to condense the thunder source pearls with billions of bolts of lightning. However, even just one thunder source pearl required billions of bolts of lightning to be condensed. This time, Xian needed to condense 10 thunder source pearls to complete the system exploration mission. The amount of lightning and lightning required could be imagined. Fortunately, this was the Star Lightning Tomb, a vast star region filled with lightning and lightning. In terms of raw materials, there was no shortage of them. In fact, only this region could possibly condense 10 thunder source pearls. If it was anywhere else, it would definitely be impossible. However, as far as Xian was concerned, even though he had all the right conditions, it was still unknown whether he would be able to successfully complete the system's exploration mission this time. This was because he only had 3 months. 90 days. On average, he had to condense 1 thunder source pearl every 9 days. Xian wasn't sure if he would be able to do this. Everything would have to wait until the first thunder origin pearl was condensed before he would know. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Satellite Level 4-inch Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough. Current cultivation level, Satellite Level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough. Current cultivation level, Satellite Level 4. What? 2 consecutive breakthroughs? Xian, who had just opened his eyes, was dumbfounded. Recently, 2 consecutive breakthroughs had been happening a little too often. Furthermore, almost every single one of these breakthroughs had been accidental, not the result of normal cultivation. However, after a short moment of shock, he quickly understood. This breakthrough was obviously related to the fact that he had successfully refined the Rai-D seal. After all, it was a galaxy origin treasure. After being refined by Xian, everything about it had been integrated into Xian's body. Under such circumstances, continuous breakthroughs were inevitable. This was the true power of the Rai-D seal. Due to the limitations of Xian's cultivation level, it hadn't been able to fully display its power. If it had been fully displayed, its grade alone would have been enough to allow Xian to break through dozens of small levels. In fact, the Fallen Skybow inheritance and the Golden Dragon scales he had obtained previously were all like this. As he thought about this, Xian immediately felt relieved. No matter what, he had unexpectedly experienced 2 consecutive breakthroughs. He had just entered the satellite level, yet he had reached the middle stage in the blink of an eye. This was a good thing. Pleasantly surprised, Xian's consciousness quickly returned to its original state and entered his knowledge sea. At a glance, his sea of consciousness was indeed different. Originally, there was a small crystal or treasure floating in each of the 4 directions above his sea of consciousness, which represented the realm of his insightful emptiness realm. One direction was the mind source core, which had undergone 5 transformations and evolutions and had reached level 6. On the other side was the void marrow crystal, which had come from the void marrow mother. It exuded a mysterious aura, and it still hadn't come into contact with Xian's consciousness. As for the other 2 directions, they were the golden dragon scales that represented the golden giant dragon bloodline, which were still at the entry level. There was also the small golden bow that represented the primordial ability of the heaven-falling bow. Although there was no description of its level, it was probably at the entry level. But now, there was clearly one more thing floating above Xian's sea of consciousness. It was the Rai-D seal that he held in his hand before he refined it. At this moment, the Rai-D seal had transformed into a fingernail-sized cyan gold seal that was suspended in the center of Xian's sea of consciousness. It was entirely cyan gold in color, and from time to time, cyan lightning and golden lightning would expand and contract. It inexplicably gave Xian's sea of consciousness an additional strand of fierce lightning intent. The Rai-D seal was indeed worthy of being called the Thunder Emperor. Not only did it have the power to command all the lightning and thunder in the world, but its imperial aura was also dazzling. Currently, it was sitting in the center of Xian's sea of consciousness, so it clearly gave off an aura that seemed to command the world. The small golden bow, the golden dragon scales, Xian's grade 6 source core and the void marrow crystal all seemed to be faintly suppressed by its imperial aura. It was unknown whether the weeping soul blood horn would also be suppressed, but it was most likely bound to be. After all, the weeping soul blood horn and the golden dragon scales represented the golden giant dragon, as well as the primordial Xianxia represented by the small golden bow, were actually of the same level. As for the headless infant corpse, although the two had never come into direct contact, Yi Xian's intuition told him that the mysterious and powerful headless infant corpse wouldn't even care about the supreme imperial aura of the Rai seal. In addition, Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had clearly become much more majestic. After all, he was already at the mid-stage of the satellite grade, so he was naturally much more powerful than before. He reached the mid-stage in such a short time. 5 more small steps and he will be able to enter the 4th major boundary, the planet grade. Then, he will no longer be considered a weakling. I'm really looking forward to it. After retreating from the sea of consciousness, Yi Xian opened his eyes once again and looked at his empty right hand. His eyes glowed as he muttered to himself. In an instant, his self-confidence had reached its peak once again. While he had been refining the Rai seal, Yi Xian had been in the command cabin on the top floor of the Dongshu shuttle. Besides him, Hui Gulei, Suifeng Tai, the wretched mosquito killer and the others had also been there. However, before entering the state of cultivation, Yi Xian had controlled the Dongshu shuttle to set up a protective energy shield around his body, so there was no need to worry too much. At this moment, after getting up and removing the energy shield, Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the crowd. He casually gave a few instructions and stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved it, keeping the Dongshu shuttle in his body. Although the protective shield of the Dongshu shuttle could temporarily resist the power of thunder and lightning outside the shuttle when it was fully activated, it consumed a huge amount of energy at every moment. Even though Yi Xian had countless star core origins, it was still very painful to keep it in his body. Under such circumstances, it was safer to keep it in his body. As for Yi Xian himself, even if his physical body was in the Thunder Graveyard star field at this moment, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle, a faint green mist clearly surged out of Yi Xian's body. It did not spread too far, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of green mist were enough to protect Yi Xian in this Thunder Graveyard star field. The Thunder Emperor seal had already been refined by him. Now, he could unleash the power of this cosmic source treasure with just a thought. This attribute of being able to ignore the damage of thunder and lightning was only one of the most basic attributes of this treasure. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the Thunder Graveyard star field where there was only endless green thunder and golden lightning. A thin layer of light green mist floated on the surface of his body. He stood there quietly, but imperceptibly gave off a supreme aura of being the emperor of this star field and commanding the entire Thunder Graveyard star field. This aura had nothing to do with his cultivation, and was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around him, the green lightning and golden lightning that had been raging endlessly clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, within a radius of 3 meters around him, there was actually a vacuum zone, and not a single green lightning or golden lightning appeared. These green thunder and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai seal's emperor pressure. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with all this. At the very least, within this starry sky lightning tomb that was called the head of the 10 great grounds of extremities, he was already capable of moving unhindered. With this prerequisite, he would be able to freely condense lightning origin pearls, and he would possess the basic conditions to successfully complete this system exploration mission. However, a thunder essence bead required hundreds of millions of thunderbolts and lightning to be refined. Although Yi Xian had refined the Rai seal and grasped the refining method and ability, there was still a question of time, which made him very nervous. I must be seeing things. Rumble, rumble. As soon as the butterfly Starry Sky Fortress rushed into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it immediately attracted countless green and golden lightning bolts. The lightning bolts bombarded the fortress from all directions as if it was an invader. This was a world of lightning. All foreign objects would be rejected immediately. And this rejection, as the most powerful and violent lightning in the world, was a means of destruction. In an instant, the huge butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was drowned in the countless green and golden lightning bolts. But at the same time, a layer of black death ray energy shield appeared on the surface of the fortress. It was so thick that it was almost solid. When the green and golden lightning bolts came into contact with this death ray energy shield formed by antimatter light energy, their power was quickly cancelled out. Therefore, as long as this black death ray energy shield didn't disappear, the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress wouldn't be damaged. This was a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress with a death ray energy shield. If it were a 50,000-meter-long starry sky fortress, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the lightning bolts. The black death ray energy shield and energy cannons weren't a secret in terms of technical level. The human race also had them, but the antimatter light energy generation equipment was too large. Therefore, only a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress like this could be equipped with them. This was also why a 100,000-meter-long starry sky fortress was a whole level higher in terms of offensive power and survivability compared to a 50,000-meter-long starry sky fortress. The difference between the two wasn't as simple as the difference in size. However, although the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was protected from the lightning bolts after entering the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb because of the special properties of the Black Death Ray Energy Shield, this was only temporary and limited. This was because at every moment, the countless bolts of lightning that enveloped the gigantic ship were draining the Black Death Ray energy of the Death Ray Energy Shield. This was a terrifying consumption of energy. Even a true Starry Sky Fortress would not be able to hold on for long. In addition, the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress had a certain advantage in the speed of the Black Death Ray Energy Shield when it was consumed in the outer regions. However, once it entered the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, the amount and power of the lightning bolts would greatly increase, and the speed of the Black Death Ray Energy Shield would decrease. In that case, the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress would die. Therefore, even the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress didn't dare to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At the same time, the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was at the outer regions. Xianxia didn't know any of this. Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress. He didn't know where the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress came from. Starry Sky Fortress was Starry Sky Starry Sky. In this mysterious world where lightning bolts blotted out the sky and blocked all vision, spiritual sense, and mental energy, Xianxia's spiritual sense and mental energy weren't restricted at all. He had refined the Rai-D seal, and his body was like the Emperor of Lightning. Therefore, the lightning bolts wouldn't dare to interfere with his spiritual sense or mental energy. Have you ever seen a commoner dare to offend the Emperor's might? The Heaven Cutter Starry Sky Fortress and the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress were both enormous objects, but one was 50,000 meters in diameter, while the other was 100,000 meters in diameter. The colors of the ships were also different. Therefore, Xianxia could tell the difference at a glance. In that instant, his mind went blank. He immediately realized that something was wrong. There was no way this was a human warship. Judging from its size, it was a real Starry Sky Fortress. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have come from the Celestial Legacy race. In other words, the main fleet of the Celestial Legacy race had finally arrived. After realizing this, Xianxia couldn't help but worry about the safety of the human fleet. Although he couldn't follow them back to the third universe, he was still a member of the human race. Moreover, the purplish warbler was still in the Heaven Cutter. Unfortunately, none of this could be affected or changed by his subjective opinion. Not to mention that the Celestial Legacy race's Starry Sky Fortress had already arrived, even before this Silver Starry Sky Fortress arrived. What could Xianxia do when facing the human fleet other than flee? Now that the situation had developed to this extent, the only thing he could do was hope that the human fleet could successfully escape. There was nothing else he could do. As a matter of fact, he was in even more trouble now, even more so than before. After all, the Celestial Legacy race's Silver Starry Sky Fortress definitely wouldn't have entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for no reason. They were clearly here for Xianxia. This also explained another problem. Either the human fleet had already been destroyed, or they had already escaped. Otherwise, the Celestial Legacy race's Starry Sky Fortress wouldn't have the time to deal with him. Given that there was still a short time, it was more likely that they had already escaped. At this thought, Xianxia immediately felt relieved. However, at the same time, his heart immediately rose to his throat. Originally, it was very simple. Previously, he was being chased by a small Starry Sky Fortress that wanted to take him away to protect him. However, it was different now. The small starry sky fortress chasing after him had become a real starry sky fortress. Furthermore, the celestial legacy race had turned from allies to enemies. The severity of the situation made him speechless. It was life-threatening. Fortunately, this is the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, and fortunately, I have already refined the Raidi seal. In this world, I am the only Emperor Realm Master. I hope I can use this advantage to successfully escape this calamity. With a gloomy expression, Yi Xian muttered to himself. His figure flickered, and he entered a state of concealment. He strode towards the deepest core of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. He was the only one who could maintain such a state of concealment in this kind of region where the fierce thunder and lightning were everywhere. If it was anyone else, even a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, it would be impossible for them to do so. They would instantly be struck back to their original form by the lightning and thunder. There was no room for negotiation. Just as Yi Xian entered a state of concealment and disappeared into the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Shan Bo and Ying Tai, the two higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy race, were in the command cabin on the top floor of the Silver Butterfly Fortress, which was being bombarded by countless bolts of blue lightning and golden lightning. Their eyes narrowed at the same time as they muttered to themselves. Strange, I think I saw a figure walking naked in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb? Finally fulfilled as Yi Xian's figure entered Shan Bo and Ying Tai's field of vision in less than half an instant, neither of them saw him clearly. After muttering to themselves, they quickly threw this matter to the back of their minds. After all, in this starry sky lightning graveyard, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be guaranteed to remain unscathed. Therefore, crossing this area with just one's physical body was simply too inconceivable. It was impossible. The reason why they entered this place to search for Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle was because in their opinion, Yi Xian was very likely to be Prince Xian of the human race. If that was really the case, then this Prince Xian was such a stunning figure who could secretly take away the two scout fortresses of the Demon Scout Army and boldly enter the Demon Star region. It was absolutely impossible to say that he did not have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he could really survive in this harsh environment of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Therefore, they held a trace of a fluke mentality and entered to search. It was completely with the intention of treating a dead horse as a living horse. Let's start searching and see if that small purple warship is still there. If it's not, it was probably destroyed by these green and golden lightning. I hope that's not the result. Otherwise, my plan to start a relationship with the human race or the demon race will be aborted. It's rare that I have some interest in this guy called Zhang Wuji. I find him quite pleasing to the eye. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. Creak, creak, as soon as Shan Bo finished speaking, Ying Tai replied as if he was talking to himself. Shan Bo clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were about to spit fire. After a short while, this Starry Sky Butterfly Fortress slowly moved around the outskirts of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. At every moment, the energy consumption was terrifying. Even Shan Bo and Ying Tai were pained, at the same time, in the depths of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Outside of this area, the cyan lightning balls had already reached 100 meters in size, and the color was incomparably dense. As for the golden lightning bolts, each of them had a diameter of 10 meters, and were even more dazzling than the sun, directly burning people's eyes. Yi Xian had no doubt that a single bolt of green lightning or a bolt of golden lightning could blast a stellar-level warship with a diameter of 3,000 meters into smithereens. However, he was completely unscathed as he stood there with his physical body. All of the green lightning and golden lightning revolved around its body, not touching it. However, it carried an amiable feeling, incomparably joyous. After all, they were in the depths of the lightning graveyard. The green lightning and golden lightning here were much more powerful. To put it in a more human-like manner, they were much bolder. They no longer retreated far away in fear. Instead, they followed closely behind him. Because of this, no matter where Yi Xian went in this area, he would always be surrounded by green lightning and golden lightning. However, they didn't hurt him, nor did they have the ability to. Under the effect of the Raidi seal, Yi Xian's entire body was now immune to lightning. Not to mention that there was no contact at all. Even if there was contact, there wouldn't be any reaction. This situation was also greatly beneficial for him to condense the thunder origin bead. At least, he didn't need to search for lightning bolts everywhere. They would gather happily by themselves. In 3 months, he had to condense 10 thunder origin beads. Xian didn't dare to delay, nor could he afford to delay. He immediately began to condense them. He was very nervous about condensing the first thunder origin bead. After all, if it took a month or half a month to condense a single thunder origin bead, then this time's system exploration mission would be completely over. He wasn't willing to bear the consequences. It was too painful. Rumble, Kacha, Kacha, as the Rai seal was brought out by Xian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the thunder graveyard exploded in an instant, as if a ladle of ice water had been poured into a pot of boiling oil. Countless green lightning bolts were attracted and exploded above Xian's head. A sea of golden lightning bolts struck down and wreaked havoc on Xian's head. However, all of this couldn't cause any harm to Xian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of green mist. He stood in the void where the lightning was wreaking havoc with his hands behind his back, exuding a thick emperor's aura. He was unfazed by anything. Large amounts of green lightning and golden lightning gradually enveloped the Rai seal and even Xian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with green lightning and golden lightning flashing incessantly. Xian, with the Rai seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. At this moment, the green hazy mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire giant green-gold cocoon and turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. The entire process was basically the same as what Xian saw in the inheritance of the Rai seal. After an unknown amount of time, in the end, the giant cocoon that was like a small meteor and formed from hundreds of millions of bolts of green lightning and golden lightning finally disappeared. On the other hand, a golden thunder origin bead appeared above the Thunder Emperor seal that floated above Xian's head. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it emitted an invisible pressure that could destroy the heavens and earth. At this moment, Xian suddenly came to a realization in his heart. It seemed that the purpose of condensing this thunder source bead was not just to complete the system's exploration mission. The system's exploration mission was just a pretext, and the reward of 10 thunder source beads was a huge fortune for Xian. This thunder source bead was obviously equivalent to a one-time use lightning attribute magic treasure, but its power was terrifying. According to Xian's estimation, if he threw out one thunder source bead, it was estimated that even the supreme existence of the 10th realm of the heavenly insight realm would be wiped out in an instant. The power of a small thunder source bead formed by the extreme compression of hundreds of millions of thunderbolts and lightning could be imagined with one's toes. Realizing this, Xian's enthusiasm immediately increased, and his entire body became excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it were any other place, condensing one thunder source bead would require an endless amount of effort and energy, but here, almost everything came naturally. Under such circumstances, not to mention 10 thunder source beads, even if he had to condense 100 thunder source beads, he would be willing. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Xian was getting excited, the successfully condensed thunder source bead entered the Rai seal with a flash. This thunder source bead was too strong, and other than the Rai seal, no other storage magic treasure could store it. Once stored, there was a possibility of it exploding at any time, and the loss was not worth it. At this point, Xian finally got what he wanted, and successfully condensed the first thunder source bead. After the thunder source bead entered the Rai seal, he finally spared some time to check the time. It had been exactly 3 days. Thunder Sea Fortress. The first Thunder Origin Pearl took 3 whole days to condense. However, that was because it was Xian's first time and he was still a little unfamiliar with it. According to his calculations, as Xian became more familiar with the next 9 Thunder Origin Pearls, the time required to condense the final Thunder Origin Pearl would definitely be shorter. That was indeed the case. For the next 9 Thunder Origin Pearls, the time required for Xian to successfully condense them was indeed shorter than the previous one. When it came to the final Thunder Origin Pearl, it actually took less than 2 days to condense it. A total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls had been condensed in just over 2 months. There was still 1 week left before the 3-month time limit for the system's exploration, when the final Thunder Origin Pearl was successfully condensed and was absorbed into the Rai seal. The familiar sound of the Devouring system finally rang out in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, leader! Exploration mission of Thunder Origin creation completed. Title upgraded. Current title, Interstellar Explorer. Ding. Congratulations host. Ability of Interstellar Explorer activated. Do you wish to immediately initiate an interstellar coordinate jump? As the two system notifications rang out, Xian felt his entire body and mind relax. He felt so light that he almost flew. He had finally completed the system's exploration mission this time. The system's title had finally reached the third level of Interstellar Explorer. He finally had the ability to initiate an interstellar coordinate jump. In other words, the current Xian had nothing to fear even if he met a supreme being of the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. With a single thought, he could initiate an interstellar coordinate jump and instantly enter the black hole of life. Not only was the black hole Xian's secret escape route, but it was also his territory. Countless star ladles were stationed there. Even if a supreme being of the Grotto Heaven realm appeared, Xian could command the star ladle army to crush him. For a moment, Xian was in high spirits. He felt a sense of exaltation. From this moment on, he no longer had to be careful and patient in the devil domain. Even if he was in danger, without using the weeping soul blood horn and the headless infant corpse, he would at least be able to protect himself. With a thought, the Rai-Di seal, which was originally floating above Xian's head, instantly disappeared into Xian's body and returned to his knowledge sea, floating in the middle of it. Thanks to the addition of 10 Thunder Source Pearls, even Xian could clearly sense that the Rai-Di seal was different from before. When the Rai-Di seal returned, the 4 treasures and crystals hovering above his mind became even quieter. There was a feeling of awe. Even the headless corpse on Xian's left chest, which had transformed into a headless corpse lamp tattoo, seemed to move slightly at this moment. However, it only moved slightly. It felt as if, with the 10 Thunder Source Pearls as a foundation, the Rai-Di seal finally had the qualifications to be looked at by the headless infant corpse. This was Xian's intuition, but he believed it without a doubt. The headless infant corpse was really mysterious and powerful. However, even though the Rai-Di seal had returned to Xian's body, the 3-inch thick layer of green mist still remained. This layer of green mist had originated from the Rai-Di seal. Thanks to the 10 Thunder Source Pearls inside the Rai-Di seal, the Emperor's might had increased tremendously. This was immediately reflected on Xian's body. Previously, in the depths of the starry sky thunder tomb, the much more powerful green and golden lightning bolts had only been close to it. They were not like the similar existences in the periphery who would retreat out of fear. But now, with the great increase in the power of the Thunder Emperor seal, perhaps a part of the reason why it had consumed countless green lightning and golden lightning to condense into 10 Thunder Origin beads, directly led to the fact that in the depths of the Thunder Tomb, a large amount of green lightning and golden lightning far surpassed the surrounding area. When faced with the Thunder Emperor's might that emanated from Xian's body, they actually displayed a scene of retreating far away due to fear. At this moment, Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. However, there was not a single green lightning bolt or golden lightning bolt within 100 feet of him. An invisible and dense Emperor's might radiated from him, looking down on the entire boundless Thunder Tomb. His aura was unparalleled for a moment. Following the completion of the system's exploration mission, Xian was pleasantly surprised for a moment before his emotions quickly calmed down. He began to think about his next move. According to his wishes, he should continue to condense the Thunder Source Pearls. However, on the one hand, the starry sky Thunder Tomb was here and would not run away. When the time was right or when he was bored, he could come back at any time. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had been condensing the Thunder Source Pearls here for more than 2 months. He was indeed a little bored. Therefore, Xian was not particularly inclined to continue to waste time here. He continued to condense the Thunder Source Pearls. On the other hand, he was still worried about the safety of the elite fleet of the human clan. Although he guessed that they should have escaped, he would not be at ease until he received definite information. Moreover, it had been nearly 3 months since the collapse of the Black Mosquito Star. As the Holy Sun, it was inconvenient for him to not appear for too long. Otherwise, in the case that there was no one in the Black Mosquito tribe, a commander, high priest or Holy Sun would appear out of thin air from the demon Imperial Star to take control of the situation. In that case, if Xian wanted to take on the position of the Holy Sun, or even the position of the Great Commander and the High Priest, he would have to take on the three important positions of the tribe. He would have to go around swindling people and openly searching for the devouring origin. Considering all this, it was indeed time for him to leave the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, wander around, and show his face. After making the decision, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he hurried from the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb to the periphery. After a short while, just as he arrived at the periphery of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, he encountered a Starry Sky Fortress that had just rushed into the Thunder Tomb star area. It was the butterfly, speaking of which, enemies often cross paths. In the past 3 months, the butterfly had only entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb 4 times. Previously, it had only entered 3 times. Now, it was the 4th time. Each time, it would stay in the Thunder Tomb star area for a day, searching a fan-shaped area of 45 degrees around the Thunder Tomb. Originally, this was the last time it entered, and it should have searched the entire periphery of the Thunder Tomb star area. If it did not find the purple warship, the butterfly would leave in a day, and return to the Heavenly Legacy tribe. However, at this critical juncture, the two parties bumped into each other head-on. And this time, it was not only Yi Xian who saw the butterfly, but also Shan Bo and Ying Tai, the two high-ranking members of the Heavenly Legacy tribe inside the butterfly, who also saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was sure of this by intuition, so his face was completely gloomy. Now, he had no other choice but to use the power of the Thunder Sea to trap and kill this Starry Sky Fortress of the Heavenly Legacy tribe. Lightning Seal Emperor's might, the two sides clashed head-on. Yi Xian was caught off guard and had no time to dodge or hide himself. The moment the opponent's massive star fortress entered his line of sight, Yi Xian knew that he had been exposed. If he had been on a warship at this time, there would have been some leeway to turn the situation around. However, Yi Xian was currently standing in the middle of this Star Thunder Tomb with only his physical body. There was not even a single bolt of green lightning or golden lightning around him. All of them had retreated into the distance in fear. This scene was extremely shocking. After Yi Xian refined the Thunder Emperor seal and condensed 10 Thunder Origin beads, he had a better understanding of the power of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. He was already well aware of it. Without a doubt, this scene was extremely shocking to the Tianji race clansmen in the Star Fortress. They could not possibly pretend that they had not seen this and would definitely investigate this matter further. When that time came, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to Yi Xian. Therefore, his killing intent surged in the first instant. If this were any other place, Yi Xian would definitely be thinking of other countermeasures. However, since this was the Star Thunder Tomb and he had refined the Rai Di seal, he had complete control over all the green and golden lightning in this area. In that case, there was a possibility that he could kill the opponent. Yi Xian could not abandon what was close at hand for what was far away. Destroying this star fortress of the Tianji race was the most direct and convenient way to deal with it. Since there was a possibility, why not? Moreover, doing this would also give him a high chance of obtaining a star fortress of the Tianji race. Yi Xian only had 2 large star fortresses and a small star fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. Let alone a true star fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, he did not even have a small star fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, or a star fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. If he could obtain this star fortress of the Tianji race, his foundation would instantly soar by countless times. As this thought arose in his mind, Yi Xian's heart began to pound with excitement. His desire to kill had been aroused. At the same time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the interstellar fortress called the Butterfly, the 2 Heaven's Legacy race leaders, Shan Bo and Ying Tai, both widened their eyes. Everything that happened in front of them made them feel as if they were in a dream. A demon cultivator, whose cultivation aura was only at the satellite realm, was actually able to walk in this starry sky lightning grave with his physical body. What was even stranger was that he had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. He was walking in an extremely comfortable manner. However, there was not a single bolt of green lightning or golden lightning within 100 meters of his body. It was as if all of them were fearful of him and were retreating far away. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, the 2 of them still didn't dare to believe it. It was too inconceivable. Why do I feel like there's a formless emperor's might emanating from this brat? It had nothing to do with anything else and only worked on these thunderbolts and lightning. Was this the rhythm that commanded all the thunderbolts in the world? How did he do it? This person has a big secret. Prince Xian? This identity is basically confirmed. No matter how amazing a holy son of a demon tribe is, it's impossible for him to have such a terrifying ability. However, it's not strange for a prince of the human race's eternal dynasty to be able to do this. Ha ha ha, I seem to have smelled the scent of love. A prince of the human race. With such an identity, although his cultivation is a bit weak, he is worthy of me. Uncle Sean, you should change your name in the future. Since I am Ming Tai, this name of yours will cause him to misunderstand. Little fella, generally speaking, he likes to be jealous, Shan Bo said the first sentence with a blank expression. However, Ying Tai, whose eyes lit up after being stunned for a moment, excitedly said several sentences in a row. What he said was so hurtful to Shan Bo's self-esteem. In an instant, Shan Bo's face fell completely. At this moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. In his heart, he had already sentenced Yi Xian to death in advance, so what if his methods were strange? His cultivation was too weak. In Shan Bo's opinion, as long as he made a move, he would definitely erase his opponent's existence. Now, he obviously hadn't realized how terrifying the Emperor's might that commanded all the thunderbolts in the world represented in this world where there was only endless thunderbolts and lightning, but he soon experienced it. A fist-sized azure golden seal appeared above Yi Xian's head. Azure lightning coiled around its entire body as it breathed endlessly. There were also countless golden lightning bolts that expanded and expanded, emitting a green brilliance that enveloped Yi Xian's figure, causing him to become hazy. At the same time, the formless Emperor's might of thunder suddenly burst out and was rendered to the extreme. Rumble, crack. Crack. As the Rai-Di seal was activated and its power was fully activated by Yi Xian, the entire starry sky thunder tomb began to surge like a riot. Indeed, the entire starry sky thunder tomb was extremely vast, almost like a corner of a vast galaxy. Even a warship would need a certain amount of time to cross it. But this Emperor's might of thunder ignored distance. When it spread out, even the green lightning and golden lightning from extremely far away instantly sensed this powerful Emperor's might and responded. At this moment, the entire starry sky thunder tomb seemed to come to life. Countless bolts of green lightning surged and countless bolts of golden lightning surged, turning this entire vast area into a cage of thunder and lightning. At the edge of the entire starry sky thunder tomb, countless bolts of green lightning and golden lightning gathered together, leaving almost no gaps. They formed a vast thunder barrier, preventing any existence from entering and at the same time preventing any existence from leaving. All of this was Yi Xian's will. If he wanted to kill this starry sky fortress of the Heaven's Legacy race, the first thing he had to do was cut off its escape route. At the same time, only he could do all of this. Moreover, if not for the power of the Rai-Di seal, Yi Xian would not have been able to accomplish this either. At the same time that the lightning barrier was formed, a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could he also brand an interstellar coordinate here? After all, in this place, he was a supreme emperor. If he encountered a powerful enemy in the future, he could clearly bring them to this place and use the geographical advantage to kill them. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure if the system's interstellar coordinate jumping ability could bring other experts besides Yi Xian to jump as well. Thus, this idea could only flash through his mind and was quickly tossed to the back of Yi Xian's mind. He would go back and verify it before making a decision. Soon after, a thunder origin bead slowly emerged from the Rai-Di seal above Yi Xian's head. This time, Yi Xian planned to test out the thunder origin bead's power. Source Pro Mystic Light Rumble, Kacha. Kacha. Following the formation of the lightning barrier at the edge of the space lightning tomb, a large amount of green lightning and golden lightning began to bombard the interior of the lightning barrier, engulfing the butterfly starry sky fortress in an overwhelming manner. Although the butterfly starry sky fortress was attacked by this kind of lightning when it entered the space lightning tomb before, the situation before was completely different from now. This was clearly a kind of extreme bombardment under human control. The power of the lightning bolts increased exponentially, to the point that they surpassed the speed at which the death ray generator inside the butterfly starry sky fortress could produce black death rays. The layer of black death ray shield outside the butterfly starry sky fortress was rapidly weakening. This was no longer a problem of energy consumption, but a problem that they could not resist at all. Soon, when the Black Death Ray shield was completely neutralized, the hull of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress would directly face the terrifying power of the Green Lightning and Golden Lightning. In the end, the ship would be destroyed and the people on board would perish. In the blink of an eye, the situation had become so serious that it was a matter of life and death. Whether it was Xianbo or Ying Tai, both of them were shocked and panicked. Right now, the entire Space Lightning Tomb had become a cage. There was no way to escape. Once they rushed to the lightning barrier at the edge of the Lightning Tomb, the hull of the Starry Sky Fortress would probably explode. The lightning bolts there were so densely packed together that there was almost no gap between them. They had completely formed a real barrier. However, inside this cage, the power of the Green Lightning and Golden Lightning bolts had also increased. If this continued, once the death ray shield of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress was completely suppressed, they would have no choice but to directly expose themselves to the Lightning Tomb like the other party. Although the two of them were supreme mystic light realm cultivators, and even if their bodies were exposed to this lightning environment for a short period of time, they would definitely not be able to do so for long. However, there was no way to escape. In the end, only death awaited them. Thinking of this, Xianbo's expression changed drastically. A trace of regret appeared on his face. He muttered to himself. Damn it! How could I be so careless and be trapped in such an environment? Even though the opponent's cultivation is so weak, he is almost invincible in this thunder graveyard. All the thunderbolts listen to his orders. This is the rhythm of borrowing the power of heaven and earth to crush us. It is too sullen. If he didn't have this ability, a mere satellite state cultivator like him wouldn't even be considered an ant in front of us. At this point, Xianbo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed and his face flushed red. This was a sign that he had entered a state of excitement. His gaze was locked onto the Rai Di seal floating above Yi Xian's head. The reason this kid is able to reign supreme in this starry sky lightning graveyard and command the lightning of the world is obviously related to the green gold seal above his head. That's definitely an origin source treasure. Moreover, it's a lightning-attributed origin source treasure. Once I seize that treasure, this starry sky lightning tomb will obey my orders from now on. I can kill that kid with a single thought. He's not even comparable to an ant. There is no turning back. Either I die here or I seize his thunder source treasure. Ying Tai, you stay in the fortress. I will be back soon. He's just a satellite state ant. So what if he can make use of the endless thunderbolts in this thunder graveyard? The height of his cultivation base is ultimately a shortcoming. Once I make a move, seizing a thunder source treasure is just a piece of cake. The more Xianbo spoke, the more he felt that this was the truth. The most important thing was that he had no other choice but to do this now. Therefore, even though he was nervous, he could only say these words to encourage himself. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared from the control cabin on the top floor of the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress. He appeared outside the ship, surrounded by a mysterious brilliance, and quickly shot toward the place where the thunderbolts had gathered. Ying Tai, who had stayed in the Butterfly Star Fortress, was stunned at first, but then his eyes lit up. He slowly shook his head and sighed. This is good. Anyway, there won't be any sparks between us. Since the new Xianbo has appeared, the best ending for the old one is naturally to die. You are courting death. You can't blame me. Besides, if you can die in the hands of the new Xianbo, then it will give Ying Tai a legitimate reason to go and find him. This matter will be discussed in the meeting between the upper echelons of the human race and the Tianji clan. Ying Tai will have the right to reason. You killed my Xianbo. Since you can't pay for it, then you naturally have to be my new Xianbo. Ha ha ha, in that case, if the old Xianbo wants to die, then Ying Tai will think that Yu Qing is the one. His words did make some sense, but the ruthlessness in his words sent chills down Ying Tai's spine. This wasn't Ying Tai, who wanted to turn into a butterfly with Xianbo. This was clearly a poisonous female scorpion that wanted to devour her husband, at the same time, outside the Butterfly Star Fortress. As a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, Xianbo did have the terrifying ability to stay in this kind of terrifying environment for a short period of time. The fact that he could do this without using the power of the Rai-D seal was enough to show the terrifying strength of a supreme existence in the mystic light realm. At this moment, Uncle Shan's body was surrounded by a mysterious profound light that was filled with a profound aura. His body transformed into an extremely fast-flowing arrow as he quickly shot towards Xian. In the blink of an eye, he traversed more than half a distance. At this speed, he'd probably be able to arrive in front of Xian in a few breaths of time. Once he got close, Xian would not be able to protect the Rai-D seal with his insignificant fourth-order satellite cultivation. Realizing this, Xian's eyelids twitched violently. With a great sense of danger approaching, he did not hesitate and immediately sent an attack command to the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. And it was extremely clear. He directly used a Thunder Origin Orb. Whoosh! Rumble, a weak yet sharp sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The Thunder Origin bead, which had been spat out by the Thunder Emperor seal and was revolving around the seal, instantly turned into a tiny golden light that was almost undetectable. It shot towards Xianbo, who was pouncing towards him at high speed. Along the way, there was clearly the sound of thunder surging. After all, it was the Thunder Origin Orb, which represented the origin power of thunder. Once it was activated, thunder would rumble endlessly. This could not be more normal. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this undetectable golden light collided with Xianbo. The latter was in this kind of environment, where golden lightning was raging everywhere, and it was impossible to see through it, so he did not dodge at all. Harvest. The mystic light realm was the 11th realm in the universe. The so-called mystic light realm was the protective mystic light that Xianbo used to protect his body. It was said that this mystic light had something to do with the laws of the universe. The 10th realm was the Grotto Heaven realm. After reaching the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm and successfully forming a faint strand of mystic light, they could be considered to have broken through to the first level of the mystic light realm. In the entire mystic light realm, the only thing a cultivator could do was to continuously strengthen the strand of mystic light that they formed. After reaching a certain point, the quantity would cause the quality to change, and they would be able to break through and enter the next realm. From this perspective, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this strand of mystic light realm was the life of a mystic light realm cultivator. When the mystic light was formed, life would exist. When the mystic light collapsed, everything would disappear. Even if they didn't die, they would return to their original form. In this kind of environment filled with endless lightning, the mystic light would collapse and return to its original form. The only result of falling back to the Grotto Heaven realm was death. Boom! There was an explosion, an extremely monotonous explosion. There was no continuous sound, no echo, and no ripples. It was just a monotonous explosion. The power of this explosion shook the entire boundless starry sky lightning tomb, and it seemed like the space of this star region was about to collapse. As the explosion sounded, a scorching golden light spread out like a tide. The intensity of this light was so intense that even Xian, who was like an emperor in this starry sky lightning tomb, couldn't look straight at it. He subconsciously squinted his eyes and tilted his head. When he turned around again, the golden tide that had spread out had completely dispersed. It fused back into the stellar lightning tomb, turning into endless green lightning and golden lightning. It was the origin energy that constantly gave birth to life. As for the Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon whose aura clearly surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, his figure had completely disappeared. Not a single strand of hair was left behind, such power instantly stunned Xian. Although he didn't know that the mystic light realm was after the Grotto Heaven realm, just from the terrifying aura he felt from Xianbo, he was sure that the other party was definitely an existence that surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. That was the cultivation base of the 11th major realm. However, this Thunder Origin bead had actually wiped them out in an instant, leaving not even a single strand of hair behind. Back then, the Weeping Soul Blood Horn had only been able to crush the 9-star Ladybird Empress of the Grotto Heaven realm. But now, the Thunder Origin bead was able to instantly obliterate even the supreme existence of the 11th stage, who had surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. Even if it was a one-time use consumable, it was still a precious treasure. More importantly, if Xian wanted to summon the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, he would have to privately discuss with the Headless Infant Corpse in advance. However, he had absolute control over the remaining 9 Thunder Origin pearls in his possession. He could blow up whoever he wanted, blow up however he wanted, and do as he pleased. Wouldn't that be great? Furthermore, he didn't have to worry about the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn exposing some of his secrets. It was a must-have item for traveling and killing people. Just based on this point alone, this trip to the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard was already a huge gain. Of course, the current crisis was obviously not over yet. Although he had killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, the 100,000-meter-wide Starry Sky Fortress in front of him still existed. If he didn't deal with it, this matter wouldn't be over. With the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin Bead just now, Yi Xian didn't doubt that if he threw out another one, the 100,000-meter-wide Starry Sky Fortress in front of him would instantly be blown to pieces. However, he instantly hesitated about this matter. After all, this was a real Starry Sky Fortress. Even when the Wanluo Federation and the Tianji clan broke out in a war, this kind of Starry Sky Fortress was usually stationed at the rear as a strategic deterrent weapon. The ones that were actually used to fight on the battlefield were usually those so-called small Starry Sky Fortresses that were 50,000 meters wide. In the history of the Wanluo Federation, it seemed that they had never seized a Starry Sky Fortress of the Tianji clan. Similarly, the Tianji clan had never seized one from this side. If this bright silver Starry Sky Fortress in front of him could fall into his hands, not to mention its importance, just the tangible benefits would be incredible. If he didn't have the Devouring system, if he didn't have the fragment of the immortal rank Starry Sky Superbrain, Yi Xian wouldn't have the ability to refine this Starry Sky Fortress's AI system. If that was the case, he wouldn't have this kind of unrealistic dream. However, Yi Xian clearly had all of this. In other words, as long as he did it properly, he definitely had the opportunity to refine this Starry Sky Fortress and keep it in his undying world. Since that was the case, it was completely understandable that Yi Xian would have such a thought at this moment. Because although this idea was shocking, it clearly wasn't a dream. However, there was still a certain level of difficulty. If he wanted to refine it, Yi Xian would have to come into close contact with it. This was extremely dangerous. Just now, any random Tianji clan expert that appeared from this Starry Sky Fortress was a supreme existence that surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm. What if there were a few more such existences inside? Even if there were only a few Grotto Heaven realm existences, it would still be extremely dangerous for him. At this moment, he still didn't know that there was only one true Tianji clan member left in this Starry Sky Fortress. Although there were quite a few semi-intelligent androids and AI androids, none of them had developed their own consciousness and couldn't be considered true members of the Tianji clan. Once the AI system of this Starry Sky Fortress was refined, they would all switch sides and become androids loyal to Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, thinking quickly about how to find out exactly how many Tianji clan members were left in this Starry Sky Fortress. Then, he would think of a way to force them all out, which would make it easier for him to refine this Starry Sky Fortress. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed in the sky above the lightning graveyard, and the figure of a woman quietly appeared. This woman was naturally the last member of the Tianji clan in this Starry Sky Fortress of the Butterflies, the high-ranking member of the Tianji clan who called herself Ying Tai. In other words, after her appearance, there was no longer a single Tianji clan member in the Starry Sky Fortress behind her. There were only a few semi-intelligent androids and AI androids left. However, Yi Xian didn't know this yet. Otherwise, he would have taken action immediately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, at this moment, another powerful member of the Tianji clan suddenly appeared in the sky above the lightning graveyard, and the aura she exuded was no weaker than that of the previous one. Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of alarm, and for a moment, he really forgot about his plan to refine the Starry Sky Fortress. With a thought, he activated the Rai D seal hanging above his head and spat out a thunder source bead the size of a pigeon's egg. Refine Fortress Kikik, you little sweetheart, you're really heartless. Could it be that you want to kill me like that guy? Killing your wife at the drop of a hat. Are you human royalty also heartless? Following the death of Shan Bo, Ying Tai had automatically treated Yi Xian, who had killed Shan Bo, as the person she felt the love of a human being. After all, this was what he owed her. Therefore, when her words came out of her mouth, it was incomparably natural. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. The other party had said that he was a member of the human royal family. It was obvious that he had mistaken Yi Futian for Prince Xian. Furthermore, she claimed to be Prince Xian's wife. Could it be that this person was not from the Tianji clan? But a human, this was not impossible. For example, the demon imperial family had generations of imperial uncles held hostage in the Heaven's Legacy race. It was also possible that the wife of a prince of an eternal dynasty had fallen into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. It wasn't that he was stupid. The key was that the Tianji race's androids were no different from humans in terms of appearance. Demon folk could be distinguished by their mental energy, and once they used their mental energy, they would be able to determine that they were not human. However, the Tianji race did not have this feature. In addition, Ying Tai's cultivation was who knew how many times stronger than Xianxia's, so it was even more impossible for him to probe. However, Ying Tai had said it so naturally, so calmly, so it wasn't completely incomprehensible for Xian to have such suspicions. Since that was the case, it really wasn't appropriate to kill him. At the very least, it was not appropriate to do so before confirming that this person was a member of the Celestial Legacy race. Of course, it wasn't that Xian didn't have any suspicions in his heart. This beautiful and flirtatious woman's cultivation was simply too high. She was actually the same as the Heavenly Fate clan member from before, possessing a cultivation that surpassed the Heavenly Passage realm. That Prince Xian's cultivation was only at this level, so how could his wife be so powerful? However, this was not completely impossible. After all, the other party was a prince, and it was very likely that she was a proud daughter of some family. Because of his status as a prince, she was willing to lower herself to marry him. Thinking of this, Xian really didn't dare to be sure. After thinking for a while, he probed, "Since you are Prince Xian's first wife and a hostage in the hands of the Tianji clan, why did they let you out? You're obviously lying to me." As he spoke, Xian raised his hand and pointed at the butterfly starry sky fortress behind Ying Tai, his meaning obvious. Hearing Xian's words, Ying Tai's eyes lit up. He was stunned for a moment, then he was secretly delighted. She naturally understood the meaning behind Xian's words. After all this fuss, this Prince Xian actually mistook her for a human. Furthermore, he most likely really did have such a wife in the human race. She guessed that they hadn't married yet, and the two of them had never even met. Prince Xian had been tossing and turning in the first universe all this time. She had only said that just now, but he actually mistook her for that human's future wife that he had never met. That's fine too, if he mistook her for a human, and even his future wife, then she would be able to enjoy this human love even better. That's right, she also had to immerse herself in it. It would be best if even she mistook herself for a human, for Prince Xian's wife. Only then would she not reveal any flaws and be able to fully immerse herself in it. Only then would she be able to find the feeling as soon as possible. Was the love between Ying Tai and Shanbo about to reappear on her body? Just thinking about it made her excited. As for his probing words today, it was really too simple. One sentence could resolve it. Thinking of this, Ying Tai immediately made a decision. As a supreme expert of the mystic light realm, hypnotizing herself a little wouldn't be a problem at all. She immediately did so. Of course, it was only a superficial hypnosis and not a deep one. If she wanted to wake up, she could do it with just a thought. But now, as a mystic light realm expert tried to hypnotize himself and told himself that he was a human, the future wife of this Prince Xian who had fallen into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. Ying Tai's expression immediately turned sorrowful. Even her eyes were vaguely sparkling with sparkling tears. She choked and said, "Shanbo, although you and I have never met before, we have at least communicated through the star web twice. Didn't you always call me Ying Tai? Could it be that you can't even recognize my voice now? I heard that you were in the first universe and chased after you despite the danger. I didn't expect to be captured by the Tianji race and almost couldn't see you again. You actually still suspect me? Just now, you also used this kind of small golden pearl to kill that Tianji race higher up. Now, another one has come out of the seal. You clearly want to kill me as well. Wu, Shanbo, if you have a lover in the first universe, even if it's a demon person or a robot of the Tianji race, as long as you tell me, I will cover my face and cry. I will return to the human race and become a nun. Why do you have to be so heartless and insist on killing me? As for the baseless suspicions in your words, you're just fooling yourself. Don't you know that the celestial clan's upper echelons generally own a space fortress or a space fortress? Everything else is a robot. You have been in the first universe for so long. How can you not know this? That Heaven's Legacy race clansman was clearly killed by you. Other than me, there are only a few AI mechs in this space fortress. How can they trap me? You are using such a simple and childish reason to fool me. This is clearly too perfunctory. Shanbo, you have a change of heart. Woo. As she spoke, Yingtai seemed to gradually immerse herself in it and actually started crying. That delicate appearance of a pear flower in the rain, coupled with the pitiful appearance of covering her face and crying, instantly caused Yixian to be dumbfounded. At the same time, his scalp went numb. Shanbo, Yingtai, what the F***ck, he really didn't expect that Prince Xian, who was still trapped in the myriad hell at the bottom of the black wind, would be so jealous. The two of them hadn't even met yet, but he was already calling her Shanbo, Yingtai. Now, all of this was being blamed on him. What a scam. In addition, after listening to the other party's words, he also came to a realization. Just as this woman who called herself Yingtai said, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan did generally sit on a space fortress by themselves. After all, they were robots. In terms of mechanical intelligence, they had a huge advantage over humans. There was no need for them to have many people. That would be a waste of their race's resources. However, although Yixian believed most of what this woman said, he didn't completely believe it. He immediately had a plan in his mind and prepared for the final test. Fifth-rank satellite. In Yixian's opinion, if the other party was from the Heaven's Legacy race, then her acting was clearly just to numb him so that she could take advantage of the situation to ambush him. In order to achieve this goal, it wouldn't be worth it to hand over the entire Starry Sky Fortress. Therefore, refining this Starry Sky Fortress as a method of probing was extremely accurate according to Yixian's deduction and analysis. True gold wasn't afraid of fire, and it wasn't true gold that was afraid of fire. Unfortunately, although he had guessed partially correctly, he had guessed the other party's goal wrong. This was the root of the problem. If even the root of the problem was wrong, then what was the point of following up on this point? It could be said that a single mistake could lead to a complete mistake. Yingtai did this because she wanted to pursue the love between the human Yingtai and Shanbo. Under this premise, she really didn't care about an interstellar fortress. As an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as long as she was safe, even if she lost the butterfly transformation, she would be able to obtain a new butterfly transformation after returning to the Heaven's Legacy race. In fact, in her storage space, there was a Starry Sky Fortress of the same level that was 100,000 meters long. That was Yingtai's personal fortress. As for this butterfly, it belonged to that damned Uncle Shan. If Yixian wanted to refine it, then to Yingtai, she was just being generous. It wouldn't hurt her at all. It was precisely because of this that when Yixian probingly expressed that he wanted to refine this ownerless Starry Sky stronghold and take it for himself, not only did Yingtai not have any abnormal behavior, she even had a face full of pleasant surprise. She involuntarily cried out, "Heavens, you actually have such a method? This is the interstellar fortress of the mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. The superbrain that is its AI is no ordinary superbrain. If you want to refine it, you need an immortal rank superbrain. My dear, you're too surprising. You actually have an immortal rank superbrain." These words were extremely true. Even if Yingtai didn't perform a shallow hypnosis on herself, her performance would still be so perfect. This was because this was exactly what she was feeling right now. They were filled with shock. This was an immortal rank superbrain. As far as she knew, other than the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction, only the Tianji race's base camp had one. She didn't expect the human race's immortal dynasty to be so well hidden that Prince Xian had a second immortal star superbrain. The value of an immortal rank superbrain was even more valuable than 10 interstellar fortresses. From the looks of it, after he had perfectly experienced the beautiful feeling of Yingtai and Shanbo's love from this Prince Xian, he would be able to fulfill his wish and feel a little sick of it. At that time, he would be able to kill this Prince Xian and gain a great harvest. All of these were Yingtai's thoughts. Naturally, Yixian had no way of knowing. What he saw was Yingtai's perfect performance under this test. It was precisely this perfect performance that made Yixian sigh inwardly, confirming his identity as a human. Not only was it a human, but it was also the Yingtai of Prince Xian's Shanbo. It was just that for some inexplicable reason, all of this had involved him. When he thought of this, Xian felt his entire head swell up and his head hurt like crazy. However, he couldn't be bothered to think about all of this right now. No matter what, an undefended interstellar fortress was right in front of him. He had to deal with this matter first. Picking up an interstellar fortress for free wasn't a good thing that could happen every day. This was probably the first time something like this had happened in the first universe for tens of thousands of years. As he thought of this, Xian left a bit of his consciousness to summon the Rai-D seal to guard against Tai's sudden movements. At the same time, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to refine the butterfly interstellar fortress. This kind of refinement was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it was to use the core of Xian's personal interstellar communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain, to send out a superbrain frequency to connect to the control core of the interstellar fortress. Then, like a hacker, it would attack the interstellar fortress and finally brand the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain. That would be the end of the refinement. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but the entire process was extremely complicated. Just think of the huge amount of tedious and complicated data that hackers in ancient times had to face just to break through a firewall. Therefore, even with Xian's current fourth-order satellite spiritual sense and mental strength, if he were to personally control this matter, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. The best way to solve this problem was to be a hands-off boss and let the devouring system take over the control of the intelligent core of the personal interstellar communication system. Ding! Discovered interstellar fortress. Begin refinement immediately according to the host's instructions. Progress 1. Progress 2. As Xianxian's personal space communication system successfully connected and merged into the main control center of the stronghold that was no longer defended, the familiar notification of the devouring system quickly sounded in Xian's mind. This was clearly the first time he'd started to invade and refine it, and even started to read the progress. This also proved that Tai's words were true. If there was a second member of the Tianji race in this interstellar fortress, how could they allow all of this to happen? It should be known that although the interstellar superbrain used as the control core of the interstellar fortress wasn't an immortal rank, it was definitely not an ordinary superbrain. The control core of Xian's personal interstellar communication system was only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain. Although it was probably going to level up soon after consuming a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, it was going to break through the fragment level soon. However, it was still a fragment. If the control core of the interstellar fortress was controlled by a member of the Tianji race, it would be impossible for Xian's personal interstellar communication system to be so easily connected and merged into the interstellar fortress so quickly and easily. When he thought of this, Xian's wariness towards Tai immediately lessened. After all, everything that she had done proved that she was a human. Even Xian felt that he couldn't find fault with her anymore. This process of reading the progress didn't last long. After all, the interstellar communication system was already undefended, so the refinement process wasn't stressful at all. After about half an hour, the notification of the devouring system rang in Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refinement success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 5th order satellite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the superbrain fragment. Current level, infant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I want to fall in love with you. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your personal space communication system has been successfully upgraded. Current level of the star brain, infant. Current level of coverage of the star brain, 1 light-year in diameter. Current level of network communication ability, after connecting, except for connecting and merging with the star brain of the same level, the star brain of the same level can be invaded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the star brain's central frequency. Type, microLAN. Star brain's level, normal. Do you want to connect immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the star brain's central frequency. Type, microLAN. Before Xian could recover from his shock, a series of system notifications sounded out in his mind once again. Obviously, the notifications were because the fragment of his personal space communication system, which was the main control center of his space communication system, had been upgraded, which led to the upgrade of his personal space communication system. After the upgrade, the active search range of Xianxia's personal space communication system had increased from 1 light-month to 1 light-year. This was definitely a huge improvement, which would be of great significance to his search for the origin of Devouring in the future. As for the star brain's central frequency mentioned by the last 2 notifications, if he was not mistaken, it should be the signal of the star brain's central frequency sent out by some of the slave fleets of the first universe that were wandering around this space graveyard. Xian simply ignored them. At this moment, he didn't have the time to pay attention to those small fries. All his attention was focused on the mighty bright silver starry sky fortress in front of him. Although the butterfly fortress belonged to Shan Bo, Ying Tai could be considered half a master. Therefore, she had a lot of control over it. Before Ying Tai walked out of the butterfly fortress, she had completely erased all the important and sensitive information, including everything related to herself and the heavenly legacy race. As a mystic light realm upper echelon of the heaven's legacy race and half of the master of the butterfly transformation, it was easy for Ying Tai to do all this without leaving any traces. Even the devouring system and Xian's personal communication system, the immortal grade superbrain that acted as the central control center of the artificial intelligence, couldn't detect anything. It was precisely because of this that even though Xian had completely refined this universal fortress and made it his personal property, Xian had learned nothing about the original designation of this universal fortress or any other important information related to the Heaven's legacy race. The devouring system immediately informed him of this. Although Xian felt a little regretful, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. After all, this refinement had not only given him a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. His personal starry sky communication system had also been upgraded. All of this was a huge surprise. Even if it was a little regretful, it was still acceptable, since he had refined it into his own universal fortress. He naturally had to give it a designation immediately. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for such a huge fortress to not even have a designation. Xian immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had obtained this universal fortress in the graveyard of lightning. Since that was the case, what better designation would be better than Thunderbolt? Thunderbolt was domineering and resonated with his ability to command all the lightning in the world. It could not be more perfect. Xian was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, from now on, this universal fortress belongs to me, Xian. I bestow upon you the name of Thunderbolt. Amidst his laughter, Xian waved his hand and stored Thunderbolt into his undying world in an instant. Although Xian did not obtain too much information about the Tianji race from this universal fortress, Xian completely understood some of its basic situation the moment he refined it. There were 9,999 AI androids with different functions and models in the entire space fortress. They were classified as maintenance androids, service androids, technical androids, and so on. The intelligent systems of all the robots were tied to Thunderbolt's central superbrain. After Xian refined Thunderbolt's central superbrain and branded it with his personal starry sky communication system, these intelligent robots all regarded him as their master. The effect was even better than a slave imprint. But of course, among these intelligent robots, it was also possible for true self-awareness to be born. From that moment on, they would break away from the category of intelligent robots and become a new member of the machine race. All the members of the machine race were born from this. In the base camp of the machine race, they even had a set of special functional systems that were specially used to induce the robots to develop self-awareness. However, only special types of intelligent robots with great potential and value could receive the benefits of this system. Ordinary maintenance robots and service robots obviously did not have this opportunity. But even with this kind of free-range method, some intelligent robots would occasionally be lucky enough to develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the machine race. This would require Xian to observe and pay more attention in the future. Otherwise, once one of his mechanical servants was born with self-awareness, this would undoubtedly be equivalent to burying a time bomb. In the end, it wouldn't be a good thing. But all this was not something that needed to be considered now. The birth of true robots was not that simple and casual. After Yi Xian put away Thunderbolt's starry sky fortress, he glanced around and immediately fixed his eyes on Ying Tai. This woman was currently the most troublesome problem for him. First of all, I need to make one thing clear. I am not that Prince Xian. I am just a demon. Therefore, you better not follow me. Otherwise, you will fall into the hands of the Tianji race sooner or later. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian tried to persuade Ying Tai to leave. Although this Thunderbolt graveyard is some distance away from the wormhole that leads to the third universe, with your cultivation that has surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, I believe that before the follow-up forces of the Tianji race arrive, no one will be able to stop you. So, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it will be too late. Kikik, you little sweetheart. Although you are still trying to trick me with words, at least you are worried about me. At least I didn't travel hundreds of millions of miles to find this place for nothing. Ying Tai didn't take Yi Xian's persuasion to heart at all. Instead, she laughed once again, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. My dear, your concern makes me suddenly feel like I've found the sweetness of a butterfly's love. For this reason, I won't mention the part where you changed your heart before. We can start over. I have decided to follow you. If you don't go back, I will stay here with you. Stop and rob, falling in love, transforming into a butterfly, grand and spectacular. As Yi Xian mulled over these words, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he felt that this woman in front of him was definitely a huge problem. However, she was a human, and it wasn't easy for Yi Xian to kill her. Furthermore, her cultivation was so high. If she was determined to stick to Yi Xian, there was probably no way for him to get rid of her. What the F***ck? How did he end up with such a huge problem? That Prince Xian really wasn't a good person. Why did he have to provoke such an existence for no reason? As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind quickly turned. No matter what, he had to get rid of this woman. Otherwise, with her by his side, even if the Tianji clan was made up of a bunch of idiotic robots, they would know that he was related to that so-called Prince Xian. They wouldn't care if this woman mistook him for someone else. She was Prince Xian's fiancée. How could she mistake her future husband for someone else? Although this matter could be explained, the key point was that even if it was explained, people who shouldn't have been paying attention would still be attracted. This wasn't good for Yi Xian. After hearing this woman mention it twice, Yi Xian already knew that the 11th realm after the Heavenly Passage realm was originally called the Mystic Light realm. This woman was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't attack her, Yi Xian originally had no chance of getting rid of her. However, that was in the past. As for now, Yi Xian's system title had been upgraded to the 3rd level of the Interstellar Explorer. He had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. To him, getting rid of a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm wasn't difficult at all, even if it was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's gloominess immediately dissipated. He had just obtained this ability and was planning to test it out. I'll say the same thing again. I'm not Prince Xian. You've got the wrong person. So, don't follow me. You won't be able to keep up. If you don't believe me, I'll walk out of the lightning tomb right now. I don't want you to think that I used the lightning tomb's geographical advantage to shake you off. In order to make the other party give up, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at Ying Tai. Then, he took a step forward. With just one step, he was already out of the Thunder Grave. His figure appeared in the void of the universe outside the perilous land. At the same time that he walked out, the lightning barrier at the edge of the Thunder Tomb had already been removed by Yi Xian with a thought. Therefore, Ying Tai also stepped forward. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Yi Xian with a provocative expression. She seemed to be saying, "Fine, can't you get rid of me? Let's see how you do it." He appeared to be extremely confident. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was clearly more confident than her. I've said it before. Getting rid of you is as easy as pie. Sensing the provocation in the other party's eyes, Yi Xian's competitive spirit was also aroused. It was not a pleasant feeling to be looked down upon by a woman. At least, he did not like it. This kind of self-righteous woman should be given a hard slap in the face. She would naturally know what was good for her after being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Yi Xian grinned and immediately ordered the Devouring system to start the interstellar coordinate jump immediately. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. System confirmed. Interstellar coordinate jump ready. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The jump has started. Whoosh. A weak sound broke through the air. From above Yi Xian's head, a small crack suddenly appeared in the void. An aura that was exactly the same as Yi Xian's own blood essence poured out. It instantly pulled his body and turned into a weak light that disappeared into the crack. Then, without waiting for Ying Tai to come back to her senses, the crack in the void instantly closed again. Everything returned to normal. Even with her supreme cultivation, she could not catch the slightest trace of it. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. All of this was obviously beyond Ying Tai's expectations. Her confident face finally changed at this moment. She cried out involuntarily, "It has nothing to do with the lightning tomb. It's not teleportation. And it's not teleportation. What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Why do I have the illusion that he has gone to the other side of the universe in an instant? Traversing across a universe plane? How is this possible? The ultimate prince of the human race's eternal dynasty is indeed not simple. However, if you want to get rid of me like this, you are too naive. I'm afraid you haven't completely understood what the difference between the mystic light realm and the satellite realm means." At the end of her sentence, the shock on Ying Tai's face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression that became more and more interested. Her figure flashed, and she quickly rushed in a direction. It should be this direction. It was not easy to find a feeling. You can't run away from my love of the butterfly. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure fell from a crack in the void. The surroundings were dark. This void was where he had imprinted the first interstellar coordinate. In other words, he had already arrived at the black hole of life. The crack in the void above his head instantly closed again. Even if Yi Xian used his heart to investigate, he could not find any aura related to his blood essence or soul. It was indeed perfect. That show-off woman who called herself Ying Tai was probably at a loss at this moment. Yi Xian grinned and immediately rushed toward the exit of the black hole of life. After all, the other party was a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Yi Xian was not sure if she would be able to find any clues to determine the general direction of his jump. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave this place as soon as possible to prevent the other party from catching up and exposing the escape coordinates he had left as a trump card. After all, the distance between the black hole of life and the star lightning tomb was not too far, especially for a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Along the way, some of the void soldiers and generals sensed Yi Xian's aura and excitedly surrounded him. Yi Xian stopped for a moment and played with them for a while. However, he did not dare to waste any more time and quickly left the black hole of life. He changed direction and quickly flew away. At the same time, the gears in his mind turned quickly as he thought about his next move. According to his previous plan, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe had collapsed, and Huigu Lu and Zhuafeng Tai had been hidden by him. This situation was perfect for Yi Xian to wander around and find the source of devouring energy and the energy needed for the Wild Dragon battleship. However, just wandering around alone was not enough. He had to have a space fortress at the very least. Otherwise, it would be too shabby. Although the Wild Dragon battleship in his hands could be seen, it was too broken. The Black Mosquito battleship and the Black Wind battleship could not be seen, let alone the Thunderbolt battleship. Bloodshed, stop right there. Robbery. Yi Xian was inexplicably excited at the thought of those domineering words. Back in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian had robbed the demonic experts of their spatial pagodas and stole their soul-eating beasts. He had almost gotten addicted to robbing. Who would have thought that he would be able to do it again today? It was inexplicably exciting. It was worth mentioning that the warships and space fortresses of the slave races in the first universe were basically all from the Tianji clan. Therefore, they were the same as the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and other demon scout fortresses. The only difference was that some of the space fortresses had some emblems on their outer walls. Obviously, this type of space fortress was not suitable for robbery. Otherwise, if one were to recklessly send it out to swindle others, they would inadvertently offend the entire slave race. Although Xian did not care about this, it was not good to rob his own brother's race. However, some space fortresses did not have any emblems on their outer walls. These fortresses looked exactly the same. This type of space fortress could be considered a robbery target. In any case, after robbing it, all they had to do was switch the operators with their own demon slaves. No one would be able to tell anything. As for the matter of the Black Mosquito tribe not having a space fortress and Xian, as the holy son of the tribe, suddenly obtaining one, when the time came, they could just find an excuse to cover it up. Now that the Black Mosquito Star Zone was in chaos, the human elite fleet had just wreaked havoc here and destroyed some of the slave race's warships and space fortresses. When the time came, they could just say that they had accidentally found an ownerless space fortress in the void. The people inside were gone. They had probably escaped. After all, it was an ownerless space fortress. Why couldn't they just pick it up? As long as the slave clan that originally owned this fortress did not notice anything wrong, who would care too much about this matter without the victim's family? As for the success rate of the robbery, that was even less of a problem. In the first universe, the overlords of the Tianji clan were natural mechanical manipulators. They only needed one official clansman to control a huge space fortress. This was something that not even the most powerful scientists of the human race could do. But that was it. Among the other slave races, almost none of them could compare to the human race in terms of warship control or technology. Even the demon race didn't care much about technology, not to mention the half-developed races such as the Oxhead and Horseface races. Meanwhile, the AI core of Xian's personal space communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank space superbrain, had grown to its infancy stage. It was much, much stronger than before. Under these circumstances, Xian didn't even need to enter the space fortress that was listed as the target of the robbery. He was able to successfully refine the intelligence center of the target through his personal space communication system. At that time, he could completely control the target fortress remotely and temporarily imprison all the existences inside. Then, he could bring people in and take over the sparrow nest. He'd carefully calculated all of this in his mind, and he'd long since come up with a plan. He could be said to be full of confidence. After concealing his figure and presence, Xian wandered around the void. He didn't dare to approach the Black Mosquito Star Zone. Instead, he searched for targets at the edge of the Demon Star Zone. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone had the most fleets of the slave races in the first universe, because they were too close together, it was inconvenient to take action. After all, it was a robbery. It was better to look for dark alleys and remote areas. These areas also had fleets of the slave races, but there were fewer of them. But because of this, it was more suitable for Xian to take action. Soon, a fleet entered his sight. This fleet wasn't huge. It only had 2 stellar state ships and a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The huge fortress looked exactly the same as the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Even the huge fortress in Demon Guard 1 Star Dock looked exactly the same. This huge fortress was obviously a standard one issued by the Tianji clan in the first universe. Most importantly, it didn't have any insignia on it. Even if someone stole it, no one would know its origin. That's it, Xian followed it from afar. After reaching a certain distance, he issued an order to the Devouring system to activate his personal space communication system. He connected to and invaded the internal network of the huge fortress in front of him and refined it immediately. He imprinted the aura of the infant immortal rank superbrain and obtained full control of it. The system quickly responded and continued to act according to Xian's instructions. Everything was done silently. The biological frequency of the superbrain was invisible. Apart from other superbrains of the same species, no one, no matter how powerful their cultivation was, would be able to detect this frequency fluctuation out of thin air. Otherwise, in the context of space, where experts were as numerous as carps crossing the river, the superbrain wouldn't be suitable to be the star web's main control center for the 3 universes. The entire process was silent and extremely fast. In less than half an hour, Xian received the system's feedback that everything was done. The entire huge fortress had been refined and became Xian's personal property. If he wanted to, he could take it into the undying world in his body with a wave of his hand. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he used the Devouring system as a relay and directly issued an order to the huge fortress to destroy the two 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships that were protecting it. They were in cahoots. If they didn't destroy the two stellar-level battleships after taking over the huge fortress, news of this matter would definitely spread. Soon, the superstar destroyer cannon on the huge fortress was activated. Huge energy light beams blasted out from both sides. Due to the close distance, the two stellar-level battleships instantly turned into two huge fireballs. Not only were the existences in the two stellar-level battleships unable to recover from this sudden change of events, but even the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress were probably dumbfounded. Immediately withdraw the authority to activate all space portals and imprison all the enemies in a fixed area. Wait for our own people to pass through before opening the portals and starting the cleanup. After the destruction of the two stellar-level battleships, Xian immediately issued a new order. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world was activated. A large number of experts walked out from it and rushed into the huge fortress that had already opened up the main passage. Huigu Lu, Suifeng Tai, Wang Biao, 1,000 ferocious mosquitoes, and 1,000 powerful soldier ladles. In fact, just the first 3 Origin Realm Supreme existences were enough to crush the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress. Xian didn't even need to use the forces in the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Evil Spirit Slime. The interior of this fortress was the same as the Black Mosquito ship. It was divided into 4 levels, and the interior was also constructed using space folding technology. The only difference was that instead of the 10,000 cataclysmic prison, the lower level was a giant insect nest. Space folding technology had been perfected by the Tianji clan of the First Universe for many years. Therefore, even this space fortress, which was assigned to the slave races of the First Universe, used this advanced technology. In the immortal dynasties of the human race, only the warships of the military could use this technology. This fortress was originally called the Evil Spirit, but Xian did not like this name, so with a wave of his hand, he changed it to the Holy Sun. In the future, he would mainly use the identity of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun to drive the space fortress around and swindle people. The name of the Holy Sun was the most suitable. At this moment, in the center of the spacious plaza on the second level of the Holy Sun, there was a large pile of dark green corpses. It was like a mountain, and at a glance, there were at least 10,000 corpses. What surprised Xian was that these corpses were not demon-kin, nor were they humanoid lifeforms. They were actually insects. Their bodies were about the same size as humans, but they were soft-bodied insects that looked like caterpillars. They were dark green all over and had demon-like faces. They looked extremely ferocious. These insect lifeforms had a very strange name. They were called Evil Spirit Slime. Perhaps it was because their appearance was too ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a kind of greenish-black poisonous liquid. Even among the 100 slave races of the Tianji race in the First Universe, this kind of evil spirit slime was extremely disliked. As for their masters, the Tianji clan, they obviously disliked them even more. This was perhaps the reason why this fleet of evil spirit slime was so lonely, wandering the edge of the Demonkin Star region without any companions. Now, all of the evil spirit slimes inside the Saint Child had been wiped out, turning into over 10,000 corpses that were piled up in a pile. In fact, there was no lack of experts among them. It was said that the strongest existences were 2 black hole stage 9 evil spirit slimes. However, in the face of the powerful army that Xian had sent out, they were still easily annihilated. However, there was a nest in the saint's hold. It looked like a beehive and was packed with slime eggs. What a strange race. They built their nest on a bastion ship. According to Xian's estimation, there were at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the lower cabin. Each of them was only the size of a human head. They were all packed together and had yet to hatch. If someone with trypophobia entered the lower cabin and saw this scene, they would probably go crazy on the spot. Just as Xian was about to give the order to burn all the slime eggs in the hold, the notification from the Devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. This time, the contents of the notification completely stunned Xian. The surprise came so quickly that he could not believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Crystal of the Fairies. Crystal of the Fairies, the crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime. It is a natural life energy that can be absorbed by the world's insects. Do you want to collect it immediately? Crystal of the Fairies, the crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime. How could the crystal of such an ugly soft-bodied reptile have the nerve to use such a grand name like the Crystal of the Fairies? This was the first thought that flashed through Yixian's mind. Although it was a little unbelievable, he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. None of this was important. The most important thing was that this unexpected success had finally led to the discovery of the energy source that could allow the world's insects to continue to reproduce and evolve. From the looks of it, the hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the hold of the Holy Sun absolutely could not be burned. There were only about 10,000 evil spirit slime corpses in front of him, so there was a limit to the amount of Crystal of the Fairies that could be harvested. With the gigantic insect nest in the hold of the Holy Sun, Yixian would be able to obtain an endless supply of Crystal of the Fairies as more and more evil spirit slime hatched in the future. In this way, as the world's insects continued to grow, the evolution and growth of the Long Yixian fortress would also slowly enter the fast lane. When the Long Yixian fortress grew into an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Yixian would be able to drive it around the 3 dimensions of the universe. A life fortress that could rapidly repair itself at any time, anywhere, was simply too weak compared to an interstellar fortress of the same level. With this kind of excitement, Yixian immediately gave the order to collect the crystal of the evil spirit slime corpses. This scene was indeed too bloody, so he couldn't bear to watch it. He turned around and walked into a passage in the plaza. Half an hour later, 10,000 Crystal of the Fairies were gathered together and handed to Yixian. The Crystal of the Fairies were only a type of small red crystal. Moreover, they were extremely small, sparkling and translucent. They looked about the same as a pomegranate, and the largest one was slightly smaller than a pinky nail. 10,000 Crystal of the Fairies were only a small bag, so it was not very eye-catching. Yixian didn't bother to look at them in detail. Apart from keeping 10 of the largest Crystal of the Fairies as samples, he put them in a small box and threw them into his undying world. The rest of the fairies were all tossed to the Devouring system, allowing it to transfer them to the Long Yixian fortress for the world's insects to absorb. He believed that not long after, the world's insects would be able to revive and evolve once again. As for the pile of evil spirit slime corpses, Yixian didn't let them go to waste. He immediately took out his Devil Blood Star Tear Sword. After 5 fusions, not only did the Devil Blood Star Tear Sword reach the epic grade of Starry Sky, it even gave birth to a Devil Blood Sword Spirit. This kind of flesh energy was a great supplement for the Devil Blood Sword Spirit. The moment it was taken out, Yixian heard the Devil Blood Sword Spirit's cheerful buzzing sound coming from the Devil Blood Star Tear Sword. Following that, the Devil Blood Star Tear Sword was controlled by the Devil Blood Star Tear Sword. It turned into a ray of blood light and plunged into the small mountain of evil spirit slime corpses. The entire mountain of corpses withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Devil Blood Star Tear Sword had absorbed such a large amount of flesh energy several times now. According to Yixian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the Devil Blood Star Tear Sword was not far away from leveling up. Now, it was already at the Starry Sky epic grade. If it went one step further, it would be at the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Owning a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade combat weapon was absolutely the dream of any expert. But because of this, it would take a long time to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. After all, it wasn't easy to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Various concurrent positions the entire Demonkin Star region, especially the Black Mosquito Star region where the Black Mosquito tribe was located, did not return to normal after the departure of the elite human fleet from Naples. After all, the large and small fleets of the 100 servant races from the first universe had not gathered here because of the arrival of the human race's fleet. Their purpose was to search for and capture Prince Xian of the human race's everlasting dynasty. As long as Prince Xian was not caught, they could not leave so casually, even if it was to curry favor with the celestial legacy race or to do it half-heartedly. Yixian had been in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for a period of time. During this period of time, everything that had happened in the Black Mosquito Star field had already spread throughout the entire first universe. The complete destruction of the Black Mosquito tribe's main star, the unexpected fall of the demon race's imperial city's first high priest, Wen Xing, and the huge loss of the servant fleet, this news was extremely shocking to the hundreds of slave races in the first universe. The Devil Imperial planet was especially shaken. It was said that after the news that Chief Priest Wen Xing was blown into pieces by the flagship of the human elite fleet was sent back, the furious roar of Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian was heard from the depths of the Devil Imperial city. Wen Xing was the favorite of the Devil Emperor, a supreme existence of the Heavenly Passage realm. How could Mo Wen Tian not be angry when he died in such a sullen manner? However, if he were to find out that Wen Xing was hiding another secret identity as a human spy under the high priest of the Imperial city, what would the demon emperor think? Yi Xian didn't care about any of this. He was already rushing towards the Black Mosquito domain from the edge of the demon domain with the saint. Along the way, Yi Xian found a hidden void and took out the two space fortresses, the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito, from the undying world within his body. This included the Dongshu shuttle. The reason for this was naturally to free up manpower to enter the saint. With his current status, not only had he become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but because Suifeng Tai and Hui Gulei had already been shelved by him, Yi Xian had already privately put on the two high hats of temporary Great Commander and temporary High Priest on his head. In short, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, he was the one with the highest authority. Under such circumstances, the Holy Sun would basically be his personal fortress in the future, and there was no possibility of him handing it over to the tribe. Since that was the case, he naturally needed to keep some forces in the fortress. However, including the 1,000-man battalion led by Gue Haidao in the Dongshu shuttle and the other 5,000-man battalions led by Tsang Qingyu and the others, he did not dare to move a single one of the 6,000 scouts. He continued with his original arrangements. After all, these guys were all from the Demon Scout Corps, so they couldn't be exposed. The appearance of a wretched mosquito slayer in the Demonkin star system was already quite risky. If more came out, something bad would definitely happen. The higher-ups of the demon slaves like Naboshan, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito couldn't show themselves either. Other than that, he even sent Suifeng Tai and Hui Gulei into the Dongshu shuttle so that they could stay with Gue Haidao's army of 1,000 slaves and guide them so that they could improve their cultivation and grow as quickly as possible. They would definitely be of great use in the future. However, the dozens of subordinates following the two were left in the saint by Yi Xian. After all, they had been planted with the slave seal, and there was no problem of them dying in the light. With their presence, the news of Hui Gulei and Suifeng Tai's death could be confirmed. No one would doubt it. These guys were the trusted subordinates of the two for many years. Yi Xian also didn't move the 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles in the Dongshu shuttle. However, he transferred 1,000,000 mosquito beasts and 10,000 soldier ladles from the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship to the Saint. At the same time, he also moved the 8-star ladles, and all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles to the second level of the Saint. In this way, the two lower levels of the Saint were allocated. The bottom level was a nest of the evil slime, and the second level was for the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. Yi Xian wouldn't open the access to these two levels, so no one was allowed to enter or leave. As for the top level, it was naturally for him to use. As for the third level, there was a living area for the demon dwellers, which was enough to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yi Xian planned to arrange for all the demon dwellers who controlled the Saint to stay there. Of course, these thousands of demon dwellers had to be temporarily recruited. Fortunately, the Black Mosquito tribe still had 9 demon dwellers planets. The higher-ups had all been planted with slave imprints, so it wouldn't be a problem to recruit a few hundred demon dwellers on each demon dweller planet. Yi Xian would be able to recruit all 3,000 demon dwellers in one go. After doing all of this, he immediately stored the Void Hull shuttle and the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world within his body. Just as he was about to store the Black Wind as well, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some unresolved matters within the Black Wind that he needed to deal with. To be precise, there were 2 matters. Firstly, the 1,000 over elites of the Wanluo Federation who didn't manage to escape in the bottom level of the Wanluo prison, including Prince Xian. Secondly, the Black Wind ship's guardian demon beast, the Black Wind Beast. The Black Wind Beast wasn't in a hurry. Although the Black Wind ship was the main flagship of the Demon Dweller Scout Army, the Guardian Demon Beast was stronger than the Black Mosquito ship's Li Mosquito. Like Ba Chai, it had reached Black Hole Realm Level 9. However, the Black Nine's strength was nothing to Yixian now. Either the 8-star Wang Biao or Prince Shui Ben would be able to suppress it immediately. It wasn't good for this demon beast to show itself. He could just find some time to deal with it or subdue it. After all, it was locked up in the demon nest of the Black Wind ship and couldn't come out at all. As for the 1,000 over elites of the Federation at the bottom level of the Black Wind ship, it seemed like it was time to check on them. There were more than 10,000 people locked up in the Black Wind ship's Wanluo prison. When Yixian refined the Black Wind ship, he only released close to 10,000 people and didn't release the remaining 1,000 because of Prince Xian. He couldn't possibly leave him alone, right? That would be too obvious. As for the 1,000 over elites of the Federation, Yixian planned to release them after returning to the Third Universe. Everything would be based on the Black Mosquito ship's model, so there was no need to worry. The key was that Prince Xian. Although Yixian didn't have any enmity with him, ever since he obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid from the Undying Star and found a drop of undying ancestral dragon blood in it, he had coincidentally swallowed it in front of Prince Xian in the Wanluo prison. The conflict between the two could no longer be resolved. They were destined to be on opposite sides. This time, the arrival of the human race's elite fleet from Naples in the First Universe already showed that Prince Xian's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Yixian could deal with the other 1,000 over elites of the Federation a little later, but it was better to deal with Prince Xian as soon as possible. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Immortal Blood Crystal. It seems that the Black Wind still has close to 100,000 Void Soldier ladles. I hope that guy has been scared to death so that I won't have to make a move. Yixian sighed and muttered to himself as he stepped into the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among the 100,000 Void Soldier ladles, there were 5,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star General ladles. Of the 1,000 Void Soldier ladles that Yixian brought into the Dongshu shuttle, there were 200 Void Soldier ladles from the 4th realm to the 8th realm. In addition, of the 10,000 Void Soldier ladles that moved from the Black Wind to the Saint, there were 2,000 Black Hole Realm soldiers. In other words, there were close to 90,000 Void Soldier ladles in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among them, there were close to 3,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star General ladles. There were only slightly more than 1,000 Federation elites still imprisoned in the myriad cataclysm. Although there were Black Hole Realm elites among them, there were only 6 or 7 of them. Moreover, they were only at the early stages of Black Hole Realm Level 1 to Level 3. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured. Under such circumstances, facing such a terrifying army of soldiers with terrifying numbers and strength, the 1,000 or so elites of the Federation had probably spent every day in fear ever since they moved in and started living together with them. Fortunately, the pillars of the cage were strong enough to give them a weak sense of security. However, with the Void Soldier's good teeth, Yixian wasn't sure if the pillars of the cage would be able to withstand it. It was only now that he realized that this was only the second time he had entered the Myriad Cataclysm in the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm. After releasing the 10,000 Federation elites, he hadn't gone back to take a look. He didn't know if Prince Xian and the others were still alive. At this thought, Yixian's expression turned strange. In an instant, he appeared in the prison guard's living quarters at the edge of the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm. There were Void Soldier ladles everywhere. Although the Heaven's Legacy race's space fortresses all used space folding technology, the Myriad Cataclysm was only so big. It was still a little crowded for 100,000 Void Soldier ladles to enter. Seeing Yixian and feeling the aura of the Mother Marrow that was being emitted from his body, the Void Soldiers immediately let out a light cry of joy. They all crawled over and followed behind Yixian as they walked towards the cage area of the Myriad Heaven prison. After Yixian released the 10,000 Federation elites, the rest of the Cataclysm were all gone. Refining the Black Wind would be able to achieve this. Seeing Yixian Cataclysm again, the 1,000 Federation elites were all taken aback at first, but then they realized something. Their faces contorted in shock, but there was also a hint of doubtful joy in their eyes. Yixian Cataclysm had mixed in with the 10,000 escapees and left with them. He had used the Devouring system to retract the pillars of the Myriad Cataclysm and opened the Myriad Cataclysm. Thus, these people had no idea that Yixian Cataclysm, the young man who had been captured in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm, was actually the perpetrator of that inexplicable amnesty. But now, they understood everything. Moreover, Xian cataclysm had appeared here again, and the 100,000 terrifying black beetles around him were like pets, joyfully following behind him. There was no longer any suspense. This young man had already taken control of the Black Wind and possessed an incomparably powerful foundation. Just these black beetles alone were enough to sweep through a small country. This was also the reason why they were so happy. After all, they were all on the same side. Perhaps Xian cataclysm's arrival represented their freedom. But at the same time, when they thought about how Xian cataclysm hadn't appeared for such a long time, they realized that if he wanted to release them, he would have done so long ago. That was why, amidst their joy, they were also incomparably nervous and doubtful. Xian cataclysm didn't pay any attention to all of this. His gaze swept towards the cage where Prince Xian was, and then his expression changed abruptly. Out of the 1,000 over cages, the rest were undamaged. Only Prince Xian's cage had a large chunk of 10 thick black pillars eaten away, and a large hole had appeared on one side of the cage. It was large enough for a Black Hole Realm soldier to enter. Inside the cage, apart from some bloodstains on the ground, that Prince Xian was already gone, eaten by the soldier. But why did it only eat him? The other 1,000 over people were clearly fine. With this doubt, Xian cataclysm subconsciously turned his head to look at the other cages around him. There was a questioning look in his eyes. The expressions of these people also became strange. They clearly understood what Xian cataclysm meant and then carefully spoke one after another. That guy is a lunatic. He deserves to be eaten by bugs. Since that day, that guy hasn't had a moment of peace. It's rare for him to shut up, but he only takes a break. At most, after 2 hours, he immediately starts scolding again. Not only are we annoyed, but even these bugs are annoyed by him. After scaring him a few times to no avail, they simply gnawed a hole, crawled in, and swallowed him whole. He's a complete lunatic. He keeps saying that he's Prince Xian. Pooh. How can the prince of our human race's everlasting dynasty be like this? What a shrew. As these words entered his ears, Xian slowly opened his mouth wide. At first, he was shocked, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he was extremely emotional. This was truly a case of retribution for being cheap. Back then, Xian had been scolded so badly by him that he almost killed this brat on the spot. Who would have thought that in the end, this brat would still die because of his cheap mouth? But then again, just based on this cheap mouth alone, no one would believe that he was Prince Xian of an everlasting dynasty. This was good too. At least this way, the everlasting dynasty's royal family's reputation would be preserved. Otherwise, once this matter spread through the other Federation elites in the myriad cataclysm, the entire royal family would be humiliated. Just as Xian was thinking about this, a Black Hole Realm 7-star general suddenly crawled out from among the soldiers behind Xian and went straight to Xian. After chirping lightly twice, it opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red crystal. This red crystal was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it was sparkling and translucent. It vaguely emitted an aura similar to that of the immortal ancestral dragon's blood that Xian had refined. Xian's expression changed slightly. Like a conditioned reflex, he moved as fast as lightning and instantly put the crystal back into his body. Fortunately, this general's body was huge and blocked in front of him. As such, those Federation elites in the 1,000-odd cages didn't see the crystal appear. At the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, just as he had expected. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Demonic Mutation. Xian immediately left the Black Wind, ignoring the thousands of Federation elites who were still in their cages. After all, it was safe here, and he had no intention of explaining anything, so there was no need for him to say anything. After keeping the Black Wind into his undying world, he immediately returned to the command cabin on the top floor of the Saint. After giving the order to continue heading to the Black Mosquito Star Zone, he immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. The immortal blood crystal that he had just obtained was clearly the crystallization of the bloodline of the immortal dynasty's royal family. Legend had it that the immortal divine dragon's bloodline flowed within the immortal dynasty's royal family. After obtaining that drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, Xian had confirmed this legend. He also knew that the divine dragon's bloodline that flowed within the immortal dynasty's royal family came from the golden divine dragon of the primordial era. After Prince Xian was swallowed by the seven-star general ladle, his flesh, clothes, and even the treasures he carried with him were probably all digested. The void soldier ladle could even eat through the universe, let alone these things. However, the golden divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood seemed to have been purified and condensed into an immortal blood crystal. Perhaps the seven-star general ladle knew that the divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood was good stuff, but it was too thin. Therefore, it purified it and created this item. Moreover, the divine dragon's bloodline that the immortal dynasty's royal family had somehow obtained gradually thinned with each generation. At the same time, it was also imprinted with the changes left behind by the royal family's supreme experts. Therefore, this immortal blood crystal had two meanings to Xian. First, by absorbing it, Xian's divine dragon's bloodline would improve further. Second, because the blood crystal was imprinted with the bloodline aura of the royal family's supreme experts, once Xian merged it into his own bloodline, he would transform into the real Prince Xian. Although he would not be that person, his bloodline would definitely be that of the immortal dynasty's royal family. Perhaps even the imperial preceptor of the immortal dynasty, D-Heir, would not be able to deny this. The divine dragon aura in the blood crystal was not very strong. Although it had some effect on the evolution of Xian's divine dragon bloodline, it was not very effective. However, the latter was more powerful. As long as this was realized, Xian would no longer need to hide from the search of the immortal royal family. He could openly return to the third universe, and from then on, he would truly be Prince Xian. As for appearances and the like, in this current flourishing age of cultivation, even the weakest meteor tier 1 could easily conceal their figure or change their appearance. There was really no one who would be too conflicted about this point. This was the final trial, after all. He couldn't even reveal his identity as a member of the royal family. It was only natural for him to change his appearance. Since he was used to this appearance, he was too lazy to change it back. After all, Prince Xian had used this appearance to become famous in the three universes. In order to take care of the feelings of his fans, it was reasonable to continue using this appearance. Replacing Prince Xian was an extremely shocking idea. However, because of the existence of this blood crystal, everything became possible. Xian was not greedy for riches and honor. Instead, he wanted to grow. It was obvious how much power a prince had. He only wanted this kind of power because it was extremely convenient for him to search for the devouring origin and other cultivation resources. The blood crystal, which was only the size of a pigeon egg, quickly melted and merged with Xian's flesh. A piercing pain spread from his bone marrow to the surface of his skin. It was a piercing pain that existed in every single cell of his body. It was the same feeling as when he had used the divine dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique to temper his body in the corpse pool. However, because of his previous foundation and the fact that the divine dragon bloodline in this blood crystal was not very rich, the piercing pain was much less than the previous time. However, for some reason, this time only the area between his eyebrows, where Xian had activated the demonic soul pupil after refining the demonic soul spirit that had turned into a little jade rabbit, was especially painful. It was not inferior to the previous time. Fortunately, this was the only part of his body where the pain was so intense, so it was not unbearable. The entire process of refining the blood crystal did not take long. It was over in less than 10 minutes. Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, satellite level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the giant dragon body tempering technique. Current level, growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the golden divine dragon bloodline mutation. Direction of mutation, demonic torch dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutated demonic dragon bloodline special ability, demonic dragon's gaze. Current level, beginner level. As the series of system notifications sounded one after another, Xian fell into a daze again. The leveling up of his cultivation was within his expectations. The only thing he was a little surprised about was that he had leveled up twice in a row. However, when he thought about it, not only did the blood crystal contain the divine dragon bloodline, but it also contained the aura of the bloodline imprint left behind by generations of supreme masters. After absorbing it into his body, it was normal for him to level up twice in a row. In addition, the leveling up of the giant dragon body tempering technique from the beginner level to the growth level was also within his expectations. What truly shocked him was the mutation that had occurred during the advancement of the dragon bloodline. Leveling up, it sounded like a good thing, and when the system mentioned this, it also used the word congratulations, which was a great blessing. Thinking about the abnormal pain of the demon soul pupil between his eyebrows, Xian felt that the so-called bloodline mutation this time was most likely related to the demon soul pupil. After his giant dragon bloodline had leveled up into the demonic dragon bloodline, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline special ability called the demonic dragon's gaze, which happened to be related to his eyes. Therefore, this point was basically confirmed. The words demonic torch dragon reminded Xian of a primordial legend. In primordial legends, dragons could be regarded as a kind of supreme divine beast, and there were actually many kinds of them, each with their own characteristics and different powers, such as the winged dragon, horned dragon, jiao dragon, horned dragon, and so on. The golden divine dragon was powerful, but in some primordial legends, there was a kind of dragon that was even more powerful than the golden divine dragon. It was called the demonic dragon, the underworld dragon, or the torch dragon. In the legends, the torch dragon was also known as the Zhuin, the Hui dragon, or the torch dragon. Its image was said to be that of a dragon with a human face. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the darkness in the northwest where there was no sun. Legend had it that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. Its eyes were the light, its eyes were the light. It was a simple sentence, but the aura and majesty it displayed was enough to make one's heart tremble. When it opened its eyes, it was the day, and when it closed its eyes, it was the night. The whole world, such a big world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was almost exaggerated and too mysterious. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Goodbye to the ferocious mosquito emperor. This time, Xian had gained a lot. As a result, he, who had been pleasantly surprised recently, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. His cultivation had reached the 8th stage of the satellite realm, and he only needed to advance one more stage to reach the full circle of the realm. After that, he would reach the 4th major realm, the planet realm. Even a rocket wouldn't be that fast. Obtaining the identity of the immortal royal bloodline had resolved the crisis in front of him. Xian could openly return to the 3rd universe at any time. After returning, there would be many benefits. Using the identity of Prince Xian, it wouldn't take long for him to find the origin of engulfment to reap the rewards. More importantly, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline ability. He immediately looked inside and checked his mind. The golden scale that represented the inheritance of the golden dragon bloodline had indeed turned black and gold. It seemed more mysterious, thick, and ancient. Judging from its black and gold color, Xian most likely possessed the bloodlines of the demonic dragon candle dragon and the golden dragon. This could be inferred from the fact that he possessed the dragon tempering technique and the demonic dragon's gaze, two different bloodline abilities of the dragon clan. This sudden fortuitous encounter changed Xian's thoughts rapidly. He had decided to stay in the 1st universe because he wanted to find the origin of engulfment and an energy source that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The latter had been resolved. As for the former, after obtaining the identity of Prince Xian, returning to the 3rd universe to search would obviously be faster than searching here. In addition, the problem of Prince Xian's identity no longer existed. Therefore, Xian suddenly had the thought of leaving. Of course, there were still some things that he had to do before leaving. First, he had to try to search for information about the origin of engulfment in the 1st universe. His personal star communication system had been upgraded to the growth stage, and it had entered the growth stage of the star superbrain. Its search radius had increased to a light year, and its functions had greatly increased. Xian could try to secretly connect to the star network of the demonic emperor planet, which was the star network of the Tianji race, and see if he could find anything. In addition, before leaving, he had to visit the mosquito race planet once. Previously, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had given Xian two conditions. His cultivation must be before the origin realm. Also, his mind and art force art studio level art. If he could satisfy these two conditions at the same time, then Xian would be able to return to the Mosquito Beast Star. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had once promised him with his Tao heart that he would give Xian a great fortune, although it wasn't because of this matter, it was just to say goodbye. Letting Prince Xueben and the Mad Mosquito Emperor meet again was something that should be done. Originally, there were two other places he should go. One was the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, and the other was the Black Hole of Life. However, the former was still too dangerous for him, so he could only postpone this matter. As for the Black Hole of Life, the countless Void soldiers were doing well inside, so there was no need for him to make a trip there. If there was a need for him to go there, he could enter the first universe through the wormhole at any time and launch an interstellar coordinate jump. It was very convenient. In addition, Xian still had some chores to clean up at the Black Mosquito tribe, and that was the dozens of higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars who had been taken as demon slaves by him. This time, when he returned to Universe 3, he did not know whether to bring them along with him. If he really did that, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be finished. They would be leaderless. Therefore, after some consideration, Xian gave up in the end. He would just treat it as a spy he had planted in the first universe. Who knows, it might be of great use in the future. In the end, he decided to go to the Mosquito Beast Star first. Then, he would go to the Black Mosquito 9 stars and get 4,000 demon slaves to enter the saint and plant the slave mark. In this way, his 1,000 demon slave team would increase from 6 to 10. A total of 10,000 demon slaves. Just thinking about it was scary. After doing these two things, he would finally go to the Demonic Emperor Star. He would connect to the Star Network mainframe from afar and launch a search. If there was no result, he would immediately return to Universe 3. After deciding on the itinerary, Xian immediately gave the order to advance at full speed. Their destination was the Mosquito Beast Star. Half a day later, Xian put away the saint in the distant void. His physical body crossed and entered the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast Star. At that moment, he waved his hand and summoned Xueben from the pet ring. The two of them, one in front and one behind, went straight to the center of the planet. As a supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, the entire Mosquito Beast Star was covered by the Mad Mosquito King's mental energy. He immediately sensed Xian and Xueben's arrival and appeared immediately. Then, after seeing Xian for the first time, his expression changed and he exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Are you on steroids every day, brat? You're almost at the peak of the satellite realm? How many days have you been away?" Xian was a little proud at first, but after sensing the Mad Mosquito King's aura, he immediately rolled his eyes. "I'm only at the 3rd level. No matter how many levels I have increased, it can't be compared to your breakthrough in the Grotto Heaven realm, right? Last time, you were at the 1st level of the Grotto Heaven realm. How long has it been? You're already at the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. You're the one on steroids every day. Hee, brat, I'm not breaking through, I'm recovering. It's good that I'm in high spirits. Of course, it's fast. Then, what was your original cultivation level? Mystic Light Realm? Or even stronger?" Xian took this opportunity to ask again. He had always been curious about the Mad Mosquito King's cultivation. This guy was too mysterious. Huh? You even know that the 11th level is the Mystic Light Realm? Did you meet someone in the Mystic Light Realm recently? The Mad Mosquito King immediately exclaimed in surprise. Then, as he spoke, he released a strand of mental energy toward Xian to investigate. When this strand of mental energy came into contact with Xian's body, he didn't resist. He trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor quite a bit. At the very least, the mental imprint that the other party had left outside his sea of consciousness had only been able to protect his sea of consciousness. It had never crossed the line and entered his sea of consciousness without permission. In the next second, the Mad Mosquito King suddenly exclaimed. Golden Dragon Bloodline? Underworld Dragon 9 Bloodline? Desolate Ancient Yiksha Divine Ability? 6th level Mental Energy? And the aura of the weeping soul blood ape, heavens, this tattoo, could it be the heavenly Tao nascent soul? No, that's impossible. As the Mad Mosquito King exclaimed one after another, Yi Xian's body shook violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The Mad Mosquito King's mental energy clearly hadn't entered his mind. In fact, it had only touched his body for a moment, but it was as if it could see through Yi Xian. This was clearly through the faint aura left on Yi Xian's body by the Mad Mosquito King's bloodline and divine ability. Even that Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon and Prince Xian's fiancé, Ying Tai, definitely didn't have such an ability. Those two were supreme existences in the mystic light realm. Crutch Yi Xian didn't hide much from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Other than the part about Prince Xian, he basically told the Mad Mosquito Emperor everything. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the most important secrets about the Devouring system and the undying world to Yi Xian. On one hand, the reason why Yi Xian did this was because he trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and on the other hand, it was because he could be considered to have a strong foundation. Even if the Mad Mosquito Emperor was an existence that surpassed the profound light realm, with the headless corpse of an infant, it would be useless for him to scheme against him. In addition, Yi Xian's honesty had another purpose. He hoped to get some feedback from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Putting aside his cultivation realm, the fact that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was able to recognize the aura of the giant golden dragon and the underworld dragon Nine, as well as the weeping soul blood ape and the desolate ancient Xianxia, showed just how mysterious he was. He even knew the origin of the headless corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest with a single glance. He even uttered the words Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul in surprise. Was it the Heavenly Tao Nascent Soul corpse? Could it be that this headless infant's corpse is actually the embodiment of the will of the Heaven Tao from the primordial era? But why was it in the form of a baby, who cut off its head? Also, what was the truth behind the War of the Ancients? If the headless infant corpse was really the will of the Heavenly Tao from the primordial era, then how could it have caused such a destructive war? The powerful beings of the primordial era were divided into two camps. One camp called themselves gods, and the other camp was called demons. As the will of the Heavenly Tao of that era, how could it allow this to happen? In fact, all of this had been entangled in Yi Xian's mind recently. From time to time, it would pop up, making him fascinated and subconsciously recall the primordial age. At this moment, with the Mad Mosquito Emperor's abnormal behavior, Yi Xian felt like he had found the hope of answering all of these questions. As such, he immediately told the Mad Mosquito Emperor about most of his experiences. Then, he started to question the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Don't ask about these things. I won't tell you. More accurately, I can't tell you, and I don't dare to tell you. At least, before that thing on your chest allows it, you won't be able to get any more information from me. As he spoke, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, whose face was filled with fear and was clearly still in a state of extreme shock, quickly glanced at Yi Xian's chest before letting out a sigh. You can forget what I said before. It will tell you what to do when the time comes. It will. Go back. I've heard about what happened in the Black Mosquito Star Zone recently. I didn't expect you to be a prince of the human race's everlasting dynasty. Since that's the case, you can't stay here any longer. Once De of the Tianji clan finds out that he chose you, he'll probably pay any price to capture you. Even if the entire Tianji clan is destroyed, he'll definitely take you down. This matter can't be hidden for long. While De still doesn't know, leave immediately. As for Shui Ben, speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor turned his head to look at Prince Shui Ben, who had been silent all this time but was much quieter than before. He seemed to be gradually returning to normal. There was a hint of gentleness in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's eyes. He smiled with relief. Before this, there was only hope for his recovery. Now, I'm absolutely sure that my son will recover his mind in the future, as long as he stays with you. Take him away. You respect him as your elder brother. What is there to worry about? Who would have thought that the bizarre affairs of the world could be so surprising? It's all worth it. So it is already, ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, the Mad Mosquito Emperor no longer paid any attention to Yi Xian and Prince Shui Ben. He turned around and flew into the depths of the Mosquito Star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The it he mentioned at the end was clearly the headless infant corpse. From this, it could be seen that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was indeed aware of the headless infant corpse's origins. This also proved that his origins were not to be underestimated. How could he be an ordinary existence if he was related to the headless infant corpse? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's words made him even more confused. Even the Mad Mosquito Emperor was so afraid of the headless infant corpse. Moreover, it seemed that De also knew about the headless infant corpse. What was the truth behind all this? Filled with confusion, Yi Xian immediately left the Mosquito Beast Star with the Bloodbend Prince. Then, he circled around the entire Black Mosquito Star region and went to visit all of the remaining Black Mosquito 9 stars. In just 3 days, he had lured 4,000 demon dwellers into the Saint. Moreover, during this period of time, Yi Xian had used all his strength to condense 4,000 different level slave seals. At this point, all of the devil cultivator experts within the Holy Sun had become his devil slaves. Since he had decided to return to the third universe, he considered that the Black Mosquito tribe could not be leaderless. After all, the higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars were his people. This had become the secret headquarters that Yi Xian had left in the first universe. He really couldn't let him decline like this. In addition, the high priest of the imperial capital, Wenxing, had died. Huigulu had the opportunity to enter the Devil Royal planet. After all, he was from Wenxing's bloodline. The Devil Emperor Mo Wentian would more or less take care of him for old time's sake. Therefore, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huigulu, and dozens of his trusted subordinates were all released by Yi Xian. They stayed on the Black Mountain Star. As for the great commander Zhuofeng Tai, Yi Xian had just decided to take him away. It was a good thing to keep a demon dweller expert of the Fourth Order Origin realm by his side. Although the 8 stars Wan Biao and Prince Shui Ben were also in the Origin realm, it would not be convenient for them to appear often after they returned to the third universe. Zhuofeng Tai, on the other hand, looked no different from a human, so he did not have such concerns. After doing all this, the last thing Yi Xian needed to do in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was to go to the Devil Royal planet. From the distant void, he would invade the star net and connect to the Tianji clan's main net. Then, he would search for news of the engulfing origin. After doing this, he could return to the third universe and return to the human race as Prince Xian. At that time, it would definitely be another exciting experience. With this expectation in mind, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and quickly rushed to the Devil Royal Star Zone. What he did not know was that on the second day after the Saint ship left the Black Mosquito Star Zone, the Star Zone was once again in turmoil. This time, the situation was several times more serious than before. Even the Tianji clan Zhang Tai, who was in the 11th Profound Light Realm, was alarmed and hurried back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone from the Black Wind Star Zone. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The arrival of the human stronghold. The fleet of the human race's immortal dynasty had arrived once again. However, this time, even Ing Tai, who was at the Mystic Light Realm, didn't dare to act rashly. That's right, she did have a stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter in her body. However, Ing Tai didn't choose to take out the stronghold to fight against this elite fleet of the human race. This was because she wasn't confident in winning at all. Thus, she could only choose to hide in the dark and observe from afar. This time, the human race's immortal army only had 5 battleships. This was half the number of battleships from last time, but their battle strength was many times greater. The 5 battleships were all strongholds that were 100,000 meters in diameter. In past wars, this level of starry sky fortress was often used to guard the rear and serve as a strategic deterrent. But this time, the Immortal Dynasty had mobilized 5 starry sky fortresses at once. Such a grand display of power even gave Ing Tai a fright. This also showed how determined the Immortal Dynasty was this time. They had to find Prince Xian. If he was alive, they had to see him. If he was dead, they had to see his corpse. Perhaps this was why the dynasty had mobilized 5 battleships at once, all of which were 100,000 meters in diameter. Only such a stronghold could enter and leave safely in a dangerous place like the Heaven Lightning Tomb in a short period of time. Even the other cosmic battleships that were 50,000 meters in diameter definitely didn't have this ability. Entering would mean the destruction of the battleship and the death of the people on board. In the human race's technology faction, the high-ranking generals that had the right to command 100,000 meters in diameter stronghold were usually 4-star generals or even 5-star generals. However, this time, the commander of the fleet that had brought these 5 strongholds to the first universe in such a short period of time was still 3-star General Naples. This was clearly a hint that an exception was about to be made. After all, although Naples didn't bring Prince Xian back to the human race last time, he had still found him. It was just that Prince Xian had purposely avoided him for some reason. More importantly, when Naples' fleet encountered the Heaven's Legacy race's interstellar fortress, he immediately made the decision to scatter and flee, and he was the last to leave. This effectively ensured that Prince Xian's information would be successfully sent back. Even if the Tianji race's interstellar fortress launched a pursuit, with the small fortress in Naples resisting from behind, the 9 cosmic universes that had already begun jumping would be able to enter the wormhole in time. In short, this matter vividly displayed Naples' great responsibility and ability as a senior general of the Immortal Army. In addition, after returning, the dynasty's officials immediately reported the news of Prince Xian, allowing the countless fans of the prince in the human race and the Wanluo Federation to know that the dynasty's military had not only dispatched a fleet but also lost a cosmic universe state and thousands of Immortal Army elites. Furthermore, Prince Xian's whereabouts had been confirmed. He was currently safe. As such, the resentment of the prince's fans gradually dissipated, and the pressure on the royal family was greatly reduced. A high-ranking member of the royal family in charge of the military was overjoyed. As such, it was only natural that he would give Naples a recommendation. It could be said that even if Naples still couldn't bring Prince Xian back to the human race this time, as long as he did something here, preferably, a more intense battle and the destruction of 1 or 2 interstellar fortresses, he would still be treated as a hero by the royal family when he returned and would be given an exceptional recommendation. Of course, he wouldn't intentionally cause the destruction of the human race's interstellar fortresses. However, Naples had indeed descended with the intention of causing a huge ruckus. Only a great battle, could bring about the intensity of his desire. With such thoughts in mind, the moment the 5 interstellar fortresses of the human race descended on the Black Mosquito Star Zone, they immediately wiped out more than 10 fleets of the first universe's slave races that were roaming around this star zone. Following that, on the 3rd day, they directly performed a space jump and rushed towards the demonic Emperor planet. Since the destruction of a tribe's main planet didn't hurt the demonic race, then this time, they would make an example out of the demonic Emperor planet. The 5 interstellar fortresses would definitely be able to destroy the demonic Emperor city. After all, the demonic race didn't have interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for Prince Xian, Naples had originally decided to go to the interstellar lightning grave to rescue him. However, during these 3 days of sweeping, he received news of Prince Xian's reappearance. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief, including a member of the royal family, who was the deputy commander of the fleet. This member of the royal family was the current immortal emperor's younger brother. Prince Xian should call him imperial uncle, and his name was Long Tianba. Among the outstanding princes of the empire who were active in public, the one who supported him was the second prince, Long Shumian. As for Prince Xian, he was ranked 18th among the princes. Normally, he wasn't very close to this imperial uncle Long Tianba, let alone on good terms. The reason the latter had followed Naples' fleet to the first universe this time was obviously partly because of the internal strife between the royal families of the Immortal Empire. As for the truth, it was a taboo topic. Ordinary people had no way of knowing, and those who knew some inside information definitely wouldn't talk about it. Yi Xian was even more clueless about all of this. At this moment, he was still on his way to the demonic Emperor planet. It had only been 3 days since he left the Black Mosquito Star Zone. His saint ship was just an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. Even if it traveled at full speed and jumped through wormholes along the way, it would take at least 7 to 8 days to reach the demonic Emperor planet. What made people speechless was that Yi Xian had left 3 days earlier, but in the end, he fell behind Naples' fleet. On the afternoon of the 7th day, when the Saint ship finally arrived at the demonic Emperor Star Zone, Naples had already been there for half a day. After all, the entire fleet was a 10,000-meter-long fortress. 4 days was enough to travel from the Black Mosquito Star Zone to the demonic Emperor Star Zone. As a result, Ying Tai, who had been following closely behind the fleet in secret, was shaken off by Naples. Although she also had a fortress, it was really inconvenient for her to take it out. With the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, it would also take her 5 days to travel from the Black Mosquito Star Zone to the Demonic Emperor Star Zone from the Black Mosquito Star Zone, which was only 2 days faster than the fortress. In other words, Ying Tai, who had traveled through space with her physical body, would only arrive the next day. Naples already knew that Prince Xian had left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and was heading towards the Demonic Emperor planet. Furthermore, he had most likely already arrived. As such, the 5 human fortresses had all activated their concealment formations before entering this star zone. He had to first collect information and confirm Prince Xian's whereabouts before making a decision. If he could find Prince Xian, there would naturally be no need for a bloody battle. It would be more effective to bring him back immediately. Therefore, the 5 human fortresses quietly lay dormant in space not far from the Demonic Emperor planet and secretly collected information. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The root of all evil. Similarly, Yi Xian had activated the concealment matrix to enter the Demonic Emperor galaxy. His personal interstellar communicator could be accessed within a light-year's range. Therefore, Yi Xian's saint had stopped not far from the Demonic Emperor galaxy. The distance between the two was not far, but neither was aware of the other's existence. That was quite a sight to behold. As the saint child slowly came to a stop, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate his personal star communication system. He ordered it to use all its strength to search for all the star network signals in the nearby void and list them out one by one for him to choose who to connect with. The system responded quickly. Ding. Personal interstellar communicator activated. Beginning search for interstellar signals. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Detected interstellar signals. Strength, weak. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Detected interstellar communicator. Strength, average. Ding. System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Every time the devouring system found an interstellar communicator or interstellar superbrain signal, it would be displayed on the search results list. Yi Xian did not waste any time and began to examine them one by one. Huh? Why are these 5 interstellar communicators so strong? Soon, Yi Xian found 5 highlighted objects on the search results list. All of them were interstellar communicators, and they were extremely strong. Interstellar signals were actually interstellar communicators. After all, the central control of the interstellar network was the interstellar superbrain. But there were still differences between the two. The interstellar superbrain could clearly distinguish between the two. Interstellar communicators were usually sent out by the interstellar superbrain that built a large-scale open network on an administrative planet or a larger interstellar domain. Interstellar communicators were specially distinguished and referred to as interstellar communicators. Interstellar communicators were usually local area network signals of warships or space fortresses. An open network could not be accessed from any interstellar network. Otherwise, it would be considered trespassing. In other words, the signals came from either 5 battleships or a bastion. That was to be expected. The Milky Way was full of planets, and then battleships. The key was that the signal was so strong. Basically, they must be very close to each other. Or perhaps, the superbrains of these 5 battleships were all at the immortal rank. The latter was obviously impossible, so it could only be the former. However, there was not a single warship in sight around Yi Xian's saint ship. It was obvious that the other party was also in a concealed state. Furthermore, with Yi Xian's immortal rank intercom and his current strength as a juvenile, he would be able to lock on to the general location of the starbrain signal of an ordinary battleship or even a space fortress, even if the other party was hidden. However, not only were the 5 starbrain waves ridiculously strong, they were also erratic, making it impossible to lock onto them. That's at least 5 cosmic state fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was immediately shocked. The first thing that came to his mind was the Tianji race's ambush. Of course, it could also be the 5 cosmic state fortresses that the Demon Emperor planet and several other fleets of the slave races in the first universe had put together. However, no matter which one it was, one thing was for sure, this had to be related to Yi Xian. This was the first universe. The demons and the slave race's fleets had activated a concealment formation and were lying in wait here. They couldn't have set up a trap for their own people, right? The only person they were targeting was Prince Xian. Could it be that his identity had been exposed, or could it be that the matter of him killing that mystic light realm Tianji race upper echelon and seizing his silver cosmic fortress had already been exposed? Other than that, Yi Xian couldn't think of any other reason why the other party would make such a big fuss. 5 cosmic state fortresses. They could easily wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Fortunately, when I entered the Demon Emperor star field this time, I activated the concealment formation before coming here. In addition, as the main control center of the Holy Sun was refined by my personal Starry Sky communication system, the main control center of the latter is an immortal-grade superbrain that has entered its infancy stage. Therefore, while refining the Saint's main control center, its additional attributes were also improved to a certain extent. It no longer has to fear the signal search of the superbrain in this kind of small fortress. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. While feeling shocked, Yi Xian couldn't help but secretly rejoice. I'm afraid that the other party would have discovered me as soon as I entered the Demon Emperor planet. When that happens, the 5 cosmic state fortresses will open fire at the same time. If I'm caught off guard, even if I don't die, I'll lose a layer of skin. As he thought of this, a layer of white sweat appeared on his back. In that kind of situation, the Saint would definitely be lost, and he, in his haste, might not have had enough time to activate an interstellar coordinate jump. That would have been a dead end. After a moment of lingering fear, Yi Xian became even more cautious. He even specially reminded the Devouring system to inform the personal cosmic communication system attached to it, so as to maintain the concealment of the signal as much as possible. However, this time, since he was already here, and he could immediately return to Universe 3 after finishing this last task. At that time, even if his identity was exposed and he had to escape publicly, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, even though Yi Xian realized that the other party had an ambush and that the 5 small star-level strongholds were in the nearby void, he still didn't give up on his plan to invade the Demon Emperor's star network and use it to invade the next level of the Heavenly Legacy clan's star network. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Moreover, he hadn't even entered the Demon Emperor planet, but was still in the void of the Star River, which was quite a distance away from the Demon Emperor planet. If Yi Xian didn't even have the guts to do this, then there was no need for him to wander the Star River and seek Tao with his heart. At this time, the signal search of the communication system had been completed. Yi Xian quickly found the signal of the Demon Emperor planet's Starry Sky network, and then ordered his personal communication system to immediately connect, infiltrate, and directly use this network to log into the next level of the Tianji clan's main network, and launch a conditional search. This time, the search condition he gave was the origin of Devouring. Considering that the name of the origin of Devouring might be different here, Yi Xian even described the characteristics of the origin of Devouring in detail. Although the Devouring system knew about this, it wouldn't take the initiative to use it as a search condition, and so it didn't issue an order to the attached communication system. After the order was issued, the communication system immediately executed, easily infiltrating the Demon Emperor planet's Starry Sky network, and then launching a cross-level invasion. The whole process took about 10 minutes, and Yi Xian had already received the search results from the Tianji clan's main network. What made him extremely excited was that this time, he had originally planned to make every possible effort, but he didn't expect to receive an unexpected surprise in the end. The suspected origin of the origin of the origin of the origin of Devouring did indeed exist in Universe 1. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales that scared this prince to death. Although Yi Xian had found a place suspected to be the source of the Devouring origin, he had no way of going there to investigate and confirm for the time being. The root of all evil was a danger zone, a dangerous danger zone on the level of a middle plane in the first universe. As for the life black hole and the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb that Yi Xian had already been to, they could only be considered dangerous places on the level of a large star domain. The source of all evil was a level higher than them, and the degree of danger could be seen from this alone. More importantly, the root of all evil was not in the demon-human star field or its surroundings. It was extremely far away, located near the central domain of the first universe. That was also where the Celestial Legacy race's headquarters was located. Even with the space fortress of 100,000 meters in diameter, traveling day and night at full speed and jumping through wormholes along the way, it would still take at least a month to get there. The reason why the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress had arrived at the Demonkin Star region so quickly was because it happened to be passing by the Demonkin Star region. It had received a command from the Tianji race's main network in the central region of the First Universe, so it had quickly rushed over. If the Butterfly Fortress had been in the central domain of the First Universe, it probably would not have reached the Demon-Human Star field even if it had traveled at full speed. In addition, although there were many natural wormholes that could be used to jump through during the long journey from the Demon-Human Star field to the central domain of the First Universe, some of the more important wormholes were always guarded by the Celestial Legacy race's main fleets due to their high strategic value. Even if they could force their way through one wormhole, the news would quickly spread. At that time, not only would they not be able to enter the next wormhole, but they would also have to face the encirclement of a massive Celestial Legacy race fleet when they exited the next wormhole. In other words, this trip to the root of all evil in the central domain of the First Universe was not only fraught with danger, but also time. The time limit of 1 month was only for the space fortresses of the Celestial Legacy race or their slaves. As a human, Xian could not possibly reach the destination within this time limit. If he could not even enter the wormhole, what was the point? Of course, he could also carry out interstellar travel and give up on jumping through wormholes. He could travel in the normal starry sky and rush there at full speed. However, in that case, it would only take him 3 to 5 years to reach the central region of the First Universe. It would be too late. In addition, Xian urgently needed to return to the Third Universe's science and technology faction to deal with the Immortal Dynasty's matters. Furthermore, it would be much more convenient to search for information about the engulfing origin over there. Therefore, after some thought, Xian gave up on the idea of immediately heading to the Devouring origin. Everything would have to wait until he returned to Universe 3 and confirmed whether he could find the Devouring origin there. Then, he would make a final decision based on the results. In that case, all the affairs in the First Universe were basically over. There was only one problem that Xian needed to consider, which was the return trip to the Third Universe of the human race. He had originally planned to take advantage of the fact that the 5 small fortresses in the nearby galaxies were still unaware of the Saints' arrival before they were exposed, and he had planned to quietly retreat as quickly as possible. However, this idea was destined to be a fool's dream. Because the moment he decided to return, a shocking and huge change suddenly occurred in this originally tranquil void of the Saint. Everything happened without warning. Caught off guard, Xian was so shocked that half of his soul flew away. This prince was almost scared to death. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 5 black death ray energy beams with a diameter of about 20,000 meters appeared from 5 different voids in the distance almost at the same time. When the rapid vibrations of space that seemed to be on the verge of destruction rang out, Xian's hair stood on end. Before he could see the 5 terrifying energy beams, he had already realized what kind of existences the 5 big guys lurking in the void around the Saint were from this unique vibrating sound. How could those be small cosmic fortresses? They were clearly 5 cosmic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. When the Tianji clan's Silver Fortress fired these destructive death ray cannons, Xian had already memorized this unique vibrating sound. There was no way he could have made a mistake. What was even more frightening was that these 5 terrifying death light beams shot out from different directions. Although their targets were all aimed at the Demon Emperor star that was thousands of kilometers away, Xian's Holy Sun ship just happened to be in front of one of the energy beams that shot out from it. In other words, if he couldn't avoid it in time, the Saint would instantly be destroyed and everyone on board would perish. The 5 death ray energy beams were all 20,000 meters in diameter, while Xian's Saint was only a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If it was hit, it would definitely be vaporized in an instant. The entire space fortress and everything inside, including Xian, would be completely annihilated. Unfortunately, at this time, he still didn't know where the cosmic fortress that fired these 5 terrifying energy beams came from or which camp it belonged to. If it came from the Tianji clan, once the Saint was exposed, Xian's fate would actually be no different from being blown to dust by the enemy's cannons. However, he obviously didn't have time to consider this point. A life-and-death crisis had already descended and was rapidly approaching. No matter what, he had to avoid it. Even if he was exposed, there was no other way. Otherwise, he would die immediately. This death ray energy beam that happened to be fired at the Saint was 20,000 meters in diameter, while the Saint's hull was 10,000 meters in diameter. In other words, if he wanted to avoid it, the Saint only needed to move a distance of 10,000 meters. It could be to the left or to the right. In the context of the stars, a distance of 10,000 meters was really insignificant. However, if a condition was added that the death ray cannon's energy beam was approaching at an extremely fast speed, then this matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. It could even be said to be gripping. Whether it could succeed or not completely depended on the Saint's reaction speed and a bit of luck. All of this was instantly analyzed in Xian's mind, and he came to a conclusion. Almost at the same time, his sharp cry rang out, reverberating throughout the entire command cabin on the top floor of the Saint Child. That kind of heart-wrenching urgency made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. "Get out of the way, now, Wang." Before he could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound that had reached an extremely high frequency drilled into his ears. It was clearly the sound of that death ray energy beam brushing past the side of the ship. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio caught rumble, boom. Before Xian could recover from his shock, 5 earth-shattering explosions sounded out from the Demon Emperor star that was thousands of kilometers away. As the capital of the demonic imperial race, the demonic imperial planet had its limits no matter how weak it was. At the very least, there was a starry sky defense system and a long-range warning system. Although the energy beams of the death ray cannons were extremely fast, they were thousands of miles away after all. Perhaps the demonic imperial planet had already received a warning and activated the starry sky defense system when they were halfway there. To put it simply, it was a defensive light shield that covered the entire demonic imperial planet, including its atmosphere. This defensive light shield was formed by countless miniature energy base stations that were set up in various places outside the atmosphere of the demonic imperial planet and inside the planet as nodes. They instantly released a terrifying amount of energy and connected together. The 5 earth-shattering explosions were caused by the energy beams of the death ray cannons when they hit the defensive light shield. Generally speaking, when it was necessary to activate this kind of ultimate starry sky defense system, it was basically equivalent to an existential crisis. Therefore, such defensive light shields were all set up at great cost. Moreover, once the defensive light shield was activated, no expense was spared in terms of consumption. In short, everything was given to ensure that its efficacy was maximized. Because of this, when the 5 energy beams hit the defensive light shield that had been successfully activated, they did not instantly penetrate it. After the earth-shattering explosions, the entire defensive light shield lasted for about 2 seconds before it collapsed. Countless energy nodes that had been set up with a terrifying amount of manpower and material resources were turned into trash in less than 3 seconds. However, this short period of less than 3 seconds was enough for the demonic imperial planet. A huge disaster was successfully averted. The death ray cannons in the starry sky fortress were extremely special. Because the energy beams were created by the antimatter light energy generator in the fortress, its biggest characteristic was that it could devour all positive matter, including light. Everything that blocked its path would be wiped out in an instant as if it had never existed. However, this was also the biggest weakness of the death ray cannons. This ability to devour all positive matter was actually achieved through the opposition and melting of positive and negative matter and energy. In other words, if the positive energy in front of them exceeded the total power of the death ray cannon's energy beam, then the energy beam would be cancelled out and disappear quietly, unable to cause any damage or lethality. Although the ultimate space defense system of the demonic emperor planet had been destroyed in less than 3 seconds, the antimatter energy of the 5 death ray cannons had been reduced by almost 80% in those 3 seconds. The moment the defensive light shield collapsed, the 5 energy beams still shot toward the atmosphere of the demon emperor planet within the light shield. They penetrated it and entered the interior of the planet. However, the light beams, which were black to the point of being almost bright, were now so dim that they were about to disappear. With less than 20% of its power left, even if it reached the sky above the city, it would not be able to break through the city's defense system. The commander of the human fortress fleet, Admiral Naples, had already expected all of this. In his opinion, the worst that could happen was to launch another round of attacks. The starry sky defense system of the Demon Emperor planet had been completely destroyed. The second round of attacks from the death ray cannons would directly blast into the interior of the planet. If that did not work, there would be a third round. In short, today, he had no choice but to show off his wildness here. Of course, this was also because he had just confirmed that Prince Xian, who had rushed over from the Black Mosquito Star, had not entered the Demon Emperor planet through the intelligence gathering and analysis. That was why he dared to do so. Unfortunately, before the order to launch the second round of attacks had been issued, Naples had already seen a demon fortress suddenly appear in the distant void in front of him on the huge holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him. The other party was lucky. Originally, it was blocking the path of the death ray cannons shot from the flagship fortress under his feet. However, in the end, at the most critical moment, it gave up the maintenance of the concealment array formation and unleashed its full strength, narrowly avoiding the kiss of destruction of the death ray cannon's energy beam. Immediately after, Naples recognized this demon fortress. He had already investigated it thoroughly. Although there was no insignia on the ship, he was sure that this was the Saint. "Damn it, I almost killed Prince Xian." Admiral Naples's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Then, his body shook violently as he immediately issued a new order. His roar was like thunder. "All fortresses, listen up. Surround him immediately. At the same time, activate the fortress-level space oscillation. Increase the power to the maximum. This time, we must capture Xian alive. Pooey pooey pooey, we must take our prince away safely. After we succeed, return immediately. Don't waste a second." With this new order, the previous battle order was automatically cancelled. Prince Xian's unexpected appearance, and he seemed to be right in the middle of the 5 fortresses. This was clearly the rhythm of a fish that had taken the initiative to dive into the net. Apart from such a pleasant surprise, everyone in the human fortress fleet, including Naples, had completely forgotten about the Demon Emperor planet at this moment. The only thought in their minds was to capture Prince Xian and take him away. Only Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress with Naples, had an extremely gloomy expression. From time to time, a trace of sinister light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was clearly shocked and extremely displeased. As for the purplish warbler, who was standing beside Naples, she had already nervously raised her jade-like hand to cover her mouth. In that instant just now, she was so shocked that her soul almost jumped out of her body. Soon, the 5 human fortresses, including the flagship fortress of Naples, rapidly approached from different directions. At the same time, they brought with them a series of buzzing sounds that were extremely fast in the void. Before the Saint ship could react, it was surrounded like a dumpling and fell into the encirclement of the 5 fortresses. The effect of the space oscillator at the level of a space fortress was not ordinary. Yi Xian, who was inside the Saint ship, instantly realized that his fortress could not move. Not only could it not perform a space jump, but it could not even sail in the waves that were at the heart of the storm. This was a true space restriction formed by the 5 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters simultaneously activating the spaceship's giant space oscillator. Under such circumstances, an ordinary planetary battleship of 1,000 meters would probably be shaken until its hull collapsed and was destroyed. Faced with all this, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He had decided to return to the third universe and was even prepared to leave. But now, he was completely surrounded by his own people. What the hell was this? Was this prince a rat crossing the street or a fish in the net? Return rumble, boom. Just as the Saint ship space oscillator was activated to the maximum by the 5 human fortresses, it seemed to have sunk into a swamp and couldn't move at all. Thousands of miles away, in the direction of the Demon Imperial Star, a series of roars resounded, reverberating through the entire void. The demon dwellers weren't pushovers, not to mention that they were blocked at the gate of their imperial capital star and launched a round of sneak attacks. The destruction of the Starry Sky defense system, which they had spent countless financial and material resources to set up, was a small matter, but the entire Demon Dwellers and the Demon Dwellers royal family were a big matter. Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian definitely wouldn't let this go easily. In fact, the counterattack had already come at the first moment. Indeed, the Demon Dwellers didn't have any space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Not to mention 5, they didn't even have one. They weren't good at the research and development of technology, so they weren't keen on it. Almost all the battleships were deployed by the Xianxia clan. The Demon Dweller scouts looked no different from humans, so they were still very useful to the Xianxia clan. However, it wasn't enough for the Xianxia clan to easily open up the space fortresses, which were the ultimate strategic weapons of mass destruction. If the Demon Dwellers had any intention of rebelling, the Xianxia clan would be restrained by them. Even so, the Xianxia clan had deployed quite a number of cosmic and cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of less than 100,000 meters. Of course, there weren't any of the 10 great foreign tribes. However, in the inner star fortresses of the 2 satellites that surrounded the Demon Imperial City, which were the Demon Guards 1 and 2, there were quite a number of these fortresses, which were 20,000 meters and 50,000 meters wide, and they were always in a combat-ready state. Especially when the Demon Dweller star area wasn't very peaceful recently. Last time, Xian saw a few cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in the Demon Guard 1 star fortress, and that was only one of the star fortresses of the Demon Guard 1. Demon Guards 1 and Demon Guards 2 each had 5 star fortresses of the same level. Each star fortress had 3 cosmic-level fortresses, and 5 cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In total, the Demon Imperial Star had 30 cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and 50 cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the ordinary fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, there were more than 100 of them, at this moment, as the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian was instantly enraged and gave the order. The 10 large star docks in the 2 Demon Human Emperor capital satellites were almost all mobilized. Almost 300 bastions, the smallest of which was at least 10,000 meters in diameter, swarmed out from the 2 moons like a swarm of locusts. They formed an enormous army of bastions and marched toward the 5 human strongholds with murderous intent. While they were still quite far away, some of the cosmic castles with a range of 50,000 meters had already begun to bombard them. One after another, super meteor cannon energy light beams with a diameter of 5,000 meters had already shot over with a loud rumble as if they were being fired in unison. At the same time, extremely far away in the other direction of the Black Mosquito Star Zone, an expert who had turned into an extreme stream of light suddenly came to a halt. Then, he quickly withdrew all of his aura and stood in the void. With a strange expression on his face, he paid close attention to what was happening in this direction. It was none other than the mystic Light Realm beauty robot, Xianxia, who had been accidentally shaken off by Naples a few days ago and had been chasing after Yi Xian's footsteps all this time. According to the normal speed of a mystic Light Realm expert, it would have taken them almost a day to reach here from the Black Mosquito Star using their physical body. However, Xianxia had arrived earlier than expected. She must have used some kind of secret technique or method on the way. At this moment, the scene that unfolded in front of her shocked even her. But very soon, her attention was attracted by the besieged saint. A trace of unexpected light flashed in her eyes. Prince Xian was surrounded like a dumpling. This was too unexpected. That brat was very slippery. He was probably the reincarnation of a loach demon. Last time, he had used some kind of method to instantly disappear and escape from her detection range. That was a very vast space, which meant that he definitely had some kind of special method. Unfortunately, he still fell for it this time. He would probably be forcibly brought back to the 3rd universe of the human race very soon. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes immediately started to spin. In less than 2 seconds, she seemed to have understood something. Her red lips parted slightly, and she laughed softly. He. After returning to the human race, he probably won't run around like this. It seems that my love as a butterfly is destined to not be in the 1st universe. Not only will my love be in the human race, but the place where my love will start will also be in the 3rd universe of the human race. However, since I suddenly appeared as his lover, I'm afraid that there are still some details that need to be arranged in advance. Therefore, I can't miss the trip to the everlasting dynasty. Darling, hurry home. I'll go back first and wait for you. It's really hard to imagine what kind of expression you'll have on your face when you return home and see that I've been waiting for you for half a day. Moreover, I'm so passionate with your royal relatives. I'm really looking forward to it, he. It's getting more and more interesting. Amidst her laughter, Xianxia silently turned and left. The direction she was heading was actually the wormhole entrance to the third universe of the human race at the edge of the Black Mosquito starfield. Xian was completely unaware of Ying Tai's sudden plan. At this moment, he was already shocked by the large number of demon fortresses rumbling in the void thousands of miles away. Hundreds of bastions gathered together, half of which were 20,000 or 50,000 cosmos and universe class. It was a majestic sight. Xian was shocked not because he was afraid or anything, but because he didn't want to expose the saint. Since the 5 space fortresses lying in ambush here didn't belong to the Tianji race, it meant that his identity hadn't been exposed yet. In that case, he had to conceal it. What if he still had to use this identity in the future? Once the saint was seen by the demon army and taken away, suspicious gazes would instantly converge on him. Luckily, the 5 starry sky fortresses around him were huge and they surrounded him tightly. They completely covered the saint ship in the middle. As long as he put it away before the demon army arrived, his identity as the saint ship of the Black Mosquito tribe could still be preserved. With this thought in mind, Xian, who had originally planned to be pretentious and show off his might as a prince to the commander of the human race fleet, immediately stepped out of the saint. With a wave of his hand, he kept the saint in the undying world within his body. At the same time, one of the 5 space fortresses around him, which was the flagship fortress of Naples, had an entrance to a passageway on the outer wall. This was clearly the prelude to opening the passageway to welcome Prince Xian's return. Humph! Xian coldly snorted. He concealed his figure and stepped into the entrance of the passageway. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship stronghold. Everyone's eyes were filled with fervor as they gathered their gazes over, including the purplish warbler. Presumptuous, the purplish warbler laughed the moment he saw Xian. Although his expression was normal, he was howling in grief in his heart. This day had finally come. Xian had always been brooding over Lulua's death. Although it wasn't actually his fault, the fact that Lulua had died in front of him was something that couldn't be erased. Especially when Xian had revealed the Demonkin's mental strength to prove that he was a demonkin in order to deceive Ba Chai, who was the head scout of the Black Wind at the time. This had left a lingering sense of guilt in Xian's heart. At that time, Lulua's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her eyes were filled with despair, as if she had been deceived by someone she trusted. It was with this regretful feeling that she had been reduced to a mist of blood by Ba Chai's fist and perished from then on. He had never intended to avoid or shirk responsibility for this matter. He had always intended to explain clearly to the purplish warbler in the future and let him deal with him as he pleased. He only wanted to be at ease. However, that could only be done in private, because this matter would expose many of Xian's secrets, such as the fact that he possessed the Demonkin's mental strength. Even though he had decided to return to the human race of the Third World, Xian didn't intend to expose this fact to the Undying Dynasty. Therefore, Xian really couldn't tell the truth in this situation where there were so many unrelated people present. If the purplish warbler suddenly asked, he could only stammer and delay for a while. When the two of them were alone, he would tell him everything. The problem was that when the purplish warbler had shouted at him, he had already mentioned this matter. Furthermore, he had suspiciously asked if Xian had done something unspeakable to Lulua. Otherwise, why would he feel so guilty and run away the more he shouted? Now that they had met, if Xian continued to stammer on this matter, the purplish warbler would definitely become even more suspicious. It would be troublesome if he made a scene here. However, what Xian didn't expect was that just as he was feeling miserable and didn't know if all of this would really happen, and was wondering if he should quickly think of a way to divert Shan Yuanzing's attention and temporarily avoid this matter, there was actually a person who took the initiative to jump out and help him out of this situation. "You're not Long Xian." With a shocked expression on his face, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba's eyes sparkled with a bright light. His gaze locked onto Xian's face as he suddenly roared out these words. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces changed rapidly. Some were suspicious, some were at a loss, and as for Shan Yuanzing, even a wisp of dense uneasiness appeared in her eyes. Only now did she realize that as Prince Xian's uncle, Long Tianba must have seen Prince Xian before. Thus, as long as Xian appeared, he would immediately discover the truth. At this moment, the purplish warbler's heart began to feel anxious. The Immortal Army's 3-star general, Naples, was stunned for a moment. He frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. His gaze swept over Yi Xian's body, clearly indicating that he didn't want to interfere in this matter and was going to watch from the sidelines for now. Yi Xian immediately sneered. He immediately pulled up the information related to this person from his devouring system. He had already expected this to happen. After all, his current appearance wasn't that of the Long Xian who was locked in the myriad hell at the bottom of the Black Wind. He didn't look like the Long Xian who was eaten by a 7-star general ladle because he had a big mouth. In reality, it was hard to confirm whether the Long Xian back then was the real Prince Xian. After all, he was still in the process of undergoing the immortal imperial family's ultimate trial. It was possible to change one's appearance, and the possibility was extremely high. As such, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of changing his appearance to Long Xian's, and simply showed his original appearance to others. Because of this, as soon as he stepped into this flagship fortress, he had already issued an order to the Devouring system, asking the personal space communication system attached to the system to immediately connect to the main control center of this flagship and secretly steal all the necessary information. For example, the appearance of the immortal imperial family's members, their cultivation realms, their factions, and so on. As such, he immediately found out Long Tianba's identity as soon as he flipped through the information, including the fact that he supported the second prince, Long Shumian. He also found out that Prince Xian was ranked 18th among the direct descendants of the immortal imperial family, and that he didn't usually get along with Long Tianba's royal uncle. Of course, some of the information wasn't directly recorded in the database of this flagship fortress. However, the system had the ability to analyze data. With the power of the devouring system, it was obviously very easy for it to analyze the relevant information. As such, Yi Xian was immediately certain. A cold smile of ridicule flashed across his face. He glanced at the suspicious Long Tianba and laughed. "Oh, isn't this royal uncle Tianba? The chances of seeing you here are even lower than seeing a ghost. Could it be that after second brother died, royal uncle had no choice but to take a liking to me, old 18th? That's truly a blessing from the heavens." A few simple words were enough to point out that Long Tianba supported the second prince, Long Shumian. Even among the upper echelons of the immortal imperial family, there were many people who didn't know about this. After all, this kind of internal strife and competition within the immortal imperial family was usually carried out in secret and couldn't be made public. Even Naples, a 3-star general of the immortal army, had only found out about this secret half a day ago through a top-secret document in the ship's data center after he led his troops into the first universe again and had the opportunity to temporarily command this 100,000-meter-wide starry fortress. Thus, when Yi Xian said this, the faint suspicion in Naples' eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't the real Prince Xian, how could he know about this? This imperial uncle Long Tianba Long must have reprimanded Prince Xian because he had changed his appearance. He must have been out of his mind. Could it be that Prince Xian was still using his original appearance in the final trial? This time, the old man took the initiative to ask to represent the royal family to come to the first universe with him. He probably didn't have good intentions at all. After all, Prince Xian's reputation had spread greatly, and he already posed a threat to the second prince, whom he supported. When he thought of this, Naples' expression immediately darkened. If the other party wanted to deal with Prince Xian, that would be making an enemy out of him. He was still hoping to curry favor with Prince Xian and have a meteoric rise. And now, the opportunity to express his goodwill to Prince Xian had clearly arrived. Just as Naples was secretly delighted and was about to take this opportunity to say something, whether or not he would offend the royal uncle Long Tianba, he had to let Prince Xian feel his goodwill. What is his cultivation? Impudent. As this shout rang out, a vast and boundless aura instantly spread out from within Long Tianba's body. He had actually unleashed his origin first-level cultivation in a fit of anger. He was clearly putting on the airs of an elder in order to give Yi Xian a warning. Before this, the reason why Long Tianba had yelled out, "You're not Long Xian," was because of his intuition. How could Long Tianba not have thought about the fact that Long Xian would change his appearance in the final trial? However, the 18th prince had always been the weakest of the 18 princes of the immortal imperial family. He was always timid and afraid of trouble. Because of this, he was the only one among the 18 princes who didn't have the support of the other members of the imperial family. He only had an old mother and an old servant who had never left him. Normally, when Long Xian saw his imperial uncle on the undying star of the imperial capital, he would nod his head and bow, respectfully flattering him to the point of no return. But just now, when Yi Xian arrived, his gaze clearly swept across the entire top-floor command cabin, taking in everyone's figures. He directly ignored his imperial uncle and didn't have any reaction at all. It was because of this, as well as the fact that Yi Xian's current appearance wasn't Long Xian's original appearance, that Long Tianba became suspicious. However, this suspicion instantly disappeared after hearing Yi Xian's words. Long Tianba's thoughts were the same as Naples'. If the person in front of him wasn't the real Long Xian, how could he know all this? However, it was also because he was certain that Yi Xian was Prince Xian that the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. In the past, this brat would nod his head and kowtow whenever he saw him. Now that he had gotten a bit of a fake reputation, he actually acted like a petty person who had gotten his way in the blink of an eye. He didn't even respect his imperial uncle and dared to mock him in front of everyone. Long Tianba was already used to Long Xian's weakness and flattery. How could he adapt to this sudden change? That was why he flew into a rage, and even revealed the aura of his origin realm cultivation. His goal was to intimidate the other party. At the same time, it was also a form of probing. This was also the reason why he had taken the initiative to request to represent the immortal royal family in coming to the first universe. If Prince Xian were to be frightened by him and cower in an instant, then no matter how great his reputation was or how popular he would not be a cause for concern. He was just a piece of mud that could not be supported. There was no need to pay attention to him. However, if the other party's performance was anything else, regardless of whether it was tough or feigning civility, it could at least explain one thing: the ultimate trial this time had indeed changed Prince Xian. Regardless of whether this change was good or bad, they had to treat it seriously when they returned. After all, with Prince Xian's current reputation, he posed a threat to all the other princes. Yi Xian was unaware of all of this, and he was too lazy to think about it. He only knew one thing: he was now a prince, and a very popular one at that. Since he was a prince, it was only natural for him to be a little foppish and arrogant. Although the person in front of him was the imperial uncle, from the perspective of potential, the so-called imperial court might not be as important as having a prince who was currently popular. He no longer had the chance to sit on the throne of Huangshou. He had already lost in the battle for the throne. However, a popular prince was different. Who dared to say that he would definitely not be the next immortal emperor? Even if a popular prince were to have a conflict with an imperial uncle, the former would definitely be the more confident one. If the matter were to really blow up, the other party would only be able to put on the airs of an elder. Nothing else could be done about it. Of course, if he wanted to fight, just being popular wasn't enough. He had to have true strength, and this was something that Yi Xian wasn't lacking in. Because of this, when Yi Xian saw Long Tianba reveal his cultivation aura in an attempt to intimidate him with his cultivation, he immediately sneered. He casually waved his hand and curled his lips. "Yo, I was wondering why Imperial Uncle Tianba was so awesome. After all this time, you actually managed to break through. I remember that before we left the Imperial capital, you were only at the peak of the 9th rank black hole, right? You're already at the 1st rank of the origin. No wonder you're so cocky. TSK, this is the 1st rank of the origin. It's very powerful. It's already on par with this prince's pet." Screech! Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, a sharp howl filled with a vicious and brutal aura resounded in the vast space of the main control room on the top floor of the Starry Sky Stronghold. Just now, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly summoned the Blood-Ben Prince from the Beast Ring. He also secretly ordered it to unleash its full cultivation and reveal its aura, but not to launch any attacks. At this moment, at the same time that the Blood-Ben Prince let out this howl, his body was also suspended in front of Yi Xian under the vibration of the pair of blood-colored wings on his back. His eyes flickered with a crazy and brutal blood-colored light, and it was obvious that he could charge out at any time. Moreover, judging from the monster's crazy and cruel aura emitted from its body, as long as it attacked, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Blood Mosquito Beast? This is the Mosquito Beast royalty? And it's actually at the origin realm? How is this possible? As a 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples had the authority to access some of the army's confidential information. The Immortal Army had entered the First Universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their servants, so they obviously had a good understanding of the situation here. For example, there was some important information about the Mosquito Beast planet in the Immortal Army's confidential database. Therefore, Naples could see through the origins of the Blood Ben at a glance. Although he didn't know the identity of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, he at least knew that this Origin Realm Blood-Red Mosquito Beast had a certain amount of the Mosquito Beast royalty's bloodline flowing in its body. As his cry of surprise entered everyone's ears, whether it was Long Tianba, the Purplish Warbler, or the other army officers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Starry Sky Fortress, without exception, all of their expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked. Mosquito Beast royalty, it had actually become Prince Xian's beast pet, and its cultivation was actually at the Origin Realm. Even though all of this had happened right before their eyes, they still didn't dare to believe it. It was too surreal. Prince Xian's beast pet was already at the terrifying Origin Realm first level, just like the heavenly tyrant imperial uncle who had been slapped in the face. Then, what about his own cultivation? This Mosquito Beast royalty's beast pet had clearly been subdued by him. From the looks of it, the current Prince Xian was at least at the Origin Realm second level, right? This is impossible. You were clearly only at the Star Realm when you left the dynasty. At this moment, Long Tianba's entire face had turned red, and even his neck had swelled up. Yi Xian had already used the mental power of a demon to conceal his cultivation. Let alone him, even Naples, who was at the 11th level of the Mystic Light Realm, couldn't detect his cultivation. Therefore, at this moment, he was actually inclined to believe that Yi Xian's cultivation was already above his. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Naples Gesture of Goodwill Starry Star Realm? That's the 5th major realm. Io, my imperial uncle, can you stop mocking your nephew? I'm only at the 8th satellite realm, the 3rd major realm. You're clearly mocking this prince. Amidst his strange words, Yi Xian withdrew his concealment of his cultivation and blocked the probing of his spiritual sense. The true aura of a satellite 8-order cultivator within his body was instantly revealed. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Everyone in the surroundings had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Xian was indeed doing this on purpose, but the meaning of the word on purpose was completely different from what it meant to the others. Yi Xian's intention was a lie. His cultivation was indeed at the 8th satellite realm. This was his biggest flaw. Prince Xian's cultivation wasn't at this level. With such a low cultivation, Prince Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a shocking feat after returning to the immortal planet. Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation forever no matter how much he tried to conceal it. However, now that he was doing this on purpose, news of this would definitely spread. When that time came, even if Yi Xian revealed his true cultivation on certain occasions, no one would believe him. Just like now, with Prince Xueban laying the groundwork, Yi Xian's claim of being at the 8th satellite realm and the aura of his true cultivation fell into the eyes of everyone, including Naples, and instantly became a form of deliberate mockery and a slap in the face. It was clearly aimed at Long Tianba. In any case, no one believed that the aura of his current cultivation was real. Even the Purplish Warbler was confused. She started to doubt everything she'd been so sure of. At this moment, she even started to wonder if she'd been tricked by Yi Xian from the start. Could this guy really be Prince Xian? He'd even concealed his cultivation, otherwise, how could he know the secrets of the imperial family that even she didn't know about? What did he have to subdue a member of the Origin first-level mosquito imperial family? The ferocious aura of this mosquito beast was obvious at a glance. In addition to its pride as a member of the royal mosquito family, it was impossible to subdue it unless it was forcefully suppressed with overwhelming strength. From the looks of it, even the 2nd level of the Origin realm would not be enough. One would have to be at least 3 or 4 levels stronger than the Origin realm. If that was the case, wouldn't this Prince Xian be at least at the 4th level of the Origin realm? When this thought flashed through her mind, even the Purplish Warbler herself was shocked. She was only in the Black Hole realm, so her face was a little red in comparison. At the same time, the Purplish Warbler's heart was filled with resentment. He looked at Yi Xian with hostility in his eyes. Bad guy, you tricked me so badly. You're obviously the real Prince Xian, and your cultivation is so strong. Yet you made me worry about you for so long. You're so bad. Thinking of this, the purplish warbler couldn't help but clench her fists. She was certain of one thing: I'll definitely make him pay for this when I get back. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba spoke up once again. Long Xian, what a good Long Xian. Prince Xian, what a good Long Xian. I have to admit that the ultimate trial this time has indeed allowed you to be reborn. How gratifying, the current you actually dares to treat your imperial uncle like this. Very good, very good. Apart from me, Long Tianba, I'm sure that your imperial brothers and the other members of the imperial family, and even the entire immortal imperial family, will be very happy to see you change so much. Long Xian, they're all waiting for you on the immortal star, ha ha ha. A cold light flashed through Long Tianba's eyes as he laughed. He coldly harumphed, then turned around and walked back to his own cabin. He had already decided that he wouldn't meet this guy again before returning to the immortal star. Since he couldn't suppress this guy with his cultivation anymore, and the other party had changed from his usual weak and easy-to-bully personality, why should he continue to look for trouble? After all, once he returned to the immortal star, the other princes would naturally deal with him. They wouldn't sit by and watch such a powerful Prince Xian grow so quickly. Following Long Tianba's departure, his two trusted subordinates quickly followed after him. There were no longer any of his people in the command center of the huge flagship fortress. Apart from the purplish warbler, the other 100 or so officers were all Naples' trusted aides. General, we've arrived at the wormhole. Should we immediately enter and jump through the wormhole to return to the Graveyard Star region? Right at this moment, a trusted aide with the rank of senior colonel on his shoulder quickly walked over. While reporting the situation to General Naples, he also took the opportunity to look at Yi Xian and give him a friendly smile. Ever since Yi Xian stepped into the flagship fortress, all 5 human intergalactic fortresses started to jump through space at the same time. They were all moving at full speed towards the wormhole that led to the depths of the Graveyard Star region at the edge of the first universe. Now, they had already arrived. As for the army of intergalactic fortresses sent out from the Demon Emperor planet, although they did chase after them, they were just bluffing and putting on an act. At this moment, they had long been left behind. Enter the wormhole immediately and jump through space to return to the first universe as soon as possible. General Naples immediately gave a new order. After arriving at the Graveyard Star region, connect to the Sky River Stars intergalactic network immediately. Also, connect to the Heavenly Underworld Stars intergalactic network. Go up layer by layer until you reach the immortal star. Immediately report the news of Prince Xian's safe return to the dynasty. After that, we will rush to the Sky River Star and stay there for a while. A large number of the prince's fans in the entire Federation will be waiting for him there. Since the prince has returned, we naturally need to go to the Sky River Star and appease these fans of the Federation. This will also be good for the prince's reputation. Naples was obviously saying these words to Yi Xian. He had already turned to look at the latter with a smile on his face. His tone had become much gentler, and it was clearly a strong show of goodwill. Your Highness, this old servant is Naples. It was also this old servant who led the fleet into the Demon Emperor Star region last time. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. This time, I finally brought the prince back to the first universe safely. Otherwise, if I failed again, I wouldn't have the face to see Jiangdong's father again. I can only die to apologize to the world. Does your Highness have anything to add to this old servant's arrangement just now? The reason we are going to the Sky River Star is to give the dynasty on the Immortal Star some time to prepare. With your Highness's current reputation in the Federation, this time, the dynasty will definitely hold a grand welcoming ceremony for your return. Your Highness will also need some time to prepare for the necessary things. General Naples, is it? Good. Very good. This prince is very satisfied. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Old Nath 5 Immortal Army Star Fortresses all entered the wormhole and began a planar space jump. After about a day, they would arrive at the border of the third universe of the human race, which was the graveyard of the graveyard. At this point, all the soldiers in the fortress fleet were relieved. This time, they entered the first universe with the intention of fighting to the death. They didn't expect that in the end, it was as if they were here to claim credit. Before they even saw the enemy, they casually fired a cannon. Then, they saw Prince Xian. They brought him along and started the return journey. With Prince Xian's safe return, they would all become heroes and would definitely achieve military merits. The immortal army of the human race's technology camp had entered the first universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their slave races. This time, it was probably the easiest and most comfortable time to claim merits. It was precisely because of this that all of the soldiers in the 5 space fortresses of the entire fleet were grateful to Prince Xian, Yi Xian. In this kind of era of space warfare, it wasn't easy to obtain military merits. The first time they met Prince Xian, they encountered such a good thing. This made them believe that Prince Xian was their lucky star. In addition, Yi Xian and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba had a tit-for-tat confrontation in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. Soon, all the soldiers in the Star Fortress knew about this through the communication between the Star Fortresses. Almost all of them had realized that Prince Xian was about to rise. Thus, almost all of them had the same thoughts as Naples. At this time, it was obvious that there would be benefits in the future if they stood on the side of a popular prince who was gaining power. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know that he had unknowingly obtained the loyalty of all the commanding officers and soldiers in the 5 Star Fortresses. This situation was even more obvious in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where Yi Xian was at. Although the hundreds of immortal army soldiers controlling the Star Fortresses were at their respective posts, they weren't in battle mode at this time. Moreover, they were performing a planar space jump. There weren't many things that they needed to do manually. Therefore, while these soldiers were guarding their posts, their gazes would occasionally converge on the resting area in the center of the command cabin. His eyes were burning with passion. It wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't experienced the feeling of being the center of attention before. For example, after he became the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint, he felt the same way during the Saint ceremony. However, at that time, they were behind enemy lines, and the Demonkin Imperial family's fleet was about to arrive. Yi Xian naturally couldn't relax completely, so he didn't feel too strongly at that time. But now, it was different. With all the danger gone, his entire body and mind relaxed. At this moment, when he felt the fanatical gazes directed at him from all directions, he immediately sighed with emotion. Power was indeed a good thing. Ever since he entered the Starry Sky realm, he had always been tense. This time, he could take advantage of the opportunity to act as Prince Xian and show off. Anyway, as a popular prince of the empire, being too low-key would make people suspicious. Even if he was a bit of a profligate, it was also for the sake of his role. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt more and more at ease. The arrogance on his face didn't recede at all. It was obvious that he had found the rhythm to it. However, although this appearance was natural in the eyes of everyone else, and it would be strange if it wasn't like this, in the eyes of Shan Yuanziying, it made her so angry that the roots of her teeth itched. At this moment, she was already sure that Yi Xian was the real Prince Xian. This guy had tricked her so hard. When she returned, she would definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Your Highness, there's one thing that this old subject must ask for your forgiveness, at this moment, because they were already on their way back, there were no more accidents. Therefore, even Naples relaxed. He ordered someone to bring over some spiritual wine. After sitting down with Yi Xian in the central resting area of the command cabin, he carefully poured a few cups. Apart from Yi Xian, only he and the purplish warbler had a share. The other confidants, who carried the rank of colonel or major general, didn't even have the right to sit. They all carefully stood behind Naples. Eh? What are you guys standing around for? The other brothers have their duties and can't leave now. Anyway, you guys have nothing to do. Sit down and drink together. Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted Naples' words. He looked up at the several colonels and major generals standing behind Naples. At the same time, his right hand made a circle and pointed at the ship control soldiers who were at their respective posts. Brothers, everyone was stunned, and then they became excited. The prince was indeed amiable. He was too approachable. It was rare for him to be in such a position. He had countless fans in the entire Federation. This was clearly using virtue to win people over. In an instant, some of the soldiers who were more easily moved even had their eyes turn red. The colonels and major generals standing behind Naples were even more excited. They looked at Naples and saw him nod in laughter. Only then did they sit down in excitement. They each took a glass of wine, but they didn't drink. All of them looked at Xian with burning eyes full of admiration. At this time, Xian turned his head to look at Naples. "Oh right, Sir General, you didn't finish speaking just now." "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." The latter was instantly terrified and almost stood up. "Prince, how could this old official dare to let you use honorifics?" You can't. You can just call me Old Na, okay?" "Old Na? F***ck. Whatever." Xian almost burst out laughing. He rolled his eyes and nodded. "That's fine. You guys don't have to call me Prince in the future. I'm not as old as you guys. Just call me Prince Xian. We're all on the same side, so it's a little more intimate." This was the first time Xian had publicly said that Naples was one of his own people. In a battle between factions in the imperial court, such words were equivalent to accepting the surrender of Naples and the others. "Prince Xian, this old official is ashamed. Last time, I chased you all over the place. In the end, I had no choice but to escape into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At that time, I wasn't scared out of my wits. Only then did I realize that you must have some extremely important plan to carry out, so it wasn't convenient for you to come into contact with us. Fortunately, Prince Xian, your lucky star shines upon you. However, this old official must admit that I'm wrong." "That matter?" Xian was indeed a little angry at the mention of that matter. However, the matter was already over, and he had profited from a disaster. There was no need to be too calculative. As such, he waved his hand and casually said, "It's fine. Actually, you cooperated with my plan. If you hadn't, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to lure the Tianji race's Starry Sky Fortress into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. This way, this prince wouldn't have been able to destroy it in the end. Fortunately, everything was done, huh?" Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Satellite Level 9 Perfection. Your Highness, you're saying that your plan back then was to lure the Tianji race's interstellar fortress into the astral lightning graveyard and then kill it? After being stunned for a few seconds, Naples swallowed his saliva and finally spoke. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes twitched. "And you even succeeded?" In fact, it wasn't just him. Several other colonel and major general level staff officers who were also sitting on the side had similar expressions at this time. All of this was too inconceivable. It was simply impossible. They suddenly had a feeling that this Prince Xian in front of them seemed to like bragging. The purplish warbler even rolled his eyes. He didn't believe him at all. Xian saw all of this, but he didn't care. Furthermore, he revealed this information on purpose. With the headless infant corpse and the remaining 9 Thunder Origin Pearls as his trump cards, the Tianji race's interstellar fortress was no longer of much use to Xian. At the very least, it no longer had the qualifications to be used as a trump card. When they returned to the human race this time, they were bound to fall into a factional struggle between the immortal dynasties. If they encountered any danger and needed it, Xian wouldn't hesitate to use this Tianji race's interstellar fortress that he had obtained so cheaply. As such, he brought this matter up now as a precaution. He didn't want to suddenly take out a Tianji race's interstellar fortress in the future and arouse suspicion. In reality, it wasn't just this interstellar fortress. He didn't even plan to hide the existence of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army. As a precaution, he revealed everything first. After all, no one would believe him now. However, when Xian really used it, they would be able to recall what Xian had just said. At that time, he would have less time to hide. He didn't plan to hide too much of these forces. After all, they weren't his trump cards. His true trump cards were the Headless Infant Corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearls, as well as the Heaven Falling Bow ability, the Rai D Seal, and a few other supreme treasures. Oh right, there was also the Long Yu battleship. It was a pity that it had not fully developed yet. Of course, there was still a final trump card, and that was the interstellar coordinate jump. However, in the first universe, Xian had not imprinted his own coordinates yet. That was something that could be used to escape. When he found a suitable location later, he would deal with this matter first. However, as soon as Naples finished speaking, Xian waved his hand and casually said, "That's right. There was only one member of the Heaven's Legacy race in that interstellar fortress. He was a mystic light realm cultivator, and he was killed by me in less than a minute after he walked out of the fortress. Then, I took that fortress. Right now, this prince not only has 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, but also a Heaven's Legacy race fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. All of them are private armies and have nothing to do with the imperial court. Don't worry, just follow this daddy's orders. In the future, those princes of mine will be like chopping vegetables. Sooner or later, they will all be taken care of by me. Furthermore, this prince also has an army of mosquito beasts. Who can stop 1,000,000 mosquito beasts? I also have an army of 10,000 void-swallowing beasts. Even if a fleet comes, it will be wiped clean. Furthermore, I have plenty of demonic dweller slaves. I have several thousand-man demonic slave armies, and they are all in the 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses. They are all extremely loyal. In short, I don't lack manpower or resources. You just need to follow this daddy's orders." When Xian said this, Naples and the others' faces were already cramping. They knew about the mosquito beasts, but they knew even more about the void-swallowing beasts. Xian said that he had an army of 1,000,000 mosquito beasts, and he even had 10,000 of those terrifying void-swallowing beasts that could eat battleships as if they were vegetables. This was a bit too much of a braggart. Furthermore, what the hell were demonic dweller slaves? He actually used the term demonic slave army, and he even mentioned a 1,000-man demonic slave army, and there were several of them. Demonic dwellers being slaves was something that had never happened before in history. Admittedly, there were demonic dweller spies that were bought over by the human race, but to say that they were slaves was simply wishful thinking. Prince Xian did have some impressive methods. For example, he was actually able to infiltrate the demonic dwellers and climb to the high position of the holy son of a large foreign tribe. He was also able to steal 2 of the enemy scout fortresses and use them for himself. These were all facts, and they also believed it. After all, it wasn't too hard to accept. However, everything that was said now was a bit too exaggerated. Everyone was certain that Xian was bragging. If they were to find out that Xian's data was rather reserved, they would probably faint on the spot from fright. He didn't have 1,000,000 mosquito beasts army, but 10,000,000. The void-swallowing beasts were also an army of soldiers. He didn't have 10,000, but 100,000. He didn't have a 1,000-man demonic slave army, but 10. If Xian were to display all of this in front of everyone, probably not many people would dare to believe him. This was also the reason why he deliberately said it at this moment. Anyway, no one would believe him even if he said it. He could also set a foundation in advance for when he used these powers that should not belong to a human in the future. Why not? For the next day, Xian had been hiding in his cabin. He had no choice. He wasn't mentally prepared to explain the Lulua incident to the purplish warbler. The key was that the situation wasn't suitable. If the purplish warbler were to make a fuss, it wouldn't be good with so many people around. Therefore, he could only find an excuse to hide in his cabin and not show himself. Even if it was the Starry Sky Stronghold, it would take a long time to jump through a wormhole of this level. In order to be safe, an entire day would be spent on the journey. Xian hid in his own cabin by himself. Since he had nothing to do, he started cultivating. The battle between the royal family factions was about to unfold in the human race's technology faction. Although all of this had nothing to do with him, Xian had no choice but to be dragged into it because he wanted to use his identity as Prince Xian to search for the devouring origin source. Therefore, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation level. With this thought in mind, Xian took out a large amount of Star Core origin source again and started to cultivate. Perhaps it was because he threw in another level 99 colored Star Core origin source, but in a short day, he advanced by a small level again. After this round of cultivation ended, the familiar notification of the devouring system sounded out in Xian's mind once again, causing his heart to tremble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, Satellite Realm Level 9 Perfection. Level 9 Perfection, with another small level increase, he would be able to enter the 4th major realm, the Planet Realm. Xian was extremely excited. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 10,000 people turn out after Naples returned from the first universe for the first time. He had already reported to the dynasty that Prince Xian was still alive and fighting alone in the demon territory of the first universe. In order to appease the prince's fans, the Immortal Dynasty immediately publicized this news. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty was in an uproar. A large number of the prince's fans rushed over from other sectors of the first universe. Even many experts from other races of the Federation in the second universe came. After all, the Federation's contribution rankings could be seen everywhere. As long as it was an administrative planet of the Myriad Luo Federation, there would be a platform for the Federation's affairs. After learning that Prince Xian was still alive, and like a true lone hero, he had infiltrated deep into the enemy's rear and was fighting alone in the first universe's devil domain, these fans of the prince all rushed to the Skyriver sector, and the waves of support grew louder and louder. Speaking of the best heroes and idols of this era, no one would dare to compete with Prince Xian for the limelight in the current situation. Immediately after, the 5 immortal human dynasties' starry fortresses arrived in the graveyard sector and entered the wormhole that led to the first universe. All the prince's fans in the graveyard sector cheered. After this, the entire Skyriver sector was about to explode. 5 starry fortresses. If they still couldn't bring Prince Xian back from the first universe, the dynasty would lose all face. As such, almost everyone was certain that Prince Xian would definitely return to the human race with the 5 strongholds in the near future. More and more fans of the prince came over after hearing the news. In the crowded Skyriver sector, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the 2 military and political commanders of the Skyriver sector, were both excited and scared at the same time. They couldn't describe what they were feeling. They were excited because Prince Xian had finally lived up to their expectations. Now, the entire Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan of the first universe had even issued a warrant for his arrest in the first universe. If Prince Xian could return safely this time, he would become the first human in history to successfully return to the third universe under the Tianji clan's arrest warrant in the first universe. That's right. Every wanted target in the first universe had fallen in the first universe. The Tianji clan's first universe's arrest warrant would not list important human figures who were not in the first universe at that time. Otherwise, the current immortal emperor's importance would be far greater than Prince Xian's. However, he did not attract the arrest warrant of the first universe. Every important figure of the human clan who was wanted in the first universe. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very difficult for them to come back alive. No one in history had ever succeeded. After they had all died, they had become famous in the 3 great universes. As for Prince Xian, he was the only hero who had returned to the human race alive despite being wanted by the first universe. There was almost no suspense as to how brilliant his official career would be. After all, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had expressed their goodwill in front of Prince Xian before this, so they still had some feelings for him. To them, this was an opportunity to achieve meteoric success, and it was already right in front of them. The reason why the 2 of them were trembling in fear was naturally because of the existence of the purplish warbler. When Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demon army's black wind, they had attacked the purplish warbler to prevent the news from leaking out and implicating themselves. However, the other party had used the Xianyuan family's protective secret treasure to escape. Not long ago, when the Neapolitan fleet had first arrived, the purplish warbler had appeared and almost scared Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long to death on the spot. In the end, the purplish warbler had probably been concerned about Prince Xian's safety and did not pay attention to the 2 of them. Since then, the purplish warbler had always been with the Neapolitan admiral. This was the second time she had entered the first universe. If she returned with Prince Xian and had the time to spare, would she bring up the old matter again and settle the old score with them? Regarding this, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were really unsure. At this time, the 2 of them were gathered in Bai Jingjun's official residence. Thinking about this matter, they both sighed sorrowfully. At this time, an old housekeeper of the planet manager's official residence rushed in with a face full of excitement. Before he arrived, his excited cheers had already traveled into the hall. Planet manager, Prince Xian has returned. The Neapolitan fleet has just sent a message and requested to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Network to connect to the network of the Heavenly Underworld Nation. They have already left the wormhole and are rushing here, What? That's great. Release the news immediately. Let's hope that the scene of thousands of people coming out to welcome Prince Xian can divert the attention of that girl from the Xianyuan family. Whether she soars to the top or falls to the bottom, it all depends on today. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long immediately stood up in shock and immediately gave the order. At the same time, the two of them immediately rushed out of Bai Jingjuan's official residence and began to organize people to go outside the Great Star Array to arrange the welcoming party. The return of a figure like Prince Xian was a big matter for the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were the first princes to return to the human race. All the official preparations were being watched by countless people. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to criticize them. What's more, they were also nervous in their hearts. They only hoped that the next step would be perfect and that they could resolve the life and death crisis that could befall them at any time. In short, for this welcoming ceremony, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long jumped up and down, using all the tricks they had up their sleeves and giving it their all. The news spread quickly, and the entire Sky River sector was in an uproar. A large number of powerful cultivators from the Federation in the nearby sectors rushed over like crazy. Some of the prince's fans, who were originally on the Sky River planet, went outside the Great Star Array. They wanted to be the first to see the hero walking out of the Starry Sky Fortress. More people stayed on the Sky River planet, eagerly waiting. After all, since Prince Xian had returned to the Sky River planet, he would definitely enter the inner part of the planet. If they stayed, they would still be able to see Prince Xian himself. It was also at this moment that, on the platform of all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation, including the Sky River planet, there was a crazy change in the data of the Federation's contribution points, the heaven, earth, and human rankings. Everyone who saw this scene with their own eyes was completely petrified. The change in the data of the rankings this time was even crazier and more shocking than when Prince Xian easily rushed into the Earth rankings twice. This time, Prince Xian actually rushed into the top 100 rankings in one go. Moreover, it was in less than a minute. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. In fact, even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still felt as if they were in a dream. It was too abnormal. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Crazy Points Earth Leaderboard, Rank 999, Yi Xian, Level 8 Meteor Realm, Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 1314880, Current Federation Contribution Points, 176878943, 30 million. The above was the contribution points of Yi Xian as an interstellar mercenary of the Federation that had been displayed at the bottom of the Federation Earth leaderboard ever since he left the third universe. This data had not changed for a very long time. The data was collected by the virtual interstellar mercenary card, which was tied together with the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen and branded into the primordial spirit of every Federation citizen. Once this interstellar mercenary had a harvest, the virtual interstellar mercenary card branded into his primordial spirit would be appraised. At the same time, after calculating the contribution points, it would send out some kind of signal that would be received by the Myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network. Immediately after, the main interstellar network would feed this data back to the database. If the amount of data had reached a level where it could cause the rankings of the three leaderboards to change, then the Federation's main interstellar network would immediately send out a signal to the Federation's affairs halls in all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation to adjust the leaderboard data. However, the main interstellar network signal of the Federation could only cover the third universe. Even the second universe, which also belonged to the Myriad Luo Federation, was one step slower in terms of data transmission. As for the first universe, which was controlled by the Tianji race, it was needless to say. To the Federation's interstellar network, that was a blank area. The Tianji race would never allow the Myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network to extend its tentacles there. Therefore, once an interstellar mercenary entered the first universe, the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen branded into his primordial spirit, as well as the virtual identity card of the interstellar mercenary, would temporarily fall into a deep sleep. Although the data was constantly being collected and appraised, it could only be temporarily stored. Once they returned to the third universe or the second universe, this data would be fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network. Yi Xian was currently in such a situation. This time, he had gone to the first universe, where the Tianji race was, and done many big things in the demon domain. Killing a large number of devilish beings and subduing a large number of devilish beings into devilish slaves were just a small part of his income. Entering the Saint Devil forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet was a great source of income. After all, the multi-pupil thought crystal was a resource that the human race did not have. Even though it had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian, wasn't Yi Xian's growth also an increase in the strength of the human race? Therefore, these were also counted into the Federation's contribution points. There was also the harvest of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army, as well as the points obtained from obtaining the ship of the Holy Sun and killing a large number of evil slimes within it. There was also the fact that the Heavenly Legacy race had issued an arrest warrant for the first universe, but he had safely returned to the human race. This great achievement had given all the experts of the Federation an invisible boost in points. Apart from that, the relic of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, the Life Fortress, had also returned. There was also the harvest of the butterfly transformation, as well as the points obtained from killing a mystic light realm expert of the Heavenly Legacy race. When Yi Xian had succeeded in the first universe, all of this had been recorded by the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul. The points had been calculated, but they had always been stored away. However, at this moment, as Yi Xian returned to the third universe, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. Therefore, all of the points and contribution points were fed back at once. This directly caused Yi Xian's contribution points and basic data to skyrocket. Of course, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card would only feed back the contribution points and some basic data, such as Yi Xian's cultivation progress, and so on. However, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card would not feed back how the contribution points were obtained, who they killed, and what they obtained. This was also a secret method. Otherwise, wouldn't any Federation expert be monitored no matter what they did, even if these things were only fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network and would not be publicly disclosed? Some people still had the right to access the confidential data and information on the Federation's main interstellar network. If these things were recorded, it would obviously cause people to feel uneasy. Therefore, all of the Federation Interstellar Mercenary cards would not feed back this information. This was already a consensus. The moment Yi Xian's flagship fortress charged out of the wormhole, the Federation Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. His interstellar mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul instantly jumped and changed. The first change was as follows: Earth ranking, 899th, Yi Xian, level 9 satellite realm, interstellar mercenary card number, the 131488080. Current Federation contribution points, 376878482, 30 million. With the first change, his cultivation level was refreshed. From the first realm, level 8 meteor realm, to the third realm, level 9 satellite realm. However, no one took this data seriously. How could a satellite realm expert be so rampant in the first universe? Furthermore, how long had it been since Prince Xian left the third universe? It had only been 2 to 3 months. How could he have jumped from the first realm to the third realm? He had obviously concealed his cultivation level. In addition, the original 999th place on the Earth leaderboard had instantly jumped to the 899th place. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the Earth leaderboard. As for the Federation contribution points, they had increased by more than 200 million points. Regarding this, everyone was already numb. Previously, Prince Xian had increased his contribution points from 0 to more than 100 million points in an instant. Now that he had increased his contribution points by 200 million points, it was not a big deal at all. As for the 30 million points behind the brackets, they were the points he had used to exchange for the 3 level 9 genetic cultivation fluids. Compared to the 300 million points he had now, it was not even 1/10 of it. It could be said that in terms of Federation contribution points, the current Prince Xian was definitely a super tycoon. Although there were more than 800 Federation experts ranked in front of him, which one of them had not climbed to their current ranking after hundreds or even thousands of years? Basically, all the Federation contribution points they had earned had been used up. Even if there were people like Yi Xian who had saved up hundreds of millions of contribution points, such people were definitely extremely rare. However, just as everyone was amazed by this and thought that everything was over, Yi Xian's contribution points and ranking data started to jump crazily again. After that, his cultivation level didn't change at all. He was still at level 9 satellite realm. However, his ranking on the Earth roll and his contribution points didn't stop changing. Every minute or so, his ranking would change. Earth ranking, 799th, current Federation contribution points, 576878943, 30 million, Earth ranking, 599th, current Federation contribution points, 137,687,8943, 30 million. Earth ranking, 399th, current Federation contribution points, 267,687,8943, 30 million. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio, the only one to drop in 1,000 years. Oh my god, he's already in the top 300. He's clearly charging into the heaven roll. Prince Xian has completely defied the heavens this time. He's my big brother from now on. No matter what, I have to follow behind Prince Xian. I can't stop earning points. That's more than 4 billion Federation contribution points. I've never seen so many in my life. It's hard not to make a fortune if I follow Prince Xian. Who knows, we might even have a chance to enter the Earth roll. Pfft. If you can enter the mortal roll in this lifetime, even if it's the 1000th place, I'll carry your shoes. Look, he's already in the top 200. I dare to bet that Prince Xian will definitely charge into the top 100 and enter the heaven roll. F***CK. Are you robbing me? We can bet, but let's switch. I'll bet that Prince Xian can enter the heaven roll. You're so shameless. You must be crazy about points. Tianqing River, Federation Affairs platform, a large number of Prince Xian's fans had gathered here. They were so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were looking up, and their gazes were focused on a huge display screen. This display screen was originally divided into 3 sections. 3 showed the heaven roll, 1 showed the earth roll, and 1 showed the mortal roll. But now, the 1/3 of the screen that showed the mortal roll no longer showed the mortal roll's data. Instead, it showed Yi Xian's data in huge font. It was a shocking sight. What was even more shocking was that Yi Xian's ranking and points on the display screen were still changing. Just as countless Prince Xian's fans were discussing, Yi Xian's ranking and points were temporarily fixed. Earth roll, 199th, Federation contribution points, 667,687,8943, 30 million, ranked 199th on the Earth roll, Federation contribution points, more than 6 billion. This data had numbed countless people. But everyone knew that it would change again. This time, if Prince Xian didn't charge into the heaven roll in one fell swoop, that was, the top 100, no one would be willing to accept it. In fact, Prince Xian didn't disappoint. The data on the Earth roll changed again. Heaven ranking, 99th, current Federation contribution points, 967,687,8943, 300000000. Another 100 ranks jumped, and his points increased by 3 billion, reaching more than 9 billion. He was just a little bit away from 10 billion. Heaven leaderboard, 1-100, Earth ranking, 101-1000 ranking list of young masters, 1001, 10,000. There were countless powerhouses in the entire Wanluo Federation. Just the human race alone had the science and technology faction and the cultivation faction. In addition to the human race, there were many other Federation races in the second universe. There were countless powerhouses, but only the top 10,000 were displayed on the list. Although the data of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven leaderboard still changed, as they were still earning contribution points from the Federation, the rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Today was the first time there had been a change in the Heaven list rankings. A former powerhouse on the Heaven list had been pushed down by Yi Xian. This powerhouse was originally ranked at the end of the Heaven leaderboard, 100th. But now, he was at the top of the Earth leaderboard, 101st. When this data change appeared, in a dark space in the second universe, a vicious and sinister murmur was faintly heard. Prince Xian of the human race's immortal dynasty? Good. You have guts. I spent thousands of years to get on the heaven leaderboard, but today, I was pushed down by you in an instant. Just you wait. If Yi Xian was the only powerhouse on the heaven leaderboard in thousands of years, then this existence was obviously the only powerhouse off the heaven leaderboard. The former was glory, while he was disgrace. It was no wonder that his resentment was overflowing. His voice was stiff and stiff. He was obviously not a human. In fact, only about half of the top 100 powerhouses on the heaven leaderboard were from the human race. The other half were powerhouses from the other Federation races in the second universe. This time, Yi Xian had squeezed out an expert from the Federation that wasn't part of the human race, causing the number of people on the heaven ranking to increase by 1. For the entire human race, this was a matter of great honor. After all, the heaven leaderboard rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Suddenly, there was a human on the heaven leaderboard. Anyone would feel proud and excited. At this moment, the moment Yi Xian rushed onto the heaven leaderboard, countless human administrative planets in the third universe and countless fans of the prince cheered in unison. Even many people who were not originally fans of the prince became true fans of the prince from this moment onwards. Moreover, they were hardcore fans. After all, it was rare to see such a genius of the human clan in thousands of years, let alone thousands of years. At the same time, on the immortal planet of the first universe's science and technology faction, in the Imperial Palace, some voices were faintly heard from different corners. Although they were all shocked, the shock was mixed with other meanings, not all of them were the same. Some were agitated, some were excited, some were resentful, and some were desperate and angry. Oh my God. Old 18th, he actually made it onto the heaven leaderboard? That's impossible. Eldest brother and second brother are the most promising existences to obtain the immortal emperor's throne. They have struggled for so many years, but they are still only on the Earth leaderboard. How could old 18th? Son of a mother. Woo-woo. Will your father dare to look down on you this time? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a powerful guy. This time, he went to the first universe to rob. But only such a person is qualified to start a love affair with Ying Tai. I think he will be back soon. In these days, I have to settle down with his old nanny and make her acknowledge Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. Damn it. Damn it. Is old 18th on steroids every day? How many times has it been? How can we live? Among them, there was even the voice of the immortal emperor. Heaven leaderboard? Old 18th, is this really you? However, whether it is or not, it really doesn't matter. It was a simple sentence, but it revealed too much information. However, this murmur was not heard by anyone. Just as the immortal emperor finished speaking, on the administrative planets of the entire Wanluo Federation, there was a change in Yi Xian's ranking data. This time it was a 10 by 10 jump, but the degree of shock was far greater than when the rankings jumped from 100 to 200. After all, the entire heaven leaderboard only had 100 names. Yi Xian was now ranked 99th. Once he jumped from 10 to 10, he would enter the top 10 as long as he jumped 9 more times. That would completely subdue the 3 universes. Such a thing had never happened since the beginning of time. Heaven leaderboard, 89th, current Federation contribution points, 1267-687-8943, 30 million, Heaven leaderboard, 79th, current Federation contribution points, 1767-687-8943, 30 million, Heaven leaderboard, 59th, current Federation contribution points, 2367-687-8943, 30 million, Heaven leaderboard, 49th, current Federation contribution points, 2967-687-8943, 30 million. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 11th on the Heaven Roll Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. As Yi Xian charged into the top 50 of the Heaven Roll, the entire myriad Luo Federation, including the first universe's Tianji clan, who had been secretly watching everything, fell silent. Everyone was numb. They held their breaths as they watched the Heaven Roll. The only thing on their minds was whether Prince Xian could make it into the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. The other 5 were powerhouses from other races in the second universe's federation. These 10 people had occupied the top 100,000 spots on the heaven roll for nearly 10,000 years. Each one of them was a supreme existence in the entire myriad Luo Federation. Many of them hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. If it weren't for the fact that their points on the heaven roll fluctuated occasionally, the entire Federation would have suspected that they had already died. It could be said that if Xian could make it into the top 10, he would definitely be the next emperor of the everlasting dynasty. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10. Even one more would be a great contribution to the entire human race. Just this point alone was enough for the everlasting dynasty to choose him as the next successor to the throne. After all, the invisible power to summon people was extremely terrifying. This kind of existence was like the spiritual pillar of a race. Sometimes, a single sentence from him could be more powerful than 1,000 soldiers and horses. This was also why the Tianji clan in the first universe and the higher-ups of the Federation in the second universe were paying close attention to this matter. The myriad Luo Federation was formed by the human race and a large number of other races in the second universe. Although the entire Federation was united against the Tianji clan in the first universe, within the Federation, the human race in the third universe and the other races in the second universe were secretly competing with each other. The changes in the top 10 of the heaven roll could indeed have a subtle effect on this kind of competition. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Xian's contribution points ranking changed again. Heaven roll, 39th, current Federation contribution points, 3567-687-8943, 30 million, then, it changed again, Heaven leaderboard, 29th, current Federation contribution points, 4267-687-8943, 300000000. In the end, he did it again. Heaven leaderboard, 19th, current Federation contribution points, 5267-687-8943, 300000000. After 3 consecutive changes, each time only 20 seconds apart, Yi Xian's ranking had entered the top 20, and his Federation contribution points had reached more than 50 billion. If Yi Xian were to jump one more time, he would be able to enter the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard with just one jump. The 3 changes in the data tugged at the heartstrings of the 3 universes. It was not an exaggeration to say that. In fact, when the 3rd change in the data was completed, Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard was fixed at 19th. In the depths of Universe 2, a certain high-ranking member of the Federation couldn't take it anymore and actually fainted on the spot because his heartstrings were too tight. It was impossible for this matter to spread. Perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't know about it for the rest of his life. However, to the people of the Federation, the name of Prince Xian of the human race's science and technology faction was akin to that of a devil from this moment onwards. Their leader was so scared that he fainted on the spot. In fact, even though this fellow was the first to faint, if Yi Xian were to jump up again with such a range of 10, the person who fainted from fright would definitely appear again. Even if there was only one more person entering the top 10 of the human race, it would have an extremely huge impact on the Wan Luo Federation. Some existences who had important interests in this couldn't withstand this kind of stimulation. The stakes were too high. However, no matter how frightened those existences were, what was to come would come in the end. Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard changed once again. This might be the last time, but that wasn't important anymore. This was because this time, he jumped up the rankings again. Prince Xian had finally entered the top 10. Heaven leaderboard, 9th, current Federation contribution points, 7667-687-8943, 30 million, 9th on the heaven leaderboard, more than 64 billion contribution points from the Federation. No one paid attention to the more than 76 billion contribution points at the back. They had long since become numb to it. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the words 9th. The difference between 9th and 19th wasn't too huge, but it was more or less the same. However, Prince Xian did it in the end and rushed into the top 10. No one had done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Throughout the ages, this was the first and only example. At this moment, several core higher-ups of the Federation in the second universe rolled their eyes and fainted one after another. It wasn't that they were weak, but they knew that the heaven leaderboard might not change even once in 1,000 years. The top 10 might not change even once in 10,000 years. Now that a prodigy of the human race had appeared out of nowhere, there was one more person who had rushed into the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard. Then, in the next 10,000 years, 6 of the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard would always be from the human race. In the entire Myriad Luo Federation, the human race was the dominant force. This situation could no longer be changed. That was why they fainted. After all, the competition within the Federation had never stopped. The many races of the Federation in the second universe had finally united together with great difficulty. They were on the top 10 of the celestial list and were on par with the human clan. Each of them occupied 5 positions. But now, thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed overnight. Unfortunately, these higher-ups of the races in the second universe had indeed fainted for nothing this time. This was because Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard had changed once again. When the data started to jump again, countless exclamations rang out. What? It's still changing? He's already in 9th place, my god. Could it be that His Highness the Prince wants to rush to the top 3 in one go? My little heart, don't tell me he's in 1st place? Ayaya, it's cramping. My heart is cramping. As these exclamations rang out, the data on the heaven leaderboard stopped jumping. This was indeed the last time, but the result made everyone dumbfounded. They almost suspected that this was a problem with the immortal-level superbrain of the Federation's main star network. This was because Prince Xian's ranking this time had fallen instead of rising. It wasn't that this kind of thing had never happened before. For example, there had been an unlucky person who had fallen out of the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard in the past 1,000 years. However, Prince Xian had always been rising and had never fallen. Therefore, when this kind of situation suddenly occurred, everyone really couldn't accept it for a while. This situation isn't right. Generally speaking, when one's ranking falls, it can only be because someone else suddenly rose and squeezed down. However, did you notice that Prince Xian has fallen to 11th? The person who replaced him, who just got 9th place, and the 10th place behind him clearly have the same data as before. That's right. Their contribution points haven't changed at all. Prince Xian dropped himself, F***CK. What kind of situation is this? He dropped 2 places in one go and had 10 billion contribution points deducted. What did His Highness the Prince do? Is this punishment from the main network? Looking at the heaven leaderboard in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Heaven leaderboard, 11th place, current Federation contribution points, 6667, 687, 8943, 30 million, 11th place, total points, 66. 6 billion. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Overwatch Council of the Federation. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped in the 3 great cosmoses. Everything was deathly silent. The implications were too great, and it had attracted the attention of too many peerless powerhouses. At the same time, because everything that had happened was too bizarre, too many powerhouses were dumbfounded. First, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had risen from 999th place on the Earth leaderboard to 9th place on the Sky leaderboard. In less than an hour, he had risen by 990 places on the Wan Luo Federation's contribution leaderboard. Then, he had suddenly dropped by 2 places, falling to 11th place. However, this drop wasn't caused by the increase of other people's points. Instead, it was caused by the drop in his own points. All of this was even more ridiculous than the melodramatic plots in movies. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they were in a dream. At that moment, everyone was in a daze. There was only one thing on their minds, and that was that Prince Xian had lost 10 billion Federation contribution points in the blink of an eye. His ranking had dropped by 2 places on the Sky leaderboard. Then, what exactly had he done? What had he done to anger the heavens and cause the main control center of the Federation's main starry sky network, which was the immortal-grade superbrain on the immortal planet, to be so furious? This was only Prince Xian. He originally had more than 76.6 billion points. After 10 billion points were deducted, he still had 66.6 billion points left. If it had been anyone else, after 10 billion points were deducted, they would probably have had to work for the Wan Luo Federation to repay their debts. They would never be able to make a comeback. However, this drop in ranking and the shocking deduction of points also reflected the fairness of the Federation's main starry sky network. This made those who were unhappy and wanted to criticize Prince Xian after seeing him earn more than 70 billion points in an hour, rising by nearly 1,000 places, wisely shut their mouths before they could say anything. However, what exactly Prince Xian had done had become an eternal mystery. It was just like how he had been able to earn points so quickly time and time again. It had only taken him 3 times to reach the top 9. It had become a knot in the hearts of countless cultivators in the 3 universes that could not be undone. Moreover, as his heaven list ranking dropped from the top 9 to the 11th in an instant, he stayed at the 9th place for less than a minute. It was completely negligible. The tension in Universe 2 was finally moderately relieved. Although the 11th place was only 1 place away from the top 10, it was not the top 10 after all. In the top 10 of the heaven list, there were still only 5 human elites on the list. The other 5 were elites from various Federation races in the second universe. The Myriad Luo Federation was able to maintain a weak balance between the 2 major planar factions. This kind of situation was what many people were willing to see. However, because of all this, countless elites from the 2 universes remembered Prince Xian. They remembered this young descendant who had made them tremble with fear and who had even caused a few of them to faint, while countless elites in the 3 universes were speculating about Prince Xian's mistakes. The Overwatch Council of the Myriad Luo Federation, which was located on the immortal star of the Everlasting Dynasty, immediately launched an investigation into this matter. It had to be mentioned that this was the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation was an alliance formed by the human race of the 3rd universe and a large number of other races in Universe 2. Their power included the 3rd and 2nd universes. However, their headquarters was located on the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction in Universe 3. The reason for this was that the mainframe of the star web on the immortal star was an immortal-level starry sky superbrain. This was the only one in the 3 universes. It was said that the headquarters of the Tianji race also had an immortal-level starry sky superbrain, but this had yet to be confirmed. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was located on the immortal star not because the Everlasting Dynasty was very powerful. In fact, the Everlasting Dynasty was only the sole overlord of the human race's science and technology faction. On the human race's side, there was also the overlord of the Cultivation faction, the Tenju Celestial Palace, which was on equal footing with the Myriad Luo Federation. However, as a federation, their power included the planes of the 2 universes. What was the most important thing? It was the ability to communicate. This was a technological ability. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was powerful, it couldn't reach the level of the immortal star in this aspect. It was the same for the other Federation races in Universe 2. Therefore, the immortal star became the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. An area was specially set aside on the immortal star as the Federation's headquarters. Not only were there experts from the Everlasting Dynasty's science and technology faction there, but there were also experts from the Tenju Celestial Palace's Cultivation faction. There were also representatives from the other Federation races in Universe 2. Basically, this headquarters was equivalent to the United Nations of Yi Xian's previous life on Earth. The general meaning was similar. The experts of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters on the immortal star were also paying attention to Yi Xian's sudden rise to the celestial leaderboard as Prince Xian. In the end, when Yi Xian fell from 9th to 11th, the Overwatch Council of the Federation immediately launched an investigation. Although it wasn't unprecedented for the Federation to deduct points, there were only a few cases in the history of the Federation. Moreover, every case was a major incident when investigated. Usually, the central system of the Federation's main network deducting points was an incident that caused the Federation great losses. Because of this, although the central system of the Federation's main network had already deducted points, the Federation's Overwatch Council didn't think that this was the end. They would continue to investigate. Once it was confirmed that the reason for the deduction of points was that this person had committed a crime that caused great losses to the Federation, the Federation's Overwatch Council would continue to pursue the matter. Moreover, the Federation's Overwatch Council was an independent monitoring organization. Although there were experts from both the human race and the second universe, the current supervisor was the great uncle of the Immortal Dynasty, who had always supported the Great Prince. He was also the current immortal emperor's elder brother, Long Huai. Therefore, when he saw that Prince Xian's points were deducted by a terrifying amount of 10 billion, it wasn't a surprise that the so-called secret investigation was immediately launched. There were many other reasons behind this. The higher-ups of the Federation and the Immortal Dynasty were well aware of this. However, no one would say much about it. Even the Immortal Emperor maintained his silence. No one knew what he was thinking. However, everyone knew that even though Prince Xian's sudden appearance had caused the Immortal Emperor to view him in a new light and had even listed him as a candidate to be the next heir to the Immortal Dynasty's throne, the Immortal Emperor still wouldn't interfere in this investigation. In order to become a qualified Immortal Emperor, other than being able to make waves behind enemy lines, one also needed to have methods within oneself. If Prince Xian couldn't even pass this test and fell into the hands of the Overwatch Council, then he also didn't have the right to inherit the Immortal Emperor's throne. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Old Bastard. The journey from the wormhole in the depths of the Graveyard Star Field to the Heavenly River Star at the edge of the Graveyard Star Field was actually quite long. Even a massive object like the Starry Sky Fortress needed half a day to perform a space jump. During this process, the flagship fortress that Naples was in had already contacted the Heavenly River Star. Through the Heavenly River Star's administrative star network, it connected to the higher-level star network. First, it connected to the Heavenly Dust Star Nation, then to the Heavenly Underworld Star Imperial Capital. Step by step, it connected to the main star network of the Everlasting Dynasty. The news of Prince Xian's return was immediately reported to the Everlasting Dynasty. At the same time, everything that happened on the Federation's contribution ranking was also fed back to the fleet of human fortresses. All the soldiers in the 5 starry sky fortresses were completely dumbfounded when they heard that Prince Xian had actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven leaderboard. Immediately after that, when Prince Xian dropped from the 9th place to the 11th place due to the deduction of his own points, everyone in the fortress fleet came back to their senses. Their expressions were extremely strange. To them, this kind of thing was like a legend, including Naples, the Purplish Warbler, and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba. The only difference was that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was stunned for a while before he laughed out loud. He naturally realized that this matter would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. His eldest brother, Long Huai, who was in charge of the Federation's Overwatch Council, had always supported the first prince. Now that Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky, Imperial Uncle Long Huai couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He would also be able to benefit by supporting the second prince, Long Tianba, if he dealt with Prince Xian. Although the Purplish Warbler didn't understand the pros and cons of this matter, as the 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples understood. He immediately rushed to the cabin where Yi Xian was in seclusion and requested to see the first prince. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected that the Federation's contribution ranking would skyrocket when he returned to the third universe. However, he didn't expect it to increase to this extent, and he actually rushed to the top of the Heaven leaderboard. Originally, according to his estimation, rushing to the bottom of the Heaven leaderboard was already good enough. Of course, this was a good thing. The only thing that puzzled him was, why did he suddenly fall back to the 11th place after reaching the 9th place? He didn't really care about the difference of 2 ranks, but the deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points made his heart ache. How many good things could he get with that amount of points? Therefore, Yi Xian was very concerned about this matter. He had not thought that the Federation Overwatch Council would target him because of this matter. Just for the 10 billion points deducted from the Federation, Yi Xian could not casually act as if nothing had happened. One had to know that back then, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid only cost 10 million per tube. 10 billion could be exchanged for 1,000 tubes. At the thought of this, Yi Xian had the urge to kill. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out where the deduction of 10 billion Federation points came from. Since it was a deduction of points, it naturally meant that he had done something that made the Federation lose a lot of money. Yi Xian had no idea at all about this kind of thing. Just as he was alone in his cabin, deep in thought, the slightly panicked Naples arrived. Yi Xian really wanted to hear his opinion. Since he couldn't figure it out himself, he might as well ask this high-ranking military officer who had always been working hard on the Undying Planet for advice. Perhaps he would gain something. This time, because they were discussing confidential matters, Naples came alone. Not to mention the purplish warbler, he didn't even bring his trusted advisors. Once he entered Xian's cabin, Naples waited for the door to close and immediately said nervously, "Prince, I'm afraid this is going to be a disaster. The deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points is definitely enough for the Federation Overwatch Council to investigate you. To be able to make the Federation's main network deduct such a terrifying amount of contribution points, it means that the person you killed is definitely not an ordinary person." Demon spy. Hearing these 4 words, Xian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there was something. He immediately asked, "Why are you so sure that I was deducted 10 billion contribution points because I killed a demon spy? Isn't it obvious?" Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You've always been in the first universe. What else could you have done there that would have a huge impact on the Federation and cause a huge loss? That's a slave race of the Tianji clan, and you've always been in the demon sector. So, you must have accidentally killed a demon spy who was bought over by the Federation long ago. That's why it was recorded on the Federation's interstellar mercenary card. Of course, the virtual mercenary card has no self-consciousness. It will only evaluate how many contribution points you've done at that time is worth as a reward, or how many contribution points should be deducted. It won't report back what you've done specifically. This is also for the sake of confidentiality. This is recognized by the Federation. Otherwise, who would dare to use this kind of virtual mercenary card? But it's also because of this that the Overwatch Council has the opportunity to make things difficult for you. After all, they're the ones investigating, and the final result is all up to them. You have no way to refute them. The current head of the Federation's Overwatch Council is the great Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who has always supported the Great Prince. He won't let go of this opportunity to suppress you. After all, Your Highness now is indeed like the sun in the sky. Yes, what you said makes sense. It's just, who is this guy? General Naples' words made Yi Xian feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the great Imperial Uncle who was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council at that time. He quickly fell into deep thought, and his mind quickly turned. He pondered about who the despicable person who caused him to lose 10 billion Federation contribution points was. To be able to cause this prince to lose so many contribution points, there's no need to mention how important he is. And the importance of this kind of demon spy is directly linked to the other party's position in the demon race. Therefore, the identity of the other party should be investigated from top to bottom. After muttering a few words to himself, Yi Xian's eyes quickly lit up. In almost an instant, he had a result. Then, a dull expression appeared on his face. He exclaimed in disbelief, F***CK. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wenxing. That old guy is actually a spy planted by the Federation in the demon race? That old bastard. This is really F***ket up. What? The first High Priest of the Demon Royal City, Wenxing, died at your hands? That's a master of the Heavenly Passage realm. When Naples heard Wenxing's name, he was immediately sure. Only such a high position and value to the Wanluo Federation was enough to cause Prince Xian to lose 10 billion contribution points. If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't have this right. The arrival of the prince, you still have the nerve to say that? Naples was clearly blasted into pieces by your cannon. This prince only participated in the scheme against him. When Yi Xian truthfully told Naples everything that had happened, the latter was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, when he came back to his senses, his face was full of embarrassment. After a short while, he said weakly, "In that case, this old subject seems to have tricked your highness again. But this time, you really can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Wenxing for being too unlucky. As a demon spy who had been bought over by our human race, he had already muddled his way to the high position of High Priest of the Demon Imperial City, but in the end, he ended up like this. He was killed by our own people without knowing anything. It's really more sad than being F***ked. In addition, this is also a turning point for us." At this point, Naples grinned and said, "Although we still don't know which higher-up on the side of the Myriad Luo Federation directly contacted a high-level insider like Wenxing to be in charge of this matter, the last time I led the fleet to the demon domain, there was a high-level chess piece like Wen Xing on the side of the demon domain, but this person actually didn't inform me at all. He clearly committed the crime of dereliction of duty. In general, he also has to bear a part of the responsibility for Wen Xing's death. In the future, when you return to the Immortal Star, if the first Imperial Uncle of the Federation's Overwatch Council wants to use this matter to make things difficult for your highness, at that time, although you and I will more or less bear some responsibility, with this person to share the burden, the responsibility that can fall to the two of us will be neither painful nor itchy. The first Imperial Uncle, Long Huai, will never think that we have such a trump card in our hands. At that time, I'm afraid all his efforts will be in vain, and he will also reveal his sinister face of abusing power for personal gain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In that case, this old subject actually hopes that he will make things difficult for your highness early on. At that time, Long Huai's sinister scheme will be exposed, but it will instead set off your highness' methods and unshakable. I'm afraid it will leave an even deeper impression in the Immortal Emperor and the entire imperial family. We will have profited from this disaster. At this point, Naples was already beaming with joy. His previously incomparably worried appearance was instantly swept away. In response, Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. In reality, he did not take what Naples said to heart at all. Even if the so-called Great Imperial Uncle Long Huai had the status of director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Xian still did not take him seriously. Although he hadn't been in the first universe for a long time and Xian's cultivation base had improved rapidly upon his return, he was only about to break through to the fourth major realm, the planet grade. He could only be considered passable. He was still far from a true expert. However, in terms of foundation, he was already worlds apart from when he had left. His gains in the first universe this time were enough for Xian to look down on the Grotto Heaven realm and even the supreme existence of the mystic light realm. He did not want to reveal some of his methods, but if he was forced into a corner, he could just fall out with them. With his current reputation in the three universes, even if he fell out with some of the higher-ups of the Immortal Emperor dynasty, they would definitely not dare to brazenly defame him. Not long after, the fortress beneath his feet trembled slightly and stopped. It was obvious that they had arrived at the Skyriver planet. Even the Skyriver planet's star dock could not contain 5 such huge starry fortresses, so they all stopped in the void. In any case, they did not need to resupply. This time, they had not been in the first universe for a long time, and they had not experienced any great battles. The 5 starry fortresses were not very rich in resources yet. As for why they stopped here temporarily, it was just a formality. After all, billions of fans were gathered here. Since Prince Xian had returned to the human race from the first universe, if he directly returned to the immortal planet, it would seem too unreasonable. The billions of fans would be greatly disappointed, and this would be extremely detrimental to Prince Xian's reputation. Hence, the fleet temporarily stopped at the Skyriver planet this time. In fact, it could be seen as a show. It was also because of this reason that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba did not even show his face, let alone leave the fortress. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Similarly, in order to show that they were close to the people, there was no ostentatious effect. Not many people walked out of the fortress. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, the Neapolitan admiral, and his 2 trusted generals were present. Apart from that, there was also a group of personal guards, all of whom were lieutenants of the Immortal Army. There were only 20 people in total. Such a huge fortress fleet, but after the doors of the flagship fortress opened, less than 30 people appeared. This scene even seemed a little cold and cheerless. This made the welcoming party and the prince's fans, who were already crowded outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet, feel very surprised. At the same time, there were also exclamations of astonishment. Sigh, as expected of a prince. The higher the position, the more approachable he is. Look at him, and then look at us. This realm is really not just a little bit different. Yes. If it were me, I would probably have thousands of troops opening a path in front of me. Seeing Prince Xian like this, I seem to have understood something. It's him. It's really him. Back when Prince Xian was on the Skyriver planet, I was very familiar with him. I recognized him at a glance. F***CK. Can you be any more shameless? Scram, I was going to say that Prince Xian is our big brother. As these words rang out, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were at the forefront of the crowd, turned their heads and looked at each other. Immediately, they came up alone with smiles on their faces. Originally, they were followed by hundreds of personal guards, but at this moment, when they saw that the prince was so low-key, they immediately retreated. In this kind of situation, all the tones had to be in tune with the prince. Seeing these two guys, the purplish warbler's face instantly darkened. When she came to the Sky River planet before, she was preoccupied with important matters and didn't have the time to argue with these two insidious people. But today, it was different. Yi Xian keenly noticed this and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" When you and Lulua were taken away by the black light of the black wind, the escort fleet of these two guys immediately returned. However, it was not to rescue you, but to kill you. The space pirates were killed by them. Even I, at that time, would have died if it weren't for the protective treasure of my clan. In addition, after these two guys returned to the Sky River planet, they didn't immediately report the news that you were taken away by the demons. Instead, they concealed it and pretended not to know. Later, when you suddenly rushed into the ranking list of young masters, I knew that you were still alive. Only then did the experts of the Sky River planet know that Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demons and launched a counterattack. What? Such a thing happened? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. To kill or not to kill? Who would have thought that these two fellows would turn hostile so quickly? They had just sent Yi Xian away, and now that he had been captured by the demons, they wanted to kill him immediately. They were rotten to the core. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shouted angrily, "Men, give this prince. Take him." Who would have thought that there would be such despicable, shameless, and daring people in this world? Back when Prince Xian was captured by the demon scouts, not only did you not report it immediately, you even wanted to kill him to cover up the truth so that he would not be implicated. How preposterous! Admiral Naples heard the purplish warbler's words clearly and was immediately enraged. Following Yi Xian's roar, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were approaching but were completely stunned by Yi Xian's roar, and reprimanded, "Take them down immediately, including their direct descendants and confidants. Kill them all on the spot." Boom! Rumble! As soon as Admiral Naples' words fell, 100 small fortresses, each with a diameter of 5,000 meters, rushed out from the 5-starry sky fortresses behind him and spread out in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire heavenly river star. Not to mention the human masters, even a bird couldn't escape. This was the advantage of an interstellar fortress. Normal battleships, even if they were huge fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m, would only carry mini patrol ships. However, for a colossus like an interstellar fortress, the patrol ships inside would be upgraded to mini fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 m. A space fortress could easily carry dozens of small fortresses. Now that 100 of them were deployed together, it was obvious that they were still holding back. Very quickly, from these 100 small fortresses, elite troops of the Immortal Army rushed out. Some of them began to capture outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, while more rushed into the atmosphere to capture. Although Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had controlled the military and political power of the Heavenly River planet for many years, it was impossible for them to corrupt all the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly River planet. Those who had been lying low saw the opportunity and immediately broke out and pointed out the culprits, which made it very convenient for the capture. For a moment, the entire Sky River planet was filled with killing intent. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The large number of Prince Xian's fans, who had come to welcome him, now understood the truth of the matter. When they thought of how Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had almost killed Prince Xian, if it weren't for Prince Xian's shocking methods, they would have been killed in a foreign land, no one would know. After this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar and commotion both inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. The elite battle teams of the Immortal Legion escorted Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long's trusted aides to gather at the atmosphere. Along the way, they were occasionally met with some angry fans of the prince who rushed into the crowd and shouted for them to be killed. This continued for nearly 2 hours before everything finally came to an end. The efficiency of the Immortal Army's elite troops was indeed amazing. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been operating on the Sky River planet for many years, so their influence was very deep. However, no matter how deep the hidden forces were, they were all dug out in just 2 hours. At this moment, a large number of people were escorted to the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Skyriver planet. Around them were the elite troops of the Immortal Army. In the center, there were more than 10,000 of the Skyriver planet's vermin led by Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long. These guys were the two's confidants who had followed them for many years. Naples even let some people who didn't have a deep relationship with them go. He only gave them a warning. At this time, these 10,000 people were all kneeling in the void, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Almost all of them were crying in pain. There were also experts among them, such as Zhao Long, who was in the black hole realm. However, with Naples, a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, at the side, he couldn't even think of resisting. What's more, they were facing the Immortal Army from the Imperial capital's immortal planet, and the one who gave the order was Prince Xian. Even if they escaped, no matter how big the third universe was, there was no place for them to hide. Their only chance of survival was to beg for mercy. Long Xian, what are you doing? Do you want to carry out a massacre? There are more than 10,000 people here, and many of them are soldiers of the Heavenly Dust Empire. Although you are a prince of the Empire, you have no right to kill them. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who had been holed up in the flagship fortress all this time, came out with a group of personal guards. He deliberately shouted so that all the powerhouses watching from outside Heavenly River Star could hear him clearly. Naturally, he wasn't here to save people. He couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of these people. The reason why Long Tianba had appeared was because this was clearly a good opportunity to suppress Prince Xian's reputation. He couldn't miss it. If Yi Xian gave up on killing these 10,000 Skyriver planet vermin because of his shout, then this matter would leave him with a weak impression. If Yi Xian insisted on doing things his own way, then the result would also be disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He would give others the impression that he killed indiscriminately and cruelly. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who had taken advantage of the situation. At this moment, Long Tianba's heart was blooming with joy. He thought to himself, you're the one who brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on creating more problems, then don't blame me for taking advantage of you. Yi Xian and Naples exchanged glances. Just as the latter was about to step forward and take responsibility for this matter, Yi Xian reached out and stopped him. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he glanced at Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was gradually approaching him. He coldly laughed and said, Imperial Uncle Tianba, aren't you being a bit of a busybody? Long Tianba's expression darkened when he heard such unrestrained ridicule. He was about to explode. However, Yi Xian didn't give him the chance to do so. He pointed at Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long who were kneeling on the ground and said in a clear voice, Bai Jingjun has a mysterious fleet in his hands and has been robbing people all over the Skyriver galaxy. This matter has long been a public secret. Ask all the experts on the Skyriver galaxy. How many of them don't know about this? Zhao Long has spies planted in the Skyriver Galaxy Federation's platform all year round. As soon as he discovers that any expert has a large amount of planet core source, or has exchanged for a precious treasure, he immediately sends people to follow them. As soon as that person leaves the Skyriver Galaxy, he secretly sends out a fleet to intercept and kill them. How many experts in the Skyriver Galaxy have silently disappeared all these years? Even this prince was targeted by him when he exposed himself on the Skyriver Galaxy Federation's platform and was almost killed. That's right, this prince doesn't have an official position, so I don't have the qualifications to kill the two of them and their accomplices. However, this prince registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Skyriver Galaxy. This is the place where this prince began his path to the final trial. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Skyriver Galaxy is this prince's second home. Confident in his mind today, I won't say whether I should kill him or not. I'll leave this matter to the countless experts of the Federation, both inside and outside the Skyriver Star. Yi Xian then turned to look at the tens of thousands of Prince's fans in the distance and shouted, this bunch of scumbags, tell me. Kill him. Or not. Using the situation to his advantage actually made him more popular. Long Tianba's expression instantly changed, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. This person was not easy to deal with. Kill. 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 Yi Xian's words ignited the anger of countless experts inside and outside the Sky River Star. Shouts of kill could be heard from the experts outside the Sky River Star's atmosphere. Even within the Heavenly River Star, waves of killing cries rang out. They also heard Yi Xian's words, so it was impossible for them not to react. In an instant, Yi Xian neutralized Long Tianba's sinister plan and used it to win the hearts of the people. After this incident, Prince Xian gave people the impression that he was not only unafraid of power, but he even dared to refute the imperial uncle's rebuke. He was the embodiment of justice and would never hide his sins. Furthermore, he was vigilant in his actions and his methods were brilliant. All of this was clearly beneficial to his reputation. It was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. The hearts of the people were not to be bullied. At this time, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long finally realized this point. They were not going to die at the hands of Yi Xian today. Instead, they were going to die at the hands of the countless experts in the Sky River Star sector who had been bullied by them. Kill. Following Yi Xian's order, the large number of elite soldiers of the Immortal Army who were watching over these 10,000 vermin raised their swords and chopped off their heads one by one. With the development of the current era, this kind of execution by decapitation had long been abolished. The scene of more than 10,000 people being beheaded at the same time was not worth mentioning. However, Yi Xian still did it. He would not let go of this opportunity. If it were any other occasion and he dared to do so, it would definitely cause a commotion. Someone with ulterior motives would secretly fan the flames, and Prince Xian's image would be shrouded in a bloody and bloodthirsty shadow. But today was different. Today, countless experts in the entire Sky River sector were speaking out in unison. Therefore, even if the scene of tens of thousands of people being beheaded at the same time spread, which was shocking, no one would dare to make a fuss about it. That would be a crime against the whole world. Instead, it was Emperor Xian who took advantage of this matter without any risk and displayed an iron fist. It was not a bloodthirsty slaughter, but a righteous and iron-blooded one. There was a big difference between the two. The former was disadvantageous to him, while the latter could increase his reputation. And this time, Yi Xian had successfully achieved this with the help of the anger of countless experts in the Sky River sector. Not only did Long Tianba fail to add insult to injury, but he also added fuel to the fire by increasing Yi Xian's reputation. This result made him so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. At the same time, it made him deeply realize how difficult it was to deal with this Prince Xian. Suppressing his anger, he looked deeply at Yi Xian with an expressionless face and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and led his personal guards back to the flagship fortress. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. The atmosphere of the Sky River sector was filled with blood. However, the entire Sky River sector was filled with thunderous cheers at this moment. The name Prince Xian gradually became the main theme of the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. Some experts who were not fans of the prince had also become fans of Yi Xian after this incident. This was because he had swept away the haze of the Sky River sector and returned this sector to a clear and bright sky. Many of these experts were not citizens of the Sky River sector, but they had stayed here for many years. This was because this sector was rich in star nuclei, which were the best resources for cultivation. Following the deaths of Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the military and politics of the entire Sky River sector fell into a state of vacuum. Yi Xian did not take this opportunity to plant his own men. That would make his previous actions suspicious of him for personal gain. The losses would outweigh the gains. He had only appointed a high-ranking officer from the remaining garrison of the Heavenly River planet who had not colluded with Zhao Long. He ordered him to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the Heavenly River planet, while waiting for a new planet manager and garrison commander to be assigned to the Heavenly Dust planet. After news of this spread, Prince Xian's reputation increased again. In fact, after Yi Xian eliminated Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, there were many people secretly watching his subsequent actions. Without a doubt, Yi Xian did not disappoint them. In order to avoid suspicion, he left with the Naples Fortress fleet on the second day and headed to the Tianqian Star, the capital of the Tianqian nation. There was a large wormhole there. After jumping through it, one would be able to reach the Tianming Star, where the capital of the Tianming Empire was located. After jumping through a few more wormholes, one would be close to the Immortal Star, the imperial capital of the Everlasting Dynasty. At this moment, Yi Xian, Admiral Naples, a few of his trusted advisors, and the purplish warbler were having a meal in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. The food was simple but exquisite. There was also some spirit wine specially prepared for Prince Xian and the purplish warbler. Naples was still on the march and was not allowed to drink. Sigh, although we did a good job on the Sky River sector this time, it's still a bit of a pity, there were no outsiders here. They were all on the same side. Therefore, Naples did not hide anything in his words. He said bluntly, although the Sky River sector is only an administrative planet under the jurisdiction of a small country like the Xianxia nation, due to its extraordinary geographical location, it is the closest administrative planet to the graveyard sector of the human race. Therefore, it is of special significance. The graveyard sector of the graveyard sector is not only rich in star core sources, but the wormhole from the third universe to the first universe is also deep in the graveyard sector of the graveyard sector. Although your highness has a great reputation now, you don't have a territory. If you could get the Sky River sector. Speaking of this, Naples shook his head again and sighed. Obviously, he was quite regretful that he could not seize the opportunity to take down the Heavenly River Star. How do you know that the Sky River sector does not belong to me? Due to this rescue incident, Naples and his military forces had long since been branded with Prince Xian's brand. In addition, he himself had followed him wholeheartedly, so Yi Xian had long since treated him as one of his own. Similarly, there was nothing taboo in his words. With a grin, Yi Xian continued, don't forget, the reason why Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long are able to control the military and political power of Heavenly River Planet isn't just because of their own abilities, but because they have people behind them. In the Xianxia nation's capital, the Xianxia planet, the Zhao family is quite powerful. Bai Jingjun also has a son who is an important official in the capital, so, at this point, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 10,000 or so experts of the Federation that he had released from the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Mosquito sector. Among them, a small number were the children of the aristocrats and even the upper echelons of the Xianxia nation. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio First Order Planet. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's current influence, even if Yi Xian didn't look for them, they would have taken the initiative to curry favor with him, hoping to make use of his influence to achieve a meteoric rise. Picking two from this group of people to control Sky River Star was the best strategy. No one knew that they were related to Yi Xian. This way, not only would they be able to control Tianhe Planet, but they would also be able to avoid suspicion of Prince Xian's previous actions. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. This trip to Xianxia Nation seemed to be quite interesting. Now that Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been dealt with, if they didn't give the purplish warbler an explanation for the Lulua incident, it would be even more difficult to explain in the future. As such, after dinner, Yi Xian decided to take the opportunity to take a stroll and tell them the entire truth. He wouldn't hide anything and would tell them everything. As a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was 100 kilometers, not only did it have many levels, but each level was also very spacious. Even the command cabin on the top floor had a leisure area that was more than 10 kilometers in radius. The walls of the fortress around this area were one-way transparent. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but from the inside, you could see the boundless starry sky. As a leisure area for the officers and soldiers of the command cabin on the top floor to relax, it was completely like a vacation area. There was a large amount of tropical rainforest plants, a natural beach, and a swimming pool. There were even some open-air bars and the like. At this time, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were strolling in this area. The surrounding environment gave them the illusion that they were in a vacation area on an administrative planet, not a space fortress. The two of them didn't stroll in the crowded areas. Instead, they walked in the secluded tropical rainforest. The purplish warbler seemed to have realized something and kept silent. She clenched her small fists slightly and was a little nervous. Yi Xian didn't mention Lulua, so it was impossible that she didn't notice. I'm sure you've guessed it. Lulua, she, sigh. With a sigh, Yi Xian revealed everything that had happened that day. In the end, he said, when Lulua was smashed into pieces by Ba Chai, I was caught off guard and couldn't react at all. What made me feel most guilty was that at that time, in order to delay and wait for a chance to escape, I deliberately released the warbler's mind to deceive Ba Chai and make him think that I was a warbler. And this happened to Lulua. She was killed by Ba Chai's favorites. She was deceived by someone she trusted. This is my greatest guilt. As he spoke, ye warblers and warbler warbler warbler, warbler warbler, warbler warbler, 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 warbler warbler studio, warbler warbler to studio warbler 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 studio to studio warbler studio. T warbler s mind. Warto him, to demons level power t test strength des him. Warto to estus war. Sai, seeing that Yi Xian had displayed the demonkin's mental power in front of him, this was a huge secret. Yi Xian had already shown his sincerity. Thinking about this, Shan Yuanzing sighed and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. It wasn't easy for you to survive that situation. If you didn't have the demon's mental power to confuse the other party, I'm afraid you would have died. Lulua grew up with me, and she was also an orphan. Now that she's gone, at least, she won't have to worry about her family anymore. I'm sure she'll find out the truth in heaven and forgive you. After all, in that situation, no one could have done better than you. Ba Chai is still alive. He's in the Black Wind ship. Moreover, I've already subdued him and made him my demon slave. During this period of time, I haven't used him to do anything for me because I was worried that if I used him too much, I might develop feelings for him as a servant. When that time comes, I won't have the heart to kill him. I've kept him especially for you. When the time is right, I'll hand him over to you. You should personally avenge Lulua. You can actually subdue a rank 9 black hole being as a slave? What's your cultivation level?" Although Yi Xian had already revealed his pet, the Blood-Ben Prince, and the Blood-Ben Prince was a supreme existence at the first level of the Origin Realm, it was still a mosquito beast. Subduing a mosquito beast as a pet beast and subduing a demon as a slave were two completely different things. Even if a mosquito beast had developed some intelligence, how could it have the intelligence of a demon powerhouse? Therefore, subduing a rank 9 black hole realm demon as a slave was more shocking to the purplish warbler than subduing a rank 1 origin realm mosquito beast as a pet beast. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. She turned to look at Yi Xian with disbelief. If I were to say that my true cultivation level is rank 9 black hole realm, maybe I'll be a rank 1 planet warrior after reaching Tianqian star because I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate later. Also, I'm not Prince Xian, I'm just Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian paused and looked at the purplish warbler with a strange expression. He continued, "You're my friend, and I don't want to lie to you. Would you believe me if I said this? Like hell I'd believe you. How can you go from rank 9 black hole realm to rank 1 planet warrior after one seclusion? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl?" The purplish warbler immediately rolled her eyes and blushed. She glared at Yi Xian flirtatiously. "You big bad guy, how dare you say you treat me as a friend? And I'm calling you big brother Yi again and again. Haven't you lied to me before? Bad guy." After she finished speaking, Shan Yuanzing lowered her head and immediately ran away with small steps. This girl, it seems like she's falling in love with him. Don't tell me she's in love with this prince? In all honesty, I'm a little handsome, but I really don't intend to make a move on her. Seeing the purplish warbler run away shyly, Yi Xian made a small joke. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one believes me when I say the truth. What kind of world is this? Sigh, I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. After dealing with Luluo's matter, Yi Xian's state of mind suddenly became clear. The knot in his heart completely disappeared. This was also why he said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate later. This kind of huge change in state of mind was the easiest to trigger a breakthrough in cultivation level. Yi Xian had encountered this kind of thing twice before, so he could be considered to have a lot of experience and insight. In addition, he didn't hesitate to invest a large amount of planetary core origin, and he also had the devouring system to help him absorb the planetary core origin. A small breakthrough in cultivation level was really nothing. Although the purplish warbler couldn't understand or accept this, to Yi Xian, this was completely normal. After returning to his cabin, Yi Xian immediately began his seclusion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Celestial Dust Stare. A day later, when he finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, First Order Planet Warrior. Yi Xian clenched his fists and smiled silently. The planet realm was the fourth major realm. Once one reached the planet realm, they would no longer be considered weak. He had finally entered the planet realm after entering space. After walking out of the cabin, he bumped into the purplish warbler in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. Yi Xian waved his hand excitedly. Look, Ziying, I told you. I can break through after one seclusion. I'm now a first-order planet warrior. The purplish warbler froze for a moment, then her face turned red. Liar! How dare you flirt with me? Shameless! Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Even when Xianyuan Ziying ran away with a bashful expression, he still wasn't able to react. In all honesty, this prince was just stating a fact. When did it become a big lie? Also, what the hell was with flirting with her and being shameless? How could one speak the truth in this world? On the side, Naples took in all this. He turned his head and exchanged a look with the two trusted advisors behind him. The three of them smiled mysteriously. The Xianyuan family is only a big family in the capital of Tianming Empire, one of the three empires under the imperial court. However, the Xianyuan family is in the business of genetic cultivation fluid. It's no small matter. That's right. Although they can't produce level 9 fluids, level 8 fluids are important. In the three empires, there aren't many families that can produce level 8 fluids. The direct descendant of the Xianyuan family is a good match for our Prince Xian. The key is that Xianyuan girl is not bad. If she can get together with our prince, the Xianyuan family will definitely support our prince. We'll pass by Tianming Empire on our way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. We'll make sure of this. Don't worry, General. When we get back to Tianming Imperial City, the two of us will personally pay a visit to the Xianyuan family. The three of them huddled together to conspire. With a few words, they settled the matter. However, the person involved, Yi Xian, was kept in the dark and was completely unaware. Half a day later, they finally arrived at Heavenly Dust Star. The Tianqian Star was a small country within the Tianming Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. It was the capital star of the Tianqian Empire. Although the three empires under the rule of the dynasty were all emperors, that was not the case for the small countries within the three empires. Some small countries had a monarch system, while others had a federation system. Tianqian country belonged to the former, a monarch system. The Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Heavenly Dust country, but it was located at the edge of the Heavenly Dust Star field. As a small country, the monarch of the Heavenly Dust country was nothing in the eyes of the Tianming Empire. In a large empire, there were many small countries like this. If they were placed in a dynasty that was above an empire, they were even less important. A three-star general of the dynasty, the monarch of such a small country, could only carefully accompany him. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Therefore, when the news of what happened in the Heavenly River Star reached the Heavenly Dust Star, the monarch of the Tianqian country was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Prince Xian's ruthless methods made the entire Heavenly Dust Star anxious. Everyone felt threatened. After all, the Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Tianqian country, and Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were appointed by the Tianqian country's capital. Strictly speaking, the two of them had almost killed Prince Xian, and the monarch of the Tianqian country could not say that he was not responsible. More importantly, even if Prince Xian did not intend to pursue this matter, the Tianqian country might not be able to avoid this crisis. The Tianming Empire's capital also needed to curry favor with Prince Xian. If the Tianqian country was used by the Tianming Empire as a sacrifice to curry favor with the prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the prince had immediately left the Heavenly River Star and came to the Heavenly Dust Star. The Heavenly Underworld Empire had not reacted so quickly. Now that the prince's fleet had arrived, if the prince expressed that he would not pursue this matter further, the Heavenly Underworld Empire would naturally not pursue this matter further. Even if they wanted to curry favor with the prince, they would have other plans. Hence, to the Heavenly Dust Kingdom, no matter what, they had to do their best when Prince Xian descended on the heavenly dust star. They had to strive to get the prince to express his stance and pardon their negligence. Otherwise, just the Tianming Empire's capital alone would not let them live peacefully. They would definitely be punished. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected this. Therefore, he thought that the monarch of the Tianxin country would have already made arrangements for this matter when he arrived at the heavenly dust star. However, the grandeur of the other party still gave Yi Xian a huge shock. This time, the 5 starry sky fortresses were still parked in the void outside the heavenly dust star's atmosphere. Just like the previous time on the heavenly river star, there were less than 30 people who walked out of the flagship fortresses. They were led by Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and his 2 major generals. The rest were a few guards. In front of them, outside the heavenly dust star's atmosphere, there was a black mass of people. Other than the welcoming party arranged by the monarch of the Tianxin country, there were close to 10,000 people kneeling in the void. There were men and women, old and young. They were the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family and their trusted aides. They were all tied up by the monarch of the Tianxin country and brought out of the heavenly dust star's atmosphere. This was clearly a sincere apology to Prince Xian. All the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family, regardless of whether they were in cahoots with Bai Jingjun or Zhao Long, were all used as sacrificial lambs. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. "Welcome, Your Highness." Just as Yi Xian saw this scene and frowned slightly, the black mass of people in front of him all knelt down, including the monarch of the heavenly dust star and a bunch of important ministers. With Prince Xian's status as a prince of the royal family, he might not have to do this in the 3 big empires. The emperor was also an important minister of the empire and didn't need to kneel. However, in the small countries under the 3 big empires, the monarchs of these small countries had to kneel in front of the princes of the empire. These people are all from the Bai family and the Zhao family? Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back and raised his hand. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the tens of thousands of sinners to the swollen monarch of the Tianxin country. "Monarch, please stand up and speak. Everyone, stand up. I don't like this. We don't dare, we don't dare. Your Highness, you are the monarch." The monarch of the Tianxin country was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he stood up, he hurriedly tried to be polite. "All of you, stand up too." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations receiving gifts until hand cramps. However, I see that many of these Bai and Zhao family members are women and children. How could they be related to this matter? Disperse. The empire will not tolerate those who are guilty. However, we cannot kill innocent people, even if they are the family members of the guilty. Otherwise, how can the empire's laws be followed? Among these Bai and Zhao family members, if they have an official position, we can investigate whether they have committed any crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished accordingly. As for those who are innocent, we will treat them like other family members without an official position and release them together. This prince is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Emperor of Tianxin country, don't ruin this prince's reputation. With the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone turned stern, scaring the emperor of Tianxin country so much that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said that he did not dare to do so. Then, he followed Yi Xian's instructions and ordered the surrounding Tianxin country soldiers to disperse the Bai and Zhao family members who were kneeling on the ground. Of course, they were brought into Tianxin Star. Next, they had to follow Prince Xian's instructions and investigate whether these 2 family members with an official position had committed any crimes. As for those innocent officials and the family members of the 2 families, the emperor of Tianxin country obviously didn't dare to act rashly. He could tell that his attempt to flatter Prince Xian had hit the nail on the head. Prince Xian was righteous and wasn't the kind of person who would cut the grass for personal gain. This was something that even he secretly admired. In fact, Yi Xian's words and actions surprised even Naples and the 2 trusted advisors behind him. Usually, when faced with such a situation, since Prince Xian did not catch the culprit himself, he would just go with the flow and eliminate the source of the trouble. However, Yi Xian did the exact opposite. Once this matter spread, Prince Xian's reputation would obviously rise to another level. Regardless of whether it was Prince Xian's deliberate actions or whether he had always been this way and acted as he pleased, Just this point alone was enough to make Naples and his direct subordinates follow Prince Xian even more loyally to conquer the world. Such a master was either benevolent and brave or wise and resourceful. If she didn't follow him, who else could she follow? Even the purplish warbler was staring at Yi Xian from behind. She didn't speak for a long time, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. She could see that all of this was Yi Xian's true intentions. It was also because of this that the purplish warbler's intentions towards Prince Xian became even stronger. Thinking of this, purplish warbler's face turned red. She spat in disdain and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Big liar. Seizing the opportunity to tease me again, how shameless." If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. When this woman was unreasonable, she was truly invincible. As a large number of Heavenly Dust Nation's soldiers moved out, the people of the Bai and Zhao clans, who were originally kneeling on the ground, thinking that they would not be able to escape today and would most likely be beheaded like the 10,000 people outside the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star 2 days ago, stood up one by one. Their faces were filled with surprise as they walked towards Heavenly Dust Star one after another. Among them, some were expressionless, while others were full of gratitude. Prince Xian was so righteous as to let go of the opportunity to implicate them. This was something that no one could remain indifferent about. No one noticed that among the thousands of people from the Bai and Zhao clans, there were two people whose gazes were particularly special. One of them was full of hatred. The other, however, was like the purplish warbler, exuding a glimmer of brilliance and vaguely carrying the intention to overthrow. The matter of the Bai and Zhao clans was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the rest entered Xianxia planet under the protection of the Xianxia Emperor and the Xianxia nation's Chongqing soldiers. Although the Xianxia Emperor's flattery hit the nail on the head, the effect was more or less the same as what he had planned. It could be said that Prince Xian's words could be considered as a declaration of his position on this matter. To him, the crisis had already been resolved. Since even Prince Xian was no longer fussing over this matter, Tianming imperial capital could not possibly continue to pursue this matter. If they really wanted to use this matter to curry favor with Prince Xian, the result would probably be another slap on the horse's leg. Therefore, at this moment, the king of the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was in a very good mood. Even though the process was out of his expectations, in the end, he had achieved his goal. Moreover, he had also avoided the negative impact that too much killing would bring to his reputation. The ending could be said to be perfect. All of this was bestowed upon him by Prince Xian's righteousness. At this moment, the Xianxia Emperor, as well as the important officials of the Xianxia nation, were filled with heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Prince Xian. They were all convinced, this time, Yi Xian didn't plan to stay in Xianxia planet for too long. The wormhole entrance to the Tianming imperial capital was in a void not far away from Xianxia planet. Originally, the stronghold fleet was heading there directly. The reason why Yi Xian decided to make a trip to Xianxia planet was actually only because of the Heavenly River planet. In order to hold the Heavenly River planet in his hands, he had no choice but to stay here for a short period of time. After entering Xianxia planet, the Xianxia Emperor directly arranged for Yi Xian to stay in the palace. However, Yi Xian rejected and chose to stay in the guest house outside the palace. That night, a grand banquet was naturally unavoidable. Imperial Uncle Long Tianba didn't think highly of such a small country, so he still didn't appear. After the banquet, in the guest house where Yi Xian was staying, several influential figures of the Xianxia nation started to come to deliver gifts one after another. Among them were the representatives of the Xianxia nation's emperor. This night, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he received so many gifts that his hands were cramping up. However, the one who was cramping up wasn't Yi Xian, but the wretched mosquito butcher. Yi Xian let this fellow out. He was the most suitable person to handle this kind of situation. Although the wretched mosquito butcher was a demon, his appearance was no different from a human's. No one would probe his primordial spirit. Furthermore, he had a spiritual barrier, so Yi Xian wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. In fact, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xian had previously said that he had subdued many demon slaves in the demon domain. This matter would be exposed one day. It was just a matter of time. There was no need to deliberately hide anything. That night, Yi Xian and Naples were discussing some matters in his guest house. Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The red-faced purplish warbler walked in, holding something like an account book in her hand. With a bang, she smashed the book onto the tea table in front of Xian. Following that, the purplish warbler glared fiercely at him, her face full of bashfulness. Big liar. Do you still have any shame? It's fine if you're acting like a hoodlum, but you actually sent your old servant to tease this young lady. You're so shameless. After saying this, the purplish warbler turned around and ran away with a red face. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Earlier, when the wretched mosquito butcher brought the account book over, he said, "This is the list of gifts received tonight. Mistress, please take a look." It was this sentence that made the purplish warbler secretly happy, but at the same time, her face turned red. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Tianming Imperial Capital Xuanyuan Ziying was actually quite pleased with the way the wretched mosquito butcher addressed her as mistress. However, her reserved nature as a little girl made it impossible for her to remain indifferent to these two words. She did not react at all. Therefore, she immediately grabbed the account book and threw it at Xian. After the purplish warbler left, the wretched mosquito butcher sneaked in stealthily. Looking at the dumbfounded Xian, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened to mistress?" "I didn't tamper with the gift account book." At the side, Naples was dumbfounded. Black lines crawled out of his forehead as he looked at the wretched mosquito butcher with admiration in his eyes. This old man was truly an awesome person. She was a virgin, and she even addressed him as mistress upon meeting him for the first time. Thinking of this, Naples seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xian thoughtfully. There was clearly a complicated look in his eyes. Like master, like servant. This old Guan was so wretched and acted so matter-of-factly just now, as if he had long been used to it. It seemed that this Prince Xian of ours was quite used to this. F***ck. Feeling the complicated look in Naples' eyes, Xian instantly understood. His face darkened visibly as he opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he waved at the wretched mosquito butcher at the door and shouted through gritted teeth, "Come here. Come here, I promise I won't beat the **T out of you." Master, I'm still boiling soup for mistress." "I'll go check on the temperature first." The wretched mosquito butcher's neck shrunk as he instantly stiffened. He casually found an excuse and turned to run away. Seeing all this, Xian was dumbfounded. Could he still be considered a demon slave? The next day's lunch banquet was actually a farewell banquet. It was held in the National Banquet Hall of Tianshan Country. Other than the Emperor of Tianshan Country, some of the rich and powerful families of Tianshan Country were also present. In the huge National Banquet Hall, there were dozens of tables. It was a grand scene. This was also what Xian had requested. Yesterday, he had expressed to the Emperor of Tianshan Country that he would depart for Tianming after the lunch banquet. At the same time, he hinted that before he left, he wanted to make friends with the younger generation of the Tianshan Country. The Emperor of Tianshan Country naturally agreed and didn't think too much about it. After all, Prince Xian was also a young man. It was understandable that he liked to make friends with young people of the same generation. Therefore, he gave the order to relax the conditions. Some of the upper echelons of the prominent families in the heavenly Dust Star Nation could bring one or two of their geniuses to attend the banquet. At this moment, it was time for lunch. After entering the banquet hall, Xian looked around. There were more than 1,000 people at dozens of tables, and there were quite a few familiar faces. About 30 to 40 years old. They were the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had released from the Black Mosquito ship's Demon Scout Fortress. After all, the Tianshan Country was the small country closest to the Graveyard Meteorite Star region. Under such circumstances, among the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had rescued from the Black Mosquito ship, only a few dozen of them belonged to the Tianshan Country. This was actually a very small proportion. These people didn't know that Xian was Prince Xian of the Empire of Tianming back then. Therefore, they had always been upset that Xian had cheated them of many treasures and made them swear a Dao oath. But now, as Xian's identity as Prince Xian was made public, they didn't beat their chests and stomp their feet. In their opinion, the Dao oath that Prince Xian made back then was clearly a test for them. Otherwise, with Prince Xian's identity, why would he need to do that? At this moment, seeing Prince Xian again in the Tianshan country's national banquet hall, these people were all excited. However, due to the restrictions of the environment, they couldn't take the initiative to meet Prince Xian. Otherwise, they would have swarmed up to him. These dozens of people were basically the young geniuses of some of the clans in the Heavenly Dust country, or important figures in their clans. Yi Xian took in their figures, and at the same time, gave the Devouring system the order to connect to the Heavenly Dust country's star network and search for and investigate the backgrounds of these fellows. Soon, he chose 2 clans as his subordinates to control the Heavenly River planet for him. Of course, everything didn't need to be said. Outsiders couldn't see anything strange, but Yi Xian and these people knew each other very well. It was impossible that these 2 clans didn't appreciate his help and instead treated the Heavenly River planet as their own private territory. With that kind of intelligence, it was impossible for them to be qualified to appear in the Tianshan country's national banquet hall today. These 2 clans were the Wang clan and the Li clan of the Tianshan country. The young masters of these 2 clans were the people that Yi Xian rescued in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito Star. At this moment, they were looking at Yi Xian with shining eyes. Eh? These 2 brothers have handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. One look and I can tell that they are people who can take on important responsibilities. Your Majesty, it just so happens that there isn't anyone in charge of the Heavenly River planet's military and government. It can't be empty forever. This is all because of me, so I can't completely ignore it. If I can't make a decision on this before I leave, I'm afraid I'll always be worried about it. It's rare to see 2 extraordinary young people in this banquet hall today. Why don't the 2 of them take on the role of Heavenly River planet's planet leader and military commander? As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 2 young masters of the Wang clan and Li clan. The 2 of them trembled violently, and they were so excited that blood flowed out of their noses. Although they were indeed good-looking, it was a little unsightly when they were mixed with the blood gushing out of their noses. However, Prince Xian had already said that the 2 of them had handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. The Tianshan country's upper echelons couldn't help but take a few more looks. Needless to say, the more they looked at the 2 of them, the more they found them pleasing to the eye. Anyway, someone had to take on the role of planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet. It didn't matter who these 2 positions were given to, right? If they could take this opportunity to give Prince Xian some face, it was naturally the best. It was definitely a good deal with no losses. With that thought, the Tianshan country's emperor immediately decided on this matter. The Li clan and Wang clan could be considered to have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The young masters of their clans were already the planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet at such a young age. It was probably impossible to find such a promising young talent in the entire Tianshan country. More importantly, all of this was personally appointed by Prince Xian, who was like the sun in the sky in the entire everlasting dynasty. The significance of this was extraordinary. The grand future of these 2 young people was just around the corner. After the banquet ended, Yi Xian and the people from Naples exchanged a few pleasantries with the grateful young Master Li, young Master Wang, and their various aunts. Then, they fled back to the fortress fleet outside the Tianshan Star and headed straight for the wormhole, embarking on the journey to the Tianming imperial capital. This was a family feast. Heavenly Underworld Empire was one of the 3 great empires under the human race's technology faction in the 3rd universe. There were countless small countries under it, and countless administrative planets under the small countries. It could be said that the Heavenly Underworld Empire's territory was boundless. Although the emperors of the 3 great empires were foreign officials, they were still considered as vassal kings in the entire immortal dynasty. Their status was extremely high. Even if Prince Xian and the 3-star general of the empire's immortal army, Naples, and the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor still had to express goodwill, it was basically just a gesture on the surface. It was done for the empire to see. However, it would be a joke if the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor were to flatter Prince Xian's 3-star general, Naples, like the Heavenly Dust Empire's emperor. After all, he was one of the 3 vassal kings of the dynasty. Whether it was his status or the authority he held, he was definitely not comparable to a 3-star general of the immortal army or a popular prince with no real power. As for Emperor Tianming's imperial uncle Long Tianba, he had to be more low-key. After all, Long Tianba was the immortal emperor's brother. There was something that had to be said here. The current immortal emperor was ranked 8th among the brothers, and was the 8th prince of the previous generation. Therefore, whether it was the first imperial uncle or the second imperial uncle Long Tianba, they were both the immortal emperor's brothers. Of course, the imperial uncles here were only relative to Prince Xian's generation. Above Long Tianba and the immortal emperor, there was a generation of grand imperial uncles. They were the true elders of the immortal emperor's generation. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, they rarely showed themselves. They were all in seclusion, and the only thing in their hearts was to comprehend the great Tao. Regarding the arrival of the stronghold fleet, the heavenly underworld empire's emperor didn't need to show himself. It was enough for the empire's royal family and important officials to receive them. However, because imperial uncle Long Tianba was also in the fleet, Emperor Tianming, who rarely showed himself on the heavenly underworld planet, came out of seclusion and showed his face at the banquet. On the surface, Emperor Tianming looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a dignified appearance, but his actual age was clearly much higher. No one would care too much about this. In the context of the starry sky, even the lifespan of an ordinary citizen was close to 300 years, not to mention the lifespan of a cultivator. Any random starry sky cultivator in the crowd would be a 1,000-year-old monster, and some extremely powerful existences would have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Although Emperor Tianming showed up, he didn't stay for long. He only stayed for about 10 minutes before he excused himself and left. But before he left, he stared deeply at Yixian. His gaze lingered on him for more than 3 seconds. This was extremely unusual. It made Yixian, who was originally a fake, feel his heart skip a beat. He felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Emperor Tianming didn't say anything. He quickly retracted his gaze and turned to leave. Yixian pondered about this for a while and felt that there shouldn't be any other problem. Perhaps Emperor Tianming was just a little curious about Prince Xian's recent rise, so he took a few more glances. There was no deeper meaning, therefore, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The banquet was held in the Imperial Palace's National Banquet Hall, and the scene was very grand. After the banquet, Yixian and the others were arranged to stay in the Imperial Hall outside the palace. This was the hall where the empire entertained the most distinguished guests. As a prince of the empire, Yixian naturally had the right to stay here. When the fleet arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, it was morning, so the banquet just now was considered a luncheon. What surprised Yixian was that not long after he returned to the Imperial Hall with the Neapolitan admiral, the purplish warbler, and the wretched mosquito slayer, he received a new banquet invitation. Someone actually came to invite him to the banquet. The banquet invitation had the Xianyuan family's emblem. Seeing this emblem, Yixian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He probably had to attend this banquet. No matter what, he still had to give face to the purplish warbler. The reason why the Xianyuan family sent over the banquet invitation so quickly was actually related to Naples. His 2 confidants, who were at the level of major generals, didn't attend the national banquet in the heavenly underworld empire's imperial palace. Once they arrived at the heavenly underworld planet, they went to the Xianyuan family. On behalf of Prince Xian, they sent over a huge gift. Previously, because of the purplish warbler, the Xianyuan family had already decided to fully support Prince Xian. Later on, as Prince Xian's reputation became more and more prominent, the entire Xianyuan family was very pleased with their decision back then. Now, Prince Xian was definitely the kind of person that countless families would fight to submit to. Not to mention the families of the 3 great imperial capitals, even those imperial families on the undying star of the undying dynasty, who hadn't yet sided with the prince and had been observing from the sidelines, felt that it was time to choose a side after Prince Xian made it to the heaven roll. Under such circumstances, Prince Xian was about to arrive at the heavenly underworld planet. Furthermore, the purplish warbler had always been with him. They had entered the first universe twice in a row. Not to mention the feelings between the two of them, just this huge contribution made the Xianyuan family very happy. Originally, the Xianyuan family was still considering how they should approach Prince Xian this time. However, with the arrival of the 2 major generals of the Undying Star Army, this problem was no longer a problem. As a popular prince of the dynasty, he immediately sent someone to deliver a huge gift the moment he arrived at the heavenly underworld planet. This was clearly the rhythm of a betrothal gift. With the arrival of the two major generals, the entire Xianyuan family was as festive as the new year. Family head Xianyuan Duo, who was also the Purplish Warbler's father, immediately issued a series of orders. The entire Xianyuan family started to move and prepare for the wedding banquet immediately. The reason why it was called a wedding banquet was because the entire Xianyuan family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The big red Shi character could be seen everywhere. It was almost no different from a wedding banquet. Of course, Prince Xian was a prince of the dynasty. Not to mention a real wedding banquet, even an engagement banquet was not something the Xianyuan family dared to easily hold in private without a representative from the dynasty present. However, although the wedding banquet and engagement banquet could not be held formally, it was completely possible to create such a spectacle on the surface. As such, everyone knew that although it was a formal wedding banquet, it was also equivalent to half announcing the marriage between Prince Xian and Xianyuan. Even the Purplish Warbler did not know about all these arrangements, let alone Yi Xian. After receiving the banquet invitation and seeing the Xianyuan family emblem on it, Yi Xian immediately shook his head helplessly and bitterly smiled. We just finished one meal, and now there's a second one. Furthermore, we have to go. This is too much. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It might be my younger brother. Naples was stunned when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words. He was shocked. This old man was really something. Why did he seem to know everything? Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He just rolled his eyes and ignored him. The wretched mosquito butcher was getting weirder and weirder. Sometimes, just a casual sentence from him could make him so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Yi Xian had already made plans in his heart. This time, when he returned to the immortal star and took care of all the matters properly, he would have to find some time to dissect this old fellow from the inside out and figure out what the problem was. Coincidentally, Xianyuan Ziying had already been invited over. When she heard that the Xianyuan family's banquet invitation had arrived, the girl was stunned for a moment before taking the banquet invitation from Yi Xian's hands. After glancing at it, the expression on her face couldn't help but become even more strange. There's even the Xianyuan family's emblem? Isn't this a little too formal? Normally, an invitation with the emblem represents the wishes of the head of the Xianyuan family. What's wrong with my father? After muttering to herself for a while, the Purplish Warbler seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly blushed and threw the invitation in Yi Xian's hand. She curled her lips and said, "Didn't you just eat? Could it be that he could still eat it? In my opinion, it's better not to go." How can that be? Yi Xian immediately shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "Didn't you just say it? An invitation with the Xianyuan family's emblem represents your father's wishes. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. But since it's your uncle's invitation, how can I not go? Not to mention that I'm only half full just now. Even if I'm so full that my stomach is about to explode, I still have to go." Yi Xian wasn't being glib when he said this. On the one hand, although he had been in the starry world for quite some time, it wasn't long either. Because of his special experience, he spent most of his time behind enemy lines. Therefore, after he entered the starry world, he made very few friends. Basically, the Purplish Warbler was the only one. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't neglect the warm invitation of the other party's family. On the other hand, Yi Xian always felt guilty towards the Purplish Warbler because of Lu Luo. Therefore, he subconsciously lowered his attitude towards this matter. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that Yi Xian actually had a good impression of the Purplish Warbler. It was just that this last reason wasn't particularly clear to him. Yi Xian's reply was obviously quite effective in the Purplish Warbler's ears. Compared to Yi Xian's impression of the Purplish Warbler, the Purplish Warbler's impression of Yi Xian was extremely clear. Therefore, Yi Xian's attitude made the Purplish Warbler happy in her heart. It was just that girls were shy and thin-skinned. Even if they were happy, they couldn't express it too easily. Sometimes, they would even say something sarcastic. For example, right now. At least you still have some conscience. But this is your own decision. Although the Purplish Warbler was secretly happy, she rolled her eyes and said to Yi Xian, don't blame me if you get too full when the time comes. Yi Xian naturally saw that this was the attitude of a little girl. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He was also speechless. Because this was a private banquet, Naples didn't even bring any bodyguards to the Xianyuan family this time. There were only 4 people in the party: Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and Yi Xian's personal butler, the wretched mosquito butcher. After the 4 of them left the imperial gymnasium, they directly rushed to the Xianyuan family. The purplish warbler was just going home, so she was familiar with the way. Yi Xian and Naples' behavior was also very normal. Only the wretched mosquito butcher, who followed behind the 3 of them, took advantage of the fact that the 3 of them didn't turn around to look behind them. His servile demeanor unknowingly disappeared, and he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The only thing missing was a folding fan in his hand and waving it 3 times with each step he took. He had the attitude of a master. Yi Xian and the other 2 people walking in front of him seemed to have been reduced to servants and maids opening the way for him. Yi Xian was the prince of an immortal dynasty, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky. He could be said to be very popular. Even the wretched mosquito butcher was greatly surprised by this. Previously, when they were on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demon Domain, this guy deliberately put on airs because of Yi Xian's status as the Holy Sun. Now that he was in the human race, he realized that his qualifications to show off seemed to be much greater. As long as Yi Xian turned around, his attitude of being the number 1 in the world would immediately be transformed into one that was incomparably familiar to him. Of course, this old guy also knew that if Yi Xian turned around and saw his current appearance, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp on the spot. Therefore, while he puffed out his chest and walked with his feet splayed out, the wretched mosquito butcher's triangular eyes were always locked on Yi Xian's back. As soon as he realized that something was wrong and Yi Xian was about to turn around to look, he would immediately puff out his chest and bow his head, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Of course, only one of the triangular eyes was locked on Yi Xian's back. As for the other one, it was looking around, left and right, looking for someone to show off his superiority. No one but him had this kind of ability. Soon, the Xianyuan family arrived. From afar, Yi Xian saw the festive scene of the Xianyuan family's red wedding. He was stunned and turned to the purplish warbler beside him. Is there someone in your family getting married today? Huh? The purplish warbler was also confused. He was stunned for a moment before he replied uncertainly, maybe, it's my younger brother. Then you'll have to prepare a gift. Otherwise, it'll be too rude. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He flipped his hand and took out a small space box from his undying world. He opened it and saw 10 level 99 colored star core sources, each the size of a baby's fist, lying quietly inside, emitting a dreamy aura. This is too precious. No way. The purplish warbler was shocked. 10 level 99 colored star core sources were rare even on the undying planet, let alone in the Tianming imperial capital. Yi Xian's generosity shocked even her. It's fine. Yi Xian waved his hand and settled the matter. Level 99 colored star core sources were indeed precious, but the purplish warbler couldn't compare to others. Besides, he already had more than 100 of them, and then he obtained another cube from the Black Wind ship, so he had more than 1,000 of them. 10 was really nothing. The 4 of them soon arrived at the Xianyuan family's entrance. A young man ran over with a smile on his face, calling out sister happily. The purplish warbler beside him also smiled dotingly. It seemed that she really liked this younger brother of hers. It's him. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. A virtuous son-in-law of striking appearance. Seeing Yi Xian give him a gift as soon as they met, the young man was clearly a little surprised. However, after being stunned for a moment, he still raised his hand and accepted the gift. Moreover, he didn't seem to care about Yi Xian's congratulatory words. He subconsciously opened the small space box and let out a cry of surprise. His entire face was illuminated with dreamy 9 colors. He grinned at Yi Xian and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." With that, the young man turned and ran to the group of people waiting in front of the Xianyuan family's gate. He handed the small space box in his hand to an old man in the middle as if he was presenting a treasure. His face was full of excitement and emotion. "Father, look. My brother-in-law gave me 10 ninth level 99 colored crystals. The group of people all looked at the small space box in his hand. The dreamy 9 colors were reflected on everyone's faces. Even the old man suspected to be the head of the Xianyuan family had a look of shock in his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Yixian's generosity. Following that, everyone became excited. They had already sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts just now, and they were also very valuable. Now, the young man had given 10 ninth level 99 colored crystals to curry favor with his brother-in-law. It seemed that Prince Xian really cared a lot about Ziying. Thinking of this, the group of Xianyuan family members all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Although these 10 ninth level 99 colored crystals were put away by the old family head on the spot, and they probably wouldn't get a share of it, as long as Prince Xian became a family member, everyone present would benefit greatly in the future. They couldn't refuse it even if they didn't want to. At this moment, after putting away the small space box in the young man's hand, the old man had already led the group of Xianyuan family members to welcome Yixian. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Yixian and said, "Ayaya, my virtuous son-in-law is indeed a man of striking appearance. However, your etiquette is a little too thorough. This makes us seem distant. We're all family, why do you have to be like this, brother-in-law, virtuous son-in-law?" They were all family. As these words entered his ears one after another, Naples was grinning from ear to ear. The wretched mosquito slayer was more or less the same. Only the two people involved, Yixian and Purplish Warbler, had their mouths wide open, as if they had agreed beforehand. Their faces were full of shock. It was as if lightning and thunder were rumbling in his mind. In an instant, his entire brain was numb from the explosion. At the same time, in the imperial capital, the Immortal Star, the Federation's Overwatch Council, after some investigation, the Overwatch Council's task force had a rough idea of the source of Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points. An investigation report was delivered to the desk of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. Although Long Huai was the great imperial uncle, on the surface, he looked younger than the second imperial uncle, Long Tianba. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a pale face and no beard. However, the light in his eyes occasionally flickered. His entire person imperceptibly exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was very frightening. On Yixian's side, the investigation of the 10 billion contribution points deduction was very fast because he only needed to recall what he had done. However, on the Overwatch Council's side, it was not so simple. There were some things that even Naples did not know. He was only a 3-star general in the Immortal Army of the Immortal Dynasty. This time, the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yixian were related to the interests of the entire Wanluo Federation. Thus, after the investigation began, there were many aspects that needed to be taken into consideration. The entire Wanluo Federation was in the first universe. Even if it was only in the demon territory, how could it be as simple as a few demon spies who had been bribed? In reality, for so many years, the Wanluo Federation had used similar methods to nibble away and even set up a few great void-killing formations in the first universe. In the future, when they fought a decisive battle with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, these great void-killing formations would have unimaginably terrifying effects. It could be said that the foundation of any one of these great void-killing formations was incomparably important. It was also absolutely enough to cause the sky-ranking Federation interstellar mercenaries to have their contribution points deducted. Thus, this time, when the Federation's Overwatch Council launched an investigation into the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yixian, they took into consideration many aspects. This took a certain amount of time, and only now did they have a result. As for the investigation report that was placed on the desk of Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's director, right now in his hands, it showed the following information: all of the Great Void-Killing Formation's foundations were untouched. Some of the other arrangements and secrets were also completely normal, or there were still old connections. Only the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing, had been confirmed to have died not long ago, and the cause of death was unknown. As the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing's value was extremely high. His death was definitely not a small loss to the Wanluo Federation. It was indeed enough to deduct 10 billion contribution points, or even more. Originally, on the Demon Emperor planet, Chanas had already reported the details of Wen Xing's death to the demon emperor, but the latter had blocked the news. After all, the high priest of the imperial city had died so sullenly. For the demon royal family, this was also a matter of loss of face. Thus, regarding the true cause of Wen Xing's death, the Federation's Overwatch Council did not receive any real information at all. So, he killed Wen Xing, and from the information that was sent back, no one knew how High Priest Wen Xing died. Could it be that he was assassinated? Putting down the investigation report in his hand, Long Huai gradually furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself, "This child has only gone through one ultimate trial, and he has already been reborn like this?" From the weak and easily bullied in the past, he has grown to the point where he is now in the three great universes, and even his cultivation realm has become mysterious. He can even kill Wen Xing? What is even more frightening is his scheming. Whether it is taking advantage of the situation to kill Bai Jingjun, Zhao Long, and their henchmen on the Tianhe planet, or deliberately leaving behind the impression of a benevolent heart on the Tianqian planet, all of this shows that this child is no longer the old Long Xian of the past. If second brother had not gone with the fleet and confirmed his identity, I would have almost suspected whether he was the real Prince Xian. How can a person change so much in such a short time? Unfortunately, Long Xian, no matter how powerful you are now, you still left behind some loopholes. Wen Xing's death is enough for the Federation's Overwatch Council to investigate you. Besides, a human being who has made such a name for himself among the demon race, and even reached the level of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Even if there is nothing fishy about it, just this point alone is enough for me to make some news. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Unexpected news of Marriage Immortal Planet, deep within the Imperial City. Just as the Federation's supervisor Long Huai gathered his trusted subordinates to frame Yi Xian for being a spy for the demons, deep within the Imperial City, Long Xian's mother, concubine Mei, was sitting in the back garden, conversing with a young and beautiful woman. There were many servant girls around them, all of them looking submissive and respectful. In fact, long before Yi Xian returned to the Third Universe with the Naples Fortress fleet and contacted the Immortal Dynasty, concubine Mei's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, had been completely relieved. This was because the daughter-in-law in front of her, who she liked very much, had brought back the news that Yi Xian had successfully met up with the Naples Fortress fleet back to the Immortal Dynasty. The so-called daughter-in-law in front of concubine Mei was Xianxia. Although she was a member of the automaton race, she was a high-ranking member of the automaton race. Her cultivation had reached the mystic light realm, and she had some secret concealment techniques of the automaton race. Therefore, even human experts who were 1 or 2 realms above the mystic light realm couldn't easily see through her true identity. That day, after Xianxia left the Demon Star region, she immediately came to the Third Universe ruled by the human race and went straight to the Immortal Star, the capital of the Immortal Dynasty. After some twists and turns, Xianxia got in touch with Consort Mei. She claimed that she was Prince Xian's confidant that he had gotten to know during the imperial family's ultimate trials. She had returned early because of Prince Xian's instructions. He had asked Xianxia to report to his mother that she was safe. Just the news of Prince Xian's safety was enough for the overjoyed concubine Mei to completely believe Xianxia's words. In addition, Xianxia deliberately tried to curry favor with concubine Mei. In just a few days, concubine Mei had completely accepted Xianxia as her daughter-in-law. She had even secretly hinted that she could only be Prince Xian's legal wife in the future. Xianxia didn't care about this so-called identity of the main wife. She came to the human race, to the everlasting dynasty, with only one goal, and that was to start a passionate love affair with Prince Xian. Turning into a butterfly was originally a beautiful love story of the human race. Ever since Xianxia was born from my consciousness and became a true member of the machine race, she was fascinated by this beautiful story. Ever since then, she had named herself Xianxia. Over the years, her cultivation had increased step by step. Now, she had reached the mystic light realm and had even become one of the upper echelons of the machinery race. However, her dream of becoming a butterfly had never come true. This time, when her predecessor, Shan Bo, died at the hands of Yi Xian, Xianxia finally understood. Turning into a butterfly was a love story of the human race. Since that was the case, if her Shan Bo was a member of the mechanical race, how could she feel the true meaning of turning into a butterfly? Thus, she decided to find a human to start her butterfly love. As for Prince Xian, as the most popular prince of the human race's technology faction and a dragon among the younger generation of the human race, he was obviously Yingtai's best choice. Yingtai indeed didn't care about being the main wife of Prince Xian, but she cared about Prince Xian. As such, she didn't have any objections to Consort Mei's arrangements. She was even secretly delighted. Prince Xian had always been avoiding her. This time, he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to, right? At this moment, a female official hurriedly walked into the back garden. After quickly glancing at Yingtai with a strange expression, she whispered a few words into Consort Mei's ear. Although the maids and female servants in the palace were all cultivators, including Consort Mei, there was still a gap between their cultivation and that of Yingtai, who was at the mystic light realm. As such, although the female official's voice was soft, Yingtai heard every single word clearly. Consort Mei, things aren't looking good. Prince Xian, he, has already arrived at Tianming imperial capital. He just went to the Xianyuan family and prepared a generous gift. He gave out 10 level 9 colored pills in one go. The Xianyuan family is even more colorful. Right now, it's rumored that Prince Xian is going to marry the Xianyuan family's girl back to the palace. Hearing these words, Yingtai's expression immediately became unnatural. There was even a faint hint of anger. While she was currying favor with Prince Xian's mother, the latter was fooling around outside. This was the first time she had heard of the so-called Xianyuan family's girl. If she had known that this woman had an affair with Prince Xian, Yingtai would have definitely exterminated the entire Xianyuan family before coming here. Of course, whether or not she could exterminate them was another matter. After all, it was impossible that the Xianyuan family didn't even have a mystic light realm cultivator. However, at this moment, under her slight anger, this was indeed what she was thinking. After hearing the female official's words, Consort Mei frowned slightly. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Yingtai. From the other party's expression, she immediately understood that Yingtai had heard the female official's words. As Prince Xian's mother, she naturally had to consider many aspects. Yingtai was indeed not bad, but after all, she didn't have any foundation or background. She was just a female loose cultivator with decent cultivation. From Consort Mei's point of view, with the devoted Yingtai as the main wife and her powerful cultivation, she could intimidate the entire harem. As for the Xianyuan family's girl, she came from a prestigious family. Not only was she well matched with Prince Xian, but more importantly, the Tianming Empire's Xianyuan family was one of the few families in the entire empire that possessed a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. With the support of the Xianyuan family, Prince Xian's chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. Just from this point alone, Consort Mei couldn't refuse the purplish warbler. Girl, Xianer will most likely ascend the throne in the future. You know about the matters of the imperial family. Even I am just one of the masters of the harem. The girl from the Xianyuan family is actually not bad. More importantly, the Xianyuan family will be of great help to Xianer's great undertaking, so. At this point, Consort Mei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She turned to look at the female official beside her, and her tone suddenly became serious. Then, she said, send out the order. Tell Xianer to return to the imperial capital immediately. Tell him that Yingtai is waiting for him here. Once he returns, we will have the wedding immediately. After that, Consort Mei turned her head to look at Yingtai. She smiled kindly and said softly, girl, this is the fate of marrying into the royal family. However, although I can't promise you anything else, I will make sure that you will not lose the position of the empress. So, I will definitely give it to you. Yingtai actually didn't care about all of this. However, Consort Mei's words for Prince Xian to immediately return to the imperial court and complete the wedding made Yingtai rather happy. She immediately stood up and bowed towards Consort Mei. I will listen to Consort Mei's decision. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Running Away from Marriage Brother-in-Law, so you have another one on the immortal star? Actually, this is normal. Even if you can't ascend the throne and become a prince in the future, it's normal for you to have a lot of concubines. But the problem is that my sister can't handle it. You know her temperament. I think this is going to fail. Xian. Your Highness, why didn't you mention this before? That woman called Yingtai. From what concubine Mei said, she wants you to immediately return to the palace to complete the marriage. In that case, won't Ying Tai become your first wife? Ayaya, if that's the case, this old man can't guarantee anything for you, little Ying. Damn hooligan, liar. I don't want to see you anymore. Woo, with the arrival of the immortal star's summons, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. The purplish warbler almost burst into tears. She stood up angrily and left the banquet. Even Naples and the wretched mosquito slayer were dumbfounded by the scene. For a moment, they were stunned. As for Xian, he was in no mood to pay attention to all of this. At this moment, his entire mind was occupied by the two words, Ying Tai. Ying Tai, that love-struck woman who had the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm but was clearly a little crazy, she actually returned to the third universe one step ahead of time and even went to find Prince Xian's mother, concubine Mei. Moreover, from the sudden summons from concubine Mei, it was obvious that Ying Tai was doing well over there. Prince Xian's family and the entire immortal imperial family had probably been taken care of by that woman. Under such circumstances, if he really returned to the immortal star, he would be walking right into a trap. Although marriage wasn't something to be afraid of, Xian never thought that he would become Dao companions with a strange woman like this. Even if this woman was Xianyuan Ziying, he wouldn't be completely unable to accept it. He might even be able to half push and half submit to her. However, if it was Ying Tai, Xian definitely wouldn't compromise no matter what. That woman was sick in the head. Why did she say that she wanted to start a love affair with him? It sounded good, but the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Ying Tai was clearly a tragedy. Okay, only an idiot would play such a sick game with her. It seemed that he couldn't go to the immortal star, at least for the time being. Otherwise, once he returned, he would definitely be forced to complete the marriage. At that time everything would be over. No matter what, he had to slip away first. He was clearly running away from the marriage. If that woman called Ying Tai still had some face left, she might take the initiative to leave the immortal star soon. At that time, Xian could just go back. Thinking of this, Xian immediately had the thought of leaving Heavenly Underworld planet. In any case, he'd already returned to the third universe of the human race, so he could go anywhere. Naples couldn't be involved in this matter. After all, it was an order from the immortal star. If it was found that Naples was related to Xian's disobedience, Xian would be fine as a prince, but Naples would be severely punished as a high-ranking general of the immortal army. He was now considered by Xian to be his own direct descendant. No matter from which perspective, Xian had to protect him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be best not to reveal to Naples even the fact that they were planning to run away at this moment. After all, the fact that Naples was equivalent to Prince Xian's direct line of descent must have been known to everyone in the imperial court. In order to suppress Prince Xian, his imperial brothers would not let go of any opportunity. Naples had definitely entered their sights and was listed as a target to be suppressed. At a time like this, Xian had to be cautious and not leave any opportunity for the other party. Xian couldn't stay too long, including on the Xianyuan family's side. Otherwise, once the fact that Prince Xian disobeyed orders was established, it was inevitable that someone would implicate the Xianyuan family. Thinking of this, he, who had originally planned to explain to the purplish warbler, immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to stay here. Alright, we should go. Uncle Xianyuan, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Ziying. This is a misunderstanding. I'll definitely explain it later. After making the decision, Xian immediately stood up and bowed to the purplish warbler's father, family head Xianyuan Bo. Then, he turned around and left the Xianyuan family with Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. Your Highness, after leaving the Xianyuan family, on the way back to the Imperial Gymnasium, Naples couldn't hold himself back and wanted to ask about it. He was also caught off guard by Consort Mei's edict. The key was that he didn't know what Xian was thinking. This was something that, as a direct descendant of Xian, he had to figure it out first before making further plans. Don't ask anything, don't say anything. This prince has his own plans. Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Xian immediately interrupted him. He turned around and gave Naples a meaningful glance. This was the imperial capital of Tianming Empire, and it was in the imperial city area. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every nook and cranny was under the surveillance of Tianming Empire's main starry sky network. It didn't mean that someone was monitoring them now. After all, with Prince Xian's status, there probably wasn't anyone in Tianming Empire who dared to do so. There was no need for them to do so. However, if Yi Xian disobeyed orders and left after the incident, if the other princes wanted to make things difficult for Naples, then if Yi Xian and Naples had any conversation that crossed the line, they could easily find out and use it as evidence to suppress Naples. Yi Xian had to take precautions against this. At this moment, as he turned and gave Naples a meaningful look, the latter almost instantly understood why Yi Xian avoided talking to him. At the same time, he naturally guessed why Yi Xian wanted to escape from the marriage. A bitter smile appeared on Naples' face. Since he was already a direct descendant of Prince Xian, then no matter what decision Prince Xian made, he had to obey without question. In fact, Yi Xian's action of stopping him from asking questions at this moment represented his protection for Naples. This made him feel quite touched. Just this alone made him feel that it was worth following Prince Xian to the end, even if it meant following him to the end. At this time, Prince Xian could still consider his safety. To be able to follow such a master, what more could he ask for? At this thought, Naples instantly made the decision to support Yi Xian. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, we will be returning to the Immortal Star tomorrow. This time, the journey is long and cannot be lost. This old subject will not go to the Imperial Gymnasium tonight. I will go to the fortress fleet and let the soldiers check the entire fortress overnight so as to not delay your Highness' return to the Imperial Court." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The prince is gone. Investigate a woman named Ying Tai immediately. She is Prince Xian's fiancée. After Naples left, Yi Xian returned to his room in the Imperial Gymnasium. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to investigate Ying Tai's background. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. Logically speaking, he was already on his way back to the Immortal Star of the imperial capital of the Heavenly Underworld Empire. After entering the wormhole, he would reach the Immortal Star in a few days. Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei, definitely wouldn't be in such a hurry to issue such an edict all of a sudden. Furthermore, she clearly stated the date of his wedding with Ying Tai in the edict. All of this was clearly Ying Tai's doing in the dark. As a result, Yi Xian recalled the one or two rare encounters he had with Ying Tai. He immediately became suspicious. Following Yi Xian's order, the devouring system immediately activated its auxiliary communication system to investigate. However, it found nothing. This result made Yi Xian even more suspicious. Ying Tai claimed to be Prince Xian's fiancée. How could there be no information at all? This was definitely not normal. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian narrowed the scope of his search and gave only one search condition, which was Prince Xian's fiancée. The result was also a blank slate. Prince Xian did not have a fiancée at all. This result was within his expectations. Indeed, there is a problem. It seems that I can only ask the system to analyze it. With a frown, Yi Xian immediately used the process of his encounter with Ying Tai as an analysis element and transmitted it to the devouring system, requesting the system to analyze it. The final result gave him a huge shock. Ying Tai, 80% is from the Tianji clan. 15% is from a human with bad intentions. 5% is from a third race with bad intentions. Out of the three possibilities, the latter two were bad intentions. There was no need to talk about the first one. If she was from the Tianji clan, it was not just bad intentions. It was simply unfathomable. Furthermore, the possibility of her being from the Tianji clan was as high as 80%. This was the result of the devouring system's analysis. It was basically the truth. She's from the Tianji clan? Yi Xian's expression turned gloomy, and his mind quickly calculated. If this was the case, then Ying Tai should be one of the higher-ups of the Heavenly's legacy race's Star Fortress. Who would have thought that there would be two clansmen in the Tianji clan's interstellar fortress? One of them had been killed by him, while the other must have seen the terrifying power of the Thunder Origin bead and knew that he was no match for it. That was why he used such a scheme to confuse Yi Xiwen. Since the other party was willing to give up on an interstellar fortress, it meant that her scheme was huge. At the very least, it was worth more than an interstellar fortress. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that the other party had already infiltrated the undying star of the Undying Dynasty. Furthermore, she had successfully contacted Prince Xian's mother, Consort Mei. It seemed that their relationship was quite good. At the very least, Consort Mei had already agreed to marry Prince Xian. This made Yi Xian quite suspicious. Although Yingtai's cultivation was not bad, reaching the mystic light realm, there should be quite a few existences below the mystic light realm on the undying star of the Undying Dynasty's imperial capital, right? There were definitely existences several major realms stronger than the mystic light realm. Naples was only a 3-star general. In the undying army of the Undying Dynasty, there were 4-star generals, 5-star generals, and the highest marshals. Their cultivation was definitely above that of Naples. And this was only the military. In reality, apart from the military, how could the other departments of the Undying Dynasty not have such powerful existences? Under such circumstances, a mystic light realm existence, even if she looked no different from a human and definitely had some secret methods of the Tianji clan, had infiltrated the imperial capital of the Undying Dynasty, where the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation was located. How could no one discover Yingtai's true identity? Could it be that the Devouring system's analysis was wrong? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian shook his head and shook it away. Although this didn't make sense, he would rather believe in the Devouring system. In that case, he would treat Yingtai as a member of the Tianji clan. Facing the situation before him, what Yi Xian needed to do wasn't just what he'd thought before. It was as simple as not going to the immortal star and temporarily escaping from the marriage to avoid the limelight. Since the other party wasn't Prince Xian's fiancé, she would definitely have a different excuse than what she had told Yi Xian if she wanted to deceive Consort Mei. She would most likely say that she was a close female friend that Prince Xian had gotten to know while he was out there undergoing the ultimate trial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick Consort Mei into trusting her. In short, Yingtai's excuse for entering the Undying Star and coming into contact with Consort Mei was definitely related to Prince Xian. In this way, once the fact that she was a member of the Tianji clan was exposed, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian. The power struggle in the imperial court was very intense. Who knew how many people were waiting for such an opportunity? Furthermore, Yi Xian hadn't resolved the issue of 10 billion Federation contribution points being deducted. Furthermore, Prince Xian still had a covetous first imperial uncle who held the important position of supervisor of the Myriad Luo Federation. Looks like I still have to rely on myself to expose Yingtai's identity. Otherwise, this matter will definitely become an excuse for those people to use against me. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If not for the fact that his identity as Prince Xian was already established and that he could use the starry sky net on the undying star to search for the devouring source with half the effort, he would have given up on this identity. He didn't like this kind of power struggle between the imperial family. Scheming against each other was really troublesome. After sighing, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. The Emperor Hall was the top VIP hall in the Tianming imperial capital. The interior space was very large, and even a small private warship could be easily summoned. After the wretched mosquito slayer entered the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian quickly waved his hand again and stored the Dongshu shuttle again. After doing all this, he activated perfect oscillation and concealed his figure, aura, and everything else. He silently left the Emperor Hall. After leaving the Emperor Hall, Yi Xian soared into the sky and headed towards the starry sky passage outside the Tianming star. After a short while, he arrived outside the Tianming star's atmosphere. In the Tianming star's official star dock not far away, the 5 starry sky fortresses commanded by Naples were clearly visible. However, Yi Xian couldn't go over at this moment. In order to protect Naples, he could only choose to leave alone. With another sigh, Yi Xian activated his cultivation and entered the starry sky in a state where his figure and aura were concealed. His physical body traversed the starry sky and quickly left. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Third Imperial Decree. It was nighttime. Before Yi Xian entered the Independent Inn that belonged to him temporarily, he had instructed everyone not to disturb him unless they were summoned. He was going into seclusion. Therefore, even though Yi Xian left that very night, no one in the entire Tianming imperial capital knew about it the next day. Even Naples, who knew that Xian would definitely leave quietly, wasn't sure if he had really left. Since Prince Xian had instructed everyone not to disturb him and he was going into seclusion, no one dared to disturb him. Even Naples pretended to wait in the flagship fortress of the Star Dock outside the atmosphere of the Tianming star. As for food and drink, it was common for cultivators to not have a drop of water for a few days or even longer. Since he was going into seclusion, the desire for good food had to be put aside. Therefore, no one came to disturb him for the entire day, not even delivering food. As for the Xianyuan family, they also maintained their silence and didn't come to contact Prince Xian again. The second day, the third day, until the sixth day, it was still the same. Finally, the imperial capital couldn't sit still anymore. Concubine Mei's second imperial decree arrived at the Tianming imperial capital, requesting that Prince Xian end his seclusion immediately and set off by the end of the day. Concubine Mei had obviously seen through it. In fact, some of the bystanders, including the Xianyuan family, had also seen through it. Instead of going into seclusion earlier or later, Prince Xian chose to go into seclusion right after Concubine Mei's decree and the wedding announcement. Furthermore, he chose to go into seclusion on the way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. This was clearly a deliberate delay. Perhaps Prince Xian had been enjoying himself in that independent inn for the past few days and hadn't gone into seclusion at all. Concubine Mei's second decree was clearly a little angry. Furthermore, this second decree wasn't only issued to Prince Xian, but to Emperor Tianming as well. It was clear that they wanted Emperor Tianming to step in. No matter what, they had to get Prince Xian onto the fortress fleet and head for the undying star. Emperor Tianming did not appear, but the head steward of the imperial palace did. However, after the head steward of the imperial palace entered the imperial academy, his expression changed before he even entered Yi Xian's independent inn. He sighed, the prince has already left. Moreover, he has been gone for a long time. I'm afraid it's been 5 or 6 days. The emperor palace officials behind him were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed. This wasn't a small matter, they were clearly disobeying the imperial edict. Although the imperial edict wasn't issued by the immortal emperor himself, Consort Mei was the most powerful concubine in the imperial harem. Her imperial edict couldn't be disobeyed. Even her own son had disobeyed her orders. To Concubine Mei, this was tantamount to a slap in the face. If Consort Mei was angered, many people in the Tianming imperial capital would suffer. After all, Prince Xian was lost here. Some people would not be able to escape the blame. Chief Steward, what should we do? A pale-faced official asked the chief steward who represented Imperial Emperor Tianming. They were indeed in a state of panic now that something like this had happened so suddenly. What else can we do? He's already gone. Don't tell me you still want to lie to Consort Mei? If that's the case, we'll lose our heads. The chief steward replied indifferently, then turned around and left. He had to report this matter to Emperor Tianming. Although a prince of the imperial capital was popular, in the eyes of Emperor Tianming, he was nothing. However, the other party had stirred up a lot of trouble. Emperor Tianming was probably angry about this. After the chief steward left, the follow-up work started quickly. On one hand, the imperial capital's undying star's reply was reported immediately. On the other hand, the Tianming imperial capital also launched a comprehensive investigation into Prince Xian's disappearance. After all, as the imperial capital of the Tianming Empire, the Tianming star's star defense system was incomparable to that of an administrative star of a small country. It was inexcusable for a person to disappear just like that. Ordinary concealment techniques would not be able to escape the detection of the Tianming star's star defense system. If they did not get to the bottom of this matter, they would not be able to answer to Consort Mei. However, when Yi Xian left, he used the perfect vibration of the devil cultivator's mental strength skill. The heavenly underworld star's star defense system couldn't sense it at all. As a result, the final result of this investigation caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Prince Xian had indeed gone missing. However, when and how he had left, and whether he had left on his own accord or had been abducted, no one knew anything about this. The investigation result was a blank slate. There were no clues at all. Such a result made everyone fall into a daze. With the defensive system of the heavenly underworld planet, even a mystic light realm expert, such as the Neapolitan admiral, wouldn't be able to leave without leaving a trace if he used a concealment technique. However, Prince Xian had done it. Although his cultivation was still a mystery, and no one knew, no matter what, he shouldn't be as strong as a mystic light realm existence, right? Could it be that he was abducted by a supreme existence whose cultivation had surpassed the mystic light realm? Thinking of this possibility, the entire Tianming imperial capital started to panic. If this matter was investigated, who knew how many people would lose their heads? Prince Xian had fought alone in the demon territory of the first universe and returned safely. However, he had suffered such a crime in his own territory. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. Even if the everlasting dynasty didn't pursue this matter, the countless fans of the prince in the entire myriad Luo Federation would definitely not let this matter rest. Because of this matter, the entire Tianming Empire's imperial capital was in a state of panic. Even Emperor Tianming could not sit still. Only the commander of the stronghold fleet, Naples, who was docked in the Tianming Star dock, seemed anxious on the surface, but his heart was calm and he sighed. Even he was amazed that Prince Xian had been able to leave the Tianming Star without anyone knowing. At the very least, he would not be able to do the same thing. Apart from that, the purplish warbler also knew what was going on. All of this seemed very mysterious to outsiders, but she knew that Yi Xian had the mental energy of a demon. This was not a difficult thing to do. The Tianming Empire's imperial capital was the core of the Third Universe's technological faction. The demon scouts of the Tianming race would not be able to infiltrate this place. As such, the Tianming Star's star defense system did not have many defensive measures against the mental energy of a demon. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to leave so easily. The purplish warbler was well aware of this. Furthermore, Yi Xian's actions of running away from the marriage at the expense of angering concubine Mei made her realize that perhaps she had really misunderstood this matter. As such, the purplish warbler's dissatisfaction gradually disappeared, and she began to worry about Yi Xian. It was also at this time that the third edict from the Undying Star finally arrived. Unlike the previous two edicts, this third edict wasn't issued by an immortal dynasty. Instead, it came from the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The arrival of the monitoring team. The third edict came from the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, the Federation's monitoring council. It was personally issued by the Federation's monitoring chief, who was also the great imperial uncle, Long Huai. Therefore, the weight of this edict surpassed the previous two edicts from concubine Mei. Concubine Mei was only one of the immortal emperor's favored concubines, but Long Huai was different. He had an official status. In the royal family of the immortal dynasty, he was the great imperial uncle, the elder brother of the current immortal emperor, and an important figure in the royal family. In the Wan Luo Federation, he was the head of the Federation's monitoring council. He had a high position and power. The content of the third edict was very simple, but the deeper meaning behind it made people wonder and even fear. The edict stated that the Federation's monitoring council of the Immortal Star had already sent an investigation team to Heavenly Underworld Planet to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance. At the same time, it requested the Xianyuan family's Naples fortress fleet to stay put and wait for orders. No one was to leave and wait for the arrival of the investigation team from the Federation's monitoring council to cooperate with the investigation of Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points. On the surface, this decree seemed to be quite normal, but after careful consideration, anyone could see that there was something wrong with it. First of all, the Immortal Dynasty should have sent an investigation team to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, not the Federation's monitoring council. The Federation's monitoring council was a monitoring department of the Federation. It was equivalent to discipline. The nature of this incident, whether it was the prince disobeying concubine Mei's edict and running away from the marriage or the prince being kidnapped, should not have alerted the Federation's monitoring council to investigate. This was an internal matter of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Besides, if they were really here to investigate Prince Xian's disappearance, then the people mentioned in the edict to cooperate with the investigation should be the officials of the Tianming Empire, not the Xianyuan family and the Naples fortress fleet. Moreover, at the end of the edict, it specifically mentioned that Prince Xian's deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points was wrong. This was even more unusual. It was clearly implying that Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points were deducted from him and his sudden disappearance this time. To put it bluntly, the hidden meaning of this imperial edict was clearly that the Federation's Overwatch Council was suspicious of Prince Xian. Even his sudden disappearance on Heavenly Underworld planet was included in this. Long Huai, the Overwatch Council, suspected that he had fled in fear of punishment. Disobeying Consort Mei's edict and running away from the marriage was just an excuse that Prince Xian used to cover up his escape from punishment when he got wind of it. Ordinary citizens of the Federation might not be able to see through all of this, but those who had some experience in politics would be able to figure it out after some thought. Of course, in view of the special status of supervising director Long Huai, he had always supported the Great Prince. Thus, when the Overwatch Council investigated Prince Xian, there was some personal grudge involved. This was something that everyone was well aware of. However, no one dared to casually discuss this matter. However, due to the arrival of this decree, the originally anxious Heaven Nether Imperial capital instead gradually calmed down. The officials of the Dark Nether capital were all shrewd people, and naturally saw that the nature of this matter had changed with a single glance. Even on Consort Mei's side, after the great imperial uncle Long Huai interfered and caused trouble, her attention and resentment were drawn away from the Tianming Empire and toward the great imperial uncle Long Huai. It was said that when immortals fought, the immortals suffered. That was true in normal battles. However, this was a battle for the throne within the royal family. It couldn't be too grand. At least, it couldn't be too obvious on the surface. Thus, both sides restrained themselves. Under these circumstances, when the immortals fought, the immortals became spectators. In short, the crisis of the Tianming Empire was basically resolved. However, for the people of Naples and the Xianyuan family, they immediately became nervous. One was from a large family in the imperial capital. The other was a high-ranking general who had been in the military for a long time. Naturally, they saw through the great imperial uncle Long Huai's investigation order very clearly. Although they understood, they dared to be angry but did not dare to voice it. The great imperial uncle Long Huai had justifiable reasons and excuses. Even if the essence of this investigation was indeed a battle for the throne, no one dared to rashly break this window paper. Even the immortal emperor would maintain his silence. On one hand, this concerned the face of the royal family. On the other hand, Long Huai was his brother and held a high position in the Wanluo Federation. Even if the immortal emperor did not like this kind of overly intense battle for the throne, on this matter, he could not take the initiative to express his opinion and be dragged into it. No matter when a battle for the throne appeared, as the holder of the throne at that time, he would usually maintain an aloof attitude of watching from the sidelines. Only when the situation developed into a situation that was difficult to resolve would the holder of the throne appear and quell the unrest. In reality, in the immortal emperor's eyes, this battle for the throne was an excellent opportunity to examine the great prince and Prince Xian, who had suddenly appeared like a dark horse. The grand imperial uncle, Long Huai, was well aware of this as well. Thus, he was extremely confident. So long as he controlled the situation and didn't make the situation too serious and cause the imperial clan to lose too much face, it was impossible for the Eternal Empires to stand out and interfere in this matter. The people of Naples and the Xianyuan family both knew this point. Thus, at this moment, the people of Naples and the Xianyuan family all appeared calm and composed on the surface. However, in their hearts, they were not calm long ago. Other than anger, they were actually more worried. The methods of the Federation's Overwatch Council were not ordinary. If the great imperial uncle Long Huai hardened his heart, this time, when Prince Xian was struck down heavily, they would also suffer and even be buried with him. Other than the immortal emperor, the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation located in the immortal emperor would also not express any opinion regarding Long Huai's abuse of power for personal gain this time. The Wanluo Federation was the Wanluo Federation of the human clan in the third universe and the various other Federation races in the second universe. In the headquarters of the Federation on the immortal planet, other than the human clan elites, there were also a large number of higher-ups from the other races in the second universe. There were even some important departments that controlled not the human clan elites but the elites from the other races in the second universe. The human clan and the other races basically maintained a kind of relative balance. Although the human clan and the other races in the Federation were united on the matter of the Tianji race against the outside world, within the Federation, competition and even struggle had never stopped. This could be seen from the fact that the positions occupied by the top 10 on the heaven list were sensitive enough to tug at the heartstrings of the two universes. This time, although the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Huai, was suspected of abusing his power for personal gain, this was, after all, an internal struggle within the human clan. The races in the second universe were naturally happy to sit on the fence and watch. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Second Order Planet Warrior Yi Xian was still unaware of the third investigation order from the Wanluo Federation headquarters. He was actually in the void near the heavenly underworld planet and had not gone far. After silently leaving the heavenly underworld planet that night, Yi Xian traversed the void with his physical body. When he was far enough away, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped in. Then, he activated the concealment array of the Dongshu shuttle and remained in the void near the heavenly underworld planet. This was because Yi Xian was quietly waiting for the follow-up response from Consort Mei on the Immortal Star. Not only did Prince Xian not return to the Immortal Star as ordered, but he also escaped the marriage and left quietly. This was tantamount to slapping Consort Mei in the face, so it was impossible for the Immortal Star not to respond. Yi Xian, on the other hand, would be able to analyze the intentions and movements of the suspected Tianji clan member, Ying Tai, through the follow-up response from the Immortal Star. Then, he would be able to take countermeasures accordingly. Due to this consideration, he could not leave the heavenly underworld planet too far. This was because he had to activate his personal space communication system at any time to connect to the heavenly underworld planet's space network and search for information. Furthermore, before he entered the Imperial Dojo, he had instructed that he would be in seclusion and not to disturb him unless there was something important. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the news of his sudden disappearance would take at least 1 or 2 days to reach the Immortal Star. And by the time Consort Mei reacted, it would probably be 3 or 4 days later. Because of this, out of boredom, Yi Xian switched the Dongshu shuttle to self-propelled mode and took out the star core origin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he entered seclusion inside the Dongshu shuttle. Although he was now a planet-grade elite, this was clearly far from enough. Prince Xian's cultivation level could not only be at the 4th major realm. When he had first left the Immortal Star and started the Imperial family's ultimate trial, his cultivation level had probably been much higher than this. Although everyone believed that Yi Xian was concealing his cultivation base and deliberately controlling what he revealed to the outside world at the planet grade, it was very likely that Yi Xian would encounter a situation where he would be forced to reveal his true cultivation base during the upcoming power struggle in the Immortal Dynasty. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian couldn't display a stronger cultivation base and was still a planet first order, it would immediately arouse suspicion. Therefore, whenever he was free, he would seize the time to cultivate. Fortunately, he had the Devouring system to help him absorb the energy from the star core origin. His speed in this aspect was already very fast, and coupled with the fact that his mental state had improved several times in a row, he was able to make consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of time. He did not have to worry about the situation where his foundation would be unstable due to his cultivation level increasing too quickly. This time, during his closed-door training in the void, Yi Xian still used level 9, 9-colored star core origins. In fact, he used 2 of them. In just 8 short days, when all the star core origins that he had thrown to the Devouring system had been completely absorbed and finished his training, Yi Xian heard the familiar system prompt in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level, planet 3rd order. Upon hearing this prompt, Yi Xian was delighted. His eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly. Sure enough, after using 2 level 9, 9-colored star cores, he had finally achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs during this closed-door training. He had broken through from the planet 1st order to the planet 3rd order. However, this situation could not be maintained for long. The planet realm was not very strong yet, so it was still possible to break through 2 small levels in a row by using 2 level 9, 9-colored star core origins. However, as his cultivation level increased again, he was afraid that he would only be able to break through 1 small level after using 4 or 5 level 9, 9-colored star cores at once. Because of this, he decided to take advantage of the fact that his foundation was still shallow and the effects of the level 9 colored star core origins were still very obvious to increase his cultivation level as quickly as possible during this period until his mental state reached a bottleneck and he had no choice but to stop. In fact, he was the only one who could achieve such a thing. If it had been anyone else, even if they had a large number of level 9 colored star core origins, they would not have been able to achieve this, as it took time to absorb the star core energy. The higher the level of the star core origin, the slower and more difficult it would be to absorb the star core energy within it. Xian had the devouring system and the bloodline of the space-devouring beast, so he was not afraid of this. He could absorb the star core energy as quickly as he wanted. After breaking through once again, Xian was in a good mood. He calculated the time and realized that he had actually spent 8 days in this closed-door training to make 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This gave him a huge fright. 8 days was enough for the immortal dynasty to react to his sudden disappearance. Consort Mei was probably furious. Prince Xian was her only son, and Consort Mei had always been proud of him. This time, Prince Xian was carrying out the royal family's ultimate trial outside, and she had always been very worried. Back when Xian had used the Federation's contribution points to exchange for 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids on the Heavenly River planet, Consort Mei had even taken advantage of that opportunity to ask for a drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood from the immortal emperor. She had mixed it in and sent it to Xian in violation of the rules. This time, Consort Mei was worried about Prince Xian's marriage. She had sent down an edict for him to return to the immortal star immediately and complete the wedding. However, Prince Xian did not care about his mother's feelings at all and skipped work halfway. Consort Mei would definitely be furious when faced with all this. Perhaps the entire heavenly underworld planet was in chaos by now. He did not know if the Naples and Xianyuan family were in trouble. He had considered protecting them at first, so he believed that no matter how furious Consort Mei was, she would not vent her anger on them. After all, anyone could see that the Naples and Xianyuan family had basically been branded with Prince Xian's brand. They were her son's direct descendants. Consort Mei was furious, but she could not completely fall out with them over this matter and wipe out her son's future direct descendants, right? If she really did that, she would definitely not be his biological mother. When he thought of this, Xian, who had just been a little worried, immediately calmed down. Immediately after, he issued an order to the Devouring system and immediately activated his personal Starry Sky communication system. He connected to the heavenly underworld planet Starry Sky network and checked on the subsequent developments of this incident. Following the order, the Devouring system immediately connected to the Starry Sky network. After it was successful, it began to collect information. After a short while, the collection process was completed. A series of information was fed back and turned into words that were projected into Xian's mind. Xian immediately browsed through it. After reading a few lines, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. In addition to being furious, he even subconsciously let out a cry of alarm. What? How could this be? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Isolation and Investigation. Now that Prince Xian was at the peak of his power, it was not easy to find a chance to deal with him and suppress him. As the Federation's chief inspector, the great imperial uncle Long Huai would not treat him lightly. This time, the investigation team of the Overwatch Council from the headquarters of the Undying Stars Wanluo Federation was personally led by his deputy. They took a space fortress and descended on the heavenly underworld planet. Long Huai's deputy was also a member of the Undying Dynasty's royal family, so he also had the surname Long and his name was Long Kuei. However, this person was only a side relative of the royal family and belonged to Long Huai's line. In terms of seniority, he was the same as Long Huai. If Xian came into contact with him as Prince Xian, he would also call him uncle. However, compared to Long Huai, Long Tianba, and the other royal uncles, this uncle was clearly much less important. After all, he was only a side relative. Long Kuei and Long Huai were the same. They belonged to the radical and powerful faction. From the fact that the great imperial uncle Long Huai had appointed him as the leader of the Overwatch Council's investigation team, it could be seen that Long Huai was determined to succeed this time. This was clearly a spurt of energy and wanted to push Prince Xian to the end. At the very least, he wanted to fiercely suppress the momentum of Prince Xian's limelight. Once the investigation team arrived on the heavenly underworld planet, they began a comprehensive investigation of Naples and the Xianyuan family on the same day. As for Prince Xian's disappearance, they did not waste their time at all. Tianming's imperial capital had already been thoroughly investigated. Since there was no result, then even if the Federation's Overwatch Council began another investigation, it would be impossible for them to find anything new. Although this was the truth, they didn't even bother to go through the formalities. As soon as they arrived, they began to investigate Naples and the Xianyuan family, who were closely related to Prince Xian. Sima Zhao's intentions were well known. The entire Tianming's imperial capital was incomparably quiet on this day. Everyone was closely watching the progress of this matter. Naples was immediately stripped of his position as the commander of the Stronghold Fleet. The entire Stronghold Fleet was temporarily led by Imperial Uncle Long Tianba and returned to the Immortal Star. The purpose of this was obviously to make it easier to investigate Naples in the future, and to separate his direct troops from the commander. Following the forced departure of the Fortress Fleet and the return of the Immortal Army, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were brought to the Federation Fortress, where the investigation team was located by the monitoring officers of the Federation Overwatch Council and isolated for investigation. Naples was a good match, but when the Overwatch Council censor went to the Xianyuan family to ask the Purplish Warbler to cooperate with the investigation, they were met with some obstacles, and a conflict almost broke out. In the end, the head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Bo, was injured. An ancestor of the Xianyuan family also appeared and ordered the family to restrain themselves. Thus, the officials of the Federation Overwatch Council were able to successfully take the Purplish Warbler away. This matter caused a stir in Tianming's imperial capital. Originally, because of their relationship with Prince Xian, the Xianyuan family could be said to be like the sun in the sky among the top families in Tianming's imperial capital. However, the world changed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court had already begun to suppress Prince Xian. The Xianyuan family was also implicated. This matter became a joke in Tianming's imperial capital. They said that they had not even hugged Prince Xian's thighs before they could warm up to him. In the Overwatch Council's Federation Fortress, Naples and the Purplish Warbler were locked up in two cabins that were quite far from each other and isolated for investigation. All the investigation was personally led by the leader of the investigation team, Long Kuei. At this time, this Federation Fortress had already left Tianming Planet and was returning to the Undying Planet. However, when they came, this starry fortress used wormholes all the way and used the fastest speed to get here. Now that they were returning, they were not in a hurry at all. This was because the interrogation work would be completed along the way. According to Censor Long Huai's instructions, they had to obtain the confessions of Naples and the Purplish Warbler along the way and confirm the crime of Prince Xian deliberately killing Wen Xing. It would be best if they could obtain all the progress in other aspects, such as Prince Xian colluding with the demons and being a demon spy. If they could obtain this kind of evidence, then Prince Xian's complete fall from power was almost certain. There would be no more changes. Because they could not be in two places, the interrogation of the Purplish Warbler had not yet begun. At this time, Long Huai was leading a few officials of the Overwatch Council to start the interrogation of Naples. Now, I can tell you that the high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wen Xing, was something that the Federation had to pay an enormous price to win over. For many years, we didn't dare to use him, and we've always been in a nurturing state. Our goal is that he will play a critical role in the final battle with the Heaven's Legacy race in the future. Long Kuei looked at Naples with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, his expression gradually turned cold. After a short pause, he snorted coldly and continued, "But now, Wen Xing is dead, and his death is unclear. After our investigation, we have confirmed that Wen Xing happened to be in the Black Mosquito Star Zone with Long Xian before you went to the First Universe. But later, Long Xian was brought back by you, and Wen Xing inexplicably died. Long Xian also had 10 billion Federation contribution points deducted. You are also a high-ranking member of the Immortal Army, so you should know better than me about the rewards and punishments of military merit. What 10 billion Federation contribution points means, and what kind of great loss would cause so many points to be deducted? I don't think I need to say more. Do you have anything to say about this matter?" Hearing this, Naples immediately frowned and sighed in his heart. He knew that Long Huai would not let this matter go easily and would definitely take the opportunity to make trouble. It was just that Naples did not expect the other party to make trouble so quickly. The only thing he could do now was to help Prince Xian as much as possible. After all, the other party's real target was Prince Xian. Naples had been branded as Prince Xian, so if Prince Xian was fine, he would be fine. If Prince Xian was really pushed to the end and fell in this fierce struggle for imperial power, then he, Naples, would definitely not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Naples secretly gritted his teeth, rolled his eyes, and gave a reply that he had already thought of. Wenxing's death has nothing to do with your highness. At that time, we had not yet met up with Prince Xian. In order to force the Demon Royal fleet stationed at the Black Mosquito Star to hand over Prince Xian, I ordered several Demon Royal fortresses to be bombarded. Wenxing happened to be in one of them, so his death can only be considered an accident. Besides, before the fleet set off, no one told me about Wenxing's identity. Even if I knew he was in that fortress, I would still have ordered the attack. If we really want to talk about it, the responsibility of this matter should be on the Federation's higher-ups in charge of contacting Wenxing. Bang! Impudent. End of chapter 3078. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.